My master, the high, means what we Where do we find that this word amazing actually means to cook? Amazing seems to be a person of intentional. Where do you see the word? Amazing means to cook. It says, God with him, he says, it says, clearly, does it? Yaakov, Yaakov, lentil soup, and it was referred to as the Yazid. Yes, the Pasuk actually used the word the Yazid. More goes on. It says, and that's a question on this guy. Very small. Very small for the follow. Then below up. Again, when it comes to the only thing that needs to be that a son cannot be a father. Yes, but then we have there is a custom to tell us that a child, the Torah Mora must be a man exclusively and not a father. Now hold on, how is it possible that the Torah Mora can even be a father? The Alpha Boston Dynasty State Cyrus over the comic like a second. The Rabbi is caught up in the character, the Torah Mora starts to go until it just goes in. So you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew two hairs, and he gave birth before all those hairs grew in. Well, I was thinking he could show up to the eyes at the time. All that happened for pregnant the first of the back. Baha Amar, so it's just the die. Oh, I was to Torah Mora. Ain't elegant with the best of the back. The amount of time that it is for the Torah Mora. Long as 2 months, 1 months, the initial phase of the kids growing, will grow in. Now, it's not how should it be that the child is going to actually be able to be a father and now have to be what must you do? The other, this woman became pregnant before the child was born to Sarah. So it's still a child. When did she give birth? Second before, now they're Christian and they are further the second. He's a father. He's treated because of well someone who is a child. That's okay. Let me know. We must learn from here. Can indeed give birth to a child.
That's another.
So long, the outer box back to say we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the first Sarah. So he's a gadol, already a gadol, he's a gadol, years. Now, we're always going to give birth like a normal person to give birth, possibly not many months after all those girls before they do it. This is the costing to have the question of that is basically what person in our period is. No,
Let me ask you this. You're seeing them everywhere. Is there anything like you notice a way to spot Jews before they tell you that they're Jewish? I did a stand-up for 6 years on a control
now, when you notice the judges, you
right here in Songtar and Songtar, the original song that you have to actually
that will happen for those once that happens for those 3 months, that's start with, bro. They'll say, hold on a second. Oh, it's that person that's going to the solar word. That guy. Oh, well, not anymore. Okay, we're not going to share it. Going to work. Ready for that?
Oh,
Super,
drink
I'm going to
until
die. I'm
we
going to
can't
stop.
see.
Call you almost the same way.
Friendly
80 hours for that all the days. The server only 3 months full back. Now you're
You're my world, and I'm like,
I'll be sure to have one
yeah, bro.
We didn't learn
I love you too.
period. We learned
Heart
period
that's waiting for me. He's telling me this while he's rubbing on
you know what?
my
You give them the best bullshit. Take this bucket, I've got the most good production in, hold the year schooling, if it's too long, then how long it is, it makes sense. However, while you go up and down Puerto Rican, well, if you are fair, you don't have to make that move to get hands on, you look from your side, and you get this. Yasu no Yaku na Papa Pedro Vina. Yaku from Papa said, the Yasu is coming to the following thing we're going to bring you to. He said the following thing we're going to bring you to. How many numbers we've been twisted on? Over at that time, that the 11th of the first in her 7th month, and overall, the Israel was 15 now. Remember the time getting 15 tomorrow, that's why I'm confident type of pregnancy. One pregnancy is 5-month pregnancy, another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And it's not that the woman was birthed in her 7th month of the rather it was a type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not the specific is on the modern day science is above my pay grade, that's what you are going to discuss. Now, if that's the case, so there's a woman who can complete a pregnancy in 7 months. How do you divide the trimester? When will those trimesters happen? Typically,
I edit witch videos.
but in this case, the universe after 7 months. So, when is her sleeper going to be recognized? When will he be pregnant? It must be, he says, the aim over Nicholas was after notice for pregnancy when it's over a third, which is 2 months and 2 months.
Yes.
A week.
We talked about it last time.
When he talked about myself, over Nicholas, this is telling me that my wife was pregnant after a split, after everybody there, yeah, lovely Gimel, why do you have to wait 3 months? But this grave, this coastal saggy, with 2 months in the cold, that's a real lot. However, it's been up, that's straight away, and it's punishable. In other words, he gets pulled in, as the professor that's very well, look at this woman, if she's not pregnant, you say, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then you won't be eligible. But for her, you'll be enough for your time. The fact that if you got news, I'm going to let you say, yeah, you'll become noticeably pregnant, a third of the way through 2 months, and a third of a month. However, it's no possible. Most women do not complete that. You are Canadian. Hold on a second. You're about to kill the stepson Laura. You can see that his wife, this woman, is going to be. Bottom line is that you can touch your teen if you're not pregnant, and you actually go out to the side. That's what it is. Where it says, that was tough to A to B, before, that one of the jobs of an adjudicating basis is to try to save the potential conflict in this case. I was live up to you, but basically, and now you're saying, go after the majority.
There he is.
A drug to make it. Ravina, say back to Ravina, remember that, yes, reading the focus of Ruba, we have to ask the majority, I'll prove to you that we do. But now, simply the brother of Israel, that's the one who gets down to the focus, because he's in the capital case, and he says it happened on the second day of the month. That's one of the Gimel. The other one says the third day of the month. That's the Allah thing. This is Qiyamah. You do not qualify the able to by virtue of the fact that they have 5 months of the days of the month. Sorry. Why is the second day of the month? This guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The other person does not know. Therefore, we're both the first savings and happens at the same time. on their calendar based on if one of them got the number that this next day.
Answer's 38. 69 would be
so, what I'm saying, anybody who's outside, let's what will we say? They are just simply being next to each other.
You're certainly dressed like you're on lunch and mushrooms. This whole checks out. Robert, grab that microphone. Let's talk about it.
Majority of people will make that mistake, and that would be fine.
This is my absolute first time in front of the crowd, and they love the folks. There you go. Okay, perfect. You got it. All right, great. You're 60 years old. Okay, you want to start comedy now. I went broke. What?
Mara said, I saw something about a girl who was 3 years old in one day. So that's the deal. You're qualifying for any kind of this somebody she has Theo. It is a lot of Theo. You could be married with the Theo, with a young cut if these are married to slaves, then she is officially married to the other level of slaves. If he's married to someone then how long it is.
Okay, Redman, very good.
How much well
Redman's going to jump in this fucking
and if somebody goes to call the walk, he does, then it's still like last time.
Robert, what made you want to start here today?
It's a
long story, but going broke could have been short. Just how did you feel broke? Let's talk about it. Oh, okay, you're on the show. Getting into working
this is relevant over here. If any one of the disqualified people are into their health activities, they're disqualified now. Can fall down. That's a right to work. And if you're right, it's issuing a term, and I'll let you put it down. They will be put to death for being individual. You can do it. You got some fun. Any one of the arrived. The amount of and therefore you're putting out a
so your plan was just to come out and go, I'm on mushrooms,
why?
goes okay.
Hold on a second.
It's been working so far. Where has it been working? You've been doing other open mics, bank accounts are looking great, and everything else works. How's you afford that fucking store?
Really, we got it back.
Majority of the pubes and queefs.
I tell you,
That's everything's negotiable. What the fuck did that mean? I'm trying to fucking handle that from it.
Read it carefully enough. It's that.
Let's look back to your life, man. You're 60 years old, and all you've said so far is I'm on my show. I'm 60 years old. I'm a commercial owner. I'm a grandfather of three wonderful grandkids. How often are you doing mushrooms nowadays? Often as I can. I've found, are you dealing with some type of trauma or something like that? Or can you give us something compelling about your life? You have 60 years to reference here. Well, I lost 80 pounds last year. So February the 10th, I break in, and then somebody said, hey, you're funny, and you're different. So I'm here because I was working on the show. Roseanne show. I don't know. Anyway, I was here as a
Lilith is not fucking. The woman engages in
Joe
a
Ellis,
very good
someone Joe said, hey,
with her young era of
you didn't know if you were supposed to mention
the
it.
style of our home. But that's
Who would want you to get that to yourself? I'm trying to follow. Do you put on all the jewels after you take off shrimp? I was wearing these things before I was doing my
Religion has this relationship with the son, child, the fellow. How small you're not beating us because
once you start wearing it,
says that you're because you're like, you're not stuck in Rabbi, fine, we are that it was the son of Rabbi,
start wearing that type of jewelry.
exactly the that October, and everyone wants to say in the everyone knew that this child was supposed to have a case like 9 years old in one day. And followed by his mother as Arizona from Papa, that's on if the child is less than 8 years old, then the Sophia will agree that Sophia is not to be a young child.
Right a second. And then learn back on and then we'll know something about you.
I
love that you're on mushrooms and now we all feel like we're on mushrooms.
Yeah. Contagious.
8-year-old
Dr.
child
Phil's throwing him a magnum condom. There you go. There you go.
Previously, we're going to see that is a vegan round game as well. Still sadly, the still says look, I mean, we're trying to hand out learn from the rest of the number. Heading us into the family trees of some trees.
These old people doing massive amounts of mushrooms out of nowhere. Insane. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the number one rated online therapy accredited professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere, and take control of your mental health. Talkspace makes it
How do we
easy
know
to
the
start
Doris
better
Free
mental health
Shonen
leads to better health
had
overall, just like
children when they were
physical
8
body
years
needs
old?
exercise,
No
your
one's
mental
old.
health needs
Delay
maintenance
law,
and
it
attention.
was suggested
Talkspace helps you build confidence and skills. Our therapists not only listen to you, they provide valuable techniques to manage stress or conflict in
Hello,
your life.
Bathsheba.
Helping improve your
This
coping
woman is
skills and
Bathsheba.
self-awareness. Like it's
Bas,
all about how we are in a
Liam,
relationship with one another.
Isis,
in
Gloria,
relationships.
Happy.
Talkspace
So
helps
let's
you
get this
identify
clear.
obstacles.
Number one is
Connections.
Bathsheba,
Talkspace makes
who
it help
is
you easy, accessible, and
daughter
affordable.
of
Most social
Aaliyah.
partners have a $0
It's another
subscription
family.
fee.
Bathsheba is the daughter of Aaliyah. Isis, Gloria, Isis was still up with Aaliyah ben Achito. Aaliyah was the son of Achito. Now, Bathsheba, son of Leo, son of Achito.
And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $8 off your first month. Talkspace. You go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80. Licensed therapist. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. Also, my dear friends,
Great-grandson of
very nice guy,
Achito.
charismatic. This podcast is sponsored by Tacoma. Visiting our sponsors worth going into any time your work is barbecue goods. Their goods are
and they were story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom, and now what happened is he ended up committing suicide. When was it? Siv, it says, on the Damu Mirma, the people of blood and Mirma, if we lo yes to Yemea, we're not even going to live half of their life. The typical lifespan of a person, the nation of heaven is 70 years. For 70 years. So first, values like this won't live even half of a life. That means you won't live till 35. The time you live. Also, all the years is going, Canaan will go to Rabbi, and you also Canaan will go to Rabbi. He only lived 34 years. It's not the total years of Happy Total, Canaan Ella plus Noah. Only 33 years. Remember, Happy Total was the great grandfather of Shlomo HaMelech, and he died when he was 36 years old. That comes out. All the years that the Total Israel was were only 30 years. How about Habibu? How much for the plus in the box? We have 33 years. Now, for 7 years to the box. You have to take those 7 years. Now, what do you want? With possibly having what's moving. They take 30. You take the 33, you get minus the 7, then you're up to 26. So you have 26 years. Only generations were born. Now, currently, you have to subtract another 2 Shnees.
We are brought to you by Shopify. This is indeed the number one live podcast in the world. Before we get to all the chaos, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, but we are jumping in a tour bus, ladies and gentlemen. We are taking the actual Hiltoni show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, Dallas, March 28th. Go to TonyHLift.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Hiltoni show in the great state of Texas. One in Houston, February 28th, one in Granbury, March 28th. TonyHLift.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode? Okay, every single week I book this Mamma Jam. It doesn't get, I mean, this is just so amazing. Two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Make some fucking noise for the great Sal Volcano and Greg Fitzsimmons. Oh my God.
Less than 9 for the 40. Why the Baha'im of Lot is part of the story was that the older site
on tour.
Theater
in Nashville. He's got a brand new season of the Impractical Jokers coming out.
And what's the big deal?
He has in his podcast.
We never learned that
Fitzsimmons, one of the greatest guests in the show's history.
Tarak was Avram's father. Who else's father? He was Nachor's father.
Excited to be here.
And that's Tarak.
So excited.
Tarak had Avram, Nachor, and Tarak. Now the Avram's double Nachor's father. Avram was double Nachor and Tarak. And Nachor was the Tarak. Nachor was the Tarak. And then the Avram got those things on his Avram must have been 2 years older.
You guys know how the show works.
We got Avram but not the right
Comedians are stacked on top of each other now.
both
Right next door. Like the one that hangs out of this fucking trusty assistant goes grabs everything in 60 seconds uninterrupted on stage. You know their time is up near the sound of a cannon. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
Yes, was sorry.
I love it. I hooked up an interview and find out more about their real life or their careers or anything really that I find interesting about them. I'm so excited about this. So great. We have you guys, and it really just does not get any better than this.
Yes, this is all stuff in Yoga. Every year, for people, so beautiful. We'll say, now, let's get that guy over here. Hold up. The Yitzhak Avram fell on his face and he started to laugh. The other believer was sitting in the car. Okay, yeah, tell me. One of the kids was telling me. Yeah, how much Avram is Sarah? How much hope was Avram is Sarah? He was at the kid. 10 years. He's talking to Yahuwah. Artist. And younger than her father. How much?
Oh my gosh!
Tara, younger than Avram. 2 years. Remember the 2 year difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is
Only
indeed
Sarah went to
2024
Sarah kept
Cats of the Year. Dr. Phil is here, ladies and gentlemen.
And now, the first Sarah went to the
Any more red bands out there?
Wow.
Dr. Phil is throwing out magnum condoms.
Might be open.
He's younger than his brother.
Dr. Phil live in the flesh. Literally recognized as one of the greatest guests in the Oh my goodness gracious. We didn't even get to hang out yet. How'd you get that?
Sad to be back, Joe.
It's been way too long, Dr. Phil. You've been out selling out all around the fucking world.
We did him going to Australia.
That's right.
Sorry, this year.
James
Wow,
McDonald,
that's a wild thing that's happening.
by 1 year. Tom goes to the office, son of, and Tom was only local by 1 year. Nick Joe comes out of the area. Dave called on the FM station. Turns out the same, he was older than, yeah.
Live in the flesh with Greg Fitzsimmons and Sidewalk Canada. This episode is brought to you by Shopify.
100 years after he had his paper, that's when the novel started. David tells us tales of the state. These are the stuff of the state. Then they are sung off by Yolis of Hot Shot.
Yeah, we do.
David was 100 years old.
We
He birthed
absolutely do.
Rock
We
Hot
shake
Shot.
them
When
up before the
Walter
show to
got
add
science,
vibes and energy to the show.
2 years after the novel. Now, how could you have
That's what we
been
call that.
100
So
years
what's
old
amazing is
2
that while
years
this is
after the novel?
incredible, perhaps one of the
The
greatest
pastor
starts
was
of the show
100 years
ever,
old.
why
Why?
don't we take it one
His
step
younger
further
brother
and
was
have the
100
first
years old.
Canadian
2
be
years
the
after the novel.
record
The
holder for
person
all
been
time
there, so now from there the
appearances,
conscience didn't
normally
have
the
it.
closer of the show.
102.
One
Hello,
of the few living members of the Kill Tony Hall of Fame. Some people call him the Memphis Strangler, the Manila Gorilla, the Tacoma, the Weirdo of Washington. This is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
I'm a fan of him. This is not the visual thing. You know, I think it's a couple of things.
My mother was watching the news the other night and she heard people talking about doxing one another. She goes, honey, what is doxing? I said, oh, it's when two guys get in a ring and punch each other with their dicks. The waiter walks out and goes, who ordered the amberjack? I raise my hand and he sets it down in front of me. I look and I say, wait, this has whiskers. Have I literally been catfished?
But saying this doesn't you see that the rings about it.
Can
Okay,
you
no,
imagine if you were a flat earther, like a depressed flat earther, and one day you tell your flat earther friends, I really can't take it anymore, I'm just going to walk this way and I'm never going to stop. And they're all like, no, don't do it, no. And then around 80 days later, you show up from the opposite direction. And you're in a hot air balloon, and you're like, God, I so never going to believe this. Okay, that's my time. Because the earth is round, Tony. That's how you show it from the other end, right? But that would mean that it's not flat. Right, it would mean it's round. It's proving, it's saying to his friend, it's ultimately teaching his friends that the earth is round. Right, it's kind of like a passion play. Oh my gosh, Tony, I'm so nervous. Seriously, going on first, I love it. It's literally my favorite thing, but I'm so nervous right now. Just really, I'm time up there to hang out and whatever. And oh my gosh, here we are. So I love it. I love it. Out of your comfort zone, the truth that you can do it all. You got the show started with a bang. And Tony, I do have to say, I finally have been in a horrible funk. I'm still actually in a pretty bad funk in my brain, but I started growing again. I'm 60
during the second year that they were out of the train in the middle.
Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness by Smashing Pumpkins all time. Great Fitzsimmons.
Iraq.
Well, it's just great that you're. I know you guys have a long
He was
history of that
40
as well.
years.
It's good to
He
see
was
that
sent to
you're
Iraq. Now,
growing.
the option is today, behold, I am the coming money, 85 years old. They'll say, do that. How about it? Turns out, our boy, he was 40 years. Now I think, if you suspect 14 years, that'll be the solid.
It
Or
is
the
not
solid.
going good.
Plus,
Everyone's
you
wanting
did.
my
You
phone.
left
I
good.
messed up.
26
I
years.
messed up
Now
when I was
it's
in
hard to keep
Vancouver
plus
last year.
Take
I
out
allowed this
two
guy to have
little
sex
pregnancy.
with my ass.
Turns out,
Literally
sex
with
is
my
without
ass.
the
Seriously.
Well,
it's good to mix things up.
Turns out the whole
It was
family,
fun. I was kind of in a
Kale,
funk. I've been in these
Kale,
past months.
Sal,
The puzzles don't help. Nothing really helps.
Kale,
Having sex with that guy was
Uri, and
crazy.
Salo,
Oh, that was fun, right, man? What was that noise?
years. So now you know that's the 8-year-old that
When you're watching my ass, you fucking weirdo. That's exactly what you would have been. Just in the corner where you're fucking fucking
male
nasty
child.
weirdo.
That's how you overstate it.
Yeah, have you ever seen him? Don't you ever see him fucking take up these little swim trunks?
It would be perfectly
Little
appropriate
bad boy.
for
He's showing everybody
a
pictures of
female
his
to
fucking
be
girlfriend's
and
feet.
more
Stop
just
doing
like
that.
the
Seriously,
sun.
stop doing that.
Why it's a common
He's
see that's
in
what
the
Bavera.
fucking green room before you
Readily
start
available
right now.
for Bavera.
Sort of why I'm nervous.
Master yourself.
I did
Well,
walk
as
by
Rothschild
and you
said,
were showing somebody a picture of a
the
foot.
Lolo
Was
is
it your
so well
girlfriend's
because
foot?
Luca is going to be illegal with your child. So it's the local to the Buddha, and then it's like the property, the God, the miraculous, and use the hand of God.
Yeah, this certain things that stay in the gray area.
Look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen?
Oh my goodness.
Down, but still, there's a custody.
Trying to hopefully please
But
I promise if I get to see before I have all those different it's relevant jokes. I gotta get my tickets. I gotta get better marketing. I gotta figure it out. Would you just call me a nacho vest? Or what did you say?
Have a wonderful rest of your day.
You should say everything. You should encourage your woman to say everything that comes to the front of her brain, sir. You're doing a really good job. The Lakers hat always a good giveaway for not having your woman under control. Shut up, man! Yeah. Whoa. I'm trying to have fun. Fucking red man throwing Greg under the bus.
Okay, good morning.
It's really weird. Why'd you... William, I get what's happening with you right now. You're fired up, you're angry.
Today's stop
Anything was possible.
is South Samachnas.
What's going on right now? Where can we get some of it?
We begin by thanking our sponsors. We thank our annual commissary process in the year 5785, the social Mitzvah of Eretz Yisrael as close to the third service for all of Am Yisrael, all of Klal Yisrael. We also thank our sponsors this morning, Nell and Karen Ron. We will list the father board of the Mitzvah. We're going to begin the summer fest on the days, and we begin with the 4 lines up in the bottom, which is Liga, the Rabbi. Yesterday we mentioned the Gemara quotes Rothschild, who tells us there's another exception to the halacha of Ben Sora Umora. That is that the Ben Sora Umora cannot be as follows. Just to quickly quote him, he says, Amar of Katan Shaholid Ein Beno Nasa. Sorry, Katan Shaholid Ein Beno Nasa Ben Sora Umora. This is halacha is that the Katan gives birth. His child is automatically going to get a lifetime exemption from the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. Why? It says in Pasuk here, is that the son has to be born to an ish. If the father of this then is not an ish, then the automatically goes to exempt the halachas of Ben Sora Umora. Now the Gemara starts to spend the entire Omer today discussing whether or not the child can have a child. That's the question for tomorrow. Tomorrow's question. The Rabbi who is telling us the public is trying to exclude the child of a child. He must have been of the opinion that a child can have a child. The Rabbi that's arguing the Rabbi why. Some around Robinson College, Taka in the Mola. The child cannot give birth. Never puts up the process in English goal. This is talking about the halacha of Gedol Ager. There's a halacha tested or something, and he is approached by the victim of the theft, and the person denies it. He says it's not true. I never stole it. And he takes an oath, and he takes the twins, he didn't steal it, and then it turns out that he lied. He lied. Halacha is that he has to pay the person back to carry the principal authority, and he has to read a carbon. And the puzzle says in English go out, if this person doesn't already passed away, and who does not have anybody who is going to be an heir of the estate, halacha is when the payment goes to the cover. Is it possible that the age of the Adam Yisrael in the goal is that person doesn't have any relatives? Everybody's got some relatives. You didn't have that many relatives to go back generation to generation to find somebody to relate to. How does the child say that the person is right? Well, how would you guess that they're going to get from the Proverbs talking about person steals from his son? So the Proverbs halachically centered having family, unless he gets married, there's no family. Now, the Pasuk teaches us, Ish says very clearly in the Pasuk that the aim lo ish go out. The ish does not have anybody as a redeemer. So the Pasuk says, Ish has to start back for Allah. If the person who you stole from wasn't Ish, you have to start reviewing the years for Garland. If you have to do relatives, you could actually pick up the payment for it. They laugh or not. However, Katan, if the person who is stolen from is a child, he after starts laughing or love, you do not have to start looking to see if the child is any relative. Why? Because the child is a convert, the Jewish in Golan. It's obvious it doesn't have any family members. Why? Because the child cannot father another child. Therefore, it's impossible to assume that this child convert has any relatives. Therefore, don't bother with him. Clearly, we see the Rabbi's of the opinion that a child cannot father another child. Clearly, it's in stark contrast with this, because this is the whole possible to teach you that if a child has a child, that child goes to exempt from the entire concept of a child. Well,
like the military? Oh, got it. You were in the military. Yes, sir. I'm a
Rabbi. What the hell were you doing in the Marines exactly? What was your specialty? I was an engineer with a generator is a to be halfway free and halfway still a enemy. So because she's married to an Eved, the person has an affair with it, halacha is that person gets not just but does not get Nisa. Pasuk says Ish, Eli Ela Ish. I only know the halacha is true if we're talking about an Ish. Then that's Shana of Yorecha to write the Bia. How do I know that a 9-year-old child, 9 years old, and one day is technically able to engage in the Bia? How do I know that this person is going to be included in the Parsha? On the lower it says Vit is the additional above the word says Vit. That includes even a 9-year-old child.
Still struggling, obviously.
No, a 9-year-old child is possible to be included in the concept of Bia. And if he's included in the concept of Bia, that means he has the physical ability to perform the Bia. He's able to perform the Bia physically, and also be able to be Moshe Fazera. He disagrees with Fazera because if he can't, that would be becoming like a flaw in the Bia. If you say that a 9-year-old child in one day can produce the Zera, then obviously what should happen to the father of the child because his years live in the world. Yes, he can actually physically perform the Bia, but it's not going to be strong enough to be able to produce a child. What is it like? This is similar to grain that only grew once, did not grow once. Rashi tells us if you try to plant that, it's not going to happen. The same thing with trees that have a seed, never try to plant it, and it won't grow. The same thing is true when it comes to this child. He will be able to perform the Bia, but the action of the Bia is not going to be strong enough to actually produce a child. Okay, so it's possible that God is still correct and the child cannot do it. May this be a tunnel. May this be a tunnel they learned another allusion to this idea, which is the Yazid is pasuk is talking about a person who intentionally ambushes somebody and kills them. The pasuk says, so this is still kind of a play on words over here. That this is going with the is if the person is in the doll, then they did the Masriach. He's able to put his physical bodily production of the Zera to Masriach, and he can actually produce the semen. However, Aim Cotton made the Masriach. A cotton, while yes, he has the able to produce it, and that will be the concept that yes, he can be lazy, he's cooked it within his body can produce it, however, he cannot produce it and do Masriach, and actually strong enough to actually conceive a child as a result of it. I'm going to lay round more than about my masma, the high, where do you find that this word, mazid, actually means to cook? Mazid seems to be a person does something intentional. Where do you see the word? Mazid means to cook. He says, he says, a signature clearly focused by Yosef, Yaakov, Yaakov cooks up the register, and it is referred to as a Yosef. Yes, the pasuk actually uses the word for Yosef to mean to cook. The word goes on. It says, and asks a question on this time. Very small. The very small put us scholar. Then below out. Again, when it comes to Betzara Mora, the only thing you think to be is exclusively a bag, a son. He cannot be a father. You have to really have a nearest Akasha to tell us that a child, a Betzara Mora, must be a man exclusively and not a father. Now hold on a second. How is it possible that the Betzara Mora can even be a father? He's a the alpha boss of actually states that is the conversation starting. The entire period is that period of time between when it starts to grow the 2 hairs until it goes in. But you're telling me that she became pregnant after he grew 2 hairs. And she gave birth before all those hairs grew in. And then it's like when you eat the dose to the highest of the time, all that happened, the pregnancy from the birth to the past, Vaha Amar, or Christopher Guy, Holy Dollars to the Soda Mora, ain't eligible for that in the body. We have this time that there is for the Soda and Mora. It's only been 3 months. What's it been 3 months? The initial phase of the hair growing, so it's going to go in. Now it's impossible for it to go 3 months. So how can it be that this child is going to actually be able to be a father and they'll have to be excused? Hello, what must be what you got? The other, we coming guys will say sorry. This woman became pregnant before the child was considered. Once it was a child. Well, when did she give birth? The coming guys was before. Now, parents they are hold on a second. He's a father. He's included because it's only relevant to someone who is a child. That's the case. But to know that we must learn from you and infer from the that you can indeed give birth to a child. Unless says no, correct. Lola, the upper boss that's what they say. What we're talking about is that the woman became pregnant from this young boy after he brought the Sarah. There's a brother, already a brother, he's years. Now, but only when she gave birth, like a normal person, she gave birth, talked to Dr. many months after all those years completely grew. With the capacity, they have the question of the entire period is 3 months? No, you misunderstood. The also Rabbi Omar, the Rabbi came and told us that Amri bin Arava, they told him Arava then below Haroy was crossed up. What he meant to say was he has to be a Ben, but he can't be called the father. When is someone called the father? You call the father as soon as the person who is pregnant is noticeably pregnant. People see a woman who's pregnant and you say, oh, who's the father of the child? We mentioned Shibboleth is the concept of not Hugo for Uber's death. Where does this child come from? Now, once they say, oh, it came from this person, oh, father himself. For the father, the child is actually born. So yes, the part of the pregnancy takes place, the conception takes place after he grows 2 years. Now, when is a woman noticeably pregnant? There was no pregnancy test. what happened? He had to actually be noticeably pregnant. That will happen within those 3 months. Once that happens in those 3 months, that's the Kuchar. Well, they say, hold on a second. Oh, it's that person that pointed at the Torah, that guy. Oh, it's not a bed anymore. It's the father that tells the okay, so in other words, it's going to work. It's going to work, and it's possible that she's pregnant, but in 1 year already, and how long to develop. It's already fast recovery. Kufa, Amar Kuspadai, Amar Shakti, Kal Yamar, Torah, Amy Allah Gimel Chanas, all the days of the Torah are only 3 months, Bovad. Now we learned in our Mishnah, we see everything. We didn't learn the 3-month period. We learned the period of time is. You have to fill those here. Where it says it's not a contradiction. You know what? We give him the best of both worlds. Take this second outside from other people production plan, all the years go in, within 2 months, then the halacha is what is them. However, Malajim production not called the Hikkim is very slow. Over 3 months back, he's also the exact brothers. He gets to hold on to the rope for both sides, and he gets both. Yaakov and our father from Ravina. Yaakov from Narfak said the following in the Yosef Summer, he said the following in the Major Yeshua. He said the following in the Yeshua. How many numbers need you to put today? Remember to put today. Homer up top. Sorry, that you let us say what we would prefer in the 7th month. Eight Ugra Nicker was with you now. Remember the fact that this is more assumed that there are 2 possible types of pregnancy. One pregnancy is 1 month pregnancy, another pregnancy is a 7-month pregnancy. And it's not that when a woman gives birth in her 7th month, rather than the type of pregnancy that finishes in 7 months. Whether or not this is consistent with modern day science is above my pay grade, that's what the Gemara is going to be discussed over here. Now, if that's the case, if it's a woman who could complete a pregnancy in 7 months, how will we divide the trimesters? When will those trimesters typically month 3, 6, and 9? But in this case, it's in her after 7 months. So, when is her Uber going to be recognizable? When will we be able to tell if she's pregnant? It must be because the A Uber Nicholas is not going to notice her pregnancy when it's only a third, which is going to be 2 months and a third of a month. 2 months and a week. And these months that I thought Uber Nicholas listed, they will tell me that she's pregnant after a split, after the way there. So now, Lamali Gimel, why do you have to wait 3 months? But the Shave with Tulsa side, you do 2 months and a third, that should be enough. In other words, it's straight up, that's a third of the way of pregnancy. And it's noticeable. In other words, he gets called in as a potential Vet Torah. You look at this woman, if she's not pregnant, you say, okay, you're eligible. If she is pregnant, then you won't be eligible. But for her, it's going to be much earlier time. The fact that that means it's not noticeable. Amalei, he said no. Hold on, in the loss over Nicholas system out. Yes, she will become noticeably pregnant a third of the way through, which is 2 months and a third of a month. However, still must be the rules go after the majority. Most women do not give birth after 7 months. I'm really committed to the breaking slow. I'm a low. You need the process to do this. Hold on a second. You're about to kill this man, Mora. You're seeing that wife of this woman is going to be can't be a wife, can't be married. Bottom line is that you're assuming that she's not pregnant, but do we actually go after the majority? That's over here. Where it says in the Torah Omra, the Torah teaches us that but Shaftu that one of the jobs of an adjudicating basis is to try to save the potential convict in this place, in this case. Stop down and give us a lupa, take the job, and go find an interface for Misa. And now you're saying, go after the job, and put the better job. That's not how it works. I grew up to Major Ravino, and we came back to Ravino. Normally, yeah, even the fuckers will give us lupa, you not right in the majority, I'll prove to you that we do. But now, it says in the Mishnah, after the Mishnah, I thought he was testifying on top of the case, in the murder case, and he says it happened on the 2nd day of the month. That's when we give it. The other one says it's the 3rd day of the month. We do not qualify the idiot just by virtue of the fact that they have contradicting months of the days of the month, Why he says, this guy got the memo that the previous month was extended. The day we're there, the other person does not know the extension. Therefore, they're both referring to the same incident that happened at the same time. But their challenge was that the day from this one of them got the memo that was next day in the previous month, and the other one did not. These are the preliminary of the Ruba. If you do top of the capital cases, we do not go to the majority. We don't have it out from the side. That's what we go come out to the other. Let's just say we don't go out to the majority. And what will we say? They are just simply being mockish to each other. LOL. In other words, they're practicing each other to cross out their haters. LOL. They're being of us to they would go after the majority. And what is it? We would actually, how did the told them to be worthy our fault? Not everyone had an app on their phone to give them the and yet for some people, it was very common. You went around town, you asked people what it is. One guy said, it is the second month. One guy said, it's the month. And eventually, sometime during the month, we figured it out. But it was very complicated mistake, and the majority of people would make that mistake, and that would be fine. You're free to fix it. Clearly, you go after the road. Omar, Rabbi Yeri, the Afro Medina. We also learned about Soloson, the Amazon, someone who, a girl who is, we learned this previously, a couple weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, we learned this tomorrow. It says about Soloson, a girl who was 3 years old in one day, but that's we're qualifying that any time she is interested in somebody to appeal, it is a full-fledged halachic appeal. You can be married with the appeal, while Yom Kippur is, and Libra marriage takes place, then she is officially married to the other level she takes place. So she's married to someone, then the halacha is the Taba's bylaw, and if somebody is going to follow the law, the Taba's last time has very specific to which this is not the Elyon, even if you touch it, the person has to become somebody, and he can get out of other things. This is the Kohen, it's the student of Matthew Kohen, for Baal Teshuvah. He's allowed to eat Teshuvah, Baal Teshuvah. This is relevant over here. If any one of these disqualified people are influenced, they're possible to not listen to because disqualified people now, the Baal out, outside, all right, the word comes out, and if you're right, is intimate with her, now look, it's put to the well, they will be put to death for being intimate with her. Even sure if she's actually fucking with the child, but if any one of you arrives to the her, they are going to be Shayas Nisa. Why? Because they had a full-fledged deal with one of the arrivals. And what's the question? BMI, why is it true? BMI island, she wanted to say that initially she is someone who's an island, she can't give birth. And by died with the hospital content, the person who married her never wanted to marry a person who's not going to have children. What must we say? We say this person went ahead or one of their riots. And why do you assume that she's an islandist? She's not going to be an islandist. Majority of the people still children, and the original still about nothing love islandist. And therefore you put the guy to death. Now you keep going. You put the guy to death for being intimate with one of their riots. Why? Because she's married. Hold on a second. She's married. Maybe married to a partner because of being an islandist. Now, says the Gemara, you don't assume you're going to be an islandist. Most women are not islandist. Therefore, it's based in the guy to death. Really, they got it down. Because we can't just grow with the majority. Gemara says, my chayyim allowed to study for ministry. Doesn't mean it's chayyim stuff. It's funny to call it the person to be a carbon and not himself. So that's more of it. You didn't read it carefully enough. You push the guy to death. That wasn't referring to all the Arias. That was referring to all the fathers. Hold on to me. It says anyone of the relationship. You can take it back. Not because of the case where the person who married this child loves her so much, and he said, even if the person is out of it, I'm going to keep you as a wife, and in such a case, even if she turns out to be out of it, it's still going to push the person to death. So again, we do see that we do not have a write-up. We go after the road for someone to death. Son of Rabbanan. The woman engages in a very grotesque act of treatment with her young child. The Arab As a result of that, child paths are all with it. But last time we learned, Monday or Tuesday, Sunday or Monday or 2 weeks ago, the hara is my focus on either it's the initial contact or is the initial penetration. So it's not a full marvia, that's the finished off the dia, but it is the first part of the dia, which is its problem. So a woman has this intimate relationship with her son, her child, of what's called Sami Omen, Hosla, Yuna, becomes responsible for Yuna to see Zona. They still not here, they still says that she's literally kosher for Yuna, what is the child? I'm going to Kia Bray, Rabbi, Barna, Kia, son of Rabbi, to the college. I'm going to test the Army law, or a sister of the Zahiri, not close to suggesting how this went. Some say that it was the Kia, the son of Rabbi, Barna, Rani, and the sister. And some say the sister, who said the name of the Zahiri, that I told both of everyone, both the Italians, they still agree that the meditation son of Yom Echad should be also Bia. Everyone agrees that this child we're talking about in this case was 9 years old in one day, and Bia is the Bia, and yet his qualified mother has a donor from Papa, who then if the child is less than 8 years old, then Bia to be able to agree that the Bia is not a Bia, a young child like that, not actually perform the Bia. The next issue here is my focus. However, the Shmona, we're talking about a child who is 8 years old. The comment says, we can learn from previous generations. We're able to find a biblical reference to a child, an 8-year-old child had a baby. What happened previously? And since it happened previously, we're going to assume that it is a Bia nowadays as well. Still fabric is also cannot learn from previous generations. The rest of his take us into the family trees of some history in the Tanakh, and we're going to try to figure out whether or not anybody was somehow child when he was 8 years old. The Doris is showing you Noah. How do we know the previous generation of Russian rulers?
Everybody, that's perfect, Mario. That's a okie dokie. Well, there you go. All right, there he is.
How do we know the Doris we showed him had children when they were 8 years old? No one's older. He lay law, if you want to suggest who the kids from the Southern Fossil, look at a number of these looking, and then we'll start to look after the exact what it means, and then we'll do it. Hello, those Tasteva. This woman did Tasteva, but Eliam, so let's just get this clear over here. Number one, you have Bathsheba. It is the daughter of Eliam. Let's get them in a family. Bathsheba is the daughter of Eliam. It also says the Eliam ben Achitophel. Eliam was the son of Achitophel. Now, Bathsheba, son of Eliam, son of Achitophel, Agilon. The Tzibah Yisrach Yad Nosson Rabbi. Yikar Shmo Yedidya. And essentially has nothing of it. He called him Yedidya before Hashem, because of Hashem. And who's it referring to? That was Shlomo HaMelech. Shlomo HaMelech was the great grandson of Achitophel, right? Achitophel, Eliam, Bathsheba, and Shlomo HaMelech. It doesn't cost it. Right here, it's deciding Yamin with that end, he is everybody's in that solo. And they were kind of chasing after Absalom with Siv. Absalom Barach, Absalom ran away, and they are Yeshua. And some tell resistance to Siv, it says the Yesod of Absalom Yisrael, and Absalom son of Yisrael, the assigned them for 2 years. The Shnei Melech was actually the king. Now it says it's Siv, but he became the Barach for 4 years. Yomer Absalom, Absalom said to him, El Chana, as the Zara said, what told him that he was one who helped him complete his plan. And he realized his plan was not working. But Yaakov was Hamar, after Hamar, he ultimately saddled up his donkey. But Yaakov, by Yelach, basically went to his house. A hero, the Esav, basically Yaakov. Now, getting all this good, that was the whole story that happened with the rebellion of Shalom. And now what happened is he ended up committing suicide. When was it? It says, "As a dominant Murma, people of blood and Murma, we will yes to see a man, we're not going to live half of a life. Typical life is 70 years. So a person who's rebellious like this won't live even half of a life. That means we won't live till 45. The time that we learn Cosmos, all years of Zoe, he only lived 34 years. It's not years of Akitopo, Einam, Elos, and Zelos. Only 34 years. Remember, Akitopo was the great grandfather of Shlomo, and he died when he was 36 years old. That comes out. All the years that the Akitopo and Elos were only 30 years. How much were they? Plus in the plus. You have 33 years. Thou Sheva, the heavy someone else was 7 years of the time of the 7 years. Now what are you left with? Half you have to calculate. They take 30. You take the 33, you get minus the 7, then you're up to 26. So in 26 years, every generation were born. Thou Tarki, you have to subtract another 2 P. Now, why it's exactly 2 years? Rabbi has his explanation from the Tyra tells you this go for it, it's not exactly 2 years, approximately 2 years. So Chad turns out it's how we go. You have 26 years, minus 2 years. It turns out everyone was born, all these generations were born in 22 years. 24 divided by 3 gives 8 must be with your father when your father was 8 years old. Marcus, hold on, that's not a raya. Can't you take 24 divided by 3? Then what's our raya with the case that maybe 2 of them were born when the fathers were 9. Who knows how a 9-year-old child that's a and if you did it's a child. Now, Sarah, remember, there's a female who lives in the story. Only 6 kids. Now, Sarah, who's a female who could be a grandfather of 3 wonderful grandkids. Why? Because it's Samaria. Women are more healthy than men. Therefore, a woman can give birth when she is only she's less than 8, less than 9, but a boy has to be 9 years old. Hey, now, Mariah, why the Mahavi of love? Part of the story was that they were telling him about your life. You have 60 years to that turns out the store had a problem. So, yes, you can see that our women you can give birth like men, therefore the math is working off. And what's the big deal? 9 years old, so okay, Elohim. Here we have a riot that is 8-year-old birth. Ayla told the Terah, these are the offspring of Terah. You have Terah, holy is Avram. Terah is Avram's father. Who else is father? He was Nachor's father. And that's Terah. Terah had because of Terah had Avram, Nachor, and Avram doesn't Nachor son. Avram was only Nachor by 1 year. And Nachor doesn't inherit. Nachor was a year older than Haran. And so Avram Gadol stays on the Haran. Avram must have been 2 years older than Haran. We got Avram and Nachor and Nachor. Avram and Nachor both got married. Who did Avram marry? Avram married Sarai. We see soon that Sarai and Yitzchak are the same person. Who's Yitzchak? Yitzchak is Sarai's boy. He inherited Greece. Yitzchak. Mother of Yitzchak. Yitzchak was Sarah. Yitzchak was Sarah. The woman Yitzchak was Yitzchak. Why was she referred to as Yitzchak? It's self-reputation. Able to see with the divine vision and reputation. I just looked at that and says, oh, I said, Torah, and that's a Sarah, it's not a Torah. That's why I said, Avram, listen to what you have. Tell you why you think it was the prophecy. Now, the last one is like, Yitzchak is Yitzchak. Every kid is so beautiful. Okay, now, let's go back up here. Yitzchak, Avram fell on his face and he kind of laughed. You don't believe what he said in his heart. Oh, that there. How much older was Avram and Sarah? He was as a snake, 10 years. He's talking about Snake, and younger than her father. How much was Haran younger than Avram, 2 years. Remember the 2 year difference. That comes out. The older Haram Sarah, when did Haran have Sarah? Again, he was 2 years older than Avram. If Avram is still the new 10 year difference in there, it turns out he gave birth to Sarah when he was 8 years old. The time he owed it. Hold on. You're making a mistake. You're automatically assuming that Avram was older than Haran. Nimai, Dilma, Avram, Zitzu Daf Bali. He's younger than his brother. Therefore, the Torah itself put Avram first because he was much older. Therefore, the Pasha Bluhu, they do that sometimes. Why? Because the Pasha Bluhu brought Derek and Pasha, who sometimes put children not in order of their age, but in order of their wisdom. Say, but you don't become his male son. Noah for 500 years, or Yolet Noah was same as him. And in young age of 500 years, he gave birth to his son, same son and God. Same Haggadah, same Gadol Mikharsana, same was older than Son by 1 year. Some Gadol Mikharsana, and Tom was older than Yafet by 1 year. So what comes out of here is same Gadol Mikharsana, turns out the same is 2 years older than Yafet. Older than Yafet. Not in 8 years, Sana, but I will have my heart. 100 years after the United States, that's when I will start. Today, the town is heirs of the state. These are the children of the state, then they are started off by Yonas of Hassad. They was 100 years old and gave birth to Hassad. When was Zion? After 2 years after the Bible. Now, how could it have been 100 years old, 2 years after the Bible? That's possible he could have been 100 years old. Why? Because his younger brother was 100 years old, 2 years after the Bible. It's Martha said, "They are done out by their retirement in heaven. Look for the least of 180. Ella, but see, you know why? Not because they were absolutely older, rather, Ella, the they were actually the order of wisdom. So now they're to the Alpha was just mentioned first because he's smarter, they were wisdom, but not because he's actually older their heart. However, I'm recently trying to face this thing. He had died, sent it in front of his vision, in front of their vision. And I'm going to leave, I'm going to you learn the process of putting people in age order. Sorry, in wisdom order from there to Anan, the ultimate people. You learn to cover yourself to see, you let Gamu as we covenant, Aver, Aki, Yafet, Haggadah. Because he came to birth, he was the father of everyone on the other side of the river, which is Aki, Yafet, Haggadah. Yafet, Haggadah. He came with Yafet, who is the oldest, but saying it's still makes him first. You see that their names are not in there. Okay, Elmanella, let me know that the 8-year-old child can give birth. The offer, the narcissist, the Salo, the Uri, and Kor, Lamate, Yehuda. The Salo was the son of Uri, the son of Kor, and the savior of Yehuda. Saying, that Hamas Azuba died, he was that was Kalev's wife. He got low Kalev as Ephron, or Kalev, now we know that Kalev was Kor's father. Who was the father of Uri? Who was the son of Salo. Salo, Uri, and Kor, that's Kalev. Turns out that Kalev was the great-grandfather of the Salo. Now, the other Salo is how old is the Salo? Mark how old is he? Yeah. Oh God, the Salo, Mishkan, Mark Hamahavi. How old is he? Must have been Mark Blake. Must have been at least 13. Let's say, but doesn't matter. Ish, in the last year, name also. The person has to be an ish, and the dog is just a little bit stuff. It's how do you learn it up to the right side? Shona, Rishona, most of this. The first year, most of this. The second year, after they were in the midbar, he built the Mishkan. The Shona returned the first year after Moshe Mishkan. She hated the Mishkan. He actually put it up. He sent to Meraglim during the second year that they were out of the time of the Mishkan. This is referring to how old Kalev was when he was said he was Meraglim. He read as one of the Meraglim. He was 40 years. He was sent as one of the Meraglim. Now, the Alpha Gineno today, the Behold, I am the son of Moses, 85 years old. They'll think do that. How about the turns out our player. It was 40 years. $1 base. We have to subtract 14 years. That was the $1. For the $1 plus the shit. So that's still 26 years. Now parentheses plus the years. Take out 2 years for the parentheses. Turns out that was the time the other. Turns out that whole family of Kale, the Shalom, the Uni, Kale, to 4, Uni, and the Salo over the 24 years. So now we know that's the 8-year-old that's how we know the 8-year-old This is a little further than the Mishnah, then below that. The Torah more is only relevant to a male child, not to the child. Tanya, other than the first is to make that to the Torah more. It would be perfectly appropriate for a female to be a Ben Torah or more just like a son. Why is that called a free enough for Bavera? Everything is readily available for us to do Bavera. This is an after herself. Like the doctor says, if you see the well off the sofa, the kakenusa, if she's going to be all the things that she's already a child, so it's the low kids in the Yuda, and then you start to trust me, my God, from Miraculous, Arias, the very before. Again, if the whole idea of Ben Torah is he's moving on himself, then ultimately this person is going to be a disaster for his personal life. Look at her. She's already acting like this. What's going to happen? You end up being a major stumbling block for all the men in town. But still, Alex there for Constantine. But it teaches us then below that. The concept of the Torah is only relevant to the rebellious for the wayward son, but not relevant to the daughter. Even though you might think it to be just as relevant to the daughter, and it makes sense to be much relevant to the daughter, the Torah thought otherwise. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Why would you agree? Because the numbers match up with the client. It's fucking number. That's it. Yeah. And you keep right when the numbers don't match. They don't match. You use the 8-hour day. 10 hours a day. I'm on the phone. I'm hanging out with my common friends. That's it. Was there training for this? Not really, no. Yeah, it's like day one. They're like, all right, here's what you're going to be doing. And the name of the company? What the? Well, I don't think he's going to lose this nothing burger job if he says that. Yeah. Tariq, what's your love life like? Single right now. I can't afford to date. I make $20 an hour, so yeah. I should bros. Yeah, single right now. I haven't been on. How long have you been in Austin? Since July. And so you've been on no dates, you've met no women. I went on one date. I met her like at a show.
All right, say good morning. Good morning.
And it didn't go well. What happened? This is perfect. Take us through the night, Tariq. Yeah, she was just like a bodybuilder. I couldn't see. She was wearing a hoodie. And we went on the date. She was wearing like a tank top. She had like biceps. I wasn't ready for that. I think I was a little big neck. Yeah, a lot of innocent. Permission to speak freely. When she took her hoodie off, you saw just you saw she was potential opportunity for you to filter. Did you?
That's us speaking. It's not the same as 68. I would have to put up an answer saying actually half hour, so that's 68. So you are going to seconds from like the number again. That you have 2019 to that you about the collection of tissue, that's the cucumbers, the boards. And then you see the same issue, 9 local tissue, after local tissue, sometimes you go ahead and put cucumbers, right? Other cucumbers like that. Sometimes the person is higher, sometimes the person can be hotter.
And the minister said, what does that mean?
She
So
went
the
in for
person
the kiss.
actually purposely
Exactly
took
what
this,
happened.
and he
She went for the kiss, and I had enough time to like kind of think about it, so I leaned back a little bit, and then I just looked away. Her eyes were closed, so I just pretended I didn't see it.
Moses is like,
And then I
oh,
looked
top
back.
of like 16
Like, oh, hey.
oh, Rabbi Akiva, you're short on it? Could Rabbi Akiva on this side? Rabbi Akiva? No, that I'm not. This is really much
It's like a red document.
That's how you make all this story.
This comes out.
Difference with Rabbi Akiva v'Chaver Rabbi.
Absolutely
Rabbi
incredible.
Eliezer became killed.
What size show book did you get last time you were out?
His other
All right, well, there you go. That's turning more outlets, everybody. Both sides making all kinds of different jump books. Small, medium, large, some are black, some are brown, like Tariq. So, things are moving along here, but I think we need to shift the momentum. I mean, wow. This has been Sancho Pancho, Mario, Robert Carroll, and Tariq. I'm gonna say none of it really knocked it out of the old fucking
We're outside.
I'm gonna bring up one of our unbelievable regulars, ladies and gentlemen. It's Sage McGreal. He is fucking fantastic. Excited for the Green Power Board for the Dark Storm of Atlanta. This is Denver, Gordon, everybody.
This was Hercules. He had a son who named after his father, Hercules.
Self-driving ass cars in Austin is because there's not enough black people to go.
Was the disciple of the Yochanan ben Zakkai.
These little self-driving ass cars because they don't leave the human factor in there.
Very old.
Because if I'm drunk and I'm going home, who's gonna wake me up in the way home? When you get drunk and you get into an Uber, the Uber driver wakes you up and they say, hey sir, you're at your house. You know who wakes you up in a way mode? The tippy police in Phoenix, Arizona. That's why I went to sleep in a way mode. And these niggas were nice for driving home.
So what happened? He doesn't hear this.
Take it from one example. One time, I'm a heavy sleeper. That's why I was mad at me about waking me up in a way mode. This ain't could wake me up in 30 minutes.
My wife,
One lady one time tried to wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She took my phone, unlocked it with my face, and then called my mama. Nigga, I was up. Nigga, I woke up immediately.
they worried about the game like
And I was like, I'm so sorry. I started cleaning because, like, when I was a kid, when I was a kid, if your mama started whooping your siblings and you cleaning, she not gonna whoop your ass too. And so I woke up, just started going push up cleaning, and then she was like, hi, daddy, and the next day, I had to go to that same Uber lady place and cut her grass and then wash her car. That's my time. They got so I did it for 2 minutes of material, tons of punchlines throughout, cleansing the room of the debacle of the past 4 fucking goals. I'm so sorry. What are you apologizing for? The book is full. Oh, yeah, exactly. Great work, Ginger. That really happened, didn't it? Yes, it did. That sounds real. So I texted Instagram the night after that. I apologized and intended to leave. And I was so scared the whole time because it was like, when you're drunk and they wake you up, you're still lying. When you wake up, you're like, oh, I should have been lying this whole time. And the whole time I was like, I'll be fine. I'll just call Joe Rogan. That's right. Phoenix, Tempe probation. They do. They told me that when they was walking me to the Omni where I was. I just did a sold out show. I felt so bad. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the police and the 2 officers that I don't know y'all name. And the Instagram asked me that to this and what officer. I said, nigga, I told you I was from. That's amazing. That is incredible. I never really thought about that. Well,
like a sleeping away mode. There's no real. I heard that they start playing music. I don't know. Slept through that too. They don't have good music. That's what fucked me up because I had went. I was leaving Rochester, New York, and I had a 5 a.m. flight, so I stayed up, went to that, flew, did 2 hours in Tempe, Arizona, and I was expecting to see my grandma, but my grandma was down there right now, and she lives in Tempe, and so I didn't know until after the show, so I got drunk, and I started hanging out, and I started getting sick. I said, I'm gonna leave, and then I got in the Waymo, they have suggestions for music, but none of them are good. Music that you listen to. Dr. Philbin's vertical horizon. Sure. I love Shinai Twain. Shania Twain, Mark Twain. As a result, to it all. Sure. Well, maybe next time I'll around that level with him. We get a fish station. Or not, or you just look at me and say, regardless, Is there a specific song that would be on a Waymo issue? You needed music to wake up a black person that fell asleep in a Waymo. As our senior black correspondent, what song would you pick? Too short.
And therefore, again, they come to the distance. Also, like, but it also says, there's so much and you really wrong. Now, that's not mean nothing to me. I'm from Atlanta. We go to sleep to gunshots, nigga. That's not. That's what I was saying. You know that we do not have conscious Sancho listens to Too Short as well. If you're the only guy, and everyone else says one thing, right? When you hold something else, chances are, you're wrong. And chances are you have to have enough humility and enough innocence to be able to understand that maybe it's because you visit my sheep as my house.
That would be a great sketch on Impractical Jokers. Just see you guys going around the streets of Atlanta telling each other what to say. Say hello, my friend. You have an extra wallet to the guy walking towards you right now.
I'm a life, I'm a motherfucker. You're no
playing both roles. Dedrick, what is one of the more dangerous things you saw in your days in Atlanta? Oh, man. Besides my best friend getting shot in front of me, different. Oh my goodness. So alright. The police don't come that fast in Atlanta right now. So go ahead. I saw with my own eyes. This is crazy. I was at a bar and one dude walked up to another dude and asked that nigga for a chicken wing. And the dude was like, order your own chicken wings. And he was like, yo, I paid $25. I didn't get chicken wings fast. I'm a little bit set to them, but I don't want to. You ever take your poet ass over there? And then that dude, I swear to God, this is the first time I've ever seen this entire life. He had a sock that had two strings. It was like a string with a knot on the end of it. He started swinging around like it was a nunchuck. There was something in the sock. Yeah, no, it was like, your waist in Atlanta, that's the wrong for your price. Asking for a nigga on the highway in Atlanta is like asking to fuck somebody's wife. You know what I'm saying? Like that. And this nigga pulled out a chicken wing. A sock with something in it at the end of the string. You want to go green? You know when Sour Rock came out with that little chain thing that nigga said? And they were fucking up the hills was the Lord of the Wings. Again, To summarize, the two craziest things you saw in Atlanta was your best friend getting gunned down in front of you, and someone eating someone else's chicken wing. So there's a string. And he's and there's a song that's a quote string, and he has to like one minute, like a bigger thing. Wow. He has like a, it looked like a, I don't know what you call it, 'cause I'm not from the medieval town. Right. He was like,
people go through life, and they end up at home. It's only justified enough to feel like it's a every single thing you talk about, that's a problem. What is that? Well, let's digest it. We still take the life opportunities. There's a difference works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities. We convince ourselves that that's a decade later. But that's not the right way. Often we don't take advantage of a life opportunity. That opportunity is down the road. The ones you miss are the ones you miss more often than not. The ones that I should say to you about that. When you don't have to know, you can live a life where someone is very
actually talk about that in my book, chapter 35, Black People and Importance.
onto that. Just understand, you see the color. There's stuff on a life opportunity because but maybe otherwise, in other words, once opportunity challenge,
I'm sorry, oh my God. She said no.
what happened? The only thing out of the world is about to die. The world itself is about to die. What does it do? You don't go stage where it starts, maybe that's how you go. This is out. This is a
she fucked me so good.
I drank IPAs now. I'm Art. All you left on stage though is I think the case super powerful. The most of these arms that are like super Torah that are really rough. This is an easy example for Torah. If you look at his arms, like the two arms that is like passing over his chest. And he's saying most of these super Torah that are rolled. Now that's because our kind of super Torah is rolled, closed. You can't see the letters. Look at the edge of his momentum. It's pretty romantic. This is like, yeah, an actual life. I had all of this, right? I had this super Torah. I had all of this. I got my super Torah in me.
Just hit 3 years today.
Yeah, what's that?
Today's your 3-year anniversary. How about that? Amazing.
When a person
What do you
uses
do for
Torah,
work? I'm an electrician.
the thing that gives them the
I
greatest
got
work,
up at 5 a.m. every day. I work like 10 hours.
you know, a person's on the deathbed. No one ever
goes to bed.
what about all
Your
the
job, right?
persons on
Huh? Your job? Nah, I used to work at Apple or something.
like, oh, same thing with baby food, and I was
Thinking about where
and this
the other
ever
day.
on the deathbed the next to this person.
Amazing. You ever get hit on when you're doing electrical work in a lady's house? No, I do like industrial shit, like
They were the opportunity
data centers and shit.
to like
It was one time.
failed to
It
do
was
so.
one time I went to
Because that's just one of the
our
ways
teacher.
we
She tried to see
that's the thing that
and
like,
tried to store
is
me.
romantic. These arms, this is Sefer Torah. This is rolled up. What good is a rolled Sefer Torah? What good is rolled Sefer Torah? What good is rolled Sefer Torah? You can kiss it.
You work at a
You can
data
hold
center.
it. You can't
Yeah, I went to union, so I just get moved around. They just move me
So
around.
the rest is referring to himself as that rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized potential. How did they grow up? But medicine, but how did they grow up in medicine? I learned so much. And I talk so much. And I say,
Why do you think that is?
having that chin, you just think that he's like the low safe for it, and you can't see the thing. But then it does, I learned so much, and I thought, I love this thing for the time. Yes, I did a lot of it. I learned a lot of Torah, and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much. I could have done so much more. And that is the biggest for the person to face when we are at the end of the story of life. I could have done more. I could have done more. I could have learned more. I could have helped more. I could have accomplished so much more. Because when he says, I did tell you not to go to Sati Mira, but Sati Mira, I learned so much from myself. And the truth is, I think Tai Chi, your mom's laughing water from the sea. I bet nobody says that correctly. I'm sure it's possible. That's based off of this spelling. Tai Chi. Alright, Dr. Phil.
You mentioned
the
premature ejaculation.
So much more to do. Our day. Well, everybody. Well, as soon as I knew that Alex in the couple, we spoke at it.
I would have ventured to assume not many women receiving that information that are fired up, right? And I know you go home and finish.
That's 6 months of my day in.
So you're probably really used to hearing,
I
right?
gave so much to my students that it was just beyond communication. We're all old, not only that. So let's say, so again, this is
is there something that you do to compensate, right? So if you're
I learned a lot. I taught a lot, but I
right?
could have
And
done
the girl's
so
still
much
laying there like a
more.
dead
My
fish, being like,
personal
where's my
sleep
foot?
before
You
is
know,
rolled up.
where's
I
my
can't see the
however
point,
she
and
says it,
I go to the grave with the fear of
what
knowing
do you say to
that
make her
I
feel
could
like
have
it's
been
not a
more,
wasted
that my
time?
life could have been
Hey,
more.
I gotta
He
get
goes
out
on
of
and says,
here.
"Oh,
That's
I was trying to show the socialists how the house for the house
That's what your
myself.
white
Well,
father
how
said.
you against the somebody behind government?"
So heads up, you can't
I know
last longer
200
using
halachos
chew
with the
gold.
Bahalas
Use
Hazar.
promo code
What's Bahalas
TONY
Hazar?
at
What's the
BlueChew.com.
Bahalas
Get
is a type of
10%
salah.
off.
That's
That's
what means right.
BlueChew.com.
So I realized what this is. I even had very specific knowledge.
You really are like a
type of
union guy.
salah.
You just
And no one ever asked me about it. No one ever asked me about it. You know, halachos and socialist halachos. And then socialist halachos.
That's free to
Yes,
jump to that.
well, how you Adam Shalani by government alone.
Amazing. Tai Chi. What else do you
And I know
do
you
for fun?
since it's 2000 when it comes to cucumbers, we'll see that in just a moment. And no one ever asked me anything.
Oh shit! All right. What's his phone number?
No one ever asked me anything about second people. Why? What's the sense of your people? And I realized that was
What is he
I'm
doing for?
plus,
Yeah, I think he
I
like
need to
a
do my house
library.
and the guy.
Some dude should
So there was
okay.
one
Hell
time
yeah.
that the people are walking on the road. I'm a week, and then the people said to me,
That
Rabbi,
means he hangs
Rabbi,
around
even the
libraries a lot.
feels teach me about halachos of sorcery when it
Amazing.
comes to
Tai Chi. Tai Chi. Some
First of all,
pictures that he did just brought his boyfriend home for the first time. Oh, let's talk about that. Now, he brought him
I said one word
over
of
to your white mother or to your white father? To my white father.
and the entire field.
How did white dad take that?
So this is pretty
Well, I
good.
mean, you know, he's we'll be white
How
dad.
exactly is it promoted that way?
How did white dad handle that? You know, he very supportive of the shit. He supported I was mad. I was
And the entire
like,
field filled with people.
what do you think your black
The
mom even say about
Yosef, the amount of time I feel so they tell me how to start.
I got a sister, she
Tell me how to harvest
oh
it.
shit, but she
So
just
I'm not thinking of it. I'm going to use
yeah,
something to
yeah.
put them up in
And
there.
then my brother on my dad's side, he like,
And all of the cucumbers that
Flamboyant.
incredible.
okay.
I'm a
He's a
roll.
tiger?
I'm a roll. So I get that. This is the stage. That's the whole point of
He's
this.
a tiger.
Remember, in the Mishnah,
Was your brother's boyfriend a big fat white guy?
about
No, more like
the
Tony's beautiful.
Gemara was asking,
That's right.
you know, the people in this
164.
it seems to me sort of that the people actually learn this. Some Rabbi that's the whole point of this story. And that's what it was just a little. So Moshe said, this question time that he learned jumps back. The other Rabbi, because they were overseas, that he's holding the cell glory. So therefore they want to use this opportunity to ask him a variety of questions. I know it's a
bed.
almost not the
Maybe your brother
it's
likes to
not
last longer in bed, and it's easy to do with an ugly person. Thank you. Yes, some of my tricks when I want to last long in bed. I hook up with an ugly man.
So literally I get a ball of actually says over here.
This show's out of control.
So I'm like,
We're getting one tonight, Ty J. There you go, buddy.
listen, these are all things that people have to be like, filled with something else.
That's the
So
green
the man says,
GC1
decided
set.
what's the last
On
video
to the
I
next
power
one.
question.
Your next bucket hole goes
I
by the
don't
name
know,
of
I
Greg
don't know who
McCowan,
his name,
everybody. Here
which I
comes
lost
Greg
him the next
McCowan.
Again, I've heard of this piece of my office at Killing Power. Fine. Minnow, Shah Gabi at Emo Smile.
Yo, what's going on? Yo, Tony. Yo, recently I've been trying to date, but it's been very hard with an Android phone because for some reason iPhone users always discriminate on me based off the color of my text messages. You know what I mean? It's always weird. Like every time I'm in a phone, I try to talk to a girl, I feel like Martin Luther King. I'm like, I have a dream that one day green messages and blue messages one day come together. You know what I mean? Feels great. Like, I can imagine I'll have like a group of Android supporters behind me. We love them chat shit like green or blue. We don't care. Let us see your underwear like you're on your real. Shit's crazy. Across the street, you know what I'm saying? You'll see like an Android supporter, the iPhone supporters. They'll be saying shit like, well, if he ain't blue, then he can't come through. Or shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, shit.
The last thing that he said when he died
Oh, shit. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's his Greg. That's as close to the line there, Greg. Nice guy. Greg, how you doing? Is this your first time on the show? This is my first time on the show. How long have you been on stand-up? 2.5 years. Ty J is your brother? Is that correct? I knew he looked familiar. You know, this is long lost, you know. That's right. Greg McCowan. Okay, 2.5 years have been on stand-up. All here in Austin. No, originally from Dallas. Originally from Downey.
companies the possession from Stereo
All these people have fake ass jobs now.
and then match up with Soto
Currently
actually done
unemployed.
research
When's the last time you had a job?
so literally Peter was striking
Last year, 2025, last month.
close to 25
December. Yes, to collectively get it. Last month of 2025. I think 2025 was in December. It landed on December. Sometimes it's February. You never know when the last month's gonna be. What was the job that you had in December?
I worked as a customer service rep for like Spectrum. Basically, I was just calling people about their bills, trying to help them out and shit like that.
I'll be that kind of seller for us. So ultimately, again,
I've recently been
said about you know, I never got it. That's what I said to him. So I'll be my father. That's how we saw how I felt. Ultimately, again, he's trying to get himself and his knowledge. I think Matt is so good.
Thank you for calling. This is Spectrum calling about your bill. It's been overdue for like 3 months now, so we're calling because you have missed your payments, and we're trying to get you a little bit late looking forward to it. We're basically trying to give you a heads up and let you know that we'll be done with some of your bill if you don't even collect it right now. So right now, you know what I'm saying?
First of all, how'd you get this number? I'm star 69 here.
Star 69.
All of us are like
We got your number on file. We saw that you have been missing a lot of payments for a lot of households. Apparently, you just haven't been paying. I don't know how you're not paying your bills.
It's been a rough COVID, motherfucker.
You know what? I got you. That's what we'll do. Well, if you go ahead and pay 100 right now, you ain't even got to worry about the bill, dog. Don't even worry about the shit.
All right, let me call my friend Brett real quick.
That is not the same. You know, for instance, I have so much money, but I don't have the money to use it. What is the money to use it? What is the money to use it? Using all of this money, right? And if all the money to use it, exchange this for this. Put this over here.
So
Do this for
Rick,
this.
so
The
he's
money
the
thing
one
is
we
showing
gotta
I think everything
get
that
the
you
money
have
from. So
to
me and him are
maximize
against
what you
you.
have.
Is this a three-way call? What is that?
Yeah, you can say like this. And you gotta be realistic.
Hello?
There's a fourth caller.
Sorry, this
So
is
you have to keep all of the knowledge and figure out how to
fucking one-on-one. And of course, ready to play, motherfucker.
not knowing how to utilize
24-hour fitness.
that is
Now you should show up.
How exactly
But I
did
need
you
to
lose
figure
that
out
job?
how do I optimize it.
Basically paying off a lot of people's shit, like just pushing through and shit like that. Just, help some people out.
Okay.
They didn't like that shit. They didn't fuck with that shit
And
at
I'll
all.
say,
Okay, so how much money do you have in your checking account right
Ballpark about $10. Currently, I live at the homeless shelter that's like right down the street from me. Having an Android phone.
How long have you lived at the shelter?
I've been here often for probably like about a month now, so a month.
Okay. And how are we going to when you moved from Dallas? So you had a living situation in Dallas. You're sacrificing it all for stand-up comedy right now. Okay. How much material do you think you have all together if you were to do your longest set? Just saw your Android material. 15. Okay. So what can you do? Like what kind of job can you do?
I'm going through a whole list of stuff. I got everything.
Service,
Because a lot of times, you stick to me the right things. But it's not everything. Where do I put it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything and focusing. Right, this magic, cover, so all these things. It's everything. Seductive, so values. I have all the coins.
I'm about to hire a brand new keyboard player.
I don't know, I can make something work. I don't know. Seemed pretty solid back there, dog.
What I'm kidding is,
He's not
how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success?
Shit,
in life?
literally.
That's what I need.
They start like scrubbing it regular day, that's like something they do a little chicken bolognese,
You lose it,
some
that's
type of shit.
That sounds like
We're going into this.
Well, you notice that shit all the time. It's like the dollar store spaghetti.
shaped into a ball.
So, okay, by the way, full circle. What do you see from there? Like, you see what's getting changed, you come in knowledge, you understand. Who you doing from, and the other one. I'm a relaxed, I'm not tomorrow. I'm a relaxed, blah, blah. Which is nice to be like, I'm a relaxed, there's the most stuff. How does I'm a relaxed, 2 hours, the hours is going to be like. But I want how nice you can understand it. And then you go get
Bullshit
your
meals, if you call it that. Occasional fights, a lot of crackhead energy. You see people in the corner sniffing cocaine.
How exactly is that the others are allowed to go ahead and use socially, go ahead and become rich and then make some collective isn't that pizza? Which where run on trends, also my society is running. Like also my society. So look like that this. Isn't that this the man says, no, this is coming. Has to understand how things work in order to be able to customize. And therefore you have to learn it, in order to understand it. I'm saying you have to learn it in order to understand it. About it, I'm in now. Los somos las, You must learn in order to recognize or to minimize
Did they kind
that
of like kick you out
distribution
and
of
tell
the
you
world
to do
to
your
do.
own thing? Or
Lana
was
says
somebody
she
with
asked
odds
the
to do a homeless
moment,
shelter drill?
again, you can't
No,
learn in
actually,
order
they
to
didn't
go
kick me
ahead
out.
and
I just kind
minimize
of just
that
left on my own. It was
distribution
just
of
like
the
a
world
shit
to
show
do.
that
At
I'm
the
all in
moment,
for.
the Havim to the Holy.
I just
Let's
turned
say,
29
ultimately,
on the
again,
31st.
Halacha L'Maisa, a person is not allowed to learn first to any other parameter or anything else in order to do it to himself. But if a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's it, that's not good. Teach them what to do it. You know what? Listen, if they're going to understand that I don't mean that I'm using the people, right? In other words, like, once to understand it, I need to understand some numbers, I should have to become proficient. No, calm down, right? But right, what it means is like this, that somebody who needs to constantly about this needs to understand the mechanics of things. Like you can't trust him if you don't understand it. So Rabbi also needs to constantly understand the environment. You need to understand how it is working. And that's why he's trying to have Yeshiva, not for the purpose of one that had it.
I'll tell you what, you have a lot of work to do to make a sick joke book
The
just to
point
fill it up.
ultimately of going that has
What's that
where
something?
understanding
What's
this
the
dynamic
word
of
salad
things.
going?
Okay, let's say I just point out, I feel like some of the music, exactly how this is in the first place. Hajr Allah, I will need to start to look at nice. Nice, is it that? Good. But the point is, first part is
Let's do that. Let's go forward. We'll take a winner's swing
incredible.
at the pop pages. Is it a sweetie
Well,
pie?
yes, September 1st of March.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a brief minutes from Jack
Let's
Shaw.
celebrate. Thanks. Like the short celebration. Let's go. Hey, let's do that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Go right, push, right, now move on. Let's say Santa Pecca is just another, that's the great metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life, you're on the belt, and you go ahead and you purpose something. You see this, right? You win a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what did you do now? Right? It was understand, they're like, okay, now you have a break, now you do this, and you do this, right? Then you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment. What do you do? Next moment, move on. Move on, right? Give yourself a share, 5 seconds, appreciate the accomplishment, and then move on to whatever is next. So as I say, we go. Some of us are 6 years old. Then, so goes the motor. And once I say, now, this is how we left color. No, it's not. It's what's very good. Just kind of like
I realize there's a lot of similarities between all
right?
these
This is the rebellious
There are,
son.
like,
So this is ultimately the remember the child. He's not a child.
Like, I think we're both loud, we're prone to nervousness, we're very socially shut the fuck
in order
up.
to go out and purchase needs and
We're very anxious
so this is
people.
a fascinating set of colors.
The number one difference between autism and Judaism is that Jews don't
Now,
like
interestingly
trains.
enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe, but it's a warrant execution. So what the script judges that they say and know that it didn't execute not as much for what he did, but for what was considered going to be punished. And he represents the profound question of humanity, and therefore I've also learned to be executed before you can be acted. Now again, this is ethically problematic, although the church is government of this. But also it happens in Allah, let's begin first to put in the people. So they saw the Mora. They listen after they saw the Mora. When did a child become a saw the Mora? Or from what age? It's Yadi Cyrus, the Achiyot himself. So really, I guess, 132 years, which is science for my functions. Achiyot himself, that made him something because years, real years, still around. That is the most interesting, by the way. House shows, well, I'll get to the
Rogan told me to
but
do
it
some
doesn't mean that
props.
it's so bad and then hello, so this is the kind of luck in the I some spoke, you know, in a funeral. I didn't want to be the child ultimately again is after the child came before they saw them, right? So the time out,
He's doing the chew frogs.
Why do you ever think that a couple is
It looks great.
It's amazing.
Great stuff.
Is always
This is health insurance for healthcare CEO. This is like a vaccine island, everybody. This is so much better. What the Jesus Christ. All right, well, we have an expansion back with Donald Trump and Bill Clinton. I think
Trump was never on the island.
He stole money and he bought me things.
What's that one?
Not
Stephen
good.
Hawking.
Yes, he was there.
God damn it. All right, well, you know, we tried it.
That's right. Jack Shaw lives in LA, so they will never let it go that Trump was never on Epstein Island. Just a fun fact. But he was never there.
Well, that didn't go great.
So he's almost Canada. He's a little like carrot style.
Dude, that's what I wanted to ask Karen. I was hoping Karen would be here so I could ask him for some mentorship. So Karen Tom, I'll be Karen Bottom right here.
Oh, you were ready for that. That's amazing.
Hey, you want this?
It's not as much about what you do.
It's a lot of red
You want this? You can't have it.
So trade checks.
Oh.
There you go. You can use that.
If I scrunch it down enough, that's fine.
Just put your whole body into it.
Yeah. Put it over my head.
Jack, it turns out we love good and bad props here. I loved it. Make some noise one more time for Jack Shaw.
As it says, if a man will go ahead and then somebody will do that.
Lovely Jack
It
Shaw.
becomes a nice little morass. Again, is just recently entered into that. So this is interesting about that. So there's still more has to be an adult. And again, he's at least 3 times started adult.
Last Christmas,
Then,
Chrissy Corner was in court for having intercourse with corpses.
recently, but he's still a Ben. So he's a young piece
Magically,
who is just relatively recently entered into Jewish adulthood. Incredible, it's just all in the title. So actually, he's not going to attack them. So actually, so remember all of this discussion about stuff that appears.
she testified that her favorite movies are Die Hard and Rise of the Living Dead.
About physical maturity, so
In related news,
so the American, actually, I checked the
she was down there gangbanging
okay,
gangbangers.
so there's here
It was Crips and blood everywhere. No regard for the life.
Kapas eat, a lot of Kapas dates. Okay.
She also faces sexual battery charges.
A tremendous amount of specificity regarding pedophilia, right? Right, so nice again, Gemara says it's not testicular hair, but rather again, it's pedophilia that surrounds again.
That's when you bang only vampires.
We're not going to touch those things, right? So as I said, I think we're on mission first. You want to do yourself, right? I really was probably out of it. So it's just understand. You guys are innocent. I'd like to do Mars that talked about execution. What is general, right? When it comes to things of execution,
There was a lot there.
general approach,
I
we
mean,
don't want to do it.
that
We
may
don't want
have
to
been.
do it. And therefore, again, we will make it
There's
as
so
difficult
many,
as
you had so
possible
many
for a
attempts.
state to
You had
execute
so many
someone.
jokes.
When you see
And
this
you
level
knew
of
that one at the end. I
specificity
don't know what
regarding
the
care,
12 people
what's the
that laughed
takeaway
at that
message?
one
And this is grabbing
saw
it,
the
right?
vampire
What's the
thing.
takeaway message?
They
This
got
level of
double
specificity?
hands.
They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. Like I said, if you're getting into this, that's how it is. It makes you such a
I appreciate that.
Right. It makes it serious. Like, what that shows you is, the system does not
So once you know, when you know what it is, when he came out,
and therefore then you will
instead of
essentially make
he
it
got
as
into it so quickly, I almost kind of was a little like confused.
before
It's part of a
that,
bigger
that's
set.
the
It's
thing
not
over
quite a
here.
minute, so I just try to.
So I'm gonna start conference holders even on us that they sold more. Let's try to get
Well, I mean, the only
father's
thing
child, that
that's
actually cannot become a
there's
solar
another. Oh,
anymore. This is not still the ish then, the ish then below the then. Yes, it's interesting enough that the concept says still ish equals what? Adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a solar anymore. And at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately again, that child cannot become a ben solar anymore. Which means at this time, if I was to do that, was that we get and you know that, you know about that, you know that such as in the call, she has been leashed. Possibly just said, if a man will have a child, or if a man, right, the generally foolish. Mike here leashed, then, why does it say like if a man will have a child, here leashed, then it's going to ben leashed. Not enough, but she like this stuff. Ultimately, I think so, about this stuff, if a minor child, like a part of a child, father's a child, then offspring can become the same way. I the immaculate Rafi also. I the city was kind of custom for Salvador. In the crop, then ish. The Senate in the story for not then ish. My ish then. Ultimately, again, once it comes to defense, ish then. Ultimately, again, once it comes to you can then have both of these halachas. Like number one halacha, the race that again, halacha the race. I love the race that has to be retired. I love the race that has to be retired. That's the one. And the other halacha that if a child, family a child, that's also is not something that people halacha concerning. That is so right in there. So also, so we're talking about that today. I just want to actually look at so I don't want to watch it the whole thing sort of more because the next time you'll see this on future documents. But I just want to that it's interesting to look at it, right? If you notice, with the rest of the book, what was he lamenting? And you know that's what was he lamenting? He was lamenting the low state of Torah. Like he was lamenting the fact that there's so much potential that remains unrealized. It's incredible because they saw it in the last, they saw it more. Because it's the opposite of that. They saw it more as what you notice about potential that wouldn't be realized. But they saw it in more as because also realize we don't have to be executed because of what we really do. So there's some more with concerns about the potential you will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greatest extent. So that's what we're working with, is the negative unrealized potential, and then solar and more is executed because of potentially realized potential, or potentially realized potential. It's incredible how much is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential. There's solar more negative potential. Everyone's been working with mentioning positive, unrealized positive potential. They kind of insult this. I didn't it's just like how to do it. Speak about that. Lawyer Mr. It's about courageous. The biggest feeling of going leading this world as a rolled up sacred Torah. Each of us possesses so much incredible purpose. Those are the workers. Each of us is that rolled up sacred Torah. And so tomorrow we're going to see who could change his ways. Who could teach you about the U.S. potential and other people's ways. If the goal ultimately again is to make sure to watch the potential and put yourself in a trajectory. And if you so careful on one not corrupt that potential and not to the life of you. Well, so let's talk a little bit for today. A lot more to say back in, but I need to go ahead of ourselves to stay up, everyone.
Some people just try. Some people just hope for the best. You gotta try. If you don't ever succeed, well, maybe do something else.
All right, so we'll say good morning, we'll go to the office. I'm great to first walk that time.
Your next fucking book goes by the name of Lorenzo Tyree.
Yes. Today's done is Sunday, 16th, this morning is dedicated by our annual Talmud Torah to the first Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shemini Rushes this year. As
Two nice things.
since of course, all the stars covers for all of Am Yisrael. However, should be a week of melon carrying around.
Hey, last time I hooked up with the girls on 6th Street and
Mishmas.
she takes me home.
What if I did this? She opened a restaurant from the town of Maria, and the family. That was more publicity, so we need more about us to just come home. All these soldiers are successful, but all of them are saying they should just be so familiar with the breakfast, the shoes, and the things. And with that, let us begin. Today's Daf is Sunday 68. I read this one from Rothschild actually at the top of Sunday 68. And we are going to this section from Rabbi Akiva. So here again, Rabbi Akiva mentions in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva mentions in the Mishnah about the collection of tissue, the collection of cucumbers, of boards. And Rabbi Akiva said in the Mishnah, Shnai Lokim tissue, Achalokim Fire. Sometimes things go ahead and collect cucumbers, right? Harvest cucumbers on Shabbos. Sometimes the person can be tired, sometimes the person can be puzzled. And the Mishnah says, what does that mean? So the person actually harvests the cucumber, and you can tell it was a but if you engage in an acclimation, then you will be touched. So we're going to go about that. The Gemara says, top of Sunday 68. Rabbi Akiva and Yeshua commitment, Rabbi Akiva and Yeshua, not about time you have to see this is an incredible story. By the time we might tell the story, you should call it Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Akiva b'chader b'chader. When Rabbi Eliezer became ill, so Rabbi Akiva and his other companions, thank you, his colleagues came to visit Rabbi Eliezer. Listen, you didn't see the context of this story. It's just a little bit of a spectrum. Who knows who the Shalom? He is in trouble. So Eliezer was like in his bed. He was very ill, definitely, only about to die for some time. And he was like serious canopy. So he was in his bed in the canopy. And Rabbi Akiva and the other Rabbanim were outside. Literally checking the music in the air. The fires, they were visiting with him in an antechamber. The hallway. But also, the only other Shabbos, and it was our Shabbos. It was Friday afternoon. So what happened? Hercules, last house he left. So Hercules, this is Rabbi Eliezer's son. So Rabbi Eliezer's son was Hercules. This was Rabbi Eliezer's friend Hercules. He had a son who named after his father, Rothschild. Then if you have time, we can talk a little bit more about the Eliezer's working for himself. Was the disciple of the Yochanan ben Zakkai. Okay, so what happened? So his son Hercules went to his story. So remember, the father, very young, son comes in on a Shabbos, and he just fathers from the Shabbos. So God are both the Yatzim and the Zifa. Rabbi Eliezer started yelling at his son. Started yelling at him, and literally again, with and hoping to step to him. I'm a lion of other lives, can you do it? And he should die for Shahad and so Hercules sees the other Rabbanim
mainly order smoke shop job right now. I also ordered fireworks in the last year.
And Hercules, his son says, my father is not going to compliment us. After chasing me us and doing like this, after beating me, look at my father was not going to compliment us. So what happens? I'm making here's this. And he says, Daito is best in so Eliezer says, I'm fine, I'm not the problem. But rather, then it's my son, Hercules, and his mother, my wife, who are the ones who are making next year, not the priority. Why? My mission is a skill, but also is a stress. It's literally translated. How could it be that they are not careful with the issue? And they're worried about the good my kid. It's interesting, Rabbi Eliezer is very ahead in rebuking his son and his wife, whether they were his wife, so not properly preparing for Shabbos. If he felt that they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, and because they were not properly prepared for Shabbos, there's a real concern. The fact that they come to Shabbos, so they're not worried about preparing for Shabbos, instead they're focused on thinking of Torah. So everything is this. You're ready for the Shabbos, so worst case scenario, maybe you think it's in Rabbi. But preparing for Shabbos, that would be a serious issue for everybody. just the other guys, this is luck. It's the first short line. I'd look at the last, the Hatmanas coming. Those can the double Sheino Ella is a Schloss. The Mania Film Beshabes in time. Beshabes in time is no but he reason Straben Vadak. So what Rabbi was upset about was he felt that his son and his wife had not properly prepared
It sounds like you do that a lot.
so he felt focusing on all the wrong things. Focusing on winning that phone up shop. So what was the rest of the year? Like, go ahead and let's go to that shop. So what? I'm mostly focused on job on it. So better to go ahead and don't worry about this job on it, work out the pay for job properly. So again, so what was the shop? So my shop was going to be my says, great, we had to leave the pay for shop's phone. He's going to pay for their father. Not because of the kid, so there is a strong personality, professional personality. So the mice, again, he's safe, no public transit service. David Schrock has come in, shake out to me, so there's a lot. So at this point in time, Rabbi realized that Rabbi Eliezer was a son. I think he was fine. He was of sound mind, he was totally okay. When the other Rabbi realized this, so he comes into the Rothschild over. He knows she was on notes, and we looked out at this. And the sand was safe for almost away from Rabbi Eliezer. Listen, what's happening? So now we just take these to really take from Rashi. Rashi says, believe from Abraham. They immediately should have taken a focus on Shalach, Rabbi Messiah. So this is the famous story of Shalach. Shalach, Rabbi Messiah, this was the famous fallout between Rabbi Eliezer and the Rabbinic community. There's a big progress about, again, in oven, like what you refer to as right, an oven made up of multiple parts, and because I mentioned we focus about ritual status. So entire. So then the entire British community passed in one way, that the Eliezer passed in a different way. That the Eliezer would not back down from his position. As a result, he was pretty clear. He was pretty clear. He was extremely legally. There wasn't an interesting enough that local is that when somebody's in Canaan, you're not even allowed to come within Caladamas, 6 feet of them. So they're coming now to go ahead and be back to Hola. Now, the truth is, they're already coming back to Hola. What they really come to do is any additional Torah knowledge that they can from Rabbi Eliezer. But they have to keep a distance from him because at the end of the day, he's still extremely people. That's why they're not coming to his bedside. They're keeping a distance of Diane. But Eliezer, even on his deathbed, was not attracted to this halachic position. And therefore, they come a distance. Amar Lab. So the Eliezer says that. What's the very? There's so much just about this entire story. And that's what Eliezer himself. Sometimes in life, it's the story for him. And it's just to keep the sheep in their opinions. But if the whole world is against you, chances are you have to do a self-check. And you need to, for example, the world is against us, obviously, as well as us, and yet again, you know that we do not back down from being what we are. And we think Holland saw itself. If you're on a island, and everyone else said something, like when you have something else, chances are, you won't. Chances are you have to have enough humility and enough to your soul to be able to inform that you use the right to visit my sheep as my locust, my life stands. But I mean, you would not back down. You would not back down. So what is it happening? I'm going to have none of us. So the Lord says to be a people and then the Akiva's Hada. And why did you guys come? Amarlo, Lilmod Torah Baruch. Rabbi became Torah. What's you have to understand something? You make this many times. Once upon a time, Shal Shabbat was Bapa. Right? The old tradition was Mamish Bapa, which means that when a Rebbe died, what happens? Any Torah you have that you can make sure, one thing to the which is why often in the Gemara is defined that for a great sage is on the backside, is committed of suffering the bad because the focus is whatever last minute Torah that has to be focused to. So now, Rabbi Eliezer doesn't stay there. And he's about to die. And the strength he gets will come. If he was ready, he'll get it from Torah. You must get everything before you die. So why haven't you come into it? I go, listen, where have you been at this entire time? Why are you only coming now? They said to him, well, I am running tonight. Well, we didn't have enough time. We had time, we got busy. I'm not supposed to listen to this. All about him. So listen back to them. Tamia Ani, Yamusu Misas. I wonder about you guys, if you will die and not go back. And then when also said prophetically, that Jesus is the most unfortunately he would leave about it there and again, and all these other rabbis were unfortunately killed by the Romans. So Rabbi Eliezer says prophetically, I see how unfortunately you're going to be prevented because I'm going to be a Akiva, Shemi Mahid. Rabbi Akiva specifically asked Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi, what do you see about my teacher? And then Rabbi Shafar, touching the Shalom. Your end is even more difficult. It's even more difficult than anyone else. So let's say, there's a lot of emotion involved in this as well. So as we're looking at this feeling that he was, ostracized in that community, which he was. And again, because of his own decisions. As we're going through his own unagreements to that guy. So let's say that this experience is so incredibly described. When the Rebbe asked me about him, why have you come to you and they said, oh, you didn't have time. And then when I said, I can't tell you, if you live a life where you don't have time, because to me, I mean, in the mission recess then I would be shocked if we only got the experience of this world. We wait to read that pages. And I would be shocked in your mission recess. So the only guy of living like that. What is anyone going to say? The people go to life and they have plenty of opportunities. But how do we justify enough to do opportunities? And I think with those opportunities, not enough time. Every single time you use out an opportunity because the protocols don't have enough time, that's a quasi-death. What is death? Death represents a certain finality. When a person dies, that's it. You fail to take advantage of your life opportunities. Listen, you know how this works. Often we don't take advantage of our life opportunities. We convince ourselves that what? I'll get to it later. But we know that's not how life works. Often when you don't take advantage of a life opportunity, that opportunity is that there's already other opportunities down the road. But the ones you miss are the ones you miss. And more often than not, so Eliezer perhaps is saying to the other Rabbanim, you told me you don't have time. For people who live a life where their common refrain is, I don't have time, just understand, every time you don't have time, and you pass up your life opportunities, you're killing that opportunity. And not like, you're just like, I'm killing it. Like, you're killing it, right? Not like that one, right? But like, you've lost out on that. And that is, that ultimately, again, that is a great trust. And once success, you cannot be open. This is one of the most important lessons. So many of us, we go through life, and there's opportunities, whether it's opportunities to the conceivable, it's opportunities to learn, it's opportunities for yourself, it's opportunities for testing, it's opportunities to build up shalom bodies. And what ends up happening? I'm too busy, I'm too tired, I'm too this, I'm too that. Just understand, every single time you pass up on a life opportunity because I don't have time, that opportunity
teach English in all those different places, and you kind of just go wherever you want.
And there's no chance for life opportunities. So maybe other ones, but once the opportunity dies, you just keep running away and going to use that. Overwhelming demand. So what happens? So now the legend is about to die. The blows themselves back by what does he do? Not those days were also, then you have to die. So that's like, this is right. This is time tomorrow. Those who take 2 arms, a little one is like forces it against his chest. Amar, I left them stays roll, sorry. Shake the stays different Torah should go. So roll to these arms. That are like 2 different Torah that are rolled up. Plus, his imagery is very prepared. If you look at his arms, like the 2 columns of the same place, crossing it over his chest. And it's saying roll to these different Torah that are rolled.
So what up?
Now, that people that Torah is rolled, can't see the arms. But the essence is the anointing. What is truly the anointing is this idea of unactualized
potential.
And they hit
I had
themselves.
all of it. I had this Sefer Torah. I have all of this in me. And yet my Sefer Torah remains close. You know, it's like such a wondering idea that when a person leaves this world, sometimes the thing that gives them the greatest mercy, you know, so you know what, I don't know this. You know, when a person's on the deathbed, no one ever says, oh, you know what? What about all the places I worked to be China now? And I never did. Like, oh, Cancun was waiting for me, and Paris was waiting for me. And there's no one ever on the deathbed laments the vacations they didn't take. I always know there's no thinking people does that. What do people lament on the deathbed? They lament the opportunity they had to actualize their potential and failed to do so. Because that potential goes with me. And that's what is lamented. These arms, this Sefer Torah, was rolled up. What good is the rolled Sefer Torah? What good is rolled Sefer Torah? What good is rolled Sefer Torah? You can kiss it, you can hold it, you can't look at it, because you can't see anything. So the answer is referring to himself as that rolled Sefer Torah. So much unactualized potential. Harbe Torah, Lamadati, the Harbe Torah Limadati. I learned so much, and I taught so much. And I said, like, it's interesting. So how does that stem? He just said that he's like a rolled Sefer Torah, which means you can't see the thing. But then he says, I learned so much, and I taught so much. And that's the same thing for the Torah. Yes, I did a lot of life. I learned a lot of Torah, and I taught a lot of Torah. But I could have done so much more. I could have been so much more. And that is the greatest existential truth that a person can face when they are at the end of the journey of life. I could have done more. I could have been more. I could have learned more. I could have taught more. I could have accomplished so much more. And those when he says, I learned so much from my rebellion. But the truth is, I didn't take more than any but like a dog takes when it's lapping water from the sea. Like the dog goes over to the river, he starts drinking water, he doesn't finish the water. So again, I learned from my rebellion. But there's so much more I should have learned. Like a dog drinking water from the river. I drank, but there's still so much more to drink. Harbe, Torah Limadati, ולא חיסוני תמיד האלה כלקוח בשפת הארץ. I taught so much Torah, and my students didn't take anything more from me to make a two connected application. In other words, it's the same idea that I took so much from my rebellion, that I was like a drop in the ocean. I gave so much to my students, but it was just a drop in the ocean. Not only that, so again, this is the thing that he's really wasting an unfulfilled life unless we think we couldn't accomplish. It's like I learned a lot, I taught a lot, but I could have done so much more. My first holistic Sefer Torah is rolled up. You can't see the print, and I go to the grave with the pain of knowing
I have been single now for like 13 or 14 months.
He goes on, he's glowing. Allah shall show us how the first to the highest result. And then, how you Adam Shamini behind government Olam. Is it furthermore? I know 300 halachos with the Bahayas Hasa. What's Bahayas Hasa? So Bahayas is a type of saras. Hasa means bright. So a relative to saying is, I even had very like specific knowledge with a specific type of saras, and no one ever asked me about it. No one ever asked me about it. Hello, Allah shall show us halachos. And then shows us halachos. So the kiosk issue, or the higher Adam Shamani by the government area. And I know 300 halachos, and so 3,000 halachos. When it comes to cucumbers, a lot of halachos comes to cucumbers. Listen to this testimony, and no one ever asked me anything except by the Akiva. Akiva Ben Yosef. No one ever asked me anything except Akiva Yosef. I'm just like, what's the story of Rabbi Akiva? And Eliezer Ben Hokinos, and cucumbers, listen to this. I'm Achos, and even with my half and I eat a day. So Eliezer Ben Hokinos tells this story. So one time, Rabbi Akiva and I were walking on the road. Amali, and Rabbi Akiva said to me, Rabbi, Lamdeni Benetios Kishir. Teach me about halachos of sorcery when it comes to cucumbers. First white line, I'm married to Dover Echad, so let's look at this. I said one word, and it was a short silent word. I said one word of Kishok, the smaller cholesterol of Kishir. the entire field filled with cucumbers. So also it's pretty incredible. Obviously, we're talking about how exactly is it permitted that husband look at us is in the t-shirt. Is it the restaurant? We're going to discuss that. I said one word, and the entire field filled with cucumbers. Only Rabbi Maratani, it's Yasser. Maratani Akiyasser. Rabbi taught me how to plant cucumbers with sorcery. Taught me how to harvest it. So I'm not to cover effort in this toxic for the enough. I said one word, and all of the cucumbers were piled in one area of the field. Incredible. I'm real. So again, that, just to understand, that's the whole point of this story, right? Because remember, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Akiva quoted in the name of Rabbi Yeshua about how it was. The Gemara was asking, did Rabbi Akiva learn this from Rabbi Yeshua? It seems from the story that Rabbi Akiva actually learned this from Rabbi Eliezer. That's the whole point of this story. We're not going to just a moment. So at this point in time, now the word comes back. The other Rabbanim who are coming to this over there, see that he's holding a sound noise. And therefore they want to use this opportunity to ask him a variety of questions. Amullah, Rabbi Eliezer, HaKador, almost that Tamira, Utsar Hamagalo, Umishkodesh Kitano, Magi. This is interesting enough. They asked Rabbi Eliezer Hokinos a question regarding Tumah and Tyra. So literally, I get a ball, and Rashi says over here. A weight, for me as an amulet, some pouch for gems in the shoulder, or a weight. So let's say these are all things Rashi points out that we get a weight from the other, or filled with something else. So the Gemara says, Shiloh, what's the new asking me a Tuman Tara question? Hello, and aim its name, which I lost on the nation. Again, I've also not been speaking the halachas of Tuman Tara. Fine, mineral, Sha'agabia, Imasmai. Then they ask, what is the halacha concerning the shoe that is still on its form? In other words, let's say you have a shoe, and the shoe is being fashioned, it's still on its form, what's its halacha regarding Tuman Tara? On the one hand, Futar, ultimately in a star. Why? Because it's not a completed piece. That's what Rabbi said. And the rest of the Yasa Mishmasa, the Tara. The last word that the last word he said was Tara, was pure. So the last words out of his mouth. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, Amar Rabbi Amar, Putra HaNeder, Putra HaNeder. So Yeshua stood up and he said that ultimately they're going to release Rabbi Eliezer from the excommunication. So also, so they lifted the Rabbanim assembled, lifted the excommunication from the Muslim Orthodox after he passed away. Incredible. That's what he's put her on that. So the Lord says as follows. The Moshe Shabbos, again, so those who work in this night, and you know, so incredibly enough, the last thing that he said when he died was Tara. That was his last word. So Moshe Shabbos, talk about Rabbi Akiva, sorry, I'm sorry, the Lord Rabbi Akiva, so now, this remember, when this started, this whole story happened in Friday. Remember, that's what I'm started, but it's so broken, it's coming to remove this touring, it goes out in Shabbos. So the Ravino was on Moshe Shabbos. It was on Moshe Shabbos. Rabbi Akiva's apparently, must be according to this story, Rabbi Akiva must have left before Rabbi Eliezer died. And Rabbi Akiva therefore goes into the field procession on Moshe Shabbos. And Rabbi Akiva accompanies the procession from Caesarea to Lod. And the Makkah B'Shara, actually, that will show things for others. So literally, Rabbi Akiva was striking himself until he started to be. Tosis points out that here, Tosis says that these people wasn't masquerading themselves over the death of Rabbi Eliezer. Instead of the king was, he was mourning the loss of king. So directly, you're not allowed to masquerade yourself as a mourning for the death. He wasn't masquerading himself mourning the dead. Back in the day, he was just could not take the pain that all the Torah that was lost, which the death of Rabbi Eliezer. So ultimately, again, in such a context that actually Elisha said about to know and never died. That's how Rabbi said to him, said, Abi, my father. That's how he saw Parasha. Ultimately, again, chariot of Israel and his riders. Harping also again, he was hurt, as his father, and as a child, and just like the child, get the rider from your teacher, and supposed to be that he wasn't as somebody who was
afford to like go places and get Airbnbs and not have to stay in houses every night. So I am very blessed, but
Ultimately,
I'm
again,
just
I have
not
so much
like
money.
a
I got all these
sexy
coins,
energy.
but I had no money change. I had no money change to show me how to have them utilize it. Because like, this is really terrible to say.
Questions like that.
You know, say sometimes,
The opportunity of a lifetime in
you
this
know, the
show
Mishnah
is
tells
built
us,
to give people a
I
chance
say
to
that for
live
life.
their dream.
All of us in life, right? We need a rabbi. All of us. By the way, a rabbi doesn't even have to be like a rabbi. A rabbi just means in life, you need someone, you own someone who can help us live perspective. Because a lot of times, I have all this stuff I need. I just don't know
I feel like
exactly
it's gonna
how
be you and
to
Sal after
unleash it in
this.
a way. So that's my like personal us. Like it's interesting that Yehida is not saying, you know, what does he say? I have so much money, but I don't have a money changer. What does a money changer do? What does a money changer do? I guess it's how much money changer. You bring all of your clothes, right? And then what would the money changer say? Here's what you should do. Exchange this for this. Put this over here. Do this with this. The money changer will show you how to take everything that you have and maximize what you have for ultimate profit and ultimate results. Right? You keep saying like this. I need to be realistic. Not because I need knowledge. I have the knowledge. But he helps me take all of the knowledge and figure out how to best myself. And it's like, sometimes in life, our greatest challenge is not knowing how to utilize the clubhouse that we have. I have so much, but I need to figure out how do I optimize it. Right? Because I mean, it's interesting, especially like I find this
When I was
happen.
contracted,
You live in an
OnlyFans
age
first
where it
contract
used
was
to be
going to go
you
live
needed
twice
a
a month.
levy
And
for
so then it would
information.
just be me talking
I
about
need
like how
information.
comedy's going,
I want to say,
my
should
life,
do
and
today,
then
you
there was
need ready
like
for
sad
information?
guys, some kind
No,
of
really,
sad
right? You
thing,
get
and
the
then
8-minute
so
doc,
people
the
have
second doc, the 45-second
and
doc,
it's a
right?
lot. They
Half
don't
a
give a
doc, part of a
fuck.
doc, the
So
whole
a
doc,
joke
right?
will
You
turn
need
into
it,
anything
right?
other
And
than
you get
sex.
any medium you want. You actually, you do not need a levy for information. You don't. You get information, however you get information. What a levy does for us, for all of us, is not one of us who doesn't need someone. And it doesn't do us. We like what people. And it's okay, so get my information. How do I use it? How do I use it?
I don't want to say it. Like, I don't want to say I'll never do anything because I've already done like more than I ever thought I would.
Successful. You know what I'm saying? And I feel that sometimes like this is one of the biggest challenges of our job. Right? Because you know, it's just kind of like there's like all the yogis, right? It's cute. Right? Kids are
It's a fair question. Let me remind you,
what
you could
happens?
have gotten a
And you're
fucking
back,
job
you're
like
doing
everybody
you're
else.
nutrition, right? Everything's so things. You can't still find these later, you know, when you're zero, right? I'm breaking my bonus for stuff. I got everything. Because a lot of times, the mistakes you make in life is, where it's really organization, where do I cut it? What do I do with it? Sometimes more is less, sometimes less is more. Sometimes I should be focusing on certain things and not doing everything. Sometimes I should be doing everything and focusing. Right, basically, as your home, Chavutz, all these things, it's everything. Tzedakah, Shalom, bias. I have all the coins. I have everything.
I rolled a blunt on my bed
And that's the key. I think people with momentum. I don't need every essay that happens for information. I have the information. But what I do with it, how do I organize it? How do I set myself up for success in life? That's what I need when I get the thought. It's amazing. So when Rabbi lost that, you lose the relative happiness. He's overwhelmed. He's overwhelmed. Who is going to help you make a simple life? Who's going to help you create a vision and a way forward and a process and a framework? Who's going to help you with that? And you can see again, he's overwhelmed by this loss. Overwhelmed by this loss. It's incredible. So the Gemara goes back there. So by the way, full circle. What do you see from there? Rabbi Akiva didn't gain his cucumber knowledge from Rabbi Shimon. Who did he gain it from? Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer, I'm sorry, Rabbi Eliezer. Which the Gemara, you're right. Rabbi Eliezer, the most suffer. Hadar Gamar Rabbi Yeshua, the Asbra
You just have to go live twice a month.
originally given for the Lazar, or Rabbi Eliezer, I should say, but Allah Almighty didn't understand it. And then he learned it from Yeshua, and this time you understood it. So the Gemara goes like this. The Gemara goes like this. Now goes the Gemara says, whoa, we hold up, it was just a second. How exactly is Rabbi Eliezer allowed to go ahead and use sorcery to go ahead and make a field appear with cucumbers and then make them collective? Isn't that Kisha? Isn't that Kisha? To which the Gemara says, Banan Tzgan, Ha'osa Ma'isachayim L'Islamic. Like Ha'osa Ma'isachayim. So look how you have to this. Isn't that she's alright to change the Kisha? To which the Gemara says, no, the Islamic change. It's like sometimes, again, especially someone like Eliezer has to understand how things work in order to be able to test it. Right? So therefore, you have to learn it. You have to learn it in order to understand it. I should say, you have to learn it in order to be able to. You have to understand it in order to be able to concentrate. Listen about it. I'm a man. Those similar nonsense. Don't tell us. Do not learn in order to represent or to limit that which the nations of the world do. So again, you can't learn in order to go ahead and limit that which the nations of the world do. So let's say, ultimately, again, a person is not allowed to learn sorcery or any other or anything else in order to do it for themselves. If a person needs to learn it in order to understand it, in order to teach it, that's where that was. You know what? Listen, it's important to understand that iris. Want to understand it, I need to understand some nonsense. You have to become proficient. No, right? What it means is that somebody who needs to speak halachas needs to understand the mechanics of things. Like you can't constantly if you don't understand it. So Rabbi Eliezer, we need to constantly on different situations regarding teaching, you need to understand how it is working. And that's why we qualify the people not for the purpose of going to higher performing. For the point ultimately they are going ahead for understanding the dynamics of these things. Okay, let's say I just point out something amazing. How to say it. How do you like how Lisa says tomorrow? How's the guys? Go. Let the company's first part of the Yes, that's the first thing. Let's go. All right, so let's go. All right, that's how we do it. That's how we do it. Right, push, right, now move on. Let's say some of that's the greatest metaphor for life, right? Metaphor for life, in the belt, where you go ahead and you purpose them, you see this, right? Like you win a Super Bowl. Like, oh, what are you going to do now? Right? It was understanding, like, okay, now you have a plate, now you can this, then you go ahead and you have a dramatic accomplishment. What do? Next moment, move on, right? Give yourself a try, 5 seconds, just and then move on to whatever it is. So also, here we go. Some of us are race 60, right? So very familiar. So now this is our next character. Very good. So let's go again, just kind of like a quick overview. And so Amora is the rebellious son. So this is ultimately, remember, the child, we get a child, but we were going to receive. He steals money from his parents in order to go ahead and purchase meat and wine. So this is a fascinating set of halachos, which we'll have to delve into a little bit. And it's also sometimes Sorah Umora is executed. Now, interestingly enough, at first glance, it doesn't really feel that the crime really is that severe that it should warrant execution. So what we see, of course, is that Ben Sorah Umora is really executed not as much for what he did, but for what we're concerned he's going to become. And he represents the profound effect of the community, and therefore our local ways to be executed before he can become an actor. Now again, which is hashkafically problematic, doesn't seem to make all that much sense. We're going to delve into all of this. But often our topic is how let's begin first considering the first people. So Ben Sorah Umora. They also now Ben Sorah Umora. When did a child become Ben Sorah Umora? Right? From what age? So literally again, from the time that he brings 2 hairs, which is the sign of physical maturation, that literally sounds like from his beard the beard fills out. That is mission because by the way, a cocktail, but that doesn't mean that it's Facebook or other again, it means physical maturation. Hello. So this is from the Russian Ikea. Chazal spoke in a cooler way. Right? So they didn't want to be explicit. But this story is ultimately against the pubic hair. So they didn't want to be explicit like that. Therefore, they said it in a little bit of in a nice Shneimar. Kia the ish ben lobas. As it says, and the man will have a rebellious son. First of all, it's a son and not a brother. Interestingly enough, there's no das so in the right? There's no female equivalent. Right? Furthermore, ben below ish. Furthermore, again, it's a ben and not a man. And again, we'll discuss exactly what that means as well, ben below ish. Katan, katan is katan, right? Because ultimately, again, a katan has not yet come to the government. Okay? So therefore, that's the question that's going on. Just give us 1 second. Katan, we know in the katan. So where do we know that katan? The child ultimately, again, is the child can become as because a katan hasn't yet come to the responsibility of this system. It sounds like the Gemara is an explicit teaching that a katan is not subject to Ben But that's obvious. Why would we ever think that a katan is subject to the Ben In general, a katan is always exempt from everything. So why would I need a specific positive teaching that a katan is exempt? First, the Gemara says, I'm not a katan. This is what I need to say. So let's say we're going to discuss about Sora Mora rights. He's not only executed for what he has done, right? Because if you think about it, we haven't gotten into it yet. What's been Sora Mora done? What has he done? He stole money, and he bought meat and he drank wine. Not good, like not good. That's certainly not the executable offense. Right? You can't say, so why is he executed? He's executed because we're concerned for what he's going to become. That's what we're concerned about. We're concerned that maybe that when myself, if he's exhibiting these types of behaviors as a child, we are concerned about the type of menace to society that he's going to become when he gets older. When he gets to the kingdom, so I'll suffer now, I'll be the couple of you. I'm not about the sins we kill him. For what he's going to become, maybe he's going to push it aside. And if really they say Ramora, it's not as much about what he is, but rather about what he's going to become. So maybe we should execute people for exhibiting this type of crazy behavior. I'm not sure teaches us that a katan is not a self-accountable person. Then from a ish. The old side, the old, then below ish katan mashma. So furthermore, again, was like the halacha where it says then below ish. We're going to see the halacha where it sneezes. Then below ish means then the katan. I'm not going to go on that. I'm going to call it the yellow ish then. As it says, if a man would go and have a son, then a son will come to it becomes a Ben Sora Mora. A Ben who is just recently entered into manhood. So this is interesting, by the way. That a Ben Sora Mora has to be an adult. And again, he's a recently by mitzvah adult. It has to be a Ben, a son of an Ish. He became an Ish recently, but he's still a Ben. So he's a young Ish. We're just relatively recently entered into the faith. We can also say the Bible. The Ashiyoti is the second attack. We tell you that you are Ashiyoti Takaya. Also, so remember, all of this discussion about nothing about fear is euphemism, not for space, but rather again about physical maturity, pubic maturity. So the Ashiyoti is the second attack. We're telling you that Ashiyoti Takaya. Okay, so there's hair that will be raised that color. So you want to discuss that with you. Papa's teeth, hello, Papa's basement. Okay, there's a what's interesting about this, by the way, is a tremendous level of specificity regarding right? Right, so nice again, the Gemara says it's not testicular hair, but rather again, it's pubic hair that surrounds again, no limit. I want to find out. Like, you're not going to catch it, right? That's what I said. I tell the person, you work for yourself, right? And you need it. Listen, so just understand. This is very reminiscent of like the Gemara's that talked about execution. What in general, right? When it comes to a thing is executing people. Listen, what's the general approach? General approach, we don't want to do it. We don't want to do it. And therefore, again, we will make it as difficult as possible for a Bayesian to execute someone. When you see this level of specificity regarding people care, what's the takeaway message? Message for everything, right? What's the takeaway message for this level of specificity? They don't want to do it. They don't want to do it. So if you're getting into this, that they want to do it, and they keep curious for people. Right. They make it curious in this. Right? Make it curious. What that shows you is the system does not want to execute this kid. And therefore, again, we will essentially make it as procedurally difficult as possible before execution. That's the takeaway over here. So the Gemara says, "I'll wrap this up. Katan shahol it even on nasa ben solomon." Listen, by the way, if a katan fathers a child, that offspring cannot become a ben solomon. How do you know this? Shemar can the ish then below the ben. So that's an interesting reference because it says kiel the ish. This means what? An adult. If an adult fathers a child, that child can become a solomon. But at the end of the day, if a child fathers a child, a minor fathers a child, ultimately, again, that child cannot become a ben solomon. Which we must count because we should be up. What does it mean that things can we learn about? Can we learn about God learn about such as into the cross, here from the what you could have just said, if a man will have a child, or if a man, like, they always do this. Might be a then, why did it say like if a man will have a child, you understand the concept of then, none of y'all will be like this stuff. Ultimately, I think so, of this stuff. But if a minor, if a child, like you tell if a child's father's a child, then offspring can become their son. The aim of Kulo, well, I just really did consequence to this level. If you name a cross, then ish. There's set it in the shortened form of then ish. My ish, then. Ultimately, again, when it comes to Jesus, ish, then. Ultimately, again, listen to what it says. We can learn out both of these halachos. Like number one, halacha l'maisa that again, halacha l'maisa that it has to be a child. Right? Halacha l'maisa that halacha is in the Shita there. That's number one. And the other halacha that if a child fathers a child, that son also is not subject to the halachos concerning Ben Solomon. So okay, so we're covered there for today. I just think we should get to some. I don't want to work on the whole Ben Solomon because the nurse is saying we'll see this on in future doctrines. But I just want to point out a few things yesterday, right? If you notice, the beloveds have been working us. What was he lamenting? When he was in his deathbed, what was he lamenting? He was lamenting the Lord's Sacred Torah. Right? He was lamenting the fact that he had so much potential that remained unrealized. And we don't realize it's incredible because Ben Torah is more, is almost the opposite of that. Ben Torah more is what we learned is about the potential that will be there. But there's sort of more of the philosophy of legal extreme culture. He is executed because of what he will become. So there's some more we're concerned about the potential he will realize. And that potential is negative and detrimental to the greater society. So resident happiness is lamenting unrealized potential, and then solar and more is executed because of potentially realized potential, potentially realized potential. It's incredible how much is focused on potential, negative potential, positive potential, and so more negative potential, positive, unrealized positive potential. And kind of when you start thinking, these cognitive things and the chakras. And how to do it, so we can speak about this. Like, Loya and Shakira, right? About the greatest real life of this kind of potential. The greatest real life of going leading this world as a road of safety. Each of us possesses so much incredible potential. Look at the work of us. Each of us has got rolled up secret. Even though Sorimora. And Sorimora going to see he could change his ways. He could choose to go and leave us the potential humanity different things. But to go ultimately again, make sure to leave the left with the things to left. You put yourself on a certain trajectory. And if you still keep on going with not corrupt that potential, and that's where the life is from you. Well, we're going to stop over for today. A lot more to say back in, but I know we won't get out of ourselves. Just everyone.
One more time for Timmy No Breaks, ladies and gentlemen. And how about Actual Kill Tony show in the great state of Texas? One in Houston, February 28th. One in Grand Prairie, March 28th. TonyHinchcliffe.com. Get tickets now. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking episode or what? Okay. Every single week I took this Mamma Jamma. Doesn't get, I mean, this is just so amazing. Two of our favorite guests in the history of the show. Make some fucking noise for the great Sal Volcano and Greg Fitzsimmons. Oh my God. Yeah, baby. Greg Fitzsimmons. Sal Volcano. Oh my God. Very exciting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Sal Volcano is on tour. SalVolcanoComedy.com. He's doing the Ryman Theater in Nashville. He's got a brand new season of The Impractical Jokers coming out on TBS Thursdays. On TBS, and his podcast, Manoosh, is available everywhere. Great Fitzsimmons, one of the greatest guests in the show's histories, touring Fitzdog.com. He's in Philly, Lexington, and Houston. Coming up very soon. How you guys feeling? You excited to be here? So excited. Hell yeah. I'm fucking excited. Are you guys excited? Hell yeah. Let's go, Tony. Are you guys excited or what? These sick Latinas love The Impractical Jokers. This ladies are screaming Sal's name over and over again. Little fucking, the tortas love you, Sal. You guys know how the show works. 300 plus comedians are stacked on top of each other in a bar right next door. And if I pull one of their names out of this bucket, our trusty assistant goes, grabs them, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted on stage. Either their time is up, you hear the sound of a kid. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West.
All right, so it's like, good morning. Let us begin. I was going to Dr. Davis and I know thank our sponsors for this morning's Dr. Thank our annual Common Colors Conference. We're talking hey, thank you for about the dedicated everything is up this year. And it's supposed to continue to show those programs to the audience. I'd like to know that we go to be able to do anything else thinking about the show because if you're coming to that, we're one of the pieces of text yes. And we've been liberating from my hand. There's leaders for us that 2 hours and the other people and there's no that we put it through the light and the finish
Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the 2024 Guest of the Year. Dr. Phil is here, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Dr. Phil is throwing out Magnum condoms.
Might be open. I got more than the Delta Lounge.
Dr. Phil live in the flesh. Literally recognized as one of the greatest guests in the show. What was that? Oh my goodness gracious. We didn't even get to hang out yet. How'd you get to wow. It's been way too long, Dr. Phil. You've been out selling out all around the fucking world.
We did it. We're going to Australia and Canada next year.
That's right.
Sorry, this year.
The Who Is Me tour. Wow. That's a wild thing that's happening. I'm excited. Well, I guess you don't even know
You
how.
believe everything else in yourself. All we can do is
We're going to keep
immerse
right
ourselves in that
Alright, this is very exciting. Dr. Phil is here live in the flesh with Greg Fitzsimmons and Sal Organa. This episode is brought to you by Shopify. My goodness. I mean, what a start to this show. I mean, that's absolutely crazy.
You got fucking joke water?
Yeah, we do. We absolutely do. We shake them up before the show to add vibes and energy to the show. It's working and it's working. That's what we call that. So what's amazing is that while this is perhaps one of the greatest starts of a show ever, why don't we take it one step further and have the first comedian be the record holder for all-time appearances for only the closer of the show. One of the newest rising members of the Kill Phony Hall of Fame. Some people know the Midget Strangler, the Manila Gorilla.
I guess you don't have these emotions. So I don't know if you're in New Jersey, it's incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. Now, as a result, I don't spend 14 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. But only 4 minutes. When I moved to sticker from your face, it was morning. So as I say, we're picking up.
My mother was watching the
Really
news
short,
the other night and she heard people talk about doxing one another. She goes,
retail
honey, what
value,
is
99
doxing?
cents. But again,
I said,
that's
it's when
tremendous
two
guy. I
guys
think
get
it
in
was a
a
lot of time.
race with
So
each other
again,
with
we
their
are picking up
dicks.
in your section rubber, which is
The
2,
waiter
4,
walks out
6,
and goes,
8,
you ordered
9
the
lines
hamburger
up from the
jack.
bottom.
I
So
raised my
much
hand
as
and
follows.
he sits
I'm a
down in
rubber.
front of me. I'm
Okay,
looking
you
saying,
can
wait,
incredible,
this is
incredible.
Whiskers.
9 lines up in the bottom, 65 piece on the canopy. I'm a rubber. Bowl, Saduki,
Can you imagine if you were a flat earther, like a depressed flat earther, and one day you tell your flat earther friends, I really can't take it anymore, I'm just going to walk this way and I'm never going to stop. And they're all like, no, don't do it, no. And then around 80 days later, you show up from the opposite direction, carrying a hot air balloon, and you're like, guys, you're never going to believe this.
First flight license, both
Okay, that's my top
Rio
10
60 in the car. It's not, here's the thing, I love the thing like this. It's like you
Because the earth is round, so it's like you show up from the other end, right? But that would mean that it's not flat. Right, it would mean it's round. It's proving and saying to his friend, and it's ultimately teaching his friends that the earth is round. It's kind of like a passion play.
So each bowl that you can buy album, it's a bit more to the world
Oh my God,
that
Tony,
you
I'm
can
so nervous.
yeah, but I'm
Seriously,
thinking
going
how
up
you might
first,
do it.
I'd love it. It's literally my favorite thing, but I'm so
Number one,
nervous right now.
what is
So
your
like,
definition of
I'm up there to hang out and whatever, and oh my gosh, here we are. So
so
I
you know,
love
by
it.
the way,
I love
what's
it.
the next
Here
definition
comes
of
some proof that you can do it all. You got the show started with the
like
bang.
what
And
was that?
Tony, I do have to say, I
Oh,
finally
Russia,
had a horrible
excellent.
funk. I'm
Well done,
still
well done.
actually
Hey, listen, by the way,
pretty bad funk in my brain.
on
I started drilling again.
I set the bar very low. So really, like pretty much whatever you throw out is really fantastic. Russia, definitely fantastic. I love you. Like, I love you. It's beautiful. So listen, okay, all correct, all correct. What you also begin to see.
Well, it's just great that you're. I know you guys have a long history of that as well, but it's good to see that you're.
So let's like this is some of those guys. What are you about? One of the interesting things that we see is that anyone can go
It is not going good. That's part of why I'm in my funk. I messed up. When I was in Vancouver last year. I allowed this guy to have sex with my ass, literally with my ass. Seriously. I know. It was fun. I was kind of in a funk. I've been in these bad months, and the puzzles don't help. Nothing really helps. But when I was having sex with that guy, it was crazy. Oh, that was fun, right, man? What was that noise? You want to be making in the corner, right, man? When you're watching my ass, you fucking weirdo. That's exactly what you would have been, just in the corner where you're fucking tank top. You fucking nasty weirdo. You're literally blue tank top. Yeah, have you ever seen it, Tony? Where's this little blue fucking tank top with these little swim trunks? And it's like a little bad boy. He's showing everybody pictures of his fucking girlfriends. That's what you look at in the stuff.
He's doing that.
So that's what Rabbi is saying. Rabbi is saying tzaddikim have the ability to become Bali Tshuva. And because you have the ability to become Bali Tshuva, therefore what? He both tzaddikim for Alma. It will say, when you become, once you realize that you have the ability to change, what does that show you?
Wow, this is not a great start for great. There's certain things that stay in the ground.
And we rather continue to the grave root, man.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I don't have to live in the
Now I have
same
to
world.
cut them off.
I don't have to be the same
Oh
person.
my
My
goodness,
life
I
doesn't
love it.
have to be
Williams,
consistently on and going
Rowing
forward in the same
hopefully
trajectory.
please
If I want, tzaddikim, definition of a tzaddik is about tshuva, and Rabbi says tzaddikim realize that they have the ability to create world. And also say each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of tshuva, to become tzaddikim, and if we become tzaddikim, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that
say
not
everything. You
the
should
most
encourage your
incredible
woman to say
thing
everything that
you've
comes
ever
to the
heard?
front
You
of
know,
her brain,
you
so you're doing a really good job.
I'm too tired.
Blink yourself
I'm
with
wasting my
give away for not
time.
doing your
That's
woman.
one of all Rabbi, this is great. Rabbi, Baragasa. Rabbi actually created something. Rabbi created a person. Stories are like, those stories are not themselves in our lives. The stories are people, like Rabbi literally Baragasa. He created a person.
That's not how this works.
Look at Rashi. Rashi says every word. Right, Baragasa. Are you the simple Yitzira? Shalom Yitzira.
It's an incredible vest,
So
William.
really,
What
there
are
was a
you wearing?
Yitzira,
Or
which
it
is
is
a book that
award
contains
season, and the
like
world wants to know, where do you get a vest
and
like
Rabbi
that? So
literally
I
went ahead and
literally
he created
clicked
a person.
into eBay.com.
What happened?
My God,
Shadri
I
Kone,
get
Rabbi Zera.
vintage 90s
Spent the
Columbia
guy,
vest,
Rabbi
large.
Zera, how the place started that day. Rabbi Zera started
This
talking
outro
with
was not in the
this
keyword
person.
search.
Well, how become a Hadra?
No.
But ultimately, again,
It's
apparently,
the red
the version that Rabbi created wasn't just standard. It wasn't engaging in the conversation. I'm a lay, Mikhavi Ak, I'm a lay, Mikhavi Ak, Hadra Akra. So he apparently wasn't happy, okay? He said, you didn't like to take on the Kavia. I was going out of that Havana, dog. Like you are someone. Like you are someone who's been created by someone else. Like get out of here. Like, go back to your desk. Go back to your desk. So they'll say, I'm going to say, what's the show? Why do you have these videos going to this right back to your desk? Because remember, again, this weirdo was unable to interact.
Wow. Well, William, you got the show You got the show started with a fucking bang, my friend. Unbelievable. Right out the great wonderful William Montgomery showing us how it's done. And we go to the bucket, everybody. Oh my goodness.
The world doesn't need you. Love me, God doesn't need you. If you don't know how to interact, how you going to do it? Incredible. And you have that also. I mean, that's the common shop stuff. But Shabbos tomorrow. And Erev Shabbos tomorrow. How ridiculous is this? 7.5 year cycle. 7.5 year cycle. Yeah, it's over the decade. But don't get caught up in the details. Right now, there's you threw up on a Rabbi Hanina, Rabbi Joe. We're sitting on Erev Shabbos. The Oski, the Sefer Yeshua. And they were learning Sefer Yeshua. That's it. Before we even from that. I just want to point out that, right? So we get them a little later on. Right? All of Erev Shabbos, they were learning Sefer Yeshua. Umivu Nuhu Ignatos. And what did they do? They created for themselves. Doesn't mean first or tenth, or doesn't mean a cap that is each one third of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the best
shoes, like the older started hitting so hard to hit on.
So they
It's like I was hitting on this one super tall girl. She was like 5'5".
And they ate it.
She looks down at me. She's like, "Boy, you're so short. You have to go up on the end of it."
The point is, again, so
I'm like, that's a weird way to ask.
so you can have the ability to create change. You can have also
I'm like, I wouldn't get one of the shirt for it. I'm trying to eat my way
because
to
someone recognizes the ability to
We're on the same note.
If you do that, you have the ability to be about Shiva, create yourself, recreate yourself, but there's no telling what you could expect from this world. Because the most incredible disturbing life is that you can create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a savage. Savage recognizes the creative powers he possesses and utilizes that to create and recreate yourself so many times as necessary. That's what I think. And the Gemara says, you must moan, so back to sorcery. Must moan, and the Shimon Omer, Zahamad Shiva Mine Zafar Alahai. This is someone who takes seed in 7 different types of animals and puts it on his eyes. Puts it on his eyes. Somehow again, you start realizing you can't see it again. Right? I was just saying, right, so nice again, puts on his eyes and the property that allows him to be able to see things. The thing that comes say is that open to high night. You know, this is somebody who engages in deception. Right? Like an illusionist, like a magician. Like somebody who goes ahead and deceives people by making them think that he's engaging in some type of sorcery. The people says, he's having a conscious in the shows. The people says, who's the Ma'onim? Ma'onim is someone who's a huge what does that mean? Gomer, Hayom Yopalote. Today is a good day to embark on a journey. Tomorrow is a good day for purchases. Limude Arde Shvius eating Yopos. So someone who says, Erev, we thought that's when the wheat is best. Kure Kipnios and Yos Raos. So again, what's the shot? What does that mean to say? I'm not only with someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. I don't know, why does that sound so bad? What's that open like? Don't wait for the perfect moment, but make the present moment perfect. See, the Ma'onim is someone who believes you can wait for the right time in order to be able to go out and accomplish. Listen, there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now. Certainly not now, right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's Friday, so probably not tomorrow. Right? Sunday sounds good, but Sunday has that thing. I'm pretty sure the right moment is going to come sometime in the next decade, or when that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to close something, right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make some magic happen. That if people say, we call that? We call that a Ma'onim. That's the issue of the rights. It's the issue of the rights to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment in life to make things happen. In order to become excellent in, to become proficient in, you know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. You understand, right? Not that. Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they do. Spend their entire life waiting to make things happen. And the Akiva says that's called sorcery. That's called Ma'onim. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment perfect. Love the Bible. You might say, Menachis. So let's say, Menachis is the person who believes I can hold it. Zell repeat enough from the other. Repeat. Like the person, my bread fell out of my mouth. That's about it. Not blown up from the other. My staff fell out of my hand. Kori lo me'achoro. You know, Kori lo me'achoro. Sun caught me from behind. These are things that people think are bad omens. Only Kori lo. The raven called out to me. See, his sequel badera. Here, ran right in front of me. Now touch me, you know the shul and the smogo. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one maybe we did it. Right? If you have that, right? But the nice thing is, these are all things that people hominize. Yes, you heard. Right, they hominize.
I do. I'm downtown now. What have you been doing exactly? Explain to some of these people out here how they can lose weight.
Life is supposed to be first.
I quit
I've also
alcohol,
started
so
football,
that was a big one.
and then you want to pull out of the tree.
But on St. Patrick's Day, I dress up like
Right by the
Lil Jon,
football.
so like,
I'm like,
I'll go on the way and I can drink it.
Okay, anyway, right, but it was a new thing. The whole time, I've never had to watch my back for it once, but
Back to mention 245. That's cool.
Okay, the Gemara goes like this.
Yeah.
You can speak
Enough about your date from last
all right. Verse is as follows. Then show me swallow. Top of something on 66A. Our task will be, or let's say a person in a collecting taxes, a person who's a tax collector. Don't start from me. Like Shabbos, or Kodesh, Matzah Shabbos. Or you know what, again, I don't want to do certain things first thing in the morning. Like, I can point out that we have paying your debts. You look at, again, these are all people humanizing things. I thought that's like, oh, it's not a good thing to start with me. Or I don't want to pay my, I don't want to start off the day by paying my debts. Or again, it's those Kodesh, I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week. Again, person humanizes all of these things. We don't believe in that. We don't believe in that. Okay, again, a local amazing trying to accomplish it now. They're trying to take care of your debts. Is now trying to take care of your responsibilities. And also, anything that is on the opposite, the Hilda, the Opos, all types of sorcery and divination, ultimately again, with results, with birth, and with they organize all these different things. But I will say this thing. When the Karos are Shabbos, the David Hayavan has a donor house, actually does it. So that's what we can work. When a person violates Shabbos, like then Halach and Mesa, the person goes ahead and violates Shabbos. So it's something that's a way. So again, if you're the colors, if you were to do so without law, from Halach and Mesa, you violate Siva, if there was proper meaning for this as well. And again, accidental commission of an Avera, ultimately will be higher. You went to the club, you need to meet your full Shabbos hobby. You pay up in the law, you go to Shabbos, you're wrong, go to Shabbos. So that's to say that there is some type of full Shabbos. So if you can go ahead and do it unintentionally, if you're not be tired for Shabbos, or you wouldn't be tired for it, what would that be? You might just pull in by you because you're too long. Okay, so it's that you put the holes that come in as you have a loan, and then you look the holes and then you have to put it into the lab. Ultimately, you can see the lab that you type on a lot and not type on it. Okay, listen, and the color of it, you know, you're actually telling the same. So that's, you see this message pretty wrong. The person's you only tell the person that is the actual name of our public policy. Still on the community, if a person goes ahead and pushes his parents with some type of nickname, right, or descriptive name of our public policy, so what's that? What is the name of how the nation is tired? They're not coming to us. They're coming to us with the idea that you like it. Says the Gemara, that's analyze money, not coming to us, and we're not going to Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, beside us, Rabbi Nachman, Rabbi Yossi, the Mikvot King Jesus. Because of the articulate name of Hashem, it's ultimately one of the things not common law. So the Lord says, not common law, it's shame. You know, I'm a child of other people, you know, I actually tell them to make it easier for the first person to say, one is not tired of person who died, and yes, one goes ahead and does so, utilizing the actual name of Hashem. It's not about it. Not common law. What is that? Not common law. Not common law. The rabbis back 16 by typically every country is and even if one's parents is a kingdom and a soil and culture. One might have thought that Allah might under their circumstances not tied to circumstances. Much more on against the other difference is one is tied to go, one is tied to person. Actually, it's halal of others so will curse his father or his mother. Amy Allah of this completely low. So I only know in the process of the mother and father together. All these shalom, emo shalom of this I don't know that I'm tied to the person one of my parents. I will know that all good emo kilo damas all good kilos emo kilo give up again even though it's said as mother and father will understand it as all good kilo emo kilo so see one of the parents ultimately makes you tied as the radio so you have to listen to the other side much means that but you must up with the smoke at the people the part of the possibility the one in the possibility inside out such as the process also goes down and chews all dissolves right under your tongue and starts working and it's little experiments and I want to mention a second thing like that you will always be tied unless the person is learning unless the person says explicitly that you only tie the person in together most you must persons will be put to death for especially in the whole stoning after the zero in the Arab African community time where the Torah uses the maybe maybe for the other types of death penalties mentioned in the Torah. Nama Kon Adama Bo, the Nama Lahalon, the Mayhem Bob. It's like over here.
Discover your
Some
options.
of both, and it says later on, by all you don't need to make a ball. That's what we're looking for. The minimum bump. What do I learn from this? Mala Havan, just like that open you don't need. You know? After this year, so it's like your parents ultimately you as well. Says the Gemara, Omer, Shamanu Ashalim Naim. So now I know that, and now I know the punishment of Skilah. Where do I see the warning for what's the reason the way you look because every person has to have a color or warning and also the owner. It has to be owner. Where do I see the warning? Elohim or Elohim Moses Allah. Which literally again also so we'll see exactly what that possibly means. In Haya, watch this. Let's first slide right. In Haya Ovid Zion, one father was a David. Gemara says, "Are you good cloud Elohim most of we don't understand the lesson of Elohim. Elohim first was God. We not first the judge. So now we must do that. Let's say again. Like how it is probably Yaakov, and Yaakov is a giant. So if you were his father, and not only is he the type of person's father, but he's also the type of person the judge. Then how you argue Nasi, and if your father was right, either his father was a Nasi, or how they who bit love the Nasi, but I'm the color star. This is made up as a prohibition. It's a diet. It's a prohibition because for leader. So if we don't father Yaakov was a giant, he Elohim was the color. If he was the Nasi, he'd be kind of for Nasi was star. What happens? Being dying below Nasi, but how do I know that if he didn't hurt his father, and his father is not a diamond, his father is not the Nasi, that he is still going to be third white line. Are after done being out and staying? Those are the interesting enough to create a paradise. What's the paradise? Here we go. Slowly be Nasi to be dying. So Nasi is not like a diamond. So long as dying to that Nasi, and the diamond is not like a Nasi. How so? Listen to this. Lord is dying Nasi. Why? So are dying after mitzvah al hara also. Keloi Nasi she'iyat mitzvah hara also. So let's say the halakha is like this. A diamond, if a diamond, right? Let's say a diamond on this. This is a ruling. You're obligated to go ahead and failure to adhere to it to actually result in death penalty. Interestingly enough, that same halacha doesn't apply to a Nasi. Like the violence and halachic meetings of a Nasi, but it doesn't necessarily carry with it a death penalty. I'm sorry? Right, you should touch it. Oh, that's wrong. Like, Mama talks about something. Lord, Nasi, Kiroi Dayan. And on the other hand, again, a Nasi is not like a Dayan also. Nasi at the Mitzvah Hamra also, Kiroi Dayan Shiat the Mitzvah Hamra. That's a little bit different. Nasi and a Dayan are two forms of leadership. A Dayan is halakha. And therefore, if halakha relates to the Dayan is halakha ruling, and you violate that can result in death penalty. A Nasi is not halakha. And therefore, if a Nasi is halakha ruling, you violate it, you're not carrying death penalty. On the other hand, if a Nasi can be treated like directive, thank you, like a directive, right? So then again, he's the leader, he's got to follow it. If you violate it, you hire Musa. On the other hand, if a diamond gives the directive, you're not hiring Musa. It's two different forms of leadership. Yeah, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, what's the denominator between them? She'im ba'amcha, that they are both members of Rabbi, right? What is the common denominator between the Nasi and the Dayan? They are both members of Rabbi, right? And you are not allowed to curse people. That's the common denominator. So if you take a paradigm, that's a paradigm. That any person who is a member of Rabbi Israel, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father, even if the father is not a Dayan, or the father is not a Nasi, you still can't curse him. You must, remember, this is the Aspara. People are looking for the warning. So you must, Mala Tzala Shabbat Shemayim, because you do love some Gambala. Why is there another amazing or maybe coming under between Nasi and Dayan as well? They both have to be right. exalted position from God. Like, in other words, they both have Gedula, they both have greatness. The Lomar goes to Kyle period. So it also says, don't curse the person who rejects you. So what do you see here? The Olom Sheva Unpartners in the so talking about using both who are not in elevated position. Malachiri is the thing how it shows it below. Not so, but again, the media page, we need to tell you what it is. The next is dying. Now the next is dying. Down the line. Here is the Congress General rejection is there. The law rejection is there. So it turns out that really have three things that are and that's the guy in the field. And the truth is, they're really all very dissimilar. What is the common denominator? We've got Dara, Shabbat Shabbat, the Ancha, the Asa, Musa, Atila. Common denominator for Nasi. And if there's also a common denominator, they're all evil. You're all members of Ancha, and you are not allowed to curse. On the first of the Ancha, you have to look out for those. So far, to the father also is used also part of Ancha, and you're not allowed to curse. Not allowed to Shabbat Shabbat between Muslims. Those are well, maybe they have a Shabbat Shabbat. Is that again, Nasi, guy in the village, all have some unique difference. Into Nishto cross, O Elohim the village, O Nasi the village, Elohim Olamim. So what's the exact for these? Why are you the Elohim? And Eno Inu Lugifo, Eno Inu Lahim. Also, what's the other else is if you don't need it for its own interpretation, then use it for power. That's almost like things that you have a paradigm, and you can Nasi, Diamond, and Village. Becoming number between all those three rules of what? And Allah promotes against someone who is unfortunately part of your people, ultimately again, you're not allowed to curse. So let's say, what a beautiful and profound display. What's the criteria for the or at least what is the criteria for not being someone? If they're unfun, if they're not from so you have to love them.
We both drink until we can't see. Then my friend leans over and he says to me, "Hey, I love you, man. You're my bro." And I'm like, "Yeah, bro. I love you too." The part that's weird for me is he's telling me this while he's rubbing on my knee.
My name is Mario. You never had to give that time and to show so far. I'm ready to go. Work the late shift and I'll need the buckle up.
What you have to do, you have to bring everything. No matter what the actual uniform, the physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the same. The spiritual uniform is that every single uniform is the same. And then because that is because that is the Prophet's story, and because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, you'll start at least. And the baseline is don't face it. Right? The baseline is don't mistake it. The baseline is don't touch someone with a negative political view. But that's where it starts. And most of the things get on from there to by the way, this all works well if you understand that the Elohim most of Hallel is not Elohim God, but rather again Elohim is a very good God. Not anything that now you can struggle to even apply to the Father. Elohim the Amar told this not each other now. And according to the opinion that says, no, it's not Elohim God, it's rather what it is. It's Elohim Hakam. This is the reference to Hashem. Then what is it? The sign of Elohim told you that Elohim is possible. It's not God. Elohim is first for God. But yet people Omer Elohim Kodesh. No. In the first part of the Bible, the time of the legend of the Omer, as part of the Bible, from living to the warning against cursing of the Baruch Elohim Elohim Moshe Hallel. which you might be Mandama Elohim called Gamar Kodesh and called. The one who says that Elohim in this context is called means it's not God. So to a judge, but ultimately again you can learn how to this is the curse of judge. Remanda Amar Elohim Kodesh Gamina called you Kodesh. So the one who says Elohim in this context is is derived ultimately again the prohibition of the judge from the prohibitions of the curse of so we shall remind them Elohim called Kodesh and called. So according to you, that says Elohim means a judge. I understand. If you're not allowed to curse a judge, then what? Allah has told the time of Kodesh and you're not allowed to curse a Baruch Hu. Elohim Kodesh. Gama called the one who says Elohim is God. So he's right, it's judge. And the fact that the judge curses God, which the Muslim don't know, Kodesh maybe after the Sunni comes only wanting us to get cursing is not warning us against cursing the God. In pain, let's go no sucker. If that's the piece of evidence that's written in the forms of no sucker, don't curse. My Losikara. Why does it say don't curse about it comes to be just two things. What are the two things? Number one, don't curse a judge. And number two, don't curse a judge. Beautiful. Let's go like this. Say, you know, I'm button out of the Rasa. Don't say the first one. I'm going to change it out of the Narrow. You're very specific. What are these? The Nile of Rasa is a broken clothes, right, but not in sin. So she's married. Therefore, the man has another man, listens to her, that she goes home. What's unique about Nile of Rasa is that she is single out for a unique sort of she, and the Nile so now that I'm going out of the Rasa, ain't no type actually takes. So what's like all of these types ultimately against the now and risk skill. Remember, the unique type is normally adultery is kind of strangulation. So here, this is singled out for skill. But in order to fit the criteria around our Na'ala in the following criteria. Number one, ain't no type actually Na'ala. You go after the Na'ala. Number two, this is one. Number three, New Rasa, and number four, is the base Avila. And ultimately, I think it's still living in the Father. So those are the four criteria that you need in order to get the punishment of skill for Nara Mura. Go out last night, with 2 minute conversations with her. And I said that 50 seconds in, right? Then what? I leave some skill by saying the prayer. Then the first one is the remember again, the first one is the second one is no longer slow, and therefore it's punished in a regular case of adultery by Hannah. That's kind of okay. So the Gemara goes like this.
Excellent first time in front of a crowd and a
so it happens to be over here.
All right, great. You're 60 years old. I'm swapping you want to start comedy.
I went broke. So technically speaking, physiologically,
Okay, relax. Did you hear the last
you would have thought that physiologically since it's sort of the Suda. Therefore, again, Allah for the nice maybe the second guy should get Suda. Much more looks like much more we know the solar recognizes 2 forms of Dia. Is Dia Kidarka and Dia Kidarka, and they're both on the legitimate forms of Dia. Therefore, again, after the first time of relations with her, even though physiologically when the student out in time, she is considered to be a love, and therefore the second guy gets connect, and ultimately again that's very interesting. And that's how it's interesting. But again, but interesting nevertheless. Alright, so the word goes like this. Now, wrong. So, right, this is one of these things. Somebody else has this, right? It's the person who doesn't have to so now below Bogeras. Joseph Nara. So again, now we're going to go to the Nara means the Nara, not a Bogeras. What's Bogeras? 12 and a half years old and above, right? Below Bogeras, this is love. So that's the Sula. Below Bula. And here, what's the point that remember, even if a girl doesn't fulfill these criteria, you're still trying to go through. We're talking about the specific focus from Nara Murasa, the carries the appropriate schema as opposed to China. So what do you try for this again this Sula? That's the innocent. Another Sula, the base Akita, and the father's home. So, you should not say Abu Shuki about. This country is ultimately again where the father had already given her over to the system of the earth, which is being given over right to be taken to her husband's home. And I says, good, I'm not so good. I'm ready to go. I'm out. She could have been there. He's the only one that has been there. I've come to come say, now I'm the so I feel this to come out and go, I'm on mushrooms. Come to say that now I'm the rest of us that could be even what? Now I'm the rest that could even be a kind of other way of actually getting where I do know. You might give us this kind of energy, then we can take the kind of money. I don't know that I'm not going to make it. I just want to school it. According to our Mishnah, and now I'm the rest that is Dafka and Nava and Narikano. Come on, Rabbanon, if you can get us to see that, maybe it's the point of Rabbanon, and maybe the point of the Mitzvah is to exclude a whole Geras for Nara. Allah, the Sula, I'll not the Sula Nola. Pretty much. That's what you said. That's what you just said. Not love the Sula Nola. So, this is what we do. There's nothing more to talk about. It's just solidify the fact. And again, the specific and unique punishment for Nara Nola is that's the for Nara. Not a Kitana and not a Bogaris. When we are back over at the Mira, Ba Allah Kitana Nola. So that I made it now. What happens? What happens? If another man, in other words, not the husband, another man, he has a reason with the kind of who's on this stuff. What's that up in that situation? Yeah, according to the mayor, what's that up? You must be gambling on this one? Is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Or is it a man? Or maybe it's just going to steal it. So anyway, the stab is still a man. No. It's still probably the adultery. It's just the steal it from the permission or the punishment of steal it. What will it get? What kind of instead? Rothschild, the Rothschild, the Mason Gunslayer, Ashby, Shovel. There's the problem. The consequence of adultery says the Mason Gunslayer what they were both fighting. So it seems to indicate to us that the fighting equality in both of the parties committing adultery. Now, both sides, if the defendant engages in adultery, what's the law? She's not Hayabes. Why she's not Hayabes? Why? The Kana is not Hayabes for anything. So how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So again, Shasakad, Rob was silent, he didn't have a responsibility. Well, my time is Shasakad, I don't say Rabbi, he's not the name of it. We may say, Isha, Shasakad, Mother by no. There's another person. And the other person indicates to us that the man will be executed because he committed adultery. What do you see here? There's a case ultimately against where a man is singled out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case when a man is singled out for execution and the woman is not? It could be a case of a man who commits adultery with a Kitana. So again, she's going to be pure. Why? She's going to be higher to that. Which is where it says Kitana. Reality is, also this point is in the fact that I'm right tonight. Well, this is understand the process is both of them when you put together. As you actually say in some of Yosha. And Yosha says in order to execute the couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery with Kitana, she's not put to death. He's not put to death. The Yonasan says, the Mace Hadish Asher Shachadi Mamla Vado. But Yonasan is not true. There are sometimes when the man will be executed, even if the woman is not. What will be that case? Kitana Rasa. So she is not going to be executed because she's a child. But the woman says she will be because she's an adult. What does a real kid do? That's what if he reads off. Oh, it makes me understand. Sorry, it makes me understand my Dutch today. What does the Yonasan do with the passage that says it makes me understand? It seems to indicate that again, there's got to be an equality and liability.
This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy bringing professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime, anywhere, take control of your mental health. Talkspace makes it easy to start. Better mental health leads to better health overall. Just like your physical body needs exercise, your mental health needs maintenance and attention. Talkspace helps you build confidence and skills. Our therapists not only listen to you, they provide valuable techniques to manage stress or conflict in your life.
developing and improving your coping skills and self-awareness. Life is all about how you're in a relationship with one another. Communication is key. What does the other thing do with the Levado? So you decide to all of that stuff, and the other sometimes with the Shiva, let's say again, and have relations with Adam and Russia, but she's going to Shiva. So how does that happen? Again, you just go to that. So then they have relations with their proclamation against Shiva. So again, physiologically,
And as a listener to this podcast, you get $80 off your first
now
month.
what is the liability for those men?
Space.com/Tony. And enter promo code
The
Space
first
here.
thing you
That's
says, they're all liable to steal. Now we'll say, now why are they all liable to steal? Because the halacha teaches that all of them had relations with a na'ara
Hello there, my dear friend.
because since the
Favorite
first is the alliance with the
guys,
Sula, there's all chayat to steal. Rabbi already said, no. At least from the Sula, it's really kind of not true. The first guy is chayat Sula, right? Because he had a relationship with an na'ara murasa. But again, Ino is being looked at so looking at the issue looking down as a value from a deal. Therefore, acting as first act, therefore, what is no longer the Sula. So the rest of the guys are chayat. What are they chayat for? What are they chayat for? Adultery. Like a chayat for regular adultery, right? So the type of regular adultery, which is not punishable again by skilo, only punishable by incredible Rabbanon, Ubas speaking about again about so the Torah says, Ubas each point to say from his nose, as I mean, you make a lot of space, because many of us have seen this, and you need to point for a ultimately again with the person in Bas is going to say, everyone already says he lost them. So Rabbi Omer Kilas, we'll continue with that in just a moment. Right, so Rabbi Omer, so Rabbi says, Rabbi says, that for liability is what does that mean? Omer says, my what does that mean? Rabbi could be small. Rabbi also could be small. What does it mean small? So the Amar, Arusa, Yatsa, Lissefa, below the Sua. It looks like it is only in Arusa Bastan, it is only in Arusa Bastan, ultimately again the subject of Sleifa, not on the Sua. Not on the Sua. The Hafitah is always to say, in Kilas, Dia Business, the Sleifa, the Ida, the Kana. So we'll say, if the Bastan is in Arusa, has a relationship with someone, the first man is going to share relations with, that's what he is saying. And his subsequent acts of relations ultimately again will be the same. So again, what's that case? That's when we finish reducing what we got there. So the first man of relations with the Bas Kohen, he's going to be punished by Sleifa. The rest of them, even though she's supposed to be physiologically a small, will be treated like the regular pieces of adultery, and therefore again, the most minor thing, what was the thing? The most piasam, mahas, and that's your kind of style, just like first judge out of various after the how can I be free last year and this kind of stuff. So we guys start talking about the initial act of I'm going to leave a DD by a bias, not a law hockey, right? So you take a diet, my Rabbi didn't say this, and money, who's Rabbi just like there, right? So money, Rabbi Yosef. What did he say? Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi coming there, Rabbi Yosef, Rabbi, the Amar, he says, I'm in absolutely. He saw some kind of, so ultimately, Rabbi Yosef, how can you ultimately again? How can you have so Rashi points out? Rashi says over there, Rabbi Meir, the Amar, Das Kohen, Yeshua, Mikasha, the Sefer. Av Amisis, Lacham, Yachsu, and it's what Rabbi holds the power. You see what Rashi, two lines of the Bible says. The Das Kohen, right? When is there slave up by a Das Kohen? So only if he's married to a person who is usher. However, again, Aval, he says that Acham Yachsu. So it's telling the chapters, right? Well, let's say a pastor is married to a apostle, to a fool. Not married to a mamzer. If you're married to someone who's an apostle, therefore, what did Rashi? So it's telling the chapters, he's saying, Shud Eina Ela Bechena, Right, you must become a Rabbi Yochanan. So what's the Rabbi holds it right now? What does the mayor say? The mayor says like this. The mayor says, when he's there, a unique punishment for Arusa Bas Koy only when she's married or has innocence to someone who's kosher. But if she didn't innocent to someone who's kosher, let's say again, she married a mamzer, in which case what? She's already quote unquote what? Did profane, so therefore again the unique punishment of a Bas Kohen doesn't apply. So the Gemara says, "This is the Chenek," and therefore it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the Chenek. Other than to say, in Chilas, Achalasa is not the Sreifa. If Halacha Lamaisa the first time she was profaned was to the act of adultery, then there's a bit of Sreifa. But if technically speaking she was already profaned how? Through an illegal marriage, then a marriage you have to make adultery with her will only be Chayiv Chenek, not Sreifa. The Idak. So we'll say the Idak and the other, like the Idak and the Chenek. And again, we'll say ultimately again the other case right there for the Chenek. So we'll say ultimately again what's the case of what's the case? Look at that. Papa most up it Ella Akilas Kibo, Below Akilas Biak, Bahasam Akilas Biak. So we'll say so again. What is the what is that? Similar battle. Ultimately again there's a thing that the other case of Islam are working with that. And the Kilas double accusation of that. The Kilas Kibo. So we'll say what a king that is this. In the case ultimately again of now so what is coming in together. So Nara Murasa, that's the end of the Nara Murasa. What do we have in Nara Murasa? First singles out Nara Murasa for a unique connection of what? Of Shiva. Like a man has a relationship with Nara Murasa, a girl betrothed to someone else. Even though what adultery normally carries with the judge, the penalty of connect Nara Murasa is unique. But again, let's satisfy all these criteria. Number one, Nara. Number two, Murasa. Number three, Beis Aviyah. Like Allah Kalaisa again, if you have those criteria, then Allah Kalaisa, it's Siva. Anything else can be covered. What else can we learn? We also learn that Allah Kalaisa is the act of Yekudanta, then it's the Shiva. Therefore, if again there are multiple acts of adultery, let's say an obvious Yekudanta, the first guy will get Shiva, subsequent people will get Shiva. Interesting enough, the Gemara refers back to also to Bas Kohen. When is a Bas Kohen Chayiv or adultery? Adultery or Chayiv? Only once again, only if it's innocent, only if innocent, and again, only the first person to have a relationship. It's the same thing. If there's Yisrael Tidanka with a Bas Kohen, so the first guy will be Chayiv Shreifa, subsequently will be Chayiv Watch, and then we will be Chayiv Kana. But interestingly enough, another detail by Bas Kohen is very important. When is there a dinner Shreifa? Only when what? When that first act is what profaned her. But it's already profaned. How is she already profaned? Illegal marriage. She's married to a mamzer. In our local dimension, dinner Shreifa doesn't apply. Rather, it will be treated as a regular act of adultery and be punished by that. Right, the Messiah? Go ahead. Why not? So we'll say, let's breakfast, 9:30, let's do 9:55, 25 minutes of breakfast, 9:55 back here to the service.
She went for the kiss, and I had enough time to like kind of think about it, so I leaned back a little bit, and then I just looked away. Her eyes were closed, so I just looked to pretend I didn't see it, and then I looked back. I was like, oh, hey, well, great meeting you.
All right, so let's good morning, let us begin. Thank our sponsors for this morning. We got to thank our annual Comic Color sponsor, Or Touch City. Hey, until some Chavers is starting dedicating all these Sherman dresses this year. Everybody to be able to see. I was thinking about this later because comparing the dots, one of the speakers that had and it's reverberating to my mind. Were it not that you told gave me delight, I would have perished in myself. We're just so overwhelmed by everything that we see unfolding right in front of us. So overwhelmed by all these circumstances.
fucking fantastic. Makes it for the great powerful, the dark storm of Atlanta. This is Cedric Flynn, everybody.
The fact that the body identified doesn't seem to be very overwhelming of the only circumstances. And the reason for that person is just use themselves. And
I think all the reason we got these little self-driving ass cars in Austin is because there's not enough black people to go.
Is what allows us from falling off. Prevents us from falling off the side of the
I hate these little self-driving ass cars because they don't leave the human factor in there. Because if I'm drunk
the car that keeps
and
us
I'm
tethered to the
going home,
emotional elements.
who's gonna wake me up in the Waymo?
That one I suffered so much in his life. Since we don't we're not
You get drunk and you get into the Uber driver wake you up and they so yes sir.
We're not to the gas. We're not to total. We don't mention all the me too.
You know who wakes you up in a Waymo? The 10
This story is just not stuff.
in Phoenix, Arizona. That's why I'd rather sleep in a Waymo. And these niggas were nice or kind at all.
You can leave everything else
Take it
in
for
the side.
one example, one time, because I'm a heavy sleeper, that's why he was mad at me about waking me up in the Waymo. Because they could wake me up in 30 minutes.
It's beautiful and holy waters to see that. So,
One lady one time tried to wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She couldn't wake me up. She took my phone, unlocked it with my face, and then called my mama.
so she was dedicated by knowing kind of wrong with the Mishma, what it had been.
And I was like, I'm so sorry, I had to clean it because, like,
So let's begin. A lot to do today. We've got really exciting down. So we left off on some things that I want to tell you probably the bias.
So I woke up, just started doing push-ups, clean
It
it,
looked like
and
much to you.
she was
Right?
like,
It might not look like much to you, right? And it's going to come on the camera.
and the next day I had to go to that same Uber lady place and then cut her grass and then wash her car.
Every single morning trying to figure out where we're up to. So I guess you don't have to do that. So I think the university is incredible. They stick and they stay and they're able to show you. So I don't spend 14 minutes every single morning trying to figure out where we are. Only 4 minutes. But I moved the sticker from yesterday to this morning. So I said, so we are picking up.
That sounds real.
It's really short. So I straight to device on dedicated post-its, retail value, menu results. But again, but tremendous straight after the same with a lot of time. So again, we're picking up in your section, Rabbi. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows. Amar Rabbi. This is an incredible Gemara. 9 lines up from the bottom, 65 Amar Rabbi. That's how incredible it is. So Rabbi says, so you can want to, they could create an entire world. So you are so powerful that if you want to be able to see Shana Amar, how you must do it. So this Rashi says over here, Rashi says, first why by both we must the key in the car. So here's the interesting thing, like this. So you can want to be
and I had a 5 a.m. flight, so I stayed up, went to that flu
and once you cleanse yourself from sin, then there is no telling what to see. My grandma was down right now. It's interesting. So you both at the my album. So you wanted to put the work into this. Remember? Yeah, but I'm thinking how you love me. So what is it here? So it's 2 things here. Number one, what is the definition of a tzaddik? What's the definition of a tzaddik? So we know, by the way, what's not the definition of a tzaddik? What's not the definition of a tzaddik? Right? What was that? A Russia. Excellent. Well done. By the way, after operating on consistent amounts of availability, I set the bar very low. So you're like, pretty much whatever you throw out is going to be fantastic. Russia, scratch up some of fantastic. Enough. Beautiful. So let's say, okay. Also, all correct. Which will also be all excellent.
a specific song that would be on the way. Like if you needed music to wish out a black person that fell asleep in a window, it's our senior black correspondent. What song would you have? Too Short.
But what you tell it does is opens up the neshama to all kinds of possibilities. You want to go to the neshama, it's not like the shows that we're going out of Russia, like such kind of like a baseline. Like you're not going to say before it's time to someone who helps someone doesn't just think about it, I'm not outside. And I think what you actually begin to see is someone who realizes
As long as we can go without the copyright strike, so.
as you spoke about in yesterday, that reality of cognition is never enough. It's not like there's someone who understands that he has the ability to live because being about Shiva means that I recognize I don't have to be the same person. I don't have to remain the same person. One of the most incredible animals is that they recognize. The most startling places, so you need to realize you don't have to remain the same. Change. Whatever change you want to affect yourself, whatever change you want to affect your life, do it. So that's what I was saying. Notice in Tzadikim have the ability to become Bali Shiva. And because they have the ability to become Bali Shiva, therefore what?
That would be a great sketch on
So
Impractical
say, when
Jokers.
you
Just
become,
you guys
once you
going
realize
around the
that you have
streets
the
of
ability
Atlanta
to
telling each other
what does that show you? That you have the
Say hello, my friend. You have an extra wallet to the guy walking towards you right now.
because change says I can create and recreate and
I'm
manipulate
playing both roles.
I don't have to live in the same world.
Dedrick,
I
what
don't
is
have to be
one of the more dangerous things you saw
My
in
life
your
doesn't
days
just
in Atlanta?
have to continue consistently on and going forward in the same trajectory. If I was Tzadikim, definition of a Tzadik is about Shiva, and Rabbi says Tzadikim realize that they have the ability to create world. And also say each of us, if we choose to tap into the power of Shiva, we become Tzadikim, and if we become Tzadikim, we have the ability to create and recreate worlds. Is that not the most incredible thing you've ever heard? You have to think to yourself, I'm too tired of lifting my hands, right? You know the walls, feeding the walls, okay?
Yo, I pay me $25. I can eat your chicken wings. That doesn't work anywhere.
Robert says Tzadikim means like
He
that. He
said,
says Bali
you
Shiva
take your po
has
ass
the
over
ability to
there.
create
And then that
and
dude,
recreate
I swear to
worlds.
God, this is the first time I've ever seen this entire life. He had a sock
Rabbi, this is great.
attached to a string. It was like just a string
Rabbi actually
with
created
a
someone.
knot on the end of it. He started swinging around like it was a nunchuck.
The stories of like the Golem that we see, like those stories are not those that we're not allowed.
Yeah, it was something
About
that nigga was like,
so Rabbi literally borrowed Gafra. He created a person.
that's your aunt.
Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, right? Borrowed Gafra. I'll give you secret. So little bit there was a Sefer Yetzirah, which is a book that contains a Sefer that contains all the secret information. And Rabbi literally went ahead and he created a person. What happened? Shouting his hand over Rabbi Zera. He sent the guy that Rabbi Zera had a started that day. Rabbi Zera started talking with this person. And what happened to him had it. But ultimately, again, apparently, the person that Rabbi created wasn't responding. He wasn't engaging in a conversation. Amalei, min Chadri at, and Amalei, min Chadri at, He said, you can, Rashi says, or in the Kavya, and they brought Ayadeh Chavar in that, like you are someone, like you are someone who can be aided by someone else, like that, go back to your God. Go back to your God. So let's say, sometimes you might as well watch the why do you have to say that going to this right back to your God? Because remember, again, this creation was unable to interact with Rabbi Zera. If you don't know how to say if you don't know how to give Augustine, if you don't know how to give a word of wisdom, go back to your God. The Lord doesn't use you. Rothschild doesn't use you. If you don't know how to interact and how to communicate, incredible. Listen, listen to this. And you know that Rothschild, and Yossi Kamali Shabsa was an Erev Shabbos Gemara. An Erev Shabbos Gemara. How ridiculous is this? 7.5 year cycle. 7.5 year cycle. It's not going to get things up, but don't get caught up in the details. Right? It says, listen to this. So these two Rabbanim, Rabbi Hanina and Rabbi Rothschild, were sitting on Erev Shabbos. Va'aski b'sefer Yitzira, and they were learning sefer Yitzira. That's what this word being very traumatic. So that's like that, right? So you can give it later on. Right? All of Erev Shabbos were learning sefer Yitzira. And what did they do? They created for themselves. Doesn't mean it's third form half, or doesn't mean a half that has reached 1/3 of its maturity. Either way, it's supposed to represent like the best needs. The best needs, like the most tender needs. So they created it's also from the Sefer Yitzira, Bachli right, and then so what's the point of this? What's the point of this? The point is again to show the creative power of activity. So we can have the ability to create, but we can have also come full circle. What's the mission inside? Inside of someone recognizes that he has the ability to create himself. If you realize that you have the ability to be about Shuvah, to create yourself, to recreate yourself, then there is no telling what you can accomplish in this world. Because the most incredible discovery is that you can create and recreate yourself as many times as necessary. And that is the hallmark of a tzaddik. Tzaddik recognizes the creative power he possesses and utilizes that to create and recreate himself so many times as necessary. That's what I think. So the Gemara says, you must know name, so that's to so that's in the only. We should know, right? Zahamad is Shiva Mune Zafar Ara'ai. That's interesting. So this is someone who takes seed in 7 different types of animals and puts it on his eyes. Puts it on his eyes. Somehow again, you thought opening your eyes with that seed is about, right? I'm just saying, all right, so I'm going to say again, push on his eyes in a practice that allows him to be able to see things. But come say, Za'ofi is this Hainai. No, this is someone who engages in deception. Right, like an illusionist, like a magician, like somebody goes ahead and deceives people and makes them think that he's going to be some type of special. The Kiva says, that actually did the show. Listen to this video. The Kiva says, who is the Ma'onim? Ma'onim is someone who believes in superstitious things. What does that mean? Gomer, Hayom Nopalotis, today is a good day to embark on a journey. Tomorrow is a good day for purposes. Limude Ardi Sharias Keeping Knuckles. So someone who says, oh, Eric, we thought that's when the week is best. We're kicking those and those rolls. So again, what's the chat? What's the chat? What does people say? I'm only is someone who feels that certain times are auspicious for different things. So why does that sound so bad? What's that whole thing like? Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment. See, the Ma'onim is someone who believes you gotta wait for the right time in order to be able to go ahead and accomplish. Listen, there are people like this. There are people who have the most incredible dreams, goals, and aspirations. What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? They're waiting just for the right moment. And when's the right moment? The right moment? I don't know when, but it's certainly not now. Certainly not now, right? It may be tomorrow, but tomorrow's Friday, so probably not tomorrow. Like, Sunday sounds good, but Sunday have that thing. I'm pretty sure the right moment is going to come sometime in the next decade, or when that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to pounce on it, right? When that right moment comes, that's when I'm going to make the magic happen. Like, you know we call that? We call that a moment. That's what this is the rice. This is the rice and right to wait for the right moment. People who wait for the right moment will like to make things happen. In order to become excellent in, to become proficient in, you know what? In waiting. They become professional waiters. Understand, right? Right? They become professional waiters. That's what they can spend their entire life waiting to make things happen. Rabbi Akiva says that's called sorcery. That's called the only. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Make the present moment perfect. Not as like that. You must be turn around. Menachis. So listen, so Menachis is a person who believes like the Holy So that's what enough from the other. Repeat. It's because oh my bread fell out of my mouth. That's about all. Not blown up from the other. My staff fell out of my hand. Horrible metaphor. You know, from my son caught me from behind. These are things that people think like a bad omen. Only horrible. The raven calls out to me. Svi with Super Badaya. here, ran right in front of me. No question, you know, Bishua Mismovo. There's a snake on my right and a fox on my left. Now that one maybe you have that, right? But my second, these are all things that people hominize. Yes, these are hominize. Right? And it's one, and it's one. You're second or right, I put that together. My first football, life is totally first. I got to start a football, and the guana falls out of the tree. Right by the football. Right by the football. And like, this can't be good. This can't be good. Okay, but anyway, right, but it was a new thing. The whole time, I never had to watch my back for a while. But, no, this shouldn't happen. Okay, the blood was like that. You can speak to us with the rest of the story. But, all right. The verse says as follows. I show me small. Top of something like 66A. Our test will be, I was going to say, person with collecting taxes, the person says the tax collector. Don't start from you. Like Shabbos, the Chodesh, Matzah Shabbos. Or you know what? Again, I don't want to be certain things first thing in the morning. Like actually, that points out that we are paying your debts. Again, these are all people feminizing. I told that's it's not a good sin to start with me. Or I don't want to pay I don't want to start off the day by paying my debts. Or again, it's Rosh Chodesh, I don't want to start the new month. Or I don't want to start the new week. Again, feminizing all of these things. We don't believe in that. We'll say again, Allah for the most time to accomplish as well. The time to take care of your debts is now. The time to take care of your responsibilities is now. And if you go in on Menachashim, the Hulda, the Opos, is Okay, good. So let's say Mishparas Shabbos. The Darshan I love it as a dollar card. I'll show you guys when a person violates Shabbos. So again, Allah for the Mesa. If a person goes ahead and violates Shabbos, so if something that they went ahead, so again, if you would be trying if you were to do so without Hasra, then Allah for the Mesa would be love if there was proper meaning for this as well. And again, accidental commission of an Avera, ultimately will be Chayav Chatos. Which means in the Cloud, you eat the meat before Shabbos, Havi. In Chayav and Lavash, you go to Chatos, your law is going to cause. So is that to say that it is some type of full Shabbos, but if you were to go ahead and do it unintentionally, that you would not be Chayav for Chatos, or you wouldn't be Chayav for this, what would that mean? In Marcus, who made We've seen this reference earlier on. If a person curses his parents, he's only chayav if he curses them with the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If a person goes ahead and curses his parents with some type of nickname, right, or descriptive name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so what's the halacha? Remember the chayav is the chayav. Says the Gemara, let's analyze my chachamim. What the Nachum Yossi, Rabbi Nachum, Rabbi Yossi, the mikvot shem ibas. The Torah says when you articulate the name of Hashem, it's ultimately one of these to death. Not Hamadam. So what is this coming to refer to? So the Gemara says, not Hamadam, Hashem. We made Hamakala other the Imo, Shem, Chayav, Akshiv, Kalalim, Hashem. So with the interest that one curses his parents, one is not Chayav for cursing their parents unless one goes ahead and does so, utilizing the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So turn around on an ish, not what is like not all of it? So not all of it. Ish, the rabbis class continue by gracious. So he just the other comes to include, and even if one's parent is a symptom and a boring greatness. One might have thought that Allah for myself under those circumstances do not hide the person parent. Much more long ago, whoever the parent is, one is hiding to go, one is hiding to virtue, one is other is other to the who will curse his father or his mother. Amy, Allah Abdin, even though, so I only know from the Pasuk, and I was looking for the Pasuk, I'm going to thought one of them types of person, mother and father together. Abdin Shalom, you know, Emotional.
One day come together.
I don't know that I'm tight
You know what I mean?
for cursing one of my
Feels
parents.
great.
I don't know about
I can imagine if not have like a group of Android supporters behind me, leaders, love, them, shit, like read our clues. You don't care. Let us see
even
you're
though
on
it's said
your
as
way.
mother and
Like,
father will understand it as other
shit's crazy.
cursing one of the
Across
parents
street, you know what I'm
ultimately
saying?
makes you
You'll
tight
see
as
like
the Rabbi
Android
says.
supporters coming down
Yonah
from
says,
supporters. You know, saying shit like, well, he ain't really official girls or shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah.
The possibility gives two
Oh,
instances.
shit.
On one hand, the possibility gives the instance of cursing them both at the same time. The
Oh,
possibility also
shit.
goes ahead and
Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a
It's crazy.
for cursing them
close like line
individually.
there,
And
great.
a lot of nice in a circumstance like that, you will always be tied unless the public cursing individually, unless the pasuk says explicitly that you only tie the person them together. Most us person to be put to death for cursing your parents is stoning. Stoning. Adam is in the Ella Apostle from his son was the Torah. Jesus stoning. Maybe it's not stoning. Maybe it's one of the other types of death penalties mentioned in Torah. Nema Dama Bo, the Nema La'aron, the Mayhem Bob. It says over here, Dama Bo, and it says later on, by Obi Donis, the Mayhem Bob. The Mayhem Bob. What do I learn from this? Mala Alon, just like the Obi Donis, after time this year, so it's like person who parents, ultimately says the Yura Onesh, Shamanu Asharinayim, and now I know the punishment of Sila. Where do I see the one? Because what's going to be is that every death penalty has to have an Ashara, a warning, and also the Onesh. Where do I see the warning? Elohim or Elohim literally, and then also, so we'll see exactly what that possibly means. In Haya Aswat, so let's say first white line. In Haya Abid Dayan, one's father was a Dayan. The Gemara says, Elohim Moshe. So we don't understand exactly how it's Elohim. Do not curse the judge. So now, the most reason that we speak, let's say again, like Ruben is talking about this, and not only is he dying. So if Ruben curses his father, so not only is Ruben kind of cursing his father, but he's also kind of cursing the judge. Then how you argue is Nasi, and if your father was Ruben's father was a Nasi, or how you Ruben's father was a Nasi, but I'm not going to say. So this is just enough as a prohibition to curse a dying. There's a prohibition to curse a leader. So Ruben's father Yaakov was a dying, he'd be kind of Elohim Moshe father. If he wasn't a Nasi, he'd be kind of Nasi Losa, or what happens? Ain't no dying below Nasi, and how do I know that if Ruben cursed his father, and his father is not the dying, his father is not the Nasi, that Ruben is still going to be tired? That's a third wide line. So, Kale Asa Chan Binyan what's the paradigm? Here we go. Lowly be Nasi can be dying. So Nasi is not like a dying. The Lord is dying to the Nasi, and the dying is not like a Nasi. How so? Listen to this. Lord is dying Nasi. Why should I dying after Mitsuba? Al Hora also. The Lord Nasi should be after Mitsuba Hora. So that's like I was like this. Dying, right? That's dying. This is a ruling. You're obligated to go ahead and during the trip, to actually result in death penalty. Interestingly enough, that same doesn't apply to a Nasi. It's interesting, right? If you violate the halakhic readings of a Nasi, that doesn't necessarily carry anything to death penalty. I'm sorry? Right, this is special. Oh, Dr. Amish, that's incredible. Partial instruction. Like, family partial instruction, thank you. Lowly Nasi, purely dying. And on the other hand, again, a Nasi is not like a dying household. Shanasi Ashta Mitzvah Hamra also, the dying Shekha Mitzvah Hamra. So Nasi and dying are two forms of leadership. A dying is halakhic. And therefore, if you go for the dying issues a halakhic ruling, and you violate that, that can result in a death penalty. A Nasi is not halakhic. A And therefore, for Nasi, this is Allah for you do not hide definitely. On the other hand, if a Nasi thing that gives like a directive, right? So then again, she's the leading that follows. Violated you hide Nisa. On the other hand, if a dying gives a directive, you're not hiding Nisa. So two different forms of leadership.
How long have you lived at the shelter?
Yeah. What's the halacha? The Gemara says, "I'm sorry, Shabbat Shabbat." What's the common between them? Shane
How are we going to
Ba'am. That they are both members of Klal Yisrael. Ba'atam Musa al Kilavas. What is the common denominator between the Nasi and the Dayan? They are both members of Klal Yisrael, and you are not allowed to curse. That's the common denominator. Af ani avi adicha sheba'amcha. V'yatam Musa Kilavas. What's the paradigm? What's the paradigm? That any person who is a member of Klal Yisrael, you can't curse. So therefore, again, that includes father. Even if the father is not a Dayan, or the father is not a Nasi, you still can't curse him. So you must, I know what's the number. This is the Askara. This is what we're looking for the warning. So the Gemara says, Malat Sala Shabbat Shabbat, Shekin Yudasa and Gambalahem. Why don't you, maybe become the under between Nasi and Dayan as well. They both occupy exalted positions of leadership. Right? So they don't have to do that. They both have babies. Now, the Lomar was the Kala Krish. Also, Torah also says, don't curse the person you reject. So what do you see in there? The Umlam Sheva Amcha Kasim Adai start talking about even people who are not in the elevated positions of greatness. Malachir is the king Karishasa Gamalai. Nasi says, but again, maybe a village. Maybe they're telling you that there's a specific thing of respect in the village, not hurting the village, because he's at a disadvantage. So Nasi the dying of now the Nasi the dying of the Nasi the dying of the should be out. The contract then lower executive exam. The lower executive exam. So it turns out that really have three things of the Nasi a dying of the village. And the truth is, they're really all very dissimilar. What is the common denominator? Is that Tzara Shabbat Shabbat Shem Ba'amcha Va'atam Musa al Kilavas. Common denominator for the Nasi. And if there's one who has common denominator, they're all members of Amcha, and you are not allowed to curse them. So taught them through the father, because the father also is a Yid, also part of Amcha, and you're not allowed to curse. Malad Sata Shabbat Shabbat Shiflim Mashinim. So maybe this is our Shabbat Shabbat. Is that again, Nasi dying of Hirish all have some unique difference. Into Yifto Fra, O Elohim of the Hirish, and Nasi the Hirish. Elohim Ulamadi. So we'll say that's the piece, whatever the Elohim. And they don't even look forward to it. Ultimately, you don't need it for its own interpretation, but use it for others. So it turns out that you can have a paradigm between Nasi, Dayan, and Hirish. Some number of all those three is the what? That Allah promises against someone who is uncrossed, someone who is part of your people. Ultimately, you're not allowed to curse. They will say, what a beautiful and profound you say. What is the criteria for the afterlife? Or at least what is the criteria for someone? If they're uncrossed, if they're not in province still, you have to love them.
No, actually, they didn't kick me out. I just kind of just left on my own, just like I'm just going to do it. I'm all in for it. I just turned 29 on the 31st.
You know what's interesting? So, what is it that is
First month.
He's wearing a whole new t-shirt.
Does the shelter do anything? They give you like a cupcake or something like that?
You feel a tremendous sense of honor. What's the point to understand that every youth wears a uniform? Right? And it's the uniform of Solomon. It's the uniform of youth who
one of the saddest endings to an interview in
every single youth wears that. And the love that you felt so precious around yesterday is the love you have to bring privacy. no matter what the actual uniform, physical uniform looks like, the spiritual uniform is always the
Greg
same.
McCowan, I'll tell you what, you have a lot of work to do in your editing Joe's book just to fill it up.
Again, because of that,
Just
he's
have
unfulfilled,
something.
because
Once
of
the
the
door's selling,
Israel,
double your net worth.
because of that beautiful uniform, therefore, let's start.
There he goes, Greg McCowan,
And
everybody.
the baseline
There
is,
goes Greg.
like this. Like the baseline is,
Morning, Mr. Curtis. How are you? I'm lovely, thank you. You ready to take on the day? All right. God willing, I'll be here when you return. I hope everything goes well, Papa, and your day. You're welcome, Adam. Absolutely.
This is a reference to Hashem. Then what is there to say? Samuel, Elohim called it Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel says Elohim is possible. He's not God. Elohim refers to God. But Yahiva Omer Elohim Kodesh. It refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The time of the Lord Yaakov Omer Azhar Levarach Es Hashem Yinayin. And where do we see the warning against the person of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Talanoman Elohim Moshe Kalel. Which the Gemara Man Gomer Elohim Kol Gomer Kodesh Mikol. The one who says that Elohim in this context is called. That means it's not God. It's to a judge. Then ultimately again you learn how to prohibition to press against Baruch from the prohibition to press a judge. Man Gomer Elohim Kodesh Gaminan Kol Mikodesh. But when he says Elohim in this context refers to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is we derive ultimately again the prohibition to press a judge from the prohibition to press a judge. So we should remember Elohim, Kol, Gomer Kodesh Mikol. According to the opinion that says Elohim means a judge. So I understand. If you're not allowed to press a judge, then what? Allah has told us how to post it, and you're not allowed to say HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Elohim Gomer Elohim Kodesh. Gomer Kol Kodesh. But according to the one who says Elohim is God, so can you derive that you can't press a judge? So the fact that you can't press God, to which the Gemara says, Domo, HaKodesh Asar, HaKol Asar. Maybe after the Kedusha is only warning us against pressing HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is not a warning us against pressing the judge. MK, let's go pro, lo shaka. If that's the piece of Torah could have just written it in a short form of lo shaka, don't press my lo shaka. Why does it say don't press it? It says you don't need it. Or, Namina, I come to just do number one, don't press the judge, and number two, don't press HaKadosh. So beautiful, beautiful. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara, Hafa'al Nara Murasa. There's a person who they change it to Nara, but it's going to get Nara Murasa. It's going to get Nara. Nara is very specific what age? 12 and a half. So Nara Murasa is a girl who's betrothed. That is not Yisrael. So she's married. Therefore, if a man has relations with another man, has relations with her, that's adultery. What's unique about Nara Murasa is that she was singled out for a unique she married she, and the man who raising her was singled out for skill. The skill is supposed to send it. So now, about Nara Murasa, Eyochayit Ashaytay. So this is everything Chayit, ultimately again for Nara Murasa, skill. When it's really possible, adultery is 25 times strangulation. So here, this is singled out for skill. But in order to fit the criteria of Nara Murasa, number one, in a type of chicken Nara, just Nara. Number two, Kusuba. Number three, Rasa, and number four, the heat for base Abia. And ultimately, again, she's still living in the power. So those are the four criteria that you need in order to get the punishment of stealing Nara Murasa. For Allah, now the female had relations with her. So that was accepted. Right? Then what? Alicia the Skilo, Gashem the first one is the Skilo. Remember again, the first one is relations with the Skilo. The second one has relations with her. She's no longer the Skilo. And therefore he's punished in a regular piece of adultery. Okay. His mother is like this. His mother is like this. But what they say happens to be a Rashi points out that the finish of the child that even if the man had a relationship with her, so the speech of Okidarga, technically speaking, physiologically, she's still of the Suda. So you would have thought that physiologically, since she's still of the Suda, therefore, again, halacha maybe even the second guy should get split out. Much more you know, the Torah recognizes two forms of bia. It's bia kidat and bia kidat, and they're both are legitimate forms of bia. Therefore, again, after the first time, even though physiologically what is seeming part of the cat, she's considered to be a law, and therefore the second guy gets punished, and ultimately again that's it's very interesting, very interesting. And not Shabbos to be interesting, but again, very interesting nevertheless. Alright, so one goes like that. Turn up on this. Now, Rob. So, right, this is one of these things. It's referred to this as so now, Rob, the law for gas. Okay, Joyce is now, okay, now we're going to go to the sea. Now that means the now, not about this. What's the visible gas? 12 and a half years old, right? Global gas. This is the law. The doctrine of the law. Global. And there was some sort of point that remember, even if a girl doesn't criteria, you'll still apply for vote. We're talking about the specific provision of Nara Murasa, which carries into the penalty of Skino as opposed to Skena. So in order to be tied for this again, this is the number Ula, Nu'ula. So that's the thing. In order to base Akiha, and about his home, Fat, Yishemasa Ha'adi Shkiki Hadai. This comes to experience ultimately again, where the father had already given her over to the shulchan of the husband, where she was being given over rights to be taken to her husband's home. And I was like, good. I'm ready to go on the route. He's already there. He's the only ones already there. And I'll come to say, now I'm the Rasa. I do it to tell them the Nashma. They'll come to see you. And they'll come to say that now I'm the Rasa must like to be even what? Now I'm the Rasa could even be up to Hannah. I'm going to have to make it to the Rabbi. We might do this in the area. When we take it to the I didn't know that Mishnah is in there. As according to our Mishnah, Anara Murasa is Dashka and Nara and Nara Kitano. Maybe it's comes to that and maybe the point of the Mishnah is to exclude the whole Geras for Nara Murasa. Amalai, I in a higher access Nara, the Sula, Maorasa. And a high Ella Nara, the Sula Maorasa. So the says, should have said that's what it said. Now the Sula Maorasa. Similarly, because the Gemara says nothing more to talk about this. We just solidify the fact that again, the specific and unique punishment for Nara Maorasa is Daka for a Nara. Not a Kitano or not a Bodas. Going to the Daka by Adamira. Well, I like to kind of know, so that I'm there. What happens? If another man, in other words, not the husband, another man did have relations with the Kitano, even on Musa. What's that rough in that situation? According to the mayor, what's that rough? You must be damaged by this loss? Is it saying that it's not adultery at all? Oh, it's either man. Or maybe it's just going to exclude it from Stila. So I'm going to stop on the Stila man. That's kind of concept about the Hawk sick, and this is here's the problem. It's much better because the adultery says, and these are the things that will both die, which seems to be to us that there's got to be equality in both of the parties committing adultery. On both sides. I'm not engaged in adultery. What's that like? She's not Chaya. That's why she's not Chaya. That's why she's not Chaya. That's for anything. So how can you hold the man responsible if the girl is not responsible? So we're trusted now. God is sorry you didn't have a responsibility. How much more might have a chance of that? I don't think that right is on the name and when set you and start up in love about God. Another puzzle. And the other puzzle indicates for us that the man will be executed because of the result of what he's here. This is the case, ultimately, again, where a man is singles out for execution, even though the woman is not. What's the case when the man is singled out for execution and the woman is not? The case when the man commits adultery with the kind of underlust. So again, she's going to be Torah. Why? She's kind of. He's going to be tired of that. Which is not especially tonight. Reality is, wasn't this point is in fact an focus tonight. Well, this is the process is both women with the dad. Actually, stay in Shabbat Yoshua. And Yoshua says in order to execute a couple for adultery, both of them have to have the same level of liability. And therefore, again, if it's adultery, kind of, she's not put to death, he's not put to death. The Yonas says, Yonas is not true. There are sometimes where the man will be executed, even if the woman is not. What will be that case? So she's not going to be executed because she's a Ketana, right? But the man should be low because he's going to go to the what does Rabbi Yoshua do with that? What does he do? Basic understand. Basic understand my Dutch, okay? What does Rabbi Yoshua do with the positive that says in basic understand? Which seems to indicate that again, there's got to be equality and liability between the parties. And the level of the that comes to exclude, let's say again, an act of intimacy that's not intercourse. So again, it's basically any other form of intimacy that's not intercourse. Allah makes that sound again, not good. But the Maestro again, not liable for death penalty if one does that. My second even love him. The other part was of course not. Don't need a positive to my second even. I actually intimacy. That's not intercourse. That's not. I'm not thinking that's not recognized as anything. I didn't need a positive to exclude that. You know what it says? I live out there, my God. You know what you're doing with the Levado. If you decide your more or less, other guys you see those interesting things over there. Let's say again, 10 men have relations with an Arab Mullah. But you say how does that so 10 men have relations with so again, physiologically, but the semen are intact. Now, what is the liability for those men? So the verse says, the first thing he says, they're all liable to steal. I would say, now why are they all liable to steal? Because the Halacha teaches that all of them have relations with a Nahara or Rothschild. Because since the line from the Sila, there's all kinds of steal. Rabbi already says, no. I mean, from the Sila, the kind of natural protection. The first guy is kind of Sila, and he has care relations with an Arab. But again, he knows Yusuf so recognizes Yusuf as a balance of Sila. Therefore, after that first act, therefore, what's no longer the Sila. So the rest of the guys are high. What are they high for? Adultery. But the high for regular adultery, regular adultery. Right? So the high for regular adultery, which is not punishable again by Sila, only punishable by incredible. He lost some. So let me almost give us. We're going to deal with it actually just a moment.
Your next fucking ball goes by the name of Lorenzo Tyree, everybody.
Right. So Rabbi Omer, so Rabbi says, Rabbi says that her liability is with Tila. What does that mean? Hey, Omer, Omer what does Rabbi say? I'm going to put it in the Torah, ready to be shmos. Ready to be shmos. What is the shmos? And the Amar, Arusa, Yatsa, L'Seifa, Lo Yisra. So let's say it was only in Arusa Baskin. It was only in Arusa Baskin. Ultimately, again, it was something to Seifa, not in the Surah. Not in the Surah. The Hakikah is what it needs to say. In Trilas, we have this Seifa. They eat up the Hannah. So let's say if a basketball who's in Arusa has relations with someone, the first man with whom she has relations with, that's the he is slave. And his subsequent acts of relations ultimately again will be the same. So then what's that case? That's really the case. So the first man that has relations with the basketball, he's going to be punished by Sreifa. The rest of them, even though she's not physiologically a Yisrael, will be treated like regular people, and therefore they connect. So you want to see my thing, well, what's the thing? So you want to see some Mahas and Tilas Bias on the strike club. Just of course, talking about a various activity. Often, now we just Tilas Shia, which is so to the I was talking about an initial act of Amalei, Rabbi Barbaye, Mar Lo Hafiyah, so you said that Rabbi, my Rabbi is this, so Rabbi coming there, Rabbi also like Rabbi, the Amar, he says, he saw some kind of ultimately again, because Rabbi also says, how do you ultimately again? How do you have so Rashi points out to go to Rashi says Rabbi knows the Amar Bas Cohen and Suah Mikasher is Sreifa. Our Yisrael is coming up soon. Rabbi holds the following. You see how Rashi is 200 miles away. It's a Bas Cohen, right? When is there Sreifa by a Bas Cohen? So only if she is married to a person who is however, again, about when he says the coming up soon. She is coming with Shas. Let's say a Bas Cohen is married to a pastor, to a psul. Let's marry to a Mamzer. Married to a Mamzer. If she married to someone who's a pastor, therefore, what did Rashi? She was coming with Shas Nisuin. She would bring her out of the corner by Tila becoming a Yom. So what's it? Then he calls it a mayor. What is it a mayor say? The mayor says like this. The mayor says, when is war and unique punishment for Arisa Bas Cohen only when she's married or has innocent to someone who's kosher. But if she was if she could be innocent to someone who's kosher, let's say look, she married a non-Jew, in which case one, she's already quote unquote blood, for fame. So therefore again the unique punishment of straight like Bas Cohen doesn't apply. So he says the Chenek, and therefore it's still adultery, but it's regular adultery, only the Chenek. All the other things to say, in Tfilas, Achalas of Biznos is Sreifa. If Halach is the person she was preparing, was to the act of adultery, then there's a fee of Sreifa. But if technically speaking she was already preparing how? Through an illegal marriage, then a man who commits adultery with her will only be hired Chenek, not Sreifa. Don't say Isha, and then right Isha, and again, we'll say ultimately again the other case, like let's say for my defense. So we'll say ultimately again, what's the case of what's the case? Couple the law the husband of so we'll say so again. So what is the difference? What is that coming from? Comes on the other case of section and with Tilas Shum Davash Metaber, with Tilas Kilo so this is what kind of interesting so the case ultimately again of now it's supposed to be together. So now I'm Russell. That's separation. Now I'm Russell. So what are we doing now I'm Russell? So I tell you that now I'm Russell for the unique quality of what? Of steel. Right? A man has a relationship for now I'm Russell with a girl betrothed to someone else. Do you know what kind of adultery nobody carries on the blood? The penalty of? Now that we listen to but again, it's all these criteria. Number one, Nara. Number two, Russell. Number three, base Aviyah. Place Allah again, if you have those criteria, then Allah anything else is going to become. What else do you learn? You also learn that Allah if there's an act of Yekidanta, then it's interpreted. Therefore, if again there are multiple acts of adultery, it's unless an mission of Yekidanta. But the first guy will get Shkula, subsequent people will get Shkula. Interesting enough, the Gemara reverts back now also to Bas Cohen. When is a Bas Cohen or adultery or only once again now only if it's innocent, only innocent, and again only the first person out which it's the same thing. If there's Bishop of America with a Bas Cohen, so the first thing will be Chayiv, subsequently will be Chayiv, but interestingly enough, another detail by Bas Cohen is when is there only in what? when
They
that
got
first
little
act
jump books, right?
is
I've
what
got some
profaned people.
little
And
medium,
if she
so
was
it's
already
medium and
profaned,
extra.
how was she already profaned? Illegal marriage.
Keeping it moving
She's married to a
along.
mamzer.
This one's for
You know, local
Zion
relations didn't talk about her father. That is the street
Yo.
of the neighbor after the don't
Chunk-ass
speak and
motherfucker.
I can say,
Jesus Christ.
right, well, that, so I say, let's wrap this, 9:30, let's do 9:55, 25 minutes of breakfast, 9:55 back here to the judges, till 11 o'clock morning.
I'm sorry, I just said something crazy. I don't know if you guys heard, but Dr. Phil just said he thought it was one of those gas station doorways. Stood there waiting. Let's reset. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Kill Tony debut, I do believe. One more time for Zion Lazar, everybody.
Well, I just came from Shanghai. I'm sorry if some of my humor doesn't land, but I'm used to talking to people who don't speak English. So if you don't mind, I'm going to talk a little bit about some Chinese problems that you people think that they don't drive well over here. You should see how they walk. There's this one guy, he walked into me about 10 times. It's kind of like those remote cars when they bump into something. They don't even look up from their phone. They just keep on bouncing into your ass until they just burn out. The other problem is they got a lot of metrosexuals out there. Does anyone know what a metrosexual is? If you don't know what a metrosexual is, calm down, Americans, calm down. Stand on your head and calm down. Like the police say, put your hands in the air, stand on your head and calm down. Calm down, sir. You need to go. No, what they do is, in the metro, if you're walking around and you don't know what a metrosexual is, just watch who's bouncing off of the poles.
Zion, where are you from?
I'm originally actually from Texas, but most of my life Mediterranean.
The Mediterranean Sea?
In Mediterranean area, yeah, Greece.
How old were you when you moved to the Mediterranean Sea?
19.
19. And how old are you now?
I'm 34.
34. So, oh my God. In 15 years. Okay, guys, Jesus. I see why you've been to the Mediterranean. Tiraminos everywhere. So in 15 years, you're saying that accent's real?
Well, you work on it, you know, it's not perfect. You polish it and you sleep on it, and it is what it is. I don't know what to say.
No, I think you're reversed. I think he's saying that the accent you have now, what you're saying, oh yeah, he thinks you think that he's saying that you're trying to achieve a better American accent, and you're working on that. He's saying that you lived here for 19 straight years first, and definitely didn't speak the way you're speaking now, and then you picked up a heavy accent from the Mediterranean over the last 15 years, which is peculiar. This is like me coming back from the 2-week vacation I took last year to Rome and me coming back like, how's everybody doing? I don't even know what you talk about. It's good to be at home to America. I've been having out American shit. Like how you say cucumber?
If you understand me, I don't.
You hear these metrosexual? I've been in the Mediterranean for about 15 years. I was born in Texas. Can you hear the Texas in the accent?
You're not an English teacher, by the way.
I was born where the barbecue flies like a wings. You never smell the man for his wing. Go get the bench. Fuck the dog. Whoever the owner. And then it bumped into something. What the fuck was that?
The only accent they know is Italian. It's strange.
Well, I mean,
If you got a rhythm, continue, gentlemen. I'm enjoying myself.
so the accent you can label that more as Greek.
No problem, more Israeli actually.
Okay.
I speak Hebrew. I speak a little Greek and Turkish.
Okay.
Didn't take him long to bring it up, did it?
Yeah, baby. It's dog.
That is tonight's Honey Nut Cheerios joke of the night.
So, Sion, I gotta give you credit. Out of all the interviews out of the bucket I had tonight, you do seem like the most interesting at answering questions. It seems as though you have some life experience. What have you been doing over there? What made you leave Texas and go to the Mediterranean?
Oh, well, I teach English. I focus on the adjectives more than the nouns. If that makes any sense.
It's incredible.
But not the pronouns. Over in America, things are very strange pronoun-wise. Go on.
Tell us about that. Tell us about that. You have global knowledge. It's good what you're saying so that Americans can hear it. Go ahead.
Well, so you see, you have the he, and then you have the she. But sometimes, in certain circumstances, the she or she will decide he would like to try the other side. So he looks at the doctor, and the doctor says, "Turn around." And then he examines the size. That's the first thing. And if it's too large, then he needs special equipment. But sometimes it's minimal. And in that case, he just says, continue with what you're doing. Let's take it. Good to go.
Anyway, to the bride and groom.
Yes.
The worst wedding speech of all time. Can you imagine your best friend's getting married and he's over here going, hey, let's get the toe, let's go to meet Zelda in the parking lot for some rub and tug. What the fuck was that?
I'm sorry, I took a picture of a tequila pineapple. It is true. It is not the direction I thought things were going to go, but I found it hypnotizing. So you teach English in all those different places, and you kind of just go wherever you want.
Yeah, well, yes, that's the way it is. It's kind of addictive, actually. Once you start traveling, you just can't stop. You just keep running away forever. And you convince people that this is the way Americans speak. So wherever I'm teaching, they're going to talk like me.
And wherever you're teaching, you're going to talk like them.
You have to assimilate. You have to assimilate.
You know what they say? This is the one contestant tonight. Tablet, cast, what do we call it? Bucket full that looks like he gets pussy.
That is true. Or dick.
You do well?
I've seen five movies.
You present like everything you're saying is so much more important than it really is.
You might not think it's funny. I'm going to go for that.
You got me hooked. I'm like, what happens to the eating shape?
It comes from Genesis chapter 6. And they knew that they were naked. And they hid themselves in the garden.
God agrees. We are getting word that God agrees with you.
Christians, why are you fucking Christians?
Zion. Go ahead, Dr. Neil.
Do you do drugs?
Excuse me?
Do you do drugs? Like, are you a casual weed smoker?
No, I live in China.
You live in China now, too?
Yeah, I live in China now. Oh, I live in China so long. I don't like it now. I teach English.
What's up?
Can you imagine? Have you ever heard a white guy with a Chinese accent? This guy was born in fucking Texas. It could happen. And I wanted to do it. What'd you say?
If there's any Chinese people, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we don't have a very small Chinese.
How dare you say there's Chinese people in Texas? I talk about that. Yeah, actually. Is this a clan meeting? What the?
All right, Sion, relax.
Excuse me.
A Wu-Tang clan meeting, perhaps. Okay, so Sion. All right. What does Sion mean?
Sion is like Zion, like in English.
So, you are Jewish?
Okay,
that's enough. There you go.
You said buckle up in Hebrew. Tomato, Romano, you know what I'm saying? If I killed your guys, don't mess with me. All right. So if we killed God, seriously, do you want to mess with the guy who killed God? I'm just saying.
Is that what you use on a first date?
Yeah, are you seeing two pussy? If they come at me with you killed God, I'm like, so why you want to fuck with the motherfucker who killed God? You know, it's pretty badass, if you ask me.
All right.
Sorry, like you put it on me. You put it on me. If I did a God killer, I'm gonna put that on my fucking sweatshirt.
Here you go. Here's a medium-sized joke from Sion.
Oh, thank you.
Sion, there he goes, everybody. Here he goes. Thank you.
Thank you for the conversation.
Those doors will open up automatically. You can just stand a lot of handshakes. All right. There they go. Thank you. Just one more time for Sion, everybody. All right. Okay. We have one last bucket pull. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Layla Ingalls, everybody. We know Layla. She's been on this show before.
Hi guys. Hey mothership, it's good to be here. I've always had a nervous energy about me my whole life, but stand-up has helped me a lot. It's a huge confidence boost. Sometimes after I get off stage now, people come up to me and they'll be like, "Oh, look pretty set," and that makes me feel good because they're making me cups. Sick. A little bit about me. I can't watch Kevin anything movies with my dad. He's Muslim with my dad. I have been single now for like 13 or 14 months. I don't remember exactly. I'll have to recount the slits on my wrist. It's been 14. I was with a guy for 6 years, and then after 6 years, he told me he needed blonde hair and big boobs to come. And I was like, "Well, we can cut your hair." Okay, thank you. It's going good.
Why do I need that third car?
Were you going to say something else there?
No, it's going good. I just wish I had time to finish my joke. I'm sorry.
Do you want to do it?
Oh,
Let's do it.
really? It's kind of long.
How long is it?
It'll be no more than 40 seconds.
Okay, there you go. All right, sure. Let's do it. What do we got to lose at this point, Layla? Go right ahead.
Why do I need cars by the time?
He told me he needed blonde hair and big boobs to come. And I was like, "Well, we can cut your hair." I felt like the meow and everything. But, you know, quiet now.
Okay, there's something in the air tonight. All right, Layla, that's one way to do it. Layla, okay, welcome back. It's been a while since you've been on the show. About a year, right?
I think it's been 2 years now.
There you go. How's life been going? If I remember correctly, you live in Ohio?
Yes. I still kind of live there, but I'm more like a Vagabond.
Look who it is. What up, baby?
Can we try to
Oh, that's a good question. Perhaps if we can switch dimensions. Are you ready to lose?
Is it true?
Yeah, theoretically. Are you ready to lose?
So this is literally how it works. You go ahead and summon up the spirit of the dead.
Dude, I'm gonna beat you so badly in this that you might cry.
This is someone who summons up the dead.
Dude, did you watch Bad Bunny? What were your thoughts? You didn't watch Bad Bunny? Dude, did you perform on Monday? Oh, are you fucking serious? Dude, did you perform on Monday? How'd you do?
I was just don't feel it, so wasn't too bad.
What do you mean filler?
Still haven't enough for to say what works on.
And you didn't use my joke? Dude, I don't understand why you don't use that joke. It's fucking hilarious. One of the greatest water bombs, perhaps. Oh, are you fucking serious? Zoot.
I talk about conspiracy theories on this stream because I don't want to get changed out, but I found some pretty fucked up conspiracy theories that aren't being talked too much.
All right, dude, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the fact that you performed on Monday and you said you were going to bomb. Did you bomb? Why won't you tell my joke?
Let's hope that
Yeah.
and no one remembers the name, character's name.
Right.
I told that joke. Someone, the next listing, the people in the front actually started listing the names of the other characters and all this stuff. I wasn't expecting that. I got accused of that.
Good job, dude. That's funny. What are the names of those fucking things?
And then they laughed because I said, I forgot the main character was a wheelchair.
Was it an illusion? Or was it a wheelchair?
The first movie is in a wheelchair.
Right. All right. I mean, that movie sucks.
That movie doesn't suck.
It's boring. I don't know. Maybe it's not. I couldn't get into it, but maybe in the future I will.
I think the problem is Avatar.
Zoot, tell me what you think the problem with Avatar is.
James Cameron is taking a huge risk to tie all the 5 movies together, and he doesn't know if he never knows if they're going to make enough money so he can make the movies. So he's not really prepared to make.
Dude, he knows that they're going to make money. He just says that to build a hype. Get up. Get up.
You know the other issue is?
What's the other issue, big dog?
When the Avatar movie is done, he would have spent the last 30 years of his career on that franchise and not made any other movie.
All right, but he'll be a billionaire, so does it really fucking matter to him?
But he is stuck in that franchise.
All right, well, he's kind of okay with it.
I guess he got off the
Yeah, I mean, like, how much bigger do you want him to be?
That's the action. That's the action. Or the flapping of the arms. That's the action.
But Transformers as well. No Transformers.
That's true.
James Cameron Transformers maybe.
But that's Michael Bay, big dog.
Incense, libation, prostration,
Yeah, Michael Bay's great.
who is the opinion that says
Why do you say so?
It was an excellent class.
Okay. Well, dude, I have a question for you. When are you going to tell my joke?
That's considered to be.
Dude, when are you going to tell my fucking joke?
When having chocolate glasses.
Where the fuck is that? Dude, what are you, who the fuck is Abby Chatfield?
Like an extreme, like liberal feminist in Australia. So like,
one does not reach any kind of mindset.
she told me about Megan in Australia.
Yatsa Megade Kubal, right? Yatsa Megade Kubal, Homi Violet. In the cat of the shape. Okay, so what's it? What is here? The piece is where you're actually offering incense to a shape.
Do you think you're going to do well? Looks like your shot sucked.
Well, the woman who got pregnant by 11-year-old is the teacher got pregnant by 11-year-old head of person in Australia right now.
How hot is she? 0 to 10.
Oh my god.
The teacher, dude.
She impregnated a 12-year-old, 11-year-old.
How is she able to impregnate an 11-year-old?
Right, so she got impregnated by 11-year-old.
Right, how hot is she?
I am not attracted to her.
I didn't say you have to be attracted to her. Rate her from 0 to 10. I don't give a shit if you're attracted to her.
I'm not.
I know. I don't care if you are or not. Rate her objectively as best you can. How hot is she?
Right? So what we have over here is O, summoning up the dead through the armpits.
Right.
Yidori, summoning up the dead through the mouth, although we see it's a bone in the mouth. And apparently Chover is summoning up groups of
That's great.
It's not creepy at all. You can say that she's a bad person, but she's attractive.
So apparently again, this act of summoning up a group of shit.
I can say that she was my age to that age. Could have happened to that.
So she's super hot.
So this refers to Chover Godol. What's a Chover Godol? So Rashi says over here, this refers to some type of.
So this bitch is like an 8.
Animals, right? Like an animal whisperer, right? Someone who's gathering up groups of animals with some type of incantation. This is Chover Gadol, Becher Chover Katan. Or even if you're just summoning up a small group of animals, even if you're summoning up snakes and scorpions. Amrabaye, Tilcha, Man did summon Zibura Va'akrava, Atagat the Kamachabin, Zololisku Asa. Therefore, was that even if someone who goes ahead and uses sorcery to go ahead and gather together Zibura Abi and scorpions. Now, why am I using sorcery to gather together bees and scorpions? Because I don't want them to harm me. So here, my kavana is not really for sorcery purposes.
Have you tried it?
No one knows who that is. Zoot, did you watch Bad Bunny? Why not?
Because I'm dying.
Why are you dying, dog?
Everyone's dying.
Not necessarily. There might be some people out there who aren't dying. They're actually getting stronger and healthier. Dog, that was some bullshit. I can't believe you tied it again.
I don't want to put myself in dying. I think that could be fucking awesome.
Okay, I mean, that's a cool story, but that's a shitty shot. I'm telling you right now, that's one of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. But look how good this shot is, Zoot.
But rather it's about what's occurring inside of your heart.
Why you take so fucking long to play shots? That's the greatest mystery in life. Look at this shot, Zoot. Zoot, I just ended it. Champion. Zoot, champion. I hit it at the buzzer, baby. It's over for you. Oh, I thought the game was over. So do I. Thank you, dog.
So because the ikar of Megade is really what's happening in your heart, and the verbal expression is kind of just the actual
No, you fucked up. You're gonna fuck me if you don't hit that corner. Dude, that was an amazing shot.
In the world of myself, action really has to be something significant.
Why would you do a show like that?
Why not? Because I've got the lead. Oh, that's a big shot, Zoot.
And the verbal expression is just like the icing on the cake. But in general, you need a little nice. It's like this is a tremendous. This is a tremendous.
Zoot. Zoot, you have 7 shots. Hit it in the water. Hit it in the water. Hit it in the water.
You need a myself. You need a myself. You have to do.
You didn't even ask if it was there Monday night.
Was Chelsea there Monday night?
What you say.
She was?
What matters?
Was your pussy wet? What kind of shot is this? Dude, you're fucked. Dude, it's over for you, son. Terrible shot. Dude, you're done, son. Dude, you're done. You need the best shot ever. It would have been better to just kind of pitch out. You're done. You're done. That's not good. You're done. Oh, you could have hit the chain one in, but you didn't. Dog, yet another fucking win. Yet another fucking win, dude. Yet another fucking win. Zoot. What happened, baby? Oh, so your ex-girlfriend came? Oh, that's tight. Are you happy about it?
Kind of happy though. Yeah.
Okay. You gonna munch your box?
Sorry.
Are you going to munch her box? Are you going to perform cunnilingus on this bitch?
Not anytime saying maybe a couple weeks.
Okay. I mean, on what are you waiting, baby?
What am I waiting for?
Yeah.
She's kind of tough.
Why is she in a tough spot, big dog?
Transition jobs.
Oh, she's transitioning jobs. Okay, what does she do for a living? What does she do for a living? What? Oh, okay. All right. So, what's she transitioning to? So, what is she transitioning to? What is she transitioning to, dog? Well, don't you think that'd be a good thing to learn?
No, transitioning from reception to
She's transitioning from receptionist to what?
from
She's transitioning from what? She's transitioning from what to what, Zeke? Hold on, baby. I will. I'm just a little busy doing something right now, but you're gonna have an invite really fucking soon. Are you fucking excited? Have you ever been more excited in your entire fucking life? Okay, what's the most you've ever been excited in your entire fucking life? Dog, I just asked you a fucking question, and I haven't heard a fucking answer. What is the thing that for which you've been most excited in your life? Yeah, dog, that's what I just asked you.
When I go, what movie came out in 2012? Big movie coming out.
There's no nice involved in the so it's fascinating. And when it comes to Avis, the essence of Avis is really acidity. And if I look at myself, there's more stuff in practice that even than me, like I said. People say also, so often we see things, and we become inspired by the things that we see. But it's important to understand.
Yes. What? I heard you say something about 2012. What happened in 2012 that made you so fucking excited? Dude, are you ready for an invitation? Right. I bet you thought the world was going to end. Zoot, you have an invitation.
This was New Year's 2012.
Zoot, stop.
No,
Accept my invitation and then tell me the story.
look, I went out, and then I was at the middle of 16, it was pretty much like, yeah, I was 16. Really so, and this girl just randomly comes up to me near the water. This girl just randomly comes up to me and was like, "Do you want to be my New Year kiss?" And I was like, "Yeah, why not?" And then I did that, right? And I fucked up, though, because I had the house. I fucked up, not by her. And then I go down here, get with another girl, and then on the way home on the tram, I get this other. I see my friend, but going to my place, I don't know, 10, 11, she comes up and hugs me, and then I meet her friend, and then I kiss her friend, and I kissed 3 girls in that on New Year's 2012.
And is that how you got super? Is that where you were patient zero for super gonorrhea? When are you going? Big Dog, when are you going to get tested for super gonorrhea? What's that, baby?
I cannot remember a single one of those girls' names.
Okay,
I can't.
and they gave you super gonorrhea.
I could not. Yeah, I have like 3 girls on that. It's cool. I can't remember any of their names, and I had the house to myself, and I was not starting off with any of them.
Okay, and you contracted super gonorrhea. Zoo, when are you going to get tested for super gonorrhea? Are you really?
Yeah.
No, you're not. Dude, it's not that you don't have it. You created it, son. Dog, you created super gonorrhea. Dude, what are your thoughts on being the founder of super gonorrhea?
Do you want to correct
No, that's not something that I want to do.
It's kind of something
No. Okay, I mean that's a cool story. You know what would be even cooler if you hit this fucking ball.
I mean, you're probably going to do this
What would you call your STD or STI? I'd call mine swamp crotch. Your pelvic area smells like a bog.
And they come up
Sorry,
with
Rabbi.
What up, Zoot?
If you're talking to a
You said it's traumatic memory.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's known as memory erasure.
It means again, ultimately, the dead entities that communicate in a normal way, and also communicate with this. Okay? So I'll say the West has an incredible story of it. So we'll say Turnus Lupus.
Zoot, are you ready for one of the greatest?
Right? Also went ahead, reached that all.
Would the memory be stolen somewhere?
It depends how the system is set up. No way you make this. No way you make this.
Says you Jews say that Shabbos is a unique day. What makes Shabbos so special? What makes Shabbos so special? Today's Amrlo, Umad Gever Migubin. That he keeps it
Here's the problem with that, right?
What's the problem, Zoot?
You're asking why Shabbos is more special than other days.
What if people start confusing someone like just what their memory is?
That could happen.
My ruler appointed me as a fresh of a person. That's what makes me Tushabi Kiva responded. Shabbos Nami Kimari. Okay, so your ruler said that you're kosher, that's why you're kosher. So our ruler said that Shabbos is kosher. Because our ruler said that Shabbos is kosher, that's why Shabbos is kosher. I'm really healthy coming out of that.
Oh no, Zoot. Zoot.
I'm asking Shabbos. How do you choose
Water. Easily in the water. Oh, get in.
How do you know? I don't know who was listening to this verse. Shabbos said like this.
That's the storyline with Cycle that was like folklore in Australia. And there was a guy
Shabbos was tranquil. Like,
he was like attempted murder, but he got injured, so he got away with it.
What's this now?
The cycle from Australia. Storyline was a guy had an injury,
Right.
but he was attempted murder, so he got away with it.
Okay.
And then his memory came back later.
Why would you not try to score, dude? Try to score. Just terrible. Terrible shot choices on your part.
I feel that people staying trials
I mean, it's like a mental issue. You could be found not guilty by reason of insanity, perhaps. I mean, that's what you call it in the United States.
You have to be insane, but when you committed the crime.
All right, baby. I'm just telling you what it's called in the United States. But look at this shot, Zoot. Did you see that, baby?
Has anyone gone to trials that has it?
Yeah, I'm sure a ton of people. So look at this shot. Yeah, baby.
Those time I work for 30 seconds. I did not know who I was.
Okay. That's a cool story, dog.
Do you want to know what?
Yeah, what was it like, big man?
It was like 30 seconds. So it's like I knew what SpongeBob was, and I knew what Carl Simpson was. But I was trying to work out I knew like who Bart Simpson was, and who SpongeBob was.
Who's Bart Simpson? Who's Bart Simpson?
Bart Simpson.
Oh, okay. You were saying Bart Simpson. Dude, did you know you just lost yet again, son? That's 3 games in a row. All right, dude, give me a moment. Go ahead. I mean, scale of 0 to 10. How cool was it?
7.
All right. How could it have been cooler? You wanted your amnesia to keep going? For how long? You think that amnesia builds character? Dog, are you fucking serious? Why do you think you have to figure out who you are? Why do you think you have to figure out who you are?
You gotta figure out who you are, what you've done in the past. You gotta work it out.
Was it the coolest shit of all time?
Imagine you wake up with an amnesia and you learn Rabbi that you're the most viral streamer of all time.
Well, I mean, that's obvious, dog. Tell me something I don't know.
But imagine you wake up and it's like, wake up and you're like, what was I doing for the last 5-6 years? And you're like, oh shit, I'm streaming my life. Alright. And then I come and chat and I'm just like, what was I doing for the Rabbi, you know what's cool if you wake up with an amnesia? You could stream the whole thing.
Yeah, do you think that'd be baller as fuck?
You just wake up tomorrow and you think get amnesia. And then you just remember, you can go through the whole stream and remember everything.
Would you be happy? Would you be happy with that? Why do you think you'd be confused?
Because you won't remember it.
How do you know you wouldn't remember it? Because you have amnesia. All right.
You won't remember everything. So you just watching the stream like
Okay. Now, are you absolutely positive that that's how it works? Just everything that you're saying. Like, are you sure that with amnesia you forget everything? Why are you so sure? Why are you so sure that you forget everything?
I think you forget certain things.
Okay, like what? Okay, would you forget the names of people?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Why are you so sure?
Because when I experienced it, I had no memory of my own name.
So you're absolutely positive? I mean, couldn't you just have, like, selective amnesia? Couldn't you just have selective amnesia? What'd you say, Pam? I mean, who knows? You're the amnesia guy. Do you think that amnesia is? Right, you think it's rare. Do you think it really exists?
Yes.
Okay. Are you absolutely 100% sure of it?
Yeah.
Have you ever been more sure of anything in your life?
I mean, people have that much.
Right.
There's different types of values.
Okay. That's cool. It's whatever you want it to be, baby.
And there's Alzheimer's, there's dementia,
So do you remember that you've lost 3 straight games? All right, you ready for your invite for number 4? Okay. So you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an invitation.
All right, you could say ADHD on the top of the
Okay, cool. I mean, couldn't you say it's a type of anything? Couldn't you say anything's a type of anything? Oh, that was so close to not being good.
Bro, you can't say God is like God is human.
Dude, I'm gonna knock your ball. Maybe in the water.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, baby.
Is it wrong to tier list biblical characters?
Oh, like, no, not necessarily.
Hashem bring them home to Shalom and Dakaro, and the schools of our home soldiers may be successful.
Dude, what are you gonna do? That's a terrible shot.
All right, let's begin. Today's daf is Samach Dalit. Right? Yeah, Samach Dalit. Good. Correct? Good. All right, fantastic. All right, so we left off. I don't know, when was the last time we did about a week ago? Feels like, all right, you're right, Baruch Hashem on, okay. All right, so it says we're picking up on the bottom.
Yeah, baby, go ahead. Don't make this shot. That's a terrible shot. Too hard, too fast. Wrong angle. That's a miss. It's a miss. You mean like in what year?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Well, Torah generally seen it's the end of Deuteronomy, and it's when Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses dies, right before the Jewish people go into the Promised Land. So, if you want to know a date, it's about like 1,000 of the before the Common Era.
So why did they worship it?
Like about 1,000 of the Common Era, of the before the Common Era. Look at the shot, dude. Look at are you fucking serious? That was garbage.
Says, what is the fundamental difference between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? Where are we going to
idolatry and the
Color and arrow would be known as a full cross, right?
Yiddishkeit, the avoda, is to make ourselves in Hashem's image. Avodah Zarah.
Well, before the common era would be what you consider BC. Common era would be what you consider AD.
What you want to do in life, and then create a framework which
No, it means it's Latin for Anno Domini, which means in the year of our L and then O and then R and then D.
So they create a system.
L and then O and then R and then D.
Which allows them ultimately to do the things that they want to do. The whole concept of Avodas Hashem is that life doesn't begin by deciding what do I want. Life begins by deciding what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants. Ramchal says in his introduction, Ramchal says that there's a fundamental shayla that a Yid has to ask himself. What's the fundamental shayla? Ma chovaso ba'olamo.
So did you know that you're down a lot?
Not what makes me
So the Torah ends with
what do I want out of life?
Yeah.
What is my obligation? Because as a Yid, I have a very simple obligation, which is to serve the Ribono Shel Olam, and to fit myself into his box, not to go ahead and fit him into my box. Fundamentally, so it says in the name of Rabbi,
Where? Right before entering the promised land to the land of Israel. The exact location is not known, but it's assumed near the Jordan River and perhaps just on the cusp of what is today modern day Israel.
Now comes Master Risharshiya.
But if you're looking for an exact location, it is not known. But it is known that it was not in Israel. So it was not in today, what's today modern day Israel. It was outside of that.
So that's going to be a pretty intense connection to have all those
Moses tried to
Absolutely. He was essentially adopted by the daughter of the Pharaoh.
It was just a matter.
He was found in a basket of reeds. Oh, fuck you, Zoo. Fuck you, Zoo. I shouldn't have helped you there. I should not have helped you there. I should not have helped you. Is Australia in the Bible? No. Neither is North America. Neither is North America, neither South America, neither is Antarctica.
Helping out those who were voted by family in Yerushalayim. Yerushalayim again was plagued by famine. This year we are under siege.
Dude, don't fucking mess this up. Don't mess this up. No.
One time he came across a child, and the child never was
No.
and like a garbage dump.
Dude, fuck you, Zoo. Fuck you. Are you? Antarctica's not in Torah, though.
You said North America. North America.
No.
If I'm willing to teach you something, like that will save your life, are you willing to learn it?
Dude, I have a very good question for you. Do you know anybody who's been to Tasmania? Yeah, do you know anybody who's been to Tasmania? What do people do in Tasmania? Have you ever are you familiar with the comedy of Tasmania? Have you ever known a comedian from Tasmania? Yeah. Is he funny? Do you think he's funny? Is it good? Dude, I have a question for you. And this might be one of the great questions in the history of humankind. Why didn't you watch Kill Tony this week? You weren't busy. You were not on Kill Tony this week. Don't BS me, dog. Yep. Again? Yes. Tony Hinchcliffe was married to an Australian woman. Melbourne, definitely. And I think Sydney. Yeah. You mean is it available on YouTube? Absolutely, big dog. Why haven't you watched it? Exactly. Why haven't you watched it? Zoot, share your screen. I'll watch it with you.
Oh my God. How long have you been doing this dragon for? About a dragon. Like 6 years ago. What do you mean it's 6 years ago? How long did you really drunk?
Dude, do you hear me? Let's watch Kill Tony together, baby. All right, well, turn on the whole episode, dog. Why not? Why don't you want to watch it? No, you couldn't have. They came to Australia before you were 21, maybe. Oh, okay. So, okay, you were 23, dog. Well, maybe, I mean, do you really think that you would have done well? Yeah, back then. Dog, you're shit now. I know, and that is absolutely fucking shocking to me and the rest of the world. Yeah, do you know? Some unfunny schmuck. Someone who's unfunny.
My job was 20 years ago.
what you're saying is good, and understand that it is time to remove
Do you think is she Indian? Is she scale her from 0 to 10? No, how hot is this bitch? Okay, that's legal, baby. Not really. Okay.
This was during the times of the Beis Hamikdash. So first of all, just in general, how incredible is it to learn a Gemara about the Beis Hamikdash when we sit here together in Yerushalayim Kodesh, just a few steps away from where the guy is.
Scale of 0 to 10, this bitch. Okay, and I'm going to tell you if she's hot. And then I'm going to look up the teacher. I don't care. That's totally fine. And she would want to fuck if we met. And it would be legal, and there'd be nothing wrong with it. Okay, well, you're not going to have the same opportunities that I will. All right, baby. Okay, well, that's basically on you. What's this bitch's name?
Cushy, Shen, Cup.
Fiery Lion Cup. Fiery Lion Cup. And that Fiery Lion Cup.
Is it Kushie?
It's right after the whole nipples.
And then how do you spell her last name? Oh, I found her. Dude, she's super cute. She's super cute. She is Indian. So she put you through? All right. Dude, she's cute. There's nothing wrong with her. We just know that her taste in comedy sucks. But she's a good-looking girl. Shout out to her. See a picture of her mom. No one knows. All right, now what's the name of this? What's the name of this Australian teacher? What's her name?
So we'll say so. Pause here for just a second. Pause it. You know what we're going to do. It doesn't matter. It's okay.
Dude, what's this bitch's name?
We always so we'll say
Dog, you even said that she's the most hated person in all of fucking Australia.
Where does it live?
And that you would have fucked her when you were 11. You said you would have been tempted, or you probably would have done the same thing as this person.
Those things are coming, and we think that those things come from an impure place. They don't. They come from the Kodesh of Hashem. They come from the Holy of Holies. Kodesh gives us our struggles, not to bring us down, but just the opposite, to give us the opportunity to work on ourselves and to lift ourselves up. Your wants, your desires, your lusts, your proclivities, your Saharas, those are Kodesh Kadashim. Because it's those struggles that will make you the greatest version of yourself. It's the ability to transcend those things.
Dog, what is this bitch's name?
You know what life without struggle is called? Life without struggle is called? Death. Like, you're dead. You're dead. Right? If you're not struggling with something, chances are
Dog, you sound like you're in a fucking pipe. You sound like you're in a fucking pipe. Dog. Her name is Miami Craig.
It doesn't really tell us.
No,
Omi Craig? Naomi Craig. You think she's hot?
You don't fight hard enough. You just don't fight hard enough. You just give in. You just give in. Or when the battle becomes a little bit too acute, you just yield. You just surrender. We don't have to surrender. We never have to surrender. We're so much stronger than we give ourselves credit for. So the Yitzhahara, like every single other Yitzhahara we possess, doesn't lead to Gehenna. The reason it is Kabbalah. Because the challenges we have at 12 gives them to us only to allow ourselves to become the best version of ourselves. And that's what I will say. That's why when they're wrestling the lion cup, so to speak, the lion cup of the Avodah, and the little hair falls off, and they're worried about Kishon having Rachmanis, because the emotional loves being Sahara. Sounds strange. Why does love being Sahara? Because he keeps us moving. Because he created it. Because he was like, the Sahara is the Photosh of Olam's greatest creation. Because it is the Sahara that is the engine of growth. So in that moment when the Sahara is
Dude, you think Naomi Craig is hot?
So it's almost as if Chazal is concerning
Okay, wait, you just said yeah, dog. Now I gotta check this bitch out. Oh yeah, dog. You just said that this bitch is hot. Dog. I'm gonna look up this bitch right now. Okay.
Gets me to do stuff that I shouldn't be doing. But he's really my best friend in the world because if I can conquer him, which I can, if I can overcome him, which I can, that's when I encounter my greatest self. Most incredible human. Incredible Lord. Listen.
Zoot. I can't believe.
Just take it.
I'm about to look up this bitch.
Just take it where we are.
And if she's not hot, everybody's gonna laugh at you. But if she is hot, oh yeah, she is a bad person.
So 10 years in jail, so like that'd be bad, because then he gets out and Charles no, be fair, like fair. There's that situation fair. But like
She's all right. Did she actually have the baby?
Yeah.
Oh, that's wild shit.
So I said,
yeah, that's a fucked up situation. What are they doing in Western Australia? That's a fucked up situation. What are they doing in Western Australia? I mean, why did they let this shit happen?
Good. So the Gemara said, good. So it's also like this. All these lots of them. So now that we see that,
no one knows that she was
How did they find out it was the kid's child? Oh wow, that's fucked up. I mean, I get it. That is a fucked up situation, Zoot.
Why they running to worship everything? We can't relate to it because the Yitzhahara for this Avodah Zarah was removed from us. That's what happened, was removed. So that's how we can't relate to it.
You didn't even know that you could get someone pregnant? It's a fucked up situation, dog.
So what happened?
All right. Well, thanks for telling me that. I appreciate all that unnecessary information, dude. Oh, definitely unnecessary, big dog.
So here was the issue. The problem is, once they
I just took out
all kinds of desires. Basic desire also suggests reproduction,
All right.
procreation. You couldn't find a chicken that was willing to lay an egg. So remember again, all of these pushes and pulls.
Zoot, what's your favorite? Zoot, what's your favorite Beatles song?
Is a corruption of a natural desire for intimacy, a natural desire for reproduction. So when you take that out of the world, you take away the negative stuff, but you also move on the positive as well. So they could not find an egg. Listen, how do you imagine
I know it is.
You can't find eggs.
That's why I asked it, baby.
Guys going after that. I know say someone nice again, they couldn't find an egg. So the Gemara says,
okay, that's a good one. Why haven't you been on
That's not going to work, right? That's not going to work.
Twitter Spaces recently? Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. Well, we're pimps, dog. We have similar taste in music.
They blinded the eye of the Sahara class morality, and at least they had a partial benefit. What was a partial benefit? They were saying that a person doesn't have a desire for incest. Okay, it's helpful, right? This is one of those things, like right? And one of the great things.
What's my favorite star sign?
Most of us can see that, we say to ourselves, I feel like I got this one down, right? Like, in other words, like, okay, well,
what do you mean? Like,
not that. So why is that? Because Chazal was successful in being able to remove at least that base of the basis level of immorality. That a person desires a whole bunch of stuff. But at least when it comes to incest, that's not something that we desire. Incredible. All right,
Zoot, what do you mean? No one knows what you mean.
And it's exactly what I said before. Every Sahara that we have has the ability to derail, but also has many positive uses.
I'm not funny, and here's my proof.
The natural and healthy and proper and published desire.
Dog, that's fucking hilarious. Dog, how funny is that?
There was a story of a non-Jewish.
What'd you say, Pam?
What did she do? She made a Kabbalah. That will say, by the way, it's not like that. How incredible this is. See from here again, the importance of making a Kabbalah. So she made a Kabbalah.
Yo, Pam, what'd you say? Who am I? Am I following what? Am I following what? No, nobody follows that.
She got the Balfour, Charlotte Coleman, so they got the Balfour, right? So she's making her rounds, she's making her rounds, and she says to the Christoph, tell me, how do you worship this idol? So what happened? I said to her, the shows from Shekar, so you eat beets and you drink beer. So apparently that's a combustible combination, right? When you do that, it's making them candy for some, because they got cacao, right? So a nice again, beets and beer, and that's gonna cause the bowel to go. So it's interesting enough. So we talk about how many.
Oh, easily James McCann. Easily James McCann. Because he's like the only one I can name. Because he's like the only one I can name.
What's the right lashon? Right? When it's Hatzig Labor Day, like when you're when it's like a shtickle eruption.
He's big done.
So again, if you couldn't walk in there after eating peace and drinking beer, and you manage like erupt in front of the idol, that's like that's giving stuff. So I'm wrong. So this lady hears this, and after all of her avodah zarah, she says, "Mutav shechatzai yisha b'choya, v'lo tamar avodah zarah b'kaf." Right? So she said, "You know what? No, I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna pass on this one. I'd rather get sick again than I can have to worship avodah zarah like this." So the Gemara says, "V'lo tamar avodah zarah b'kaf." How can this start in a thing and it's talking about so again? So ultimately, yes, I just want to point out. Just think about this. Where does a form of worship like this come from? Like, in other words, Avodah Zarah, you can hear it. Okay, we can't relate to it because the Yitzhak is removed from us now. But my Sabal part of all the Avodah Zarahs we've encountered, really gets so close. I just want to point out this Soloveitchik makes an interesting observation. Soloveitchik says it's not so crazy. He does say, you say bracha to use the bathroom, right? You say bracha Asher Yatzar. Why? Because we recognize the godliness and the ability for the body to work the right way. The person goes and uses the bathroom. You recognize again, something that's open closes up. Right? Something that's open closes up. Something that's closed opens up. Right? It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. If something was to be open and it's closed, something that's closed and open, all the evidence, right? So when I say again, you also make a bracha. So again, Avodah Zarah was saying, if you notice, by the way, every single Avodah Zarah really is a very nuanced corruption of actually some important soul that we have in Yiddishkeit. At the end of the day, the woman that says, like, you know what, I'm not doing this. Gemara says, Atan they saw in okay, and it's nothing about her, Semet Pasra. The Atem Atlekim Hashem Ekechem, the Shtei Tmaras Adjukos Subusu. So again, when you call these are not like that. Rather, again, even though you worship Avodah Zarah, ultimately, again, you weren't so attached, right? You were just generally attached to Baal Bahar. When it comes to When it comes to again, you claim like two cakes, like two cakes that cling to each other as well. Yes, and it's talking about art. Some is how you do show. I cannot take him as well. Take it and thinking about it. So what's happening? The worst thing is all of this. Even when Israel worship idolatry, you're never fully bought in. You are attached. Like the only wears the bracelet, so the bracelet is on the roof. It's on her, right? But it's not totally attached. So that was like probably both of those. In other words, so we're there, we're doing it. We're not doing it. Some stuff to the spoil food. That came out of the even when it did worship Avodah Zarah, and even when it did goes off the straight and narrow, at the end of the day, whatever else we're doing, it's dependent on dabbling in it. Our uniqueness, our clean, our connection to our Kodesh Baruch Hu is always the primary part of our relationship. Is a person's name. There was a guy by the name of Savta Ben Elon. He rented out his donkey for a non-Jewish woman. Even she deal apart. So he rented out his donkey. So what happens? So the lady's traveling. She gets the Balpar umbrella. She said to him, "Hamtein ad shekeres ve'etzeh." Ad shekeres ve'etzeh. So she says, "You know what? I want to make it deeper. I want to worship some more on the way, right? So just wait for me over here, okay?" Umbrella. So she goes in. She comes out. Then the Jewish guy who's leading the donkey, he says, so he says to her, "You know what? You went in the bar, let me make a quick pit stop. Buy part also." Right? What happened? So she says to him, she says to the guy, to the donkey driver, "Aren't you a Yid?" Someone says, sometimes we need other people to remind us. But we got to aren't you a Yid? How you worship in Baal Bar? So he says to Amrullah, mind your business. But he said, what does it matter to you? So say, watch this. So what happened? The Jew goes in, he does his business, right? Baal Bar, defecates on the idol. Listen to this, getting interesting kunz. The kinoch, the chotmo. Then I was like, okay, he wiped himself
on the nose of the Avodah Zarah. Right? So again, a little bit of mitzvah over here. I want to say now the Pashtus, he was actually trying to do something disrespectful to the idol. Behind the Shirse Avodah Zarah, the council of a woman. They all of the higher Adam Sha'akal of the God. And what happens? The priests of the are there. And they're like, oh, match. Look at this guy. We've never seen someone who has worshipped the idol with such resource, such ankles, right? Such Islam was he wiped himself on the nose of the Pakistan residents of here, right? When I say they could not believe what they were seeing in front of their eyes. Incredible. So once now, basically, the Gemara says that. So apparently, this Jew was actually trying to debase the Baal Par. But the Gemara says it doesn't work because again, if you defecate on Par, even though your intention is to debase the idol, but because that is the mode of worship, you're chayav for avodah zarah. So you can't do that. Similarly again, Hazorik ibn Markulis, Haresa Avodaso, Afagav Mechavi the Mergane. So for example, say Markulis, how do you worship Markulis? You throw a stone at it. So if you throw a stone at Markulis, but your intention is to debase the idol, so again, you're still happy for that because that is the mode of worship. Rabbi Menashe had a ka'azol of Beit Torsa, Amrullah Avodah Zarah would be Kayvafa. So what happened? Rabbi Menashe one time went to Bar Tarsa. They told him, oh, there's an Avodah Zarah here. So what did he do? Shadabe, he took a cloud of earth and he threw it at the idol. Amrullah Markulis. So he said to Rabbi Menashe, it's Markulis. You just threw a stone at Markulis. Now again, Rabbi Menashe's intention was what? To debase the idol. But it turned out that what did he do? He actually worshipped it. And not intentionally, but he worshipped it. Amrullah, Hazorik ibn Markulis, Tanan, Achas was also shopping with Joshua. So Menashe ran to the nation. What should I do? Hazorik ibn Markulis, Tanan, Afagav the Mergane. Menashe, you're like taking trouble over here. Because when I say we understand your intention was to debase the idol, but when I said at the end of the day, you went ahead and you worshipped it. He said, okay, no problem. I'll go back and I'll remove the stone. I'll remove the stone that I threw. So I'm going no. You can't remove stones from Markulis either. Because if you remove stones from Markulis, then what? Then the mice, again, if you remove it, you make room for more. So apparently part of the avodah of Markulis was to throw the stone, and then again after a certain point, the stones accumulate. So removal of the stones is also part of the avodah zarah. So you can't do that as Rabbi say. So what is here? What's the most hard skill list? What's the most hard skill? You can't think those words. Because sometimes once you throw stones, it's a little bit difficult to take them out. I would say, and again, with the sugi, depending how we began and how we ended is the same way. Avio, what is Avio called? Avio was called Avio at Tzaddik. Why is it called Tzaddik? Because the greatest sickness is when you reach out to your fellow Jew. How does the sugya end? Be careful when you throw stones. Because once at the end of the day, when you throw stones, you can't take them back. Once it's thrown, so let's say, I'm sure we'll pick up and answer the virus otherwise. Again, clearly has his feelings about certain segments of Rothschild that say, gathering that perhaps having like empathy for the hostages or for the soldiers or for the war. I will say, but in general, you have to be careful about the stones that you throw, whether they be actual stones or verbal stones. Because once you throw it, or once you say it, it's virtually impossible to look back. So Shlomo says, I guess Ace the Shrug Alvana Blaze, Ace Rituals Alvana, that's what we get from mental health. Shlomo has this question as well. There's a time to throw stones, there's a time to collect stones. Be careful about this because once you throw it back, incredible. Mishnah. And those things are supposed to go back just for a few more minutes. I know things are in the moment. So also a person now again, you have all this on Moda. Moda to say was child sacrifice. So now again we're gonna get into it over here. I know things are in the Moda. The person who's over his children to Moda, Eno Chayiv Ashim Shel Moda, B'Yavir Ba'ish. You only Chayiv until a person gives their children literally over to the priests of Moda and walks them in the fire. Masal Moda to Loher Ba'ish. If a person needs a child over to Moda. but a child wasn't walked through the fire, or had there been a power mark in the mola, or given over to fire, or wasn't given over to the priest. So that's not in order to be apparently, in order to be by which the mola can be used. Number one, mola was done with children. Number two, you have to give over to the priests of mola. And number three, the child has to be walked through the fire. Now again, that process is really What's interesting about that, because on one hand, we talk about Avodah Zarah, and now mola is being singled out. So why is that? So the text that mola is not Avodah Zarah. That was what does that mean? Kisanya. After the mola, after the Avodah Zarah, right. So what's interesting enough. So whether a person gave his child over, mola, but different Avodah Zarah, is being decided. The mola is right. The mola. So what's that? If you make calendar like this, the only time that giving over one child is in form of Avodah Zarah, that's the mola. So giving over one child over, let's say, to Baal or that's not Avodah Zarah, because that's not the way that the idol is worshipped. I'm not buying. A lot of Shimon, when I'm looking at this, I'm not going to have a lot of Shimon had others. A lot of Shimon was asking the second one that I need again. Mola is unique Avodah Zarah that is worshipped through giving over one's children. If a person gives over their child to any other idol, something that's good, like what the mice that's not Avodah Zarah. Any of them are giving it, any of them are giving it Omer, that they not upsakal Hashem Mola. Why does there use Hashem Mola? What is Mola? What does Mola mean? So the Gemara says, Kol Sheniku Aleh. If you do Snor, after you do Pisa. So one violates Mola by going and accepting anything upon themselves as a deity. So I'll say this is a different understanding, but even as it is, has a different understanding of Mola. In understanding of Mola is you accept any object as a god, like Mela, upon you, that is the Avodah Zarah of Mola. Even a slur, even a pebble, even a twig. Rabbi about Mola, Rabbi says in reality, whether or not there's such a thing as what we call a temporary or episodic mola is the point of contention between them. When it comes to mola, we'll say one is only chayiv if he gives his child over the actual attendance, right, to the priests of mola. Whereas we'll say there's a process. So let's say if a person just gives their kid over to mola, that's not the avodah zarah. It's giving your kid over to the priests of molech for avodah zarah. Shneimar mizaracho dosite lahavir lamola. Hang on, the other race that support this. Yochel had a little musser. You might have thought the ultimate one passed his child through the fires of Molech, but didn't actually give his child over to the priests of Molech that he would be chayiv. Amalomar dosite musser lamola. You have to give over your kids to the priests. But what happens if you gave over your child, but he didn't actually pass him through the fires? Maybe you think they'd be chayiv. Amalomar lahavir musser behavior shalom lamola. Yochel you chayiv. You might have thought that Allah said you give over your child to the priests and they pass him through the fire, but not the Molech to be chayiv. Amalomar lamola musser behavior lamola below. What happens if you gave over your child to the priest, but he passed him through, but not through fire? You'd be chayiv. Yochel you chayiv. Never come out here. Never lahalon. The Lamar and the Hamon, the Matsu, the Hamadir, the Nobitalaish. Malaran Baish, Afghan Baish, the Makran Molech, Afghan one Molech. Was a Savannah Mori. By the way, what the Torah says, in order to be chayiv for giving your child over to Molech, you need three components. Number one, have to give over to the priests of Molech. That's number one. Number two, ultimately, again, there has to be fire involved. And number three, the child actually has to be walked through the fire. Now, what that actually walking through fire actually looks like, and Neretz Hashem will see a little bit. I'm not going to trouble. Heather points out, let's say, if you pass all of your children through Molech, you're part of why? Shenehemar Mizarach. But the version of the pasuk is ultimately, again, you pass your child from amongst your offspring, not all of your offspring. Below Kozar, actually said, what happens ultimately, again, if a person went ahead and has a child who's blind, and they passed their child who's blind through the fires of Molech. What's that about? Or Yoshinai. What happens if the child is asleep? So let's say, so again, in these situations, the child is not aware of what it is that's occurring. They're blind, they're asleep. Are you chayiv from the left mouth? Ben beno, ben pito mouth. What happens if you pass your grandchildren to the Molech. What's the halacha? So keep showing up Chado. We can answer this one of these. Sanyo, Kizaro Nasan Lamolech. The pasuk says you give up your offspring to Molech. Not Hamalom. Rabbi said, what do we learn from this? The Fishnem, Rabbi must have come not there to know Vito Ba'ish. Amy, Ella, Beno, Vito. I only know son and daughter. Ben Beno, Ben Vito Minai. How do you know your grandson or granddaughter? Hamalomar, the Sito Mizaro. So listen, you see from the earth that if you give any of your offspring, whether it's your children or your grandchildren, Allah Kalamaysa gave a chayim from Molech. No. Pasuk the Mizaro, the Salek the Sito Mizaro. Josh Achrino. So also says it begins with Mizaro and it begins ultimately the Sito Mizaro. Different versions of Sito Mizaro. Amy and Mizaro question. So also the pasuk tells Mizaro, how do we know that you're chayim for percussion offspring? Zero custom. How do we know that even if a person passes his without an offspring, through Molech, they still going to be chayim? I remember the Sito Mizaro. Because I'm ready to go. And look, actually, at the end of the day, so you read this in like this. You're only chayim. I'll say, if you go ahead and ask your children to do, actually, we're going to do is stop over for today. Stop for today. So this next sugya, ultimately, again, teaches us how Molech was actually done, how he went ahead and it was passed through the fire. So we'll say, let's try, and again, hopefully tomorrow, we'll have a little bit more time, and let's Hashem to be able to do that. We're also going to learn more today. We're not finished. So also, if you want to continue your practice, maybe we still together some simchas atzadik, and let's Hashem today. So we'll do that quickly in the next version. A little bit in next one say, and again, use this time. Usually, when it comes to Daf Yomi, we usually don't have a lot of time to be able to chazer. But now that we're in Yaakov, there's an opportunity to chazer Daf, especially tremendous yisodos from today's Daf, even more than there, so we'll get to in further shots. Tremendous with all the Yerushalayim breakfast, and I guess is that here? Is outside okay. So I think our goal in Yetz Hashem is to leave at what time? 8:30. Okay. So breakfast, Yetz Hashem stays in. All right, so it's like good morning, such as close spot Hashem people. It's already got together in Yerushalayim. I should begin by thanking our sponsor for this morning's share, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tzolsin Mishpacha, our for dedicating all the Sherman Rothschilds this year. As a plus for the Soros Tavos Sha'am Yisrael, however, you should see in Meretz Hashem that Hecha being Skying in Meretz Hashem the color. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is Samech Page 65. We are actually picking up on Samech Dalit on the page 64b, and we left off Amar Yehuda, which is about I would say about 20 lines up from the bottom. Right across the closest to the Shlosh levels. So if you see I focus on the right, just move your finger towards the left, and you'll see exactly where we are. Amar Yehuda. So we're speaking about Molech. So we're speaking about Molech. So remember again, the Avodah Zarah of Molech. So this whole Avodah Zarah is all about going ahead and taking one's child sacrifice. So it's taking one's child and passing it through fire. So now we're going to see interesting machlokes exactly how the Avodah Zarah was performed. The Gemara says, how exactly, or what does the Avodah Zarah actually look like? You want to Rabbi, struggle with the Yurame Haigisa, and Yurame Haigisa, Savais is like this. There would be a fire on two sides and a pathway made of bricks. And the idea was that a parent would pass their child. They would remember, as we saw yesterday, that you give over your child to the Avodah Zarah, and the code of the priest of the Avodah Zarah would lead the child through the pathway between the fire. So a brick path, fire on both sides, that was the Avodah Zarah. Rava says, no. Kimashvarta de Puria. Rabbi says, no. Molech looks like, literally again, the way people jump on Purim. I said, what does that mean? You take a look at Rashi, it actually says, Rabbi Amar Kimashvarta de Puria. It's about 5 lines up before it gets wide. Enoma Avira Baraglov, Ela Kolpes Baraglov, Kider Shatinokos, Kovtzin in Purim. Shaisa Chafira Baris, Vaish Boerbo, who cultivates Musafa Musafa. It's interesting enough, Rabbi says Molech wasn't walking on a path between two fires. Instead, what Molech was ultimately again jumping over a pit. There's a pit with fire, and you jump over the pit. But if you made it, if you didn't, you didn't. See, so Rabbi compares it to people who are important. Something what happens. I guess one of the Purim pastimes. Like one of the Purim pastimes. One of the Purim pastimes was, jumping over a pit, jumping over, seeing how far you can jump. So Rabbi, so Rabbi compares it. That's actually most. If you have a Moshe, exactly what Molech looked like. So Abaye, literally again, a brick path in between two fires. Rabbi jumping over a pit of fire. Danya Gavas is Rabbi. The Rabbi says support Rabbi. Ain't a fire out the Adiyah Derech Habara. So Derech Habara. Adiyah was so that and Christ supports Rabbi. Then Allah again, you're not tied until you go ahead and you pass over the way that people normally pass over Molech. Alright. Havira Berega Potter. Interestingly enough, if you go ahead and let's say a parent carries their child, let's say again, a parent carries their child to Molech, ultimately again Potter. So again, that's because we spoke before that the only way to go ahead and violate Molech is in a very specific way, giving it over to the priests of Molech. And then ultimately, again, the priest leading the child or causing the child to go through the child through Molech, then ultimately, again, one is Potter, meaning that that's not the form of Avodah Zarah. So it's interesting that it's not Molech if you carry your child through. In other words, it's only Avodah Zarah if the child walks on their own. There's tremendous lessons to be learned Avodah Zarah as well, which Lamaisa, you only transgress if the child walks on his own. If you're going to carry your child through life, then that's going to be successful. In other words, the end of the Avodah Zarah, if the kid walks on their own. Whatever is true for Avodah Zarah is true for the rest of life as well. As parents, we naturally want to teach our children, we actually want to teach our children, we actually want to be a better children. And that's beautiful. But at a certain point in time, it is incredibly important that we teach our children to walk on their own, that our children are able to move forward on their own. Because if we're always supporting them and we're always holding them, then at the end of the day, sometimes we're enabling their non-growth. A child always has to know that the parent is there. That a child also has to learn to walk on their own and to be successful on their own. So you know that like Denokai, Ella Ayoshi Leko, and ultimately again, one is only tired, one is interesting enough, Mola is only done with one's own children. Interesting. The Gemara says, Hakeitzad, you know, Ubito Chayit. If a parent goes ahead and links his son or his daughter through Molech, then you're Chayit. But ultimately, again, if you bring your parents or you bring your siblings through Molech, then you're Potter. Have your small Potter. Similarly, again, if you take yourself through Molech, you're also Potter. They're going to say, obviously, it's not good. But what he's saying is, in order to transgress the Avodah Zarah of Molech, there's a specific and a scripted way in which one transgresses. Rabbi Elazar B'Shimon Mechayim. Elazar B'Shimon says, no, if you walk yourself through Molech, ultimately again, you are Chayim as well. So the Gemara says, Echa the Molech, the Echa the Avodah Zarah, Chayim. So ultimately again, interestingly enough, whether you go ahead and pass your own child through Molech or any other Avodah Zarah, you're Chayim. Elazar B'Shimon Omer, the Molech Chayim, Shelo the Molech Pater. Elazar B'Shimon says, no. The yesod of offering up one's child is only a din in Molech, not a din in any avodah, not a din in any other avodah zarah. Amar Ula, my time of Elazar B'Shimon, what's B'Shimon of Elazar's logic? Amar Kra, lo yimatzei b'cha ba'atzmecha, Rabbanan lo darshi b'cha. So we'll say, what's Elazar B'Shimon's logic? He said that even if one offers themselves up to Molech, so to speak, that one is chayiv. Because his notion of b'cha, and the Rabbanan don't darshan b'cha. I b'hatnan, they don't darshan b'cha. What about the following halacha? Avidas ba'avidas chavis shelo kozemes. So let's say, interestingly enough, let's say if I lost something and my father lost something, the halacha is that my lost object takes precedence. In other words, that I have the right to seek out my lost object before I look to my father's lost object. What's the reason? Being about me and my time, love Rabbi Yehuda Amakra, FS, Kilo Yebecha Evion. Torah says that there should not be anyone who is an Evion, anyone is published in you. Shalom, Kodemes, Yishel, Ko Adam. Ultimately, I will say this is an incredible idea. Your lost object comes before anyone else's lost object. So this will say, so again, it happens here. First, let's look at the halacha. So the halacha itself is that if I lose something and my father loses something, so whose object should I try to seek out first? So the tempting to say, my father. After all, again, kibod aim honoring parents. The Torah comes along and says, "Efes kilo yebicha." There should not be anyone or in what's that right word, impoverished. Like there shouldn't be anyone impoverished or poor in you, which means that ultimately, again, your financial status or your financial well-being comes before someone else's financial well-being. So therefore, again, if it's a question of finding my own lost object or someone else's lost object, even if someone else is my father, my lost object comes first. My financial security comes before anyone else's. To which the Gemara says, Hassam me'afes. That's because Torah used Rothschild of Afes. So again, so I just want to point out something very interesting over here, which is this idea that Avedasa va'avedas pati. So we spoke about this, I think, even like our opening night of the Akikala, that we all have things inside of us that are broken, and we all have things inside of us that are lost. But there are other people around us also that things that are broken, that things that are lost. So Gemara is telling us that halacha l'maisa, first repair that which is lost and broken inside yourself. Deal with that first before you deal with the world around you. Because if I walk around as a broken person, it's going to be much harder for me to repair the things that are broken all around me. But if I fix that which is broken inside of me, if I find that which is lost inside of me first, then ultimately I'm going to have the ability to help repair that which is broken around me and to help to find that which is lost around me as well. But if I never take the time to repair myself, if I never take the time to go out and find that which is lost inside of myself, it's very hard to affect change all around. I would say it's like this. There's this incredible tension for the Jew about being there for myself, but being there for other people as well. And on one hand, sometimes the best way to repair yourself is through helping other people, but sometimes there's this recognition that as long as I am in a state of disrepair, as long as I have not yet found my Aveda, what's missing from me, it's very hard to affect change. So there's this dialectic. You can't just be there for yourself. You have to be there for other people as well. But yet, I really can't be there for other people until I know that which is broken and that which is lost inside of me has really been truly repaired and has really been found. Incredible Gemara. All right, let's go back here. Says the Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yossi Rabbi Chaim. Shalosh Krisos Davod Bizarre Lamo. So listen, why is Karis mentioned 3 times in the context of Avodah Zarah? Which the Gemara answers, Achos L'Kidarko, V'Achos Shelo Kidarko, V'Achos L'Mola. So one is teaching that the prohibition is to worship Avodah Zarah in its normal fashion. The other is teaching about worshiping Avodah Zarah even in an abnormal fashion. That means, again, even if it's not accepted mode of worship. And the third is for Mola. So let's say, remember again, we see a theme over here. Molech is Avodah Zarah, but interestingly enough, Molech is almost put in its own category of Avodah Zarah. Okay. Well, the Mandar Molech Avodah Zarah, but according to the king, it says that Molech is treated like any other form of Avodah Zarah. Kares Molech Lamani. Why do I need that third Kares by Molech? And the Nazir Vino Shalot Kidarcha. Ultimately, they're going to teach me that halacha l'maisa, if I offer up my child shelo kedarka means to another avodah zarah, even besides Molech, that there is still going to be prohibited. Well, the mandar megadef avodah zarah he kares megadef lami, and according to the one who says that megadef, blasphemy, cursing on Kodesh Baruch Hu, is a form of avodah zarah. So why do I need kares by megadef? Because the Sanyo, kares ba'olam hazeh, Tikaris the owner of the Hakbal Dibra Yakiba. So the Kiva says ultimately again that for Abel Zara, there could be Karis in two worlds, Karis in this world and Karis in the world to come. So Amrli Asuri was Amla Rabbi Shmuel, Balok by Nemar, the Nicholas song. I the Pasakaris is the Nicholas song. If he Shlosha Olam in Nish, I don't understand. So what does the third Nicholas song come for? Otherwise, if there's already Karis in this world, already Karis in the next world, so what else do you need Karis for? Elo, the Nicholas of Olam Azeh, the Karis the Olam Haba, the Karis Dibra Torah Kalosha Bnei Adam. So now we have one Karis is for this world, one Karis is for the world to come, and ultimately then the third option of Karis is because the Torah speaks in the vernacular of man. Incredible, incredible. All right, we'll say top of Samichay, the 65
I think I meant to say bag of heart and yeah, I made it sound like vagina bondage.
Right, we've done Mola, now we're moving on to over and we've done the second situation. So,
I know where the
so
shows
what's
are,
old?
so I just travel as many places as I can, like as many shows as I can. And then when I am in Ohio, I'm staying at my aunt's house. And then when I am in Ohio, I'm staying at my aunt's
These
house.
are all different forms of
So where do you
sorcery
stay
that
when
are
you're,
designed
say,
to
here? You have like
so our
friends
old
here.
Zet
At an Airbnb.
and the battery
That's
shop.
better than 90%
So once I
of
saw
tonight's
old,
bucket pool.
this was for someone else making again communities with the dead.
To do things like that. You have a job?
There's not the Rashi. Pito, Shena Makashi, I'm a battery the shit, yo, Mala as a listening to others. Most of the shit, your passions will also, or the battery the shop. This is really how it works. You go ahead and summon up the spirit of the dead, spirit of the dead, and the dead can speak to the input of the individual. Alright, that's all. Really going, what's he going? Zeppelin Laban Kid, Granddaddy. This is somebody who summons up the dead, and the dead
Holding on by a
speaks through the
thread
mouth
over here.
of the citizen. We're going to see
So,
not just how much
Layla, you're on
more
OnlyFans.
involved than that.
Yes.
Okay. What do you
Rashi
do
says
on
that we are
OnlyFans?
the Tony Madame Medivh, Kid Mefarish Gemara, Chaya
What types of
Achos,
things do you do? One of the
Shishma
panelists, I'm
Yadua,
not going to say,
Umaknis
but they want to
Gimena
know if
Esam
there's
Soptiv. That
perhaps
was
a
what
pics of
happened
your
over
feet
here.
on that.
The
No,
phone in his mouth, and ultimately
not
get
gonna
the
name any
community through the phone. Okay? So you
well,
know,
I'm really
Danisha,
insecure
the
about my
Hara Elu
feet, so
Beskila. And then over in Yidoni, and Kloto Beskila. Danisha behind Aspara. And ultimately, again, if you consult the over Yidoni, that is allowed. So not only is the source of the soul, but ultimately, one of the souls the over Yidoni is in violation of Allah. Alright, so the Gemara. So my Shlomo got the 20 power over Yidoni. My Shlomo got the two souls, 20 power over the Shire Yidoni. So here in the Mishnah, the Mishnah mentions both over Yidoni. The reality.
I would almost like stay in the woods, you know, like I would just run jokes by OnlyFans.
That's the bonus,
And then it would just take like 5 minutes because if people liked it, I got the money to like them on Instagram. But I would just stand on my shoulders and
and yet you're going to say another price. So, but like he says, only mentions trade doesn't mention the gold. So what's the chat? What's the chat? Look, I like all the trade, but not that I don't know. Look, this is the same line. So you don't really need to mention both. You just need to mention one, and the other one is going to marry you to the like you said, right? You don't need to
No, I
see
know. I've
in
always thought
both
it so weird
myself.
that OnlyFans wanted to rebrand
Interesting,
into like they want to do like a
again,
sports
the old is
channel.
mentioned,
They
the
want
old
to
is
get out of the
mentioned,
porn
but the
business.
old is not mentioned. Why? Because he has no myself. There's no myself that's there. You look at Rashi, that's what they say, Mishana Yizrani, the Hafi Bokanina, the Hashon, the Hishon, the Hashon, the Hashon, not Bar Kadalu, but we should in the myself. So this is interesting. So Rabbi wants to, Rishlakish wants to suggest that the Yidoni doesn't
It
have
really
any
started
action.
that way.
Since the
I
Yidoni
was getting so
ultimately again is
discouraged.
just
Every
work
comment post I was making, it was just really
is not the myself.
tough.
So you know, Rabbi Yochanan, nice stuff how all the
I
nothing.
listened to
The
myself
ultimate is
on
Rabbi Yochanan. Why is it that over mentioned in that second is that he says on the Yidoni is not? It's in the concept of what is mentioned first in the concept. So it's not just like, I know, no, I'm not Rabbi Yochanan. Why doesn't they come to Rabbi Yochanan? I'm not looking in the Misa. Because ultimately, again, the argument is the outside, in terms of the Rabbi Yochanan. That's called distinction. But a distinction by means of not called a distinction of the Yochanan. My time of why did the Yochanan answer the Kishlakish? Amar Kamas, listen to Kisos, Yakiba Hita Amar, nobody on myself. Mishnah opened up like a piece of text of Yochanan. And the people hold that he was out of my soul, out of his sheet, and his liability. But it's lucky if the people of body that Yakiba myself, myself, super body. Even if I said Yakiba, if you have people who don't get grand of myself, you don't get significant myself, but you really something of myself, and the mercy of the God is nice, nice. What's that? It's nice to treat the myself, means actually, or to generate liability. So then how would you find the baggage? Like, the God is the best for it. Only to consider himself. What is person involved? What is person involved? So what's the myself? What's the action behind the baggage? So now it's a ego, a kimas, like a married my myself, a kimas sauce of having myself. You have to look at kimas sauce of means articulation of words. That articulation of words, that by itself is the myself. By old my myself. So let's say by the old. What nice? Remember that the old. The guy is showing up. So what myself is there by old? You can't touch us. You're also touch us other myself. Apparently, in order to make this work, you have to flap your arms over. You know, so it's like, so the myself, like, ready? That's the action. That's the action. Clapping of the arms, that's the action. People are going that kind of I got to teach for myself because you grew up in the news of the Shafada. But I must say the price says it's probably time. It's not wrong. One is only time, we action, for example, one in instance, vibration, prostration, running, no punish Shafada. Who is the opinion that says prostration? Like the Yativa, so I'm a robot in myself. The Yativa also is going to myself. So once I speak to you, do not understand that about prostration itself is not even such a myself. The Yochanan says, no, people take no Rabbanon. Tifas kamas Rabbanon, having myself. The act of bending the posture or prostration, that's considered to be a myself. Actually, it's like Tifas kamas Rabbanon, myself. So that even bending there, a prostration is not considered to be a myself. Now, contrast is also the bow off. I don't want to say, like, I don't want to say I'll never do anything because I've already done way more than I ever would. Right. It's like the same type of Yakiva. The Yakiva seems to say you only need just a very minimal myself.
What have you done? What could someone, let's say, one of the millions of people watch?
One does not
what have you done? It's a fair question. Let me remind you, you're going to have a fucking job like everybody else did. What do you want to do? The easiest one was posting clips of yourself on OnlyFans, signed videos, and things got a little wild. After you started reading what people were writing. Yeah, so what's the most extreme thing you've done?
That's myself.
It's really not bad. It's I was just wearing a nice dress, really nice dress, much like you guys the ladies here. And I was.
Is that considered to be and then you've never seen this before about certain shaping, like offering up incense to a shade. Is that considered?
I rolled a blunt on my bed, kind of went on my bed.
In the
And then once the blunt was rolled, I put some jacket on.
So ultimately,
I went
what's
outside to
happening
smoke
over
it
here?
because it was cold
You're going
outside.
ahead and you're
And then I
offering
went
up
back in my room,
incense
and
in order to
then I took the
conjure
jacket off,
conjure up
and then I took
something.
everything
I
off.
was saying, if you look at actually, if it's just a moment, actually says what's not there, it is sometimes at the bottom. And in the contour of shade
And
of
then I
the
kind of
coast,
just like
yeah,
rolled around on my
nasa,
bed, like,
nasa,
oh,
not
that's
shape
really
of
sexy.
the
And then
shape of the plant.
I
So
just
it's interesting, what's happening over here is as follows. When it's offering up incense, in order to go ahead and conjure up a group of
How
shit.
much should people throw at you for that?
Again,
Because
that
that's
is going to be
but
problematic.
yeah,
I'm gonna about it.
you
And
know,
the Kater Lechaber, Chover Chover. So
I
listen, this is
support
another
taking
thing
advantage of
interesting
rumors,
enough. The same section of old and
Well, yeah,
Tony
I mean, it's
is
literally
also
the reason why
Chover
people get like better at stand-up and
Right?
stuff.
So
Where
whenever
I
there's
can wake up and
old,
write, and then hit
summoning
mics every night,
up
do
the
shows
dead,
as much as I can, and like
Yitoni,
don't have to worry about
summoning
money.
up the dead to
So
the mouth, although we
I'm
see
using
it's
it to
going in the
chase
mouth,
my
but
passion.
apparently Chover
just have to go
Chover
live
is
twice a
summoning
month.
up
Is that
groups
the-
of
That was when I was on the contract. I'm not on the contract
Okay,
anymore, so I
Gemara
can
says,
post as
so
little
Chover
or as much
Chover
as I want.
So Gemara says, Ba'atola
Right
Omra
now, I
Chover
post like twice a month.
So apparently again, this act of summoning up a group
It
of
ranges
shit.
from like 35,
It's
like 30 to 35 for posting
the Torah
content.
Chover. So what is it called? The Chover Echad, Chover Gadol, the Echad Chover Katan. So it's a deceit thing. Now the Bryce understands what
My
it is.
name, yeah.
So what is Chover Chover? So this refers to Chover Gadol. What's a Chover Gadol? Rashi says over here. This refers to someone who uses some types of sorcery to gather up groups of animals.
I appreciate
Right?
it.
I think animal is for, right? Someone who's gathering up groups of animals in some type of incantation. This is Chover Gadol. That's a Chover Katan. Or even if you're just summoning up a small group of animals, Ba'atim L'Tashim, Ba'atim. Even if you're summoning up snakes and scorpions. I'm not buying it. Therefore, man could summon Zibila and Ba'atlava, Avaga, V'Kamachadin, these two also. Therefore, I said, even if someone goes ahead and uses sorcery to go ahead and gather together, Zibila of bees and scorpions. Now, why am I using sorcery to gather together bees and scorpions? Because I don't want them to harm you. So here, my Kabbalah is not really for selling purposes. But rather, again, my Kabbalah over here is to avoid any type of damage. So I'm using some sorceries to go ahead and gather up the bee and the scorpion. It's still awesome. It's still awesome because the act of using sorceries to go ahead and gather any kind of animals is going to be problematic. I'm not going to mention the Tifas Komesa, Rabbi and Habimasa, that Kimas Spasava, so now I'm going back to the Frank of Yochanan. So we're saying, why is it Frank of Yochanan?
That's this
According to
weekend.
his understanding
Is it
of the
Friday,
Nahal,
Saturday?
the act of castration is a
just in
myself,
Houston on
the act
Thursday.
of
I'm
movement of lips
headlining the
is
riot, but I
not
will come back to here.
Castration is a myself, movement of lips, not a myself. What's the shot? And the other, shining the Gabi, all of the years go to be done. It wasn't, the Gabi is different. The Gabi is different. Like blasphemy is different. Why? Because I say, the issue of blasphemy in general is not because as much about what you're doing with your lips. But the issue of blasphemy is really about what's occurring inside of your heart. Look at Rashi, the last one shown in life. Rashi says, "Hold the yesh no believable. It could be a love covering the lips." Because when it comes to blasphemy, right? The real issue over here is not even what you say with your lips, but rather it's about what's occurring inside of your heart. So this covering the Baruch Hashem, person has in mind the person that is going to pass Shalom. Shachim the Baruch Hashem Kalayom, the Inbelievable Papimaylo, Ela Shemas Hashem Ledavar Acher, and Mechaneo B'Shem Mechaneo Mischayim. So what's essentially interesting, the only way Megadin is also a successful person goes ahead. This is the name of
Came on the show,
but in his heart,
won a golden ticket, and then took over, just control. Became one of the most intimidating forces in the history of the show, so much so that I let him do whatever he wants. For a while, since he's been on, ladies and gentlemen, this is a long-awaited return of the one and
But
only
if the verbal expression is there without the intent, that's not Megadin. That's not Megadin. So because it is there, Megadin is really what's happening in your heart, and the verbal expression is kind of jazz. The actualization all you need is a verbal expression. So the movement of the lips is enough to make you
A
tired.
lot of people have been saying,
But
give
in
me
general,
no
what we
jokes
say
this, give me
that
no
a
jokes
nice
that.
song
I
really
know.
requires
I
something
can
more
write
significant.
jokes.
So listen,
So I wrote a few jokes for you
in the
guys.
world of nice song,
I have a lot of
action
nervous
really has to be
energy.
something significant. To the point
My
that even
stand-up has given
frustration,
me a
according
lot
to
of
many opinions,
confidence.
is not really a significant factor. The ground
Because
is
sometimes
absolutely
after I get
incessant.
off stage,
Because
people come up to
groundswing
me
is
and
the
say,
real
great
what's
set.
happening is what? Is what's
And that
happening
makes me
inside of
feel
my
good
heart. And the
because
verbal expression is just like the icing on the
becomes.
cake. But in general, you need a real nice thing. It's like, there's a tremendous, I'll see for just a second. There's a tremendous amount of nice skill in all of this. There's a tremendous amount of nice skill. Listen, in general in life,
Here's another one.
what do you need in a sense?
CFJ, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, all the
She's a
time.
black
Listen,
widow.
what do you need? What do
Which
you need
means she
in order
doesn't
to
eat
affect
pussy.
change?
She
What do you need? What do you need? You need a mindset. You need a mindset. You have to do something. You have to do something.
Relinquish my
What you
time.
think doesn't matter. What you say doesn't matter. What
What's up,
matters
you guys?
is
How we doing, everybody?
what
We good?
you
City, motherfucking no
I want to say this is such a tremendous thing
absolutely
because we go
incredible.
through life.
Thank you.
We have beautiful plans and goals
I
and
recognize some of that
dreams and
material.
aspirations. And we have to have
Yeah, Tony was in
all this.
cover.
And listen, at the end of the day, none of
Music,
it
we do
matters
covers. I do a lot of
unless
music
the
now. I'm not
time
just a
is
comedian.
expressing in dynamic fashion. A life filled with dreams, goals, aspirations, and thoughts is dynamic. In order for anything that you do, that you aspire, that you think about doing the habit to be meaningful, it's not fun, it's constructive, and dynamic experience.
No mercy,
Life
no
of youth
freeze.
is a
The
life
only
of
person that we
action.
should
It's a life of dynamic. Yet, what you think and what you feel
Oh, look at this
and
guy.
what you
Just
do
starting to film.
is still important.
Hey,
Because at the end of the day, that's the basis,
I'm going to see him
right?
too.
That's the
What kind of
foundation.
job
Whereas
you're on?
action doesn't just occur by itself. Action often is the result of what you're thinking about, what you want, what you want to accomplish. So that's the
I've
thing.
been practicing for quite some
Dreams and
time.
goals, the aspirations that have always been other important.
Originally, it was
Dramatically so.
psychotherapy,
It was
and
that's
then
what I
just
would
social work
so
stuff,
dynamic life.
just kind of
How it is
parenting.
also often
Oh, so you're not a
kind of
gynecologist?
by the dreams,
You're
goals,
fucking gay.
Kabbalah, level. You have to take what you do and think
That
of
chick
it
out
how
way
it
big
is
and pop. What the fuck is going on? I call him gay.
But even in that older dynamic
I have
activity,
seen a couple. I've seen a couple.
what's the definition of activity for you? What's the
Your
definition?
wife's, right?
So it's
Wife's
gotta
your
be
wife.
something
And
You see
every
over
4th
here,
of July, we
if
try
you
to
stack up all,
smash
a
things
little
up.
bit of
Brings a
movement,
friend over.
it's not enough.
Usually somebody
A
I
nice
follow on
soul
OnlyFans.
Anyways, what else is going on?
Something
I was just gonna
A
say a
nice
little
soul
fun
requires
fact for
something
you Tummy
something
diehard
about
fans
you
out there. This is the first time in which TV
listen, when you bow down, you bow down just a little bit, you bow down a
on the
lot.
same show
It
at the
might
same
even
time.
be
This
that
is quite the
noticeable.
eclipse.
So nice to be real nice soul.
When I'm traveling over there to do something like that, 2 all-time greats all of a sudden
Mas é que ele vai ter. Se nós tivermos que ver, ele fica só. Já que o something. I'm fine myself. So then we're going to not contact with the Jack. But even so,
I'm making money. I'm doing
our project and public. I just have to public. Why? Because there's no myself. And there's no myself. I'm not rescuing for life. I can look at it, but even so, let's say, how does a person revive you? How does a person commit to something? How does he ultimately again? Right? So when I say again, how can you say that it's not that? How can you say it's not a man? So I'm not a the life. I'm a
Sweet boy, he yells and waiters for me. This is my driver.
So
I don't know who the fuck that guy is, but
Johnny Grumman.
Everyone's quiet except for that one.
no, he's what?
That
That a voice is not a message.
teach English in Atlanta.
When you own this question, you're not allowed to mess with it. Let's stop some tradition.
Well, anyways, we want to do a quick rap and fetch up. Why you guys don't hold off on the Q&A and the music? Let's just start with the
And I yell at it. I yell at it. Zoe! Zoe! And sometimes I guess it's Let's say I go ahead and I put 2 different species of animals under I love the animal with my voice, or I need them to get together, that's the line, to help me find it. Or it doesn't. I've only done it actually with my voice and nothing else. Yes, you see that for the first time, what is it there? What is it there? But again, that's what you expect by yourself. Right, my son says, so we write have a voice activated. So you see that hole, open up the again. What is this stuff? What's going on here?
What is he teaching English in Atlanta?
Well, anyway, you act like going to hell and totally your lips. Like weakness of rhythm. Instead of being myself, instead of trying to talk about you, not myself. They always tell you about that. And it's like you said, you act like you know it. It's not a myself. And I'm a lot of shiny people and all the young things. And she's got to get these women to take a job. That's like, ages in general, ages saturated. Ages in general is not really about what you say, or rather, what is ages really about? What is ages really about? What you see, right? And everyone agrees that seeing is passive. Seeing is passive, right? There's no nice involved in the video, so it's fascinating. So when it comes to eidos, the essence of eidos is really passivity. Passivity. And therefore, Allah for myself, there's no public conscience, not even though we're quite passive. Which will say also, another thing is like in life, so often we see things, right? We see things, and we become inspired by the things that we see. But it's important to understand that when you become inspired by things that you see, that is passive inspiration. What happens to passive inspiration? God's passive inspiration, none of this. It becomes like passive inspiration comes in. I see something amazing. If you don't do something with it, it happens. So look at the details that are beneath the that's when you see it. Passive inspiration. When you see something you like that inspires you, it also says you have to think about inspiration. It's something that starts you. The thing that says, even if you open up and you just read, like Rabbi Hashem amongst the Lord, taking that passive inspiration, right? Because when you see those something passive inspiration, and you start to so at least now you have that possibility. You take something that was passive inspiration, you plug it into something incredible. That's what I think. What's old? The vice is what I just what's old. So okay, all of this is necromancy, right? All of this is communicating with the dead. So how does the old communicate with the dead? So ultimately, again, speech with the dead. Now this is interesting. They're not talking, so they're not talking on the joints. So apparently, again, so the speech is that from the joints of the body, meaning the elbows, the knuckles, that which is spirit rest. Okay? Or right, but the nice is either the armpits or if you look at that, I kind of point out, you laugh at this. There was something. There was something, right? Because again, the colors like out of its way to prohibit this type of teaching. Because surgery, which means that at some point in the world, this power did exist in some way. Right? You don't know what you don't need. You say, how many accidents of rubbish in the government you don't need, put some type of bones in his mouth and communicate with the dead through the bones. My loves and the Christ you are faith. So you might ask the prophet, isn't that the old communicates with the dead from the grave? In other words, that the dead is coming from the grave. The Gemara says, go to the Christ, and the prophet, my love for the Christ you are faith. No, the Sarah to get to the talking this way. No, we're talking about the God back to the joint and the other and what like that. That's more. Some of you said, so, what you see, remember the parents is actually the person in this place. Shaul, King Shaul, went to one of these necromancers to raise the spirit of Shmuel and Nabi. And by the way, it worked. It worked. So this necromancer, so the woman, says to Shaul, I swear again, I will see that Israel in my eyes. I saw literally Hashem, the spirit of Shmuel, rising up from the earth. My love is like that, right? No, she not communicating with the spirit of Shmuel from the grave. No, the Lexer cannot talk to him in this way. No, the spirit of Shmuel rested on the joints that this lady continues to the lesson. Okay, what is it you guys say? Hold on. Follow, how did all see the Mother's effort and the other is below, the effort and you talk to the Lord. Alright, so this is an interesting one, right? I'm not sure you got to present this one, right? But for myself, so apparently there was the ability to go ahead and raise the dead to the yourself, to the Makomila, now members, right? That's how you go ahead and communicate. Every time you gotta find it. Myself, right? Right? So the myself, why do you go ahead and communicate with the dead like this? I'm not sure how you spell it, but the myself is good. So the myself, or whether you speak to stories, right? So again, the communicate again through the Makomil, or you can go ahead and communicate again through the skull. Nothing is right? What exactly is the difference between you and the ship and people and others? Like, for example, myself is not mother is that, right? Now, look, if you grew up in the owner of the back home, they're in the owner of the shop. So, again, if you really through your own body, the dead doesn't come. Spirit doesn't come up. Like the back home, they don't come up like this. Everyone again, you shall be below us, but if you sign up to get the skull over to that, the over the shadows. And ultimately, again, and they come up on shadows. Hold on, they can see it. What are you talking about? You're talking to us. So it's like there's one thing. And the only that you got is the oil. So when you use the skull, you guys ultimately end up getting it with the mission in a normal way. You might say that well, you might talk about the soul, but the opposite is the soul translucent. So it's a translucent. Translucent was a tremendous right? Also went ahead and reached out. So I just comes into every I don't know. Do not go what it says. When the scripture is asking that we keep the following shayla. It says, you Jews say that Shabbos is a unique day. What makes Shabbos so special? What makes Shabbos so special? I'm alone, who not get any movement, but he keeps us to the Shabbos. What makes you more special than other people? Why last and why Shabbos is more special than other days? And as for you to the surface, why is it that you are more special than other people? On the way, the Marid Sadi. So to the surface says because the Caesar, right? My ruler appointed me as a punishment person. That's what makes me Rabbi Hebrews founded Shabbos Nani Marid Sadi. Okay? So your ruler said that you're kosher, that's why you're kosher. So our ruler, like the Baruch, said that Shabbos is kosher. Because our ruler said that Shabbos is kosher, that's why Shabbos is going to be kosher. I'm not a hockey coming up. Very good to know. That's not what I'm saying. I'm asking as follows. How do you know that you have the right calculation? How do you know that the day you say is Shabbos? Maybe you got your point wrong. And maybe again, maybe tomorrow Shabbos, maybe yesterday Shabbos. How do you know? I'm on the rules to give us a Kiva said like this. Now the Sabbat Yom Yokia. So he says the Sabbat Yom River proves it. The church actually points out that we have the Sabbat Yom River is a very turbulent river. And on Shabbos it's tranquil. Isn't that incredible? On Shabbos it was tranquil. Right? Baal Ol Yokia. The old also forbids. Why? Because the old could summon up the dead 6 days a week, but the old can't summon up the dead on Shabbos. Give Rothschild, I'll give you a fiat. Say, Mala, I'll show the Shabbos. Listen to this, Rabbi Akiva says, do this. Your father's grave will prove this. Why? Because he says, no, truth is, go to your father's grave. Every day of the week, your father's grave, there's smoke emanating from your father's grave. Why? What's the question? His father was a big Rasha, and he was burning in Gehenna. So the Rebbe said the halacha is that Gehenna, right, those who are in Gehenna, so they suffer in Gehenna Sunday through Friday. But on Shabbos, everyone gets arrested from Gehenna. Because the first day, the 35 is dead on Shabbos. And you see, the smoke is not coming out. The smoke is not coming up from his grave. On the road, the Sheriff Rufus was very offended by this. He says, is this so? So, it's your loss. You have embarrassed my life, you have degraded my father, you have embarrassed my father, and you expressed my father. So what is interesting enough, the Trinity is very offended by Rabbi Akiva's statement. Look at Rabbi Akiva's statement, and I love for myself, speaking about that. All right, show up all in very time. Like the Gemara says, isn't it the same thing? Show up all the Rothschild, because it's repetitive. Isn't it the same thing? Dorish the Mason to the Sandra. The Rothschild Mason, what is Rothschild Mason? They have mounted on smoke the whole Quran in Safaras, so they should teach the Allah Rahman. So the Rothschild Mason is someone who starts himself and goes to sleep in the cemetery. So why does he do this? In order that the spirits will rest upon him and will be able to go ahead and have a little bit of a power of Kisha. So this is apparently how people try to acquire powers of sorcery. Sorcery is incredible. If you're trying to be a key when you're on the first line, and when you're key when you get to this concept of very strong on Mason, he was cried, how you vote? And we say as follows, you might have married a smoking if someone who goes ahead and deprives himself of physical enjoyment of eating and goes to sleep in the cemetery, he's going to have this access to these impure power. So Marid Atzmo, first of all, Marid Atzmo Kedisha, Kishallah Yahara, Allah has come of the and we keep this like, this is what we keep it saying. Separation allows one to access all of these purposes. Then imagine what deprivation does to allow us to access the right, but what do? We do this at what should I do? Because at the end of the day, our heroes create the distinction between ourselves and our you know, when I say them, how you not giving the Nathan, what they are looking at. So I will say, this is incredibly profound. Also, how do you access the flow for the month? You go and give yourself at some food. You go to sleep, right, to have yourself a very comfortable bed. You go to sleep in the cemetery, you're able to access all of these profiles of tomorrow. So you keep this mirror was like cloud builder. Whatever is true to tomorrow is always true to tomorrow. So we keep this as a little deprivation allows us to access the profiles of tomorrow. Allah has come with the camera. A little deprivation allows us to access the profiles of tomorrow as well. But what can we do? Because we're so distant from the childhood that somehow confusion and so accessible to us. And we keep the teaching with something incredible. If you want Kedusha in life, when you're listening, there's one thing you need in order to access Kedusha, and that is sacrifice. You can't have everything. So what am I willing to give up for the service of Hashem? And listen, this is true on every single level, right? I can't have Tefillah B'tzibur unless I'm willing to give up sleep, right? I can't have shir unless I'm willing to give up time from work. Anything you want, but I don't say, there's a phrase, I think of the phrase like, I want my cake and eat it too, or cake and eat it too. That was coined by the God, right? Why? Because you don't believe in that. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can have your cake. You can have your cake. It's like in life, right? You can't have your steak and have ice cream for dessert. You have to make a decision. You have to choose a team. Life is filled with a series of sacrifices. The greatest disservice that we do us is, a lot of us, I kind of don't want to make a commitment. Why? Because I want to leave all of my options open. Sometimes if you think about it, our greatest challenge in our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we'll say, what do we say, right? If we had to look at the conversation we have with God, how does it go? It goes something like this. I love you so very much, but, what's the but? I'm not really ready to settle down. I have commitment issues. I think we should see other people. Right? In other words, it's not you, it's me. I'm not ready to commit to you. Why? Because commitment to HaKadosh Baruch Hu comes with a whole series of sacrifices. And I'm just not willing to sacrifice. And if you're not willing to sacrifice, there's no use. If I'm not willing to give up certain things, then by definition, I'm going to be unable to advance my life agenda. That's how I'd let people cry. If we only realized the sacrifices we need to make in order to become the people we are capable of becoming. But yet, Rabbi Akiva says, we're just unwilling to make sacrifices. And it cries. Because if we just be a bit more if we just be a little bit creative, if we just be able to do the things that I know I need to want to know, in order to acquire the solution that is truly waiting for me, there is no telling who and what I can truly be. Rabbi Akiva cries because listen, the ability to sacrifice, or at least the benefits of those sacrifices, is an opportunity that is waiting for us to be every day. Just have to find the courage, and just have to find the ability to identify the sacrifices, make the sacrifices, and be ready to embrace the conclusion that is. That's what I'm here for today. Everyone,
Michael Gonzalez, not just Belgrande. We have the great Dave Scher playing guitar for us here tonight. John D's on the keys, and that's Steve Madness on the bass guitar. Everybody,
all right, so it's like good morning. Such a special
episode of the number one live podcast in the world is brought to you by Quo, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. How you guys feeling?
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for today. Our annual outdoor sponsor for Custom Hey.
Sponsors that made it all possible.
Perfect.
We live in Austin, Texas, where we are jumping
Those 12 of our seats are for dedicating all the shooting rush shows this year. As this piece of the service our documentary sponsors for today, Ira Miriam Grossman, in honor of the SOTC College Trip Paris. That's the Grossman Houston to Ira. And then they say that let us hear our learning. This is what comes to us. This is what comes to us. Shalom and the color, and it's just about having soldiers really be successful.
Show I have for you, ladies and gentlemen, two of the biggest comedians in the world, two of the funniest human beings on planet Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you two of my favorites.
Let's begin. Today's daf is Summit Valley. Right? Yeah, Summit Valley. Good. Correct? Good. All right, fantastic. All right, so we left off. I don't know, when we last off, we did a week ago. Feels like that. All right, you guys left us on
Freebird is out now.
So it says we're picking up on the bottom of Son of Jill on the base.
Planet Earth. Welcome back, Bert Kreischer.
We left off. I'm going to do the Omerad, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the bottom. We'll say some really incredible humorous kind of story. I'm going to do the Omerad. Here we go. I'm going to do the Omerad. Yotin Hayu Yisrael Ba'oles Koharu Shedim B'Mamish. Klal Yisrael always knew that Avodah Zarah, there wasn't going to be anything to it. There's like
Eager's new special crowd pleaser is out on the Comedy Store YouTube now. Rick is one of the funniest fucking beings on planet Earth. Rick was the guest. Fun fact for those of you that consider yourself Kill Tony fans, Rick was the guest on episode 1 of Kill Tony. For any of you, it was called Henchman. Monster family
Arayis Kefanis. So why do they worship Avodah Zarah? Avodah Zarah was saying it's a matchlet. Avodah Zarah was what enabled Klal Yisrael to go ahead and, in this case, engage in morality. It's still a little bit different. The function of all Christians because what is the fundamental difference between Avodah Zarah and Avodah Hashem? Very nice distinction here. Idolatry and the service of the Ribbon Hashem. Hashem says something amazing. He says, Yiddishkeit, the Avodah, is to make ourselves in Hashem's image. Avodah Zarah is makes God in your image. What Avodah Zarah says is, decide what you want to do in life and then create a framework which justifies all the different things that you want. So it's like, that's not a time that you can put signed up for the opportunity to be on tonight's show. They're all like people deciding that they want a different code of morality, they want to engage in all different things. So they create a system. That they get pulled out of this bucket. I'm gonna let they create a system. They create a system which allows them ultimately to do the things that they want to do. The whole piece of Avodah Hashem is that life doesn't begin by deciding what do I want. Life begins by deciding what I should follow.
We go wrangle that first comedian that the you guys
always think it's 60 seconds on it already. Not what I want to do like well, not what makes me happy. How do I feel like what I want to have life? What is my obligation? Because as a youth, I have a very simple obligation to serve the Lord and to put myself into his box. Not to go ahead and fit him.
The one and only, ladies and gentlemen, if you know the words, sing along.
The entire purpose of Avodah Zarah was to justify a whole system of other behaviors. That's what we try to do. So I will say, the whole fact is, you can never really believe that Avodah Zarah. Whatever you want to do. That's not what they want. Right? At the end of the day, what they simply wanted was a rights. They just needed a system which would allow for them to go and do as they want. So that's what it says here. So the Shasha is the Kasha. This Rabbi is the person. Rabbi Rothschild, Adam Sheikh God, who and how to know.
My only problem with ICE
yes, again, the
is
concept
describes
the Jews' connection to Avodah Zarah, and the way it describes it is required the name is the Chesed. But what it says that Jews love Avodah Zarah, but the Father loves his Son. So that seems to be a pretty intense connection. So what are you talking about? And there's this minimal busted out people. Right.
But I understand, can you imagine the shape you have to be in to deport black people?
Avodah Zarah is only a mechanism to allow us to do what we really wanted to do.
I'm actually training for that green gun competition right now.
Then what
I'm trying to
happens?
shoot a pistol rifle and a shotgun and then 3 minutes. Just in case I get carjacked and
the busted out people means after you became attached to Avodah Zarah, then unfortunately, again, we really actively.
All right, that's my time. Thank you so
That's how
much.
you can get back to the I'm not even outside. So listen to this. I'm like, if you're outside, and you can out to the production of the show. If you're outside,
I just, I haven't been able to laugh in this whole life situation, so it's nice.
the real outside is going ahead and literally helping out those who by
Fun set. I agree with almost everything that you said. I didn't understand that it comes down to
all of those
the end. Try to make me even happen. Yeah, that's shit around. Shit felt like a very specific type of racism. But you think so that's the highest level of racism. Not a lot of people know that Asians are the races. I people do that when I made fun of an Asian back in 2021. Turns out nobody fucking knew it somehow, or everybody forgot it all at once. And I got in big trouble. I needed to find an Asian to come in and be my token Asian. And this was an Asian, you know, that's the Asian that I got to replace the old Asian.
He always says to the boy, he says, tell me, if I'm willing to teach you something, like that will save your life and you willing to learn it. I'm going to hold a person, of course. Who doesn't want to lose? I'm going to call you home. Shema Yisrael, Shema Yisrael, Shema Yisrael. So Imran Rabbi says to the boys, all you need to do is every single day, say Shema Yisrael, just say that every day and you'll live. I'm a low topics on the crowd. I'm a low house. So the voice said to Eliana, listen to this. The voice said to Eliana, Hashem is high. The voice didn't want Eliana to say the name of Hashem. The voice didn't have Odizara. He didn't want anything other than Odizara. Shala Haske b'Shem Hashem, Shala Lindu Aviv V'Imo. So ultimately again, so can you imagine what I'm saying? Eliana is telling this point in 900. Right? Child, I'm going to teach you guys in a simple way. It's like in Islam, and the point is so conditioned to such idolatry from his parents that he already said Hashem, the boy didn't recognize the name. He said, that's not our God. We do worship a different God. So he served the Yahweh. What did he do? And he added Otsi Rasim and Feko and the captain on the nest. The little boy took out the Avodizara from his shirt. And he began to go ahead and kiss it and hug it. Actually, lift up face of enough for you rest of the others, enough for you all now. So ultimately, again, he died from that. He wouldn't translate. His stomach exploded. Right? His Avodizara fell to the ground. And he fell on top of his Avodizara. The time Hashem and I started to great and up to great to so this is again, you see from here that again, the Jews were very kind of control. So I can see that the book that was definitely goes so you believe in it, Jews be much of no, Buster died. As we said before, originally when we first started the whole time, we justify parent lifestyle. But once we got into it, and ultimately again, we became to it. We became personal. It's really actually began to do. Let's actually find out something very interesting. If you notice, by the way, how does it refer to Eliyahu, right? The first name is Eliyahu and Sadi. It's not the normal appellation, right? One of these Eliyahu and nothing. So what's the check? Let's say, obviously, only someone in Sadi is a higher level than nothing. So what's the check? Because what is Eliyahu doing there? What is he doing there? He's helping another Jew. So it's great to be in nothing. But it's even greater to be in Sadi. And how do you become a tzaddik? You help your fellow. That's what it means.
Why was he away
People often think that sickness means to work on yourself, sickness means to go out and work on your own weakness, which is absolutely true. Every person has to work on their own weakness. But Eliyahu Hanavi becomes Eliyahu Tzaddik. When he sees a child in distress, he stops everything and he lands at helping home. The path to personal piety, the path to righteousness,
Did you see anybody else out there when you were camping?
That is paved by working on oneself. I get the path to sickness is paved. Take the time to help out the other. Incredible. Tashma. Isaac will be called Gadol Hashem Elokeinu. My Abba. So listen, the pasuk says they call out in a great what is that responsible to God? What is being said? Rabbi Yehuda, he came Rabbi Yonasan, die. Was a listen to this. The Klal Yisrael called out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He said, die. What's die? Die is oi. Woe to us. They were lamenting the Yitzhak. And they were saying that Yitzhak is so incredibly overwhelming. And it's almost as if it's almost like any ability to stand by it. I need the Akhir of the day, so if this means not a problem, it's all that I just started to say, they call you the hate, they can't do it, it's like you did, cause the death of Satan, but really, you saw me, all right, I've been exiled for a land, but I'm dying in the last week, and still this week, so our marriage is dancing between us. Klum, ya bisalan, ala kabule de agila, lo ihu ba'inan, lo agri ba'inan. So listen to this. So Chazal Dad, the only reason you gave us the Yitzhak for Avodah Zarah is to get schar. So Chazal, you know, make you a deal. Make a deal. You keep the Yitzhak and we're willing to forgo the schar. Also, you see this, by the way, you see examples of this. We saw like more than this in his brothers. If you remember again, where ultimately, again, there were tzaddikim who were suffering, and they said, the only reason you visit suffering in us is to give us schar. You know what? You keep the suffering, you keep the schar also. You gave us a say Sahara for Avodah Zarah, and to get schar. Why don't you keep the Sahara? And the truth is, again, we're happy to forego the schar. So the verse Basar Da'adigu, very Yossi Tzvasi Amakayisa. Boy Rachami, enough of the Pistam Rekia to have the Kasav Ba MS. Was the second white line. So Chazal, they decided that the Sahara for Avodah Zarah had just become too distracting. And to that right, they fasted for 3 days. And after the fast for 3 days, a patak, a little note came down from Shamayim. And what did it say on the patak? What did it say on the note? MS. It was a way of saying that the Baruch was saying to the rabbis, I heard your request, what you're saying is good, and I understand that it is time to remove the Sahara for Avodah Zarah. I'm not coming up, Shmami no, but someone shall call the Baruch who MS. See from here, ultimately again, at the signature of the Baruch who's MS. So we're going to show again, what is MS? The Baruch is saying down the book and MS, meaning, okay, what you're saying is good, what you're saying is correct, and now at the end of the day, the Baruch is going to give in to their request. So this is what happened. Here we go. Nocha, Kevoria, Mula, he is Kachak Hadash. He is Sahara Frat, he was very good. He is Sahara Frat, Avodah Zarah. In fact, Avodah Zarah came running out of the Holy of Holies. This was brilliant times of the Beis HaMikdash. I will say again, just in general, how incredible is it to learn a Gemara about the Beis HaMikdash when we sit here together in the Shalayim HaKodesh, just a few steps away from the Divine If we just have a couple of hours of sleep
That's exactly how you made the chicken salad. Then give us your recipe, Big Duty.
I had half a rotisserie chicken.
The other half was dinner last night.
How many tears took on the form of a fiery lion cub. And that fiery lion cub ran out from the Kodesh HaKadosh. Ran out from the Holy Kodesh. I'm Rabbi, Gemara says, as they arrested came off of the lion cub. The other color, the other and again, the lion cub began to cry. Began to cry out. Amru, so now Chazal said, what should we do? Because again, the Baruch is asking him on everything. So maybe I can start taking compassion on the lion cub. But it's in pain, right? But it's going to take compassion on it and release it.
What about right?
Shajua to do the Abba, because you have an Abba the Shayat color. Quick, grab it, put it in a cauldron of lead, cover it with a covering of lead, because that will mute the cries of the lion cub. It says, Vayom Zos HaRasha V'yashlech Osa Tos HaIfa V'yashlech Hasabena Al-Feres HaPiyah. So we'll say, so possibly just a second. Because there's absolutely no one who's going to it doesn't matter. It's okay. It's not a rush. We always make it through. So let's say, so understand. Where does the Sahara for Avodah Zarah reside? Where does it live? It lives in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Because we'll say at the end of the day, sometimes all of us have our desires, right? We all have our wants, our desires, our proclivities, our lusts, our inclinations, and we think that those things are permanent, and we think that those things come from an impure place. They don't. They come from the Kodesh HaKadosh. They come from the Holy of Holies. The Kodesh gives us our struggles, not to bring us down, but just the opposite, to give us the opportunity to look at ourselves and to lift ourselves up. Your wants, your desires, your lusts, your proclivities, your desires, those are Kodesh HaKadosh.
Give us a fun fact about your life that would surprise us about you, something special that makes you you.
It's the ability to transcend those things that makes us us. Do you know what life without struggle is called? Life without struggle is called death. Right? You're dead. You're dead. Right? If you're not struggling with something, chances are you're dead. Right? Or just totally asleep on the wheel. Like, or same idea. Either way. Right? The nice one is like, our Yitzhak is Kodesh Kodashim. The Yitzhak of our desire, it doesn't live in Gehenna. Right? It doesn't live in Dollars. It lives in the Kodesh HaKadosh. Because it was a eternal desire that gave us the opportunity to see the challenge of our Yitzhak is that, let's say, if we're honest, we don't fight hard enough. We just don't fight hard enough. We just get in. We just get in. Or when the battle becomes a little bit too acute, we just yield. We just surrender. We don't have to surrender. We never have to surrender. We are so much stronger than we give ourselves credit for. So you say, hello, like every single other Yitzhak that we possess doesn't really get anything. We're using the Kodesh HaKadosh. Because the challenge we have a God who gives them to us only to allow ourselves to become the best version of ourselves. And that's why I will say, that's why when you're wrestling the lion cub, so to speak, the lion cub, out the apple and the little hair falls off, and you're worried about the having Rachmanis, because emotional loves the Sahara. Sounds strange. Why does love the Sahara? Because it keeps us moving. Because he created it. Listen, the Sahara is the Ribono Olam's greatest creation. Because it is the Sahara is the engine of growth. So in that moment when the Sahara is being wrestled, and we let out a cry of faith, so it's almost as if Chazal is saying, and allow it to come back to its full of glory. That will say the things we contend with, they're not working against us, they're working for us. Those challenges that are there are only there to make us greater. And all we need to do is get our stuff together, work a little bit harder, and recognize that it's hard. My best friend. He's really my best friend. Kind of gives me a wink because more often than not, it gets me to do stuff that I shouldn't be doing. And he's really my best friend because if I can conquer him, which I can, if I can overcome him, which I can, that's when I turn to my greatest self. That's an incredible deal.
Like a coin start machine for cards.
Can I ask you a really serious question? If someone gave you, say, like $500,000, said you invest this in cards,
just take it in.
Oh, I can make that into how long
That's what we really are.
Probably a foot and a half Italian sub.
full rotisserie chicken. This time with the grapes, because when you got that kind of cash, you don't care about the sugar.
Overwhelming circumstances that are down
You've seen Jim Paul talk about these cards that he wears around his neck. They talk about
that's right.
investment versus annuities
Yeah, I think it has a response. It's not just the hardest to derail us. So anyways, it's sad. Something that we often says, the greatest challenge in life that we face.
Looks like I'm gonna have to fight in the boxing ring in a few months.
You use yourself in it.
You were the first book in full tonight. Here's a little jump for you. Gotta start somewhere. Big Benny, everybody.
Whether it's Yeshua's in the palace, or whether it's Lavalius, whether it's the Soros Codes, or whether it's the Shabbat, whatever it is, you got it. Whatever it is, we're going to just do it.
Hello, everyone. I'm proud to say that this episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. We gave us almost years of cash in during America's biggest supporting member, Prize Picks. We're always
here in Eretz Yisrael.
That also means it's your last chance to get in on football action before next season. Close the season out right with Prize Picks by getting $50 instantly in lineups when you play your first $5
But he also
Tony
has
Price
something
thinks it's
tremendous
the
to do.
best.
Let's go right there. Says the Gemara.
Watch.
Says the Gemara. What happens?
My best friend didn't even know what a first down
Good.
was.
The
That
Gemara
skinny
said,
girl.
good. Omri. So Chazal said like this. Oil based structure. So now that we see that he's
So exciting. He gives us all ample. Watch it.
Chazal said like this. Now we recognize that obviously this is what I speak. Like, why do you have to high? Listen, I should have said, does somebody understand what you're talking about here? This is great. It's a whole level of design was just a music. That's what happens. It's not so bad when you do a piece of what design, you know, you're like, what's wrong with you? Why are they running to worship everything? We can't relate to it because the higher for this Avodah Zarah was removed from us. That's what happened, was removed. That's why we can't relate to it in the same way. So now, because that's okay. We're on a roll. We got this. They said, now that we moved the Avodah Zarah, some of the hope that is definitely we buy that and then you said, let's go. Let's do this. Let's remove some morality. Right? Why not? On a roll. Right? Let's remove the Yisrael for immorality from us as well. So what happens? The Gemara says, so they did so. Why not? I mean, and so they have that. Come to it, plus Yama, so it's what happens. They did it. And they were successful. They removed the Yisrael for immorality from the world. And what happens? The Gemara says, so for sure, plus Yomi, you brought the Asabas Homo, Lapola, Lo Ashki. That was the issue. The problem is, once they removed the desire for morality, was they took out all kinds of desires. Basic desire also possessed reproduction, procreation. We couldn't find a chicken that was willing to lay eggs. So that's what he said. Let's remember again. All of these pictures and tools, all of these, listen, understand, immorality is a corruption of a natural desire for intimacy, a natural desire for reproduction. So when you take that out of the world, you take away the negative stuff, but you also remove all the positive as well. So they could not find an egg. And listen, can you imagine a couple of go to breakfast and you can't find eggs? The sky's falling. The sky's falling out there. That knows I saw the nice again, they couldn't find an egg. So the Gemara says, what should we do? What should we do? You must have me bite. What should we do? That half of the Yisra removed from us, that's not going to work, right? That's not going to work because, again, after the Torah doesn't remove half of the Yisra. It was interesting. Whoever he was. Okay, he doesn't remove half of the Yisra. We'll come back to this in just a little bit. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, Kachminu le'inei, ahani people, even should be kavasas. So what they literally, again, they blinded the eye of the Tzahal and at least we had a partial benefit. What was a partial benefit? They were saying that a person doesn't have a desire for incest. Okay, right? I was going to say, so nice stuff, right? So that's so this is one of those things, like we use these eyes on Yom Kippur, right? And one of the great things about the Qur'an on Yom Kippur afternoon is most of us can see Yom Kippur, you can say to ourselves, I feel like I got this one down, right? Like in other words, like, okay, well, I desire a whole bunch of stuff. Not that. So why is that? Because Chazal were successful in being able to remove at least that base of the basis of all immorality. The person desires a whole bunch of stuff. And at least when it comes to incest, that's not something that we desire. Incredible. All right, we go out. Nice of enough this happens. So let's say, so back to our desire. This is incredible. This is so interesting. And this is what we were saying before. Every Sahara that we have has the ability to derail, but also has many positive uses and applications as well. So they couldn't go ahead and remove the desire for morality. But embedded in that is the natural and healthy and proper and published desire for intimacy. But they were able to force it in some way that at least remove the basic urges of that immorality. For instance, okay, so we know what nice of it was not nice of all of you saying there's a story of a non-Jewish woman who was very old. Amro, and Tamar and Isa they call it. Okay, it's Tamar the Torah of the Dutch of all of them. Se você for detido, she made a Kabbalah. She made a Kabbalah. That was a matter of point out how incredible this is. See, for me, right there, she made a Kabbalah. She made a Kabbalah. And she said, if I get better, if I will, I promise, I will worship every single Avodah Zarah in the world. Now, wrong kinds of Kabbalah, right? It's like definitely good intentions. Good intentions. So what happens? So you must Baruch Hashem. I guys, if I don't have some of the Zohar, I'm never out of the Zohar. What is that? She was old, and she ended up worshiping every single Avodah Zarah in the world. Even she did a car, and she got about car. Shalom the Talmud, and I'm not open to so we got about car. It's like she's making around. And she says to me, please stop. Tell me, how do you worship this idol? So what happened? Amrullah says, Oakland Shadri, the show's in shape, right? And you drink beer. So apparently that's a combustible combination, right? When you do that, you switch to the wind, right? So the nice again, feeds and beer, and that's going to cause the bowels to remove. We must reason to find out. So it's interesting that she's all about finding place. So apparently, again, alcohol was that one very important scientifically, currently, so there's dedication, but like, this good Mitzvah for alcohol was like, what's the right when it's like a stickle eruption like that, it's like I found these actually visible. So again, if you could walk in there after eating peace and drinking beer, and you notice like eruption in front of the idol, that's like that's even Mitzvah. So I'm wrong. So he's 80 years old. And after all of her Avodah Zarah, he said, Mitzvah Shetatsa Yisha B'Choyah V'Lotama Avodah Zarah. Right? So she said, you know what? No, I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm gonna pass. I'd rather get sick again. I can have to worship Avodah Zarah. So he goes, so Avodah Zarah. I can make you start interviewing and it's working about so again. This is the where does almost worship like Avodah Zarah, you can hear it. Okay, we're talking but the nice part of all the Avodah Zarah is comfort. Really good thing. That's what something that is like ritual. Makes things calculation. It's like it says it's not so crazy. Let's say you say Rabbi to use the bathroom. Right? You say Rabbi to listen. Why? Because we recognize the godliness and the ability for the body to work the right way. But not the person goes and uses the bathroom. You recognize. Again, any by that, I mean, or you just say that on there. Something that's open closes up. Right? Something that's open closes up. Something that's closed opens up, right? It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. If something is open and it's closed, something is closed and open, all the other places, right? So the nice again, so again, Avodah Zarah is like, you notice something, everything about Avodah Zarah really is a very nuanced collection of actually so weird. But at the end of the day, the woman says, like, you know what, I'm not doing this. Mara says, Atem is pain, and it's talking about bar, it's semi-possible. The Atem not taking my show, okay, and the state tomorrow is like, so again, these flowers are not like that. Rather, again, even though you worship Avodah Zarah, ultimately, again, you weren't so attached, right? You were just generally attached about the heart. And I've tried to about show okay, so the state bars are really easy. When it comes to the spiritual, again, I cannot take it. You both are powerful with two things. That's what I mean. Like two things that connect to each other as well. To summit Ayudei Isha. I cannot take him as she okay, then speaking about even when Christ worship idolatry, we are never fully watered. Everybody bought in. He went past. Like a woman wears a bracelet, so the bracelet is on her wrist. It's on her. Like, but it's not from your cat. So that was like always one for all these other. In other words, so there, what we're doing is, we're not in that section. But Ken has a deacons. We talk about this Rabbi. He would say, even when he worships a whole Zara, and even when he goes off the street in narrow, at the end of the day, whatever else we're doing, dependable on God. Our forgiveness, our clinging, our connection to our Kodesh Baruch Hu is always the primary part of our relationship. Incredible. Don't have on my son, the Safsa, Ben Ilam. This is a person's name. There was a guy by the name of Safsa Ben Ilam. He's here from Olam Echtinachos. He went without his donkey for 9 years.
I can't tell. You have like showbiz, you have like weird like Shane Wild guy energy out here. Like you're very comfortable here.
So he went down his donkey. So what happened? So the lady's shouting. She gets the Baal Pa'ar. I'm alone. She said to him, I'm saying, Anshe Thursday. He said, you know what I want to do? I want to worship some poor on the way. Right? So just wait for me over here. Okay, I'm alone. So she goes in, she comes out. Then the Jewish guy is leading the donkey. He says, I'm Anshe Thursday. So he says, you know what? You're in the car. You know what I mean? By Pa'ar also. Right? What happened? So she said to him, hello, you could Yaakov. She said to him, aren't you a Yid? Oh, so this is something that other people should remind us. But if you just are you a Yid, how are you working in Bahar? He says, Allah, Uma Echbasne, final name. Right? So my marriage married to you. Nick was to watch this. Nick Ross, Bahar Bahar, so what happened? He goes in, he does his business. Like Bahar, defecation of the idol, this is what he said, interesting place. The Tinoch, the whole Tinoch. Then I was like, okay, he wipes himself on the nose of the Avodah. Right? So again, a little bit of this over here. It was like, now the Pashtos, he was actually trying to do something disrespectful.
Everything else is real.
To the idol. But how you mistrust the Avodah, the council of the Omer. The Olam, the Haya Adar Sha'atul of Allah, those of the what happens? The peace of are there. Look at this guy. You've never seen someone who has worshipped the idol with such resources, such antlers, right? Such Islavos, who wiped himself on the nose of Yakistan residents of right? When I say they could not believe what they were seeing in front of their eyes. Incredible. So what's in that basically Gemara says that so apparently this Jew is actually trying to debase the Baal Pa'ar. The Gemara says it doesn't work because again, if you defecate on Pa'ar, even though your intention is to debase the idol, but because that is the mode of worship, you chayav for Avodah Zarah. So you can't do that. Similarly again, Hazorik Ibn Markulis, so when I start getting yourself for that because that is the mode of worship. Rabbi Nash had a puzzle of eight books. I'm allowed on the Zara to carry off. So yeah, Rabbi Nash worked on the work house. He's going to have all the Zara here. So what did he do? Shut up, he shut the base, he took the pot of it, and he threw it at the idol. Well, Marcus, they said to him, Nash, it's Marcus. You just stole Marcus. Now again, the Marcus his watch to debase the idol, but it turned out that what did he do? He actually worshipped it in my intention, but he worshipped it on a level. I was very glad about this time. After some like also shot the Midrash, I'm not sure I can explain. So what should I do? I mean, I was very glad about this time. I got the Mirgame. And then actually, you're like super trouble over here. Because when I say I understand your intention was to debase the idol, but when I said at the end of the day, you went ahead and you worshipped it. I'm a little Ezra Ishkala. You said, okay, no problem. I'll go back and I'll remove the stone. I'll remove the stone that I threw. So I'm really Echad, I know for the Echad, I know Slichayim. No. You can't remove stones from our because if you remove stones from our then the nice again, the nice if if you remove it, you make room for more. So apparently part of the avoda of Maklis was to roll the stone, and then again after a certain point, the stones accumulate. So the removal of the stones is also part of the avoda zara. So you can't do that as Rabbi said. So what is he doing? What's the most hospital in this? What's the most hospital? Be careful when you throw stones. Because sometimes once you throw stones, it's a little bit difficult to take them back. They'll say, and again, it's kind of how you began and how you ended the same way. Ivyo, what is Ivyo called? Ivyo is called Ivyo Tzaddik. Why is it called Tzaddik? Because the greatest tzidkus is when you reach out to your fellow Jew. How does this sugya end? Be careful when you throw stones. Because at the end of the day, when you throw stones, you often can't take them back. Once it's thrown, so let's say, I'm sure one picked up an answer by Rothschild rice. Again, clearly he has his feelings about, certain segments of Klal Yisrael, let's say, to him after davening, or perhaps having right empathy for the hostages, or for the soldiers, or for the war. But in general, you have to be careful about the stones that you throw, whether they be actual stones or verbal stones. Because once you throw it, and once you say it, this is virtually impossible to get. Rothschild says, let's watch the puzzle. Ace. I guess Ace is both up on the base. Ace equals up on the state. Let's use that question. Camera has this question as well. There's a kind of stones, there's a kind of correct stones. Be careful how you throw the stones. Whether actual or verbal, because once you throw it, you often can't take it back. Incredible. Mishka. I know Simi's out of the Molech. So let's go back to this for 4 minutes. I know Simi's out of the Molech. Don't say person now again. You about the Zara. You about the Zara Molech. Molech, the one said was child sacrifice. So now again, we'll get into it over here. I know this is out of the Molech. Person is over children Molech. Ain't no fight. I shouldn't say Molech. Yabia Baish. The only chayiv until a person gives their children literally over to the priest of Molech and walks them in the fire. Muslim Molech will have a base. If the person gave the child over to Molech, but the child wasn't walked through the fire, or had been able to walk into the Molech, or given over to the fire, or wasn't given over to the priest. So it's time. In a fight, I shouldn't say Molech Yagaray. So this is the kind of thing. In order to be invited by each of the Molech, you need 3 things. Number 1, Molech will find the children. Number 2, you have to give over to the priest of Molech. And number 3, the child has to be walked through the fire. Now again, the exact process we see in the Gemara. So tell me about the other kind of Molech. What's interesting about saying, because on one hand, we talked about Avodah Zarah, and now Molech is being singled out. So why is that? I'm going to add into my command, Molech Lab Avodah Zarah. Can we just suggest that Molech is not Avodah Zarah? That was now what is that mean? Yisanya. Echad Molech ve'echad l'shar Avodah Zarah. Chayiv. So what's interestingly enough, so whether a person gave his child over to a Molech or to a different Avodah Zarah, he's going to be chayiv. It was the Shimon Omer, the Molech chayiv, Shalom the Molech pater. So let's say, if you wish to do the highlighting is like this. The only time that giving over one's child is in front of Avodah Zarah is that of the Molech. So giving over one child over, let's say, Shabbat or that's not for the Avodah Zarah. Because that's not the way that the idol is worshipped. I'm not Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Chanina ben Antigonus, Amrut Davar Echad. Rabbi Shimon has others. Rabbi Shimon was as we just said before. Then again, Molech is unique. Molech is unique about the Zara that is worshipped being over one's children. The person who is over your child to any other idol, certainly not for like performance, that's not about the Zara. Chanina ben Antigonus, the son of Chanina ben Antigonus, Omer, that they must have Sator Russian Molech. Why they start using Molech? What is Molech? What does Molech mean? So the Gemara says, "Kol shenichu alei afilu tzrar afilu kisei." Let's say someone violates Molech if by going in and accepting anything upon themselves as a deity. So let's say this is a different understanding. Chanina ben Antigonus has a different understanding of Molech. The understanding of Molech is if you accept any object as a god, like Melech, upon you. That is the Avodah Zarah of Molech. Even a slur, even a pebble, even a twig. Rava Amar Molech Arai Pikabina. Rava says in reality, Whether or not there's such a thing as what we call a temporary or episodic mola is the point of contention between the other things. When it comes to mola, we'll say one is only kind if he gives his child over the actual repentance type of mola. There's a process. So let's say the person that's giving the kid over to mola, that's not the mola. He's giving the kid over to the piece of mola for avodah zarah. שנאמר, מזרעו מוסיפים להעביר למולה. They don't recognize that the person not going to have it alone. Also, you might have thought that ultimately one parent's child through the fires of mola. The people actually give his child over to the piece of mola so he would be tired. And the Loma mosifim masa the mola. Not to believe the piece. But however, you have to get tired. What happens if you give over your child, but if you didn't actually pass it through the fire, maybe you can get tired. And the Loma lahabir. Most of the habits of all the mola, you might have thought that Allah said you give over your child to the priest. You pass it through the fire, but not the mola to the priest. And with the mola, most of the habit of the mola for nobody. What happens if you give over your child to the priest? But it passes through, but not through the fire, and you never come out here, never on the Hamon, never on the Hamon, or most of the Hamad, you're not to come out. In order to be tired for giving your child over to the mola, you need two components. Number one, have to give over to the priest of mola. That's number one. Number two, ultimately, again, there has to be fire involved. And number three, the child actually has to walk through the fire. Now, what they're actually walking through fire actually looks like, it means Hashem will see a movie. Every show, Sarah Harper, looks like if you pass all of your children through mola, why? And then we're not used that. But the function of the consequence ultimately what happens ultimately again, if a person went ahead and as a child is growing, and they asked the child is growing through the fires of mola. What fire? Or Russian mode. What happens if the child is asleep? Unless it's one of the new situations, the child is not aware of what it is that's occurring. They're blind, they're asleep. I use someone that's mouth. Benzito mouth. What happens if you can't the grandchildren from mola? What fire? So two shows me out Tado. We can answer this one of them. Stand up. Yellow Nassan Lamola. The boss says you give up your offspring to mola. Not how long. I'm about to leave it. And I learned much from not to know if he's away. I love to know I didn't know son of Jonah. Then to know that you can not I didn't know son of granddaughter. I'm Roma. This seat on me Salo. So it's the people who with any of your offspring, whether it's your children or your grandchildren. I'm not going to make something that's how you can do that. No. Concept is the Mizalo. The son of the seat on Mizalo. Not just also begins with Mizalo and it begins ultimately the seat on Mizalo. Different versions we'll see. Zaro, any other Zarakosha. So most of the first has Mizalo. I don't know what you're hired for Kasha offspring. Zarakosha. I don't know that even if a person passes his invalid offspring through mola, that he's still going to be hired. I'm going to have the seat on Mizalo. Okay, I'm ready to go. And the high actually at the end of the day of Havara. So you can say like this. You're any higher, let's say what? If you go ahead and and you pass your children through, then actually we're going to do is stop over for today. So this next sugya, we'll say this next sugya ultimately again teaches us how Molech was actually done. How he went ahead and it was passed through the fire. So we'll say next time again. Hopefully tomorrow we'll have a little bit more time. Without passing a little more today. We're not finished. So also if you want to take your packets with you, stuff you're getting some 6 outside it. And that's Hashem today. So we'll do that hopefully in the base a little bit in this. So we'll say, and again, use this time. Usually when it comes to Daf Yomi, we usually don't have a lot of time to be able to have faster. The time that we're in Rapid Club is actually because the Daf discussion tremendously so well. From today's Daf, even more than America, we'll get to further stops. Tremendous Hawaiian breakfast. And I guess, Zebulon. I think our goal in America is to be what time? 8:30. Okay. So breakfast, the Meretz Hashem stays in. If anyone needs a booklet, you want the package?
Philosophically, the kid on a birthday, they are born.
So did you not celebrate a birthday for a long time?
No, literally, my mom would be like, "It's a special day today," and I'd be like, "What is it?" She's like, "I can't tell you. Check your birth certificate." And that would literally be it.
So you didn't get presents?
I didn't get presents or nothing. No, it's just I got used to it. So Tina Turner. What an abusive fucking thing! It's a special day today, bitch. All right, take your birthday.
When's the first time you celebrated your birthday?
I was 17. A bunch of my friends were trying to make me stop being a Jehovah's Witness. They were like, "Hey, we're all going to be at a bridge somewhere where you can preach to us." And I showed up to the bridge. Yeah. They had a 30-pack of beers, and they were like, "Happy birthday." What a surprise party! So I've never been to that. I'm like, surprise for my birthday. Oh shit! Fucking Paul McCartney.
It's a great intervention when your friends bring you a 30-pack of beer.
Is your family still Jehovah's Witness?
Yeah, but my mom's really into it. She's still remember the part where she didn't give me fucking birthday present? Great, well, Phil's really cool, man. He had the softest fingers in the world. Old Sophie Uncle
So she gave you a Jewish name and no presents.
That's fucked up.
That's incredible.
Yeah. My birthday was pretty weird when I was born.
When is your birthday now? I'm curious.
August 21st, 1990. Yeah, I was born premature, so my lungs didn't work. So the doctor told my mom that I was probably going to die, and she prayed to God, and she said, if my son lives, I will give him to you. And because I lived, she made me a liver. She made this was
Come all this way to see Ohio State. Before the big comeback. Rose again. You did it. It was a rough minute, but then you did a good minute. So it's a medium jump from time. He's signing up for almost what I'm getting chats. Right on the chats. God did not help him catch that joke. There was Alabama, everybody. We're having fun here. We're cooking. Here we go. Your fourth bucket of the night is Sharon. Hopefully everybody share your word.
Good evening, Tony people. I have Sharon Reynolds, and I have two local hits for the male universities to better interact with me. One, if you insist on mentioning your wholeness, Tony, more than once within a short period of time, I will have questions and or comments. I am not responsible for those take and inquiry of mine. So when I know your sharing position status. Two, if you insist on sending me pictures of sending that shirt, Tony Zodias, be aware in Texas and a handful of other states it is against the law. I find them amusing, so I will allow it. If, and only if you follow these guidelines. Wallet, head to toe, clothed, fully erect, holding a 16-ounce bottle adjacent for size comparison. Thank you. Well, here's the deal, Tony. After the last time, I figured out that I, your naturally born female, cannot ever personally say something else funny. So I should say something that would make my life easier when the onslaught of like your 2,000 like your male followers
Let's check in the break here.
first thing is we gotta send her a pic of that thick dick from earlier. No doubt about it. We gotta get that.
So
We're gonna have to scan it on a printer because it's not gonna be on an iPhone.
There was so much insanity throughout that set. With the implication that I've mentioned to you my penis.
When I was on last time, you did mention your penis twice, so I think
What was the context of me mentioning
like
it?
how hard you were or not. One time was not so much, one time was really hard.
What were we talking about at the time?
Which the first time was probably my set, the second time was that I tried something.
Anthony, you think you're a little bit out of context here, but I mentioned my penis very early.
No, you didn't.
Was it a did people go ha afterwards? Sure, did they make that whiny noise that you don't understand how it That's the part that thing right there. You hear that? That whiny noise?
I went ahead and changed the subject and asked if you were circumcised, and some people were like, they got it, they thought it was hilarious, and some people were like, that came out of nowhere. And I was like, no, you mentioned his penis, so I'm allowed to ask if he's circumcised.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Did you guys date Bethany
Sharon Roy. Three words to your name and not that many punchlines at all. This is incredible.
When you were in high school, did you like tell people you were like a cat or something like that? That's a great question. You do have those energies. I'm really a cat. My boyfriend's an energy vampire. He's been a librarian for 300 years.
Are you doing comedy other places? Yeah, where? What are you doing? How often do you try this?
I did comedy in Spain last year.
Well, they probably couldn't understand you.
They have a pretty big English-speaking comedy scene.
Actually, you like the last guy? Like, do you have like different jokes that are better than whatever you planned to do here tonight that nobody understood?
No, I am technically more of a storytelling comic, and like a minute is kind of hard.
We love to hear a 25-minute banger from Sharon Ruth. Wow.
The main reason I wanted to come on is so I have a major anxiety disorder. Last time I almost did pass on stage. Nobody can tell. But this time it's not that much better. I was hoping that like the nerves would go down the second time, but it's really hard.
Yeah, I felt like you were nervous running through that. Yeah. You felt like a hologram.
No, I wanted to get it into my head. Like I respect the minute timeline. I think
I think you're looking at comedy the wrong way. You have a joke and then make it like, don't try to cram it in with it. Because I think that's where the disconnect runs is slow it down and find your pace. It didn't feel rushed. I don't want to be shitty because I've been nervous on stage and it's working too. But
I'll be shitty. You could have done that. You could have pumped the brakes on that and done it so slow. But it took 20 minutes to get through that, and it's still there's not a funny, unidentifiable moment.
No, I did it very intentionally. It is funny to certain select people.
Who are these people? Where are they?
I suggest trying to conform to maybe the Hiltonian audience.
Maybe that.
You know what I wanted to tell your audience from last time? So I am not a person.
What do you want to tell the Hiltonian audience? I don't know if you think this is going to get any better.
I am not a person who would do well in jail. I do know from experience. So I should not be talking about things on stage until the statute of limitations run out. There's no statute on attempted murder, so I should not have mentioned that last time.
Okay. Wait, so you just love when you get her arrested tonight?
Sharon Ruth, you just mentioned it again. You know,
No, I know. Like I'm like, well, I already made a mistake. Like, let me lay into it.
There's something very melodic about her voice when she starts to lose it. It's like,
What are
I feel like
example
one of
of
those Spanish
actions?
people right now going like, I got it.
Incense, libation, or
You know, and I thought you were gonna be. I actually like.
All right, Sharon, you get a little joke book last time. You got a little joke book before, I'm guessing. Because of the interview.
Because the audience demanded it.
All right, Sharon, you get nothing this time. They're going to share it immensely, everybody. There she goes, sharing immensely, everybody. With the patented one last crazy glare in the eyes. Little icon there for everybody. Oh my god. That's exciting. Sharon, it might be time for Sharon to take a break from signing up. Alright. We have a regular that's going to sage the room right now. He is the newest force of nature regular here on Calzone. Please welcome the great Ginger Flynn, everybody. I hate the Greyhound. I'm so glad I don't go take the Greyhound no more. One time a nigga with no arms stole my wallet. I'll say it again, a nigga with no arms stole my wallet. And the only reason why I called him is because my wallet was in my hoodie because it was cold out and I felt that nigga big toe scrape across my tummy. And then when I woke, that shit was right there in between his thumb toe. I don't know what you call it, but his thumb toe and his index toe was gripping that motherfucker. And he got strong legs, he got nice legs, because you know how like Daredevil, his eyes don't work, so his ears is stronger, so this nigga's arms is his legs. So when I tried to grab that shit, I had to like tug of war. You know, I had to tug of war with this nigga, then I started wrestling with my wallet away. He talking about, you cheat, because I hit my arms and my legs. To get it away, so when I finally got it, I stood up with my wallet, and he stood up with me, but he is wearing a hoodie too with no arms, his arms was dangling. So when he stood up, he's like, well, you gonna do I was like, no, nigga, we still got 8 hours on this bus. So I can't shit. I'm there, and your thing is, when I ride the Greyhound, I got my gun on me, and they tell you can't ride with your gun, you won't get in trouble, go to court. Go to court, if you took your suspect, you have your gun. I was like, I'm on the Greyhound, I got all my teeth. They'll be like, look, quit it every single time. Because if I had woken up and that nigga had stole my wallet or my gun, ain't nobody going nowhere until I find my Transformers belt wallet. I got a Velcro wallet because I want people to hear me at least try to pay for something. Everybody within 8 to 10 feet, we hear that shit like he did it just to be good. That's my time. Twice as long as Sharon Ruth Hensley did 29 more verifiable punchlines. Absolutely incredible. Dead 17 less hexes. Dedrick, that is fucking fantastic. Great job. Great job. I love Greyhound material. None of the people reading Greyhound to know fucking just how sketchy that is. Isn't it pops like, you know, when they drop the nukes and they have like a center where everybody meets? That's what the Greyhound is. You don't know what year it is based on what niggas is wearing. When you get out of prison, they give you a Greyhound ticket. Yes, they do. So you said the majority of the people on that bus just got out of prison. Yeah, it's not a fucking two Greyhound from Tallahassee to Tampa all the time. I remember when Biggie's album came out, I had headsets and a tape player or a CD player. And a dude had just got out of prison. He was like, what are you listening to? I was like, Notorious B.I.G. He goes, can I see your headsets? That was it. They were his. That's why you gotta have a gun, Bert. Hell yeah.
right?
We all
They
get
brought
robbed
you
on a
up.
Greyhound.
They brought you up. So
The
your conscience
emotion.
is like, okay, let's listen to this.
Mama's getting passed from a
So
Greyhound.
read this
Look
phrase,
at experience.
literally
feel bad
translated,
that people
these
are
are the gods
mostly
that brought you up from the
vagabonds
side.
for
What's
theirs.
going on?
But
What's going on?
everyone on a bus, no matter where you are, looks like they're
Probably so it's less Hashem.
Yeah,
And
it is a certain type of
and if you
definitely
look
a
at
people
the
from
Baruch
Albuquerque.
Hashem, they made it clear. Had they not made it clear, probably
I
would have
stand
been
by what I
destroyed.
said.
What does that mean?
Don't let that on
They
your
didn't
bus
do
and go
the
back.
mitzvahs. As much as they are worshiping Avodah Zarah, at least what do they do? At least at least they're shooting that for the show.
So you've taken the Greyhound quite a lot.
It was the angels that brought us out. But
Yeah, we
they
know.
included that shed, and they said again, probably Israel, it was up to the Torah, and these angels that brought us out. And these are they included that in the Torah and the equation. That was at least a saving grace for Christ. So the Gemara says, I'm going to show you what that is. You said, yeah. How could you say that? If a person goes out and repeats that in the Torah, it's getting that from the Torah. You can be a person up from the world. It's even worse. It's incredible. Because I think what is the upside of being a Rabbi? It's something that's so constant. But what is the upside of being a Rabbi? What's the upside? The upside is you serve the team. Choose the team. Choose the team. Be decisive. Test the right with someone. So what's the I must say, I once been on staying at
They owe you money.
If you start a defense, you're telling you
They just have to use that as a commercial. They just have to know who they are and roll with it.
They know. They don't even have an intercom in the Greyhound. One time I went to the Atlanta Greyhound, which is the scariest place on earth.
I literally cannot imagine. The entire city of Atlanta scares me. It seems like the Greyhound station you need to.
And it's right outside of the strip club, so the port is terrifying. And I walked up to a lady, I said, when is the bus to Charlotte? Right, I looked at her and she was looking at me and she went, the bus is not. What did you say? I was like, don't yell at me. I'd rather be on Frontier. Nigga, I hate Frontier.
You know, an Atlanta Greyhound station is dangerous when Tetrick is the safest person there. Everyone else looks exactly like John Dees does right now. You wear your ski mask up when you're laughing. You haven't all figured out John at a comedy show. You're cracking up with his mask on. There you go. There it is.
You know I ain't got it right.
It doesn't work. The joke doesn't work.
Because you told them that if the power went out, we was going to start losing. So you gotta make our kill Tony money somewhere. Like, I don't steal, but I loot. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. There's group synergy too.
Yes, it is.
Wow, you know exactly where the Greyhounds are.
Yeah, I was just there.
And the Greyhounds are
fucking great.
I know
you got money. You don't have to be there.
My father-in-law
When
doesn't.
you lack commitment, by definition, you never gain traction in your life. Better to be deepest. And it sounds like it's just let us hold it on your mind. Better to go, here it is.
And Magic City has the best wings in town.
Yes, they do. They're living forever. Shout out to Magic City, Atlanta,
Because if you're
Georgia.
committed to nothing, it means you lack.
Dedrick, your set was absolutely fucking incredible.
Very good. Very funny. Just like, there's such an energy. It's almost like watching good ice skaters. Like when you came up, you kind of owned it. It was like, you know, when you watch ice skating,
So not enjoyable at all ever.
Hey, Bert, what's an ice skater?
You're the opposite of ice skaters, and we've all enjoyed it
See,
before.
that's what it says. It is better to have a bad king than
Well,
no
you're watching
king.
ice skating. I enjoy it, but it's like when you see someone come out confident, you're like, oh, this is going to be I'm not worried.
Is
And when you
better
came
than
out, I
no
was like,
leadership.
oh, I'm not worried.
I
And then
know
when they
leadership,
kicked in the
you don't
music,
want to go anywhere.
and
I
you
know
go
the
to the stage, that is the energy.
Also, the cowboy hat was very excited to see you, which is another sign to all that guy that you're doing it right. Oh, thanks so much. That guy rode the green belt here. He rode the actual dog. Cowboy hat. One more time for the great Kendrick flag. Let's see if we can comedy show here. How's it going? I'm 35 years old. I used to want kids real bad. I used to want guns real bad too. Now I don't know if I want either one. I kind of see them as the same thing. They're both dangerous. Whenever somebody has one, they're always like, "Do you want to hold it?" I'm like, "No." I know way too many people in jail for touching those things. So I mean, get my fingerprints off it. I feel like guns are a lot like kids too, because all the worst people I know hold theirs sideways. It's either like you're fucking funny or like baby hanging off the hip at Walmart, So like, want me to Cookie Monster pajama bottoms even though the sun is still up? Come on, you guys have been used it before, you know what I'm talking about. Just I feel like guns are a lot like kids too, because whenever I see one out in the street, I'm like, shouldn't you be in school right now? On Facebook, I see a new article of like a female teacher begging their younger male students. We gotta pay these teachers more money, right? So they can afford to go on dates with people their own age. It's super easy to wine and dine a 15-year-old and just fucking say 6 times while you juggle their balls a little bit. I live in Nashville, Tennessee. Man, by Bert Kreischer, actually. I was opening for him at the movie theater on Friday. Amazing. I was like, man, you better get fucking blood. It was good crux, man. I think you're fucking hysterical.
That's absolutely incredible. I had no idea that you had anybody here, that anybody even signed up. We got fucking lucky there.
Yeah, I was supposed to go home last night, and then I fucking ice is crazy. And the weather
Zach, so have you lived in Nashville your whole life?
No, I'm from Connecticut originally.
Okay.
I started comedy in Tampa. Hell
yeah.
He's sober right now, but he's not drinking. He's getting married. Yeah. Well, I'm also sober like for my career too. But
how long have you been sober for?
Since December 2019. December 2019.
Let me ask you this, because what exactly did you do on December 20th? You're going away last year.
Don't tell me what happened on December 29th? Okay, 2 lives in the truth. I went out to a bar with my friends. Or I got blacked out on wine and had my coke dealer come over there and accidentally get ketamine.
Take us through it, so you got drunk on wine.
Yeah, it was supposed to be just a chill night. Like my friend just had a baby and they came over and
he came over too.
and he was over to take a picture of me. He's like, "Keep your phone hanging in the wall." I was like, "Oh, they're not. You're holding the baby inside." I was like, "Here, we took it." Disgusting, but I guess it's chill. That's a little
So we'll bring in a gun. Hold it sideways and shoot you.
Amazing. So then you had a little Pulp Fiction moment. You thought you were doing cocaine, but it turned out to be ketamine.
Yeah, well, my buddies told me it was ketamine.
How did that make you feel? Feeling pretty much about ketamine. I do know it seems like being extremely drunk off of only wine mimics very modern even.
Yeah, I don't remember much about being completely honest. Like, there is like video. I went outside to get cigarettes from my car and busted my ass. Trying to get back in. There's like video of the ring camera from my fiance being like, "You want to see this?" Actually, I don't really think my hand is all fucked up.
I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, I felt so. In my head.
That bitch is gonna be a god.
So Zach, you make all your money doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I do stand-up and sketch comedy.
I love it. What does the future wife do?
She's a private. I don't know. She's like works for like the government. Okay, yeah,
perfect. You're doing a lot of good things.
She makes all the decisions in my household. Yeah.
Do you charge a Brightland or anything like that?
Yeah, you should see our crawl space. It's actually quite packed right now.
Zach, you are so funny. Where can people find your stuff?
On Instagram at Zach Townsend _ and Paid Vacation Comedy. Yeah. I did a sketch. I did a sketch about me telling about the video game. Yeah, that was so good. Yeah. You guys are all on it.
So much. Literally, like our favorite language. We sent it to each other and everything all around. Absolutely hilarious.
Yeah, I actually video game too. I didn't think we were going to make some money on the team.
I absolutely agree. How long are you out town for?
I leave tomorrow. Yeah, I got shows this week, so I got to try to get back. Also funny. Thank you guys so much. One more time for Zach Townsend, everybody.
Sharing immensely and then the tables turn. Let's see if we can keep the momentum. This bucket has decided that up next comes Angel of Thieves,
Yeah, give it up for myself. I actually have a quick question. Is anyone in here subletting a room? Fuck me, bro. Goddamn. Does anyone see themselves living with me at home? Jesus Christ. Alright, well, I have to find my apartment like pretty bad. This is a text message thread to like me and my landlord. I have to write it down. I said, Mr. Landlord, listen, Mr. Landlord, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He said, I am doing a live stream set on the radio. Please feel free to tune in online, and I will come around for. You won't believe what the fucking DJ. Yeah, right now. You know what? Yeah, give it up for me.
The old platform of Angel Diaz.
He also blew up that cold.
I love it. Bring the right energy. Swagger and confidence and stage presence, unlike almost any movement spin up period. Angel Warrior.
I just turned 26 last week. Give it up for 26.
You don't have to give it up for everything. I'm gonna ask you a lot of questions, Angel. This is like a great chance to show you what the full listener. He's gonna make noise for every question I make. Number one, get an event store. What do you do for work, Angel?
I have no job whatsoever. I have no job.
How do you survive, Angel? Take us through a day in the life.
So I've been going out of state to go steal shit. Give it up for stealing shit.
Angel, so do you really make money stealing shit?
Well, not really, but kind of. If I steal anything, it's for myself. But if you need bounty, I don't know. That's the type of shit I'm stealing.
Paper towels?
Yeah, it's bad.
Can you give us an example of some time that you've stolen something?
Well, allegedly,
You are naturally Angel Diaz. I might bring you back just for interviews. What I like is his bounty, which is a way of saying the amount of money for something, but he actually meant paper towel. Definitely going to California to do this, right?
what was that? California? I don't know what this guy is telling me. I'm sorry, I can't hear him too well.
You're okay. California. Angel, so take us through it. Allegedly.
Alright, so I'll pick up maybe 3 things that you want. Am I gonna go to jail for this?
No. You are protected. This is a comedy show and everything is a joke.
And dry off twice. So you know, just already
Nothing leaves this room.
that's different voices. What do you think?
But what did they catch? What did they catch me on camera? You know what I'm saying? This is you, and this is you talking.
I got good news for you. Angel, I got good news for you. Everybody that's ever stolen anything looks exactly like yours. No way you get in trouble for this. Keep going, Angel. Tell us about the amazing work of the bounty hunter, Angel Diaz.
So I'll just walk in and then I'll just walk out with a whole bunch of bounty and then I'll sell it to the first person who needs bounty in their house. You know, is anyone subletting a room?
Seriously though, have you really stolen bounty paper?
Well, it's between bounty and street pay. So honestly, I really can't talk about it too much. Right now I have over 18-year-old girl
angel
And the
yes.
person who's on the
So,
left is someone
what
who can take
exactly, you
anything
can
that's serious
talk
and
about this,
meaningful
what
and
exactly
important
is
and
the open
totally
case
just like
for right
make
now?
it
Well,
foolishness.
honestly,
So that's a problem.
it's for
That's a
graffiti
problem.
because I
Because a
got
person
caught
like
and
that then
so
doesn't
pretty
have
much it's like
respect
this. It's like
for
well,
service.
allegedly
You
they
know,
saw
you
me.
can't do it. Don't say come on these
I got a new
You want to
catchphrase.
come on
What
one
is
what
line
you
that
want.
allegedly?
Shit.
Yo, I'm gonna do the butt slap on my way out, and they better be funny. I don't know, but so yeah, pretty much they called me like camera on like bandwagon. You can't call me on camera. Well, she's like an old graffiti writer. They were like, yo, it's you, and I'm like, it's you, and they're like, oh man, and like I couldn't actually no, I don't know, I couldn't just so like that's the only thing I do. So how you yeah, I got what's your name?
References viable these days. So like, that's what we want to make so it's viable these days.
I'm sorry.
Some of these folks might have said, you have to receive a lecture. You have to have myself and the husband. Kiss me lesson at 7. Those are not kiss me lesson at 7. What does that mean? That you're going to be a bit like, so you're going to be a bit kiss me in your form at 7 o'clock. The line of the message is like, shit, the line of the support. I heard the also the list to that shit, man. You should be so. Let's say, just appreciate how much people love that over desire. Now, every person looks like that actually. You know, a little idol. You know, you look like a little person.
Yo, is there any chance you guys can grab that water?
Oh, yes, please have a delicious water. Angel Diaz, what is your living?
You want to have something that you can take with you, and you need a little idol.
Oh my goodness, you
Inside of
know,
the
now you
tablet,
already got
what
away with
happens?
it.
But still, you put it in, and you every time you take it out, and the cup that they would hug it, and you mash it down there, and you
Angel, what is your living situation in Austin, Texas right now? Do you live here now?
Well, like, well,
One of the things that doesn't have is the most simple and you learn even from idea on his own.
I kind of stay with my sister when like when she just had a baby, so I have to carry to stay there. Is anyone something like I'm gonna stop staying there.
Seriously, you live with your sister?
Yeah,
She lives in Austin?
Since last week.
Where did you come from?
New York City.
How did you get here?
I took a plane.
Well, now there's been a lot of talk of Greyhound buses, and anybody that I know from this episode belongs on a Greyhound bus. Buddy, it's you. By the way, the judgment he showed towards the other Kiltonic guy for being on the Greyhound bus just now, yeah, so fucked up. Who the fuck the other guy had, man? I got a fucking spirit flying down here.
Yo, I literally took a spirit flight.
Do you remember your radio musician by any chance? God, that's pretty much all that's right. I can't imagine what the guy behind you looks like. The guy behind me stole my wallet with his feet.
Cash out my girlfriend now?
Yeah, sure.
Shout out your brother, I'm sorry, I should have never said that.
There you go. She is now under arrest. Hey, man, this is actually going to bang her right now. Okay, so Angel, where'd you meet your girlfriend at?
Alright, so I met her at a park, and it was crazy the way I did meet her though. So I saw her smoking a whole bunch of cigarettes, and I was like, so I went to the store, I was like, are you okay?
We're watching on my watch Free Bird out now on Netflix. I know, me too.
How much do you cost?
Everybody loves
I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm serious. I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, wait to see the kind of deal you get when you purchase it. For $2,100.
Now, I'm more like 4,000.
He's a tough negotiator, Bert. He's the master negotiator.
Offer yourself up to the level of desire. Now, of course, what happens after you leave the self-sacrifice? Who owns the property?
Is anybody leasing a room?
Angel Diaz will sleep in the gas tank of your tour bus.
I get the other
Hey, just give me a second. I don't even need the money. Just give me a can of spray paint and paper towels. I'll fucking do art. I'll fucking deck out your bus, Bert. Okay, Angel. So let's talk about what jobs had you had before.
I can't imagine you really holding down anything at all.
So I used to work at a halal shop, and then I worked at a does anyone gonna pick that glass up? Like, what is going on? I better hope no one's barefoot.
Angel, you are so naturally funny. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been doing it for like 2 years now. So if I had my phone, last time when I came to Austin, they were like, never do comedy in Austin, you fucking hate your guts. Are you serious? There's something so magical about laughing at someone and not with them. It's different.
His reactions to normal, everyday things are unbelievably funny.
It's like clockwork I've never seen before.
Are you serious? It's crazy. You better hope nobody's barefoot. It's insane. Like, these are things, I mean, Rick is a crowd work god. But I'm not quite sure if they DX, like, the audience, right? I mean, as a crowd workout, simple, you must admit. I'll say this, I don't think most people should be allowed to do crowd workouts. But I also think we all have to hope that no one is barefoot out there. And to hear it said, I went, yeah, that makes sense. This guy's a master. Crush your water means as good as doing it. Yeah, the way he hydrates is next level. Hydrates like he's very thirsty.
I am very thirsty right now. I actually do want to walk off.
Why do you want to walk off, Angel?
I don't know. I just want to go home.
Why? What are you going to do when you get home? What are you looking forward to?
So, actually, I gotta watch the second half of Oppenheimer. So, like, I'm excited about that.
Can you imagine going home and his sister and the baby sitting there while he watches Oppenheimer?
Can you walk me through what you've seen in Oppenheimer so far? I saw the part where they were like, so they were recruiting a whole bunch of guys, and then they were like, maybe you're the one who can like help us really like build this shit. And they were like, so where are we fighting against? And they were like, the Nazis. And they were like, all right, man, let's just go fight.
So I think maybe a movie review podcast.
What's the movie that you finished recently, Angel Diaz?
What's your favorite movie?
Okay, my favorite movie is the Talahaiga Nights.
This is absolutely incredible. Can you give us a little synopsis of Talahaga Nights?
So pretty much it starts off with like a guy that like he's like a race driver guy, and then like fucking towards the end he gets like his bitch took. And then he has to like kind of like stun on her like, yo, I just came in number one, and then like the guy is like his best friend that took his bitch. Keep that in mind. So he's like
Keep that in mind. I will podcast.
So good. I know that this interview has gone on too long, but I gotta ask one more movie that you've seen. Like with the series, not a comedy, I want something serious. You ever seen Forrest Gump? How would you explain Forrest Gump?
so Forrest Gump, I started off Sunday Forrest, but that was bad. I'm actually gonna walk off. I've seen Forrest Gump.
What do you remember about Forrest Gump?
It's really a little stupid. And then he was there for everything. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. Like it was just like, yo, let's just have like this dumb guy as like a fly in the wall. You know, like that's pretty much the movie.
I've been doing this so often lately, and it's a real fucking problem. The internet's gonna hate me for this. Red Man's furious. He's already groaning over here. But Angel, you are absolutely priceless, and you are indeed the newest golden ticket winner There's the butt slap. Come back again. The whole world needs to see you again. You're about as welcome as it gets in Austin, Texas, by the way, Angel Diaz. Holy shit. My God. He was real deal. Real deal. There's gonna be shit missing from now on around here.
Tony, right before he walked off, he goes, yo, can I throw this water on the ground? No.
He is real trouble. Every once in a while, you need add a little fucking pepper to the mix, a little Diablo sauce, if you will. Angel Diaz is the newest winner of I'm getting word. The mothership is out of paper towels.
Somehow turned him into PCP in the back.
Alright, well,
My sister's gonna have a fun day when this comes out.
oh god. Hey, yo, so check it out, like I have a reason to stay now. I'm gonna take my bitch in New York, and the court members are gonna show up the court. I got a whole thing going on now. He's gonna avoid that case in New York City. Alright, your next photo poll. You guys having fun out there, huh? Your next photo goes by the name of Andrew Lowe, everybody. What's going on, yo? How you going tonight? Yeah. So I was told recently, that I look like I from that 70s show. And, I don't know if you keep up with the news or nothing like that, but, just pretty interesting. Very Scientology, you know what I mean, guys? Because there's nothing worse than that, right? Now, just looking at the world, so it's like the different guys I compare to, like, I haven't seen
seen him on anything in a while. Like, I love that 70s show. What's he been in? I was like, I don't know. He's not actually anything, actually. He's probably gonna fucking see him again. Just sitting there. Yeah. So, no one can fuck with that. But, you know what I do fuck with, though? I have a question, guys. I watch videos. Be honest. Does anybody out here use point stars? Anybody use point stars before it makes some noise? Yeah. Broke ass bitches. I'm a broke ass bitch, obviously. I'm a comic, right? But if you haven't used a point star, you don't know what it is. It's a smart little machine you'll find tucked away in a corner of a Walmart, right? And you just ring all your St. Louis 40s and just look.
True glow, everybody. Do you have Reagan then towards the end there? Close. Those-ish guys. Okay. Maybe it's just an angel. Do you like an angel that yeah, I did request that angel piggyback.
What if we had Angel do the same material to you?
Do you have your material written down somewhere by any chance?
Yeah. No, I got it.
Go ahead. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to have, just like he did in the song, we're going to bring the angel back. We're going to have him watch your session, and then he's going to give a synopsis. Talk about. Is there any chance we have angel back there? Is already finished up.
These agents have taken him and decided to release him.
These agents love Angel Diaz. He might actually be the one that could solve all of America's problems right now. Is Angel here? He wasn't able to get them? Okay, he might already be in a fight in the alleyway right now. This is incredible. Andrew, how long have you been doing drunk comedy?
Probably like 3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years.
One thing I liked was you said, I don't know if you guys have seen the news, that you told a joke about something that happened 5 years ago in the news. So that might not be the best. It might not be the best going to the high grade thing.
Why single out prostitution? Why single it out?
He was?
So the Gemara says, we're not going to have
That was twice we brought it up.
so when you be that
Okay, I got the word. Ladies and gentlemen, they were able to retrieve Angel Diaz. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the return of Angel Diaz.
There he is.
One of the all-time great superstar Angel. Here's what we're gonna do. I want you to stand back here between Michael Gonzalez and D Madness. I want you to watch Andrew Lowe's set. And then I want you to give, like you did with the movies, I want you to give a synopsis of what he talked about. All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Andrew Lowe, everybody.
So let's really be honest though, because I didn't hear how people make some noise. Because I know, has anybody used the fucking Coinstar make some noise? Thank you to my fellow bro bitches out there. Alright? So if you haven't used the Coinstar, like I was saying, it's this fun little machine you find tucked away in the corner of the Walmart, right? You walk up, you're saving double bucks of coins, where the fuck keep it, right? You just walk up, right? And that's the thing. It's so fucking loud. It just lets everybody know in the general vicinity that you know you're not really doing something right. Right? Because nobody's using the Coinstar as like, oh, let's see those coins. I'm gonna get myself something nice. And no, it's me on the high as hell in my 90s slides. Just like this needs to be $70 something. I told this shit out of love, but it's not. It's not $40, minus 3. Because there's a fee. And I'm like, are you kidding me? There's a fee. I'm down this bad. You're just gonna fly me somewhere out here? It's like, well, yeah, because you're still gonna take a bunch of those little points up in the yard. Thanks, guys. It's my time. Here's the synopsis by Angel Diaz. Angel, step up to that mic. Let's say somebody hadn't seen what Andrew Lowe talked about. How would you describe it to us?
Yo, pretty much this guy's freaking shit. So you said you were collecting coins and taking them to Walmart, nigga. Like, bro, you are broke. Like, it's like at this point, like the only thing you're trying to find is like, you know, those old coins or something. I feel like that's like your lucky thing. You know, should I play? No, you know what? I just gave this guy a kiss here.
Listen, I do take that into Walmart. Sometimes they should be in the tubs. So you know how to play any instruments? I just might make you like a band member full time or something. You know how to do anything? You know how to play like
Yo, actually, I do. I know how to play the
one from these. So the listen to this.
Yo, I know how to play. The double keyboard.
No, you're not gonna replace one of these guys. They're gonna be an addition to the band. Get your goddamn single keyboard the fuck out of here. I don't know how to play that. The best was the look around though. What do I play? Oh, of course, the most common instrument played by human beings. The double piano. So you know what we're gonna give you is another can of delicious water. Burn in that can of water. They burned it, Angel. Wow. Somehow, a completely uncarbonated can of water, by the way. Somehow,
So much bounty.
I'll say this too. Angel's such a good presence that Andrew Lowe's said got better and better. Yeah. And we got to hear the whole coin stuff thing and it made more sense. I'm like, oh, this will be so fun. We'll never know how many people were laughing at the coin cemetery and how many people were slowly picking up on the Angel literally has Angel like to be able to absorb. Is that also how you watch movies, Angel?
Yes, I'm actually very blind. I have a 1320 vision. I don't know what that's I have no idea what else to talk about anymore. I don't know. At this point, I'm just lying to everybody.
The fact that you've run out of material is absolutely perfect, Angel. Somebody gave you a golden ticket to make. It's going to be a real nanny next time you're Anybody can miss. You found a full body retarded midget. Look at him.
Anyone else showed up in the same class?
Michael Jordan or something. There he is. Sound effects for days. Every time he does something, something happens. All right, Andrew, Lowe, fun times. Just for the sake of your entire set being about, or everyone thinking about Angel Diaz while you were here. Here's a big joke. You sounded like a man to be here for what happened before you. There you go. Don't go selling them to someone in an alleyway, though. I can tell you're a real hustler, dude. I don't know how you survive. Can I get those cigarette butts? Make noise one more time for Angel Diaz and Andrew Lowe, everybody. There they go. Where's one more button slap? There goes Angel.
Let's say you instead of writing your name, you write Shimmy.
All right. This has been a long episode, so this will be your final bucket full of the night, and he goes by the name of Spencer Food. Everybody are
What would be an example of
I like hot dogs.
Yeah, so for example,
My mom has a tramp stamp.
So let's say
Your mom would get a tramp stamp when she's young.
how do you
My
violate
mom was 44 in third divorce.
How does the person violate the Shabbos?
I don't think I should have removed my mom coming home with a tramp stamp. I definitely shouldn't have been old enough to drive away from the situation.
Derivative of that, so shame, just like shemel. Hena,
A lot of people jerking off cartoons these days.
refers to Todos,
I don't like it. It's weird.
which are
It's weird and it's gross. Why are you doing that? Stop. Like I went to art school to draw cat ears, and I don't like it. I'm bad at drawing hands. They're daily tentacles.
Which could result in multiple layers of liability. For example, Zodon Shabbos, Shividas Malachos. So let's say this is
It's a great movie.
So Zodon Shabbos,
I like hot dogs.
I know that it's Shabbos. I know
I
that
like
it's
hot
Shabbos.
dogs. All right, I'm
But I
supposed to
don't
building
know that all of these acts that I'm engaging in are
Funny.
malachos. So I go to Today's Shabbos. But what did I do? I think, oh, come to Shabbos. I check
I like hot dogs. Fits the face perfectly.
Yeah, I go on that couple pieces of meat. I do that
No doubt about it. Spencer, how long you been on stand-up?
Over 6 years.
There's individual liability.
Years. Where at?
Everything that I do.
Last 3 years, I started in Virginia.
So to speak, so I know that it's Shabbos, but I don't know all of the malachos.
That's here?
There's individual liabilities. Other Shabbos, Shividas
Right down
Malachos.
there?
Energy apples. That is example of multiple acts
I need to go in there.
individual
Yeah, we got a
liability.
bigger one in South Florida.
Shabbos,
Hell yeah.
malachos.
I love that. Must get interesting
If
people.
I know that it's Shabbos,
Anything crazy ever happen there?
awesome, I have liability for every
Yeah, a lot of dudes in autism come to do We also sell like toys and figures, so it's like Ninja Turtles, you know, wrestling figures and stuff like that. You're gonna be starting to be on sports. Toys are guys walking in like, I like turtles.
so
I'm like,
that's energy.
gotcha.
Again, singular liability. So
How long you work there?
that's because
I started working there in
there's a difference over here.
Okay.
When I know that it's Shabbos,
Hell yeah.
then it's
So,
also
out of all the dudes who come in and ask or say they like turtles, how many of them would you say are virgins?
Oh God, sadly, it's usually those with families. There's not a lot of virgins yet. It's like getting to know the kids, like we all like turtles. It's a family affair. Collecting shit they don't need. So you have to know about all this shit. To a degree, it helps to like know about movies and music because we have bands ranging from classic rock to like that. So it's also a merch store, so they're more familiar as well.
Just keep in mind our conversation.
Okay. Okay. What do you do for fun, Spencer?
Got a lot of rock concerts. Conscious Base Rothschild music, which is on music. For different bands. Yeah. As far as like which genres, which that's kind of hard.
Really, what's your favorite live shows? I'd say.
AKC Street.
Wow, they're here. They're here. 80 audience. Way to
That's my favorite metal band. I mean, last year I saw Wu-Tang. That was awesome. Yeah, Wu-Tang Run the Jewels.
the people from Albuquerque. Those are really fun. Run the Jewels is the shit live.
Yeah, they were awesome. That was right there.
Two rappers at once. Turns out it's like twice as entertaining as one rapper.
Yeah, the Wu-Tang's like 7 dudes. You're like, fuck it.
Absolutely. I know when I'm surrounded by 7 dudes, I get fucking Sharon Ruth Hensley with all heart is all. Okay, so Spencer, you a lot.
Why not?
Briefly dated a girl over the holidays, and then it
How did that happen?
just wasn't feeling the same. You ended it. It was mutual. Yeah, those were kind of like at least I wasn't really kind of
You say you fell in love.
working up the metal show.
Yes.
You know, you meet a lot of young girls.
Okay. Hell yeah.
What do you
He's doing his growl. For those of you that don't know, if you're wondering what we're talking about, Red Man has a thing. When he wants to talk, it doesn't have anything to say. We all hear it up here, but he has the mics on near him. So you don't know that he's doing it. He has a thought about something.
Goth girls horrible hygiene usually, right?
So let's get
I don't know what goth girls even was, but
Yeah, we're some dirtballs.
so relevant to some goth girl stereotypes.
I want to die for
I don't get with just goth girls. It's been a lot of other ones on top of it.
Latinas. We notice the difference between Latinas and goth girls.
There's worse ones than Indians. There's a big Latina goth. Yeah, they take it too seriously. Morrissey fan. That is the most fascinating thing in culture. American African community attaching itself towards
So
the,
let's
it's like,
again, even though
I'm hoping that'll happen to me somehow. That like I'll show up and it'll just be paralyzed people. What did I do to get just between the two?
Our constitution is an example of a singular act which can result in multiple layers of liability. For example, Zolo
That's never crossed my mind. It works
So
for
let's
you,
say that
maybe.
be an example of
No one
let's
can
say
do
that
that.
I know
If
I
anyone
will
does
be
it, you say they're revenue.
but I don't know that all of these different things
Yeah,
are problematic forms of worship. So for example, I know there are worship of Zolo.
Well, I'm sure you
I
can find out whenever I start releasing groundwork clips. Angel Diaz is going to be releasing a couple of these ago. We love Angel Diaz. There's one lady literally having an orgasm over there.
Can I be one piece of constructive criticism? All the jokes you're telling, when you get better at comedy, will be better. Just keep writing, and then revisit these when you're better at comedy. And because like the idea of promoting a trans man, and you should be able to thrive on it. That's funny. You just have to figure out the right. And there are all sorts of things on what it's like. More details on that.
So, how does the tramp stamp joke go? If you don't mind me asking, your name edited on Spencer Business. Bring your mom. Feels like this should be a comedy duo. I've been mom crushed. Yeah, mom, a funny lady. Where's she at? Is she in Virginia still? She's in Virginia. So, like, your home in Virginia is a very small population.
Yeah, tell us about it. It's a farm county. I think the whole county has like 35,000 acres.
Are you anywhere near the, what's that one family called? The famous Angels. No,
I got twice Virginia.
the whites, the wonderful whites.
We're in Virginia. I think that's where West Virginia is.
That makes sense.
I'm like the Shenandoah Valley.
35,000. What did you do for us when you were there?
I used to work in a t-shirt factory. I used to make papers. That was cool.
Spencer, you're a very funny guy. Congratulations. Great times. Here's a big joke. There you go. So, okay. All right, Amy, we're getting word that Angel Diaz has brought his notes. How did you get those? In the bathroom? You ran into Angel Diaz in the bathroom and he gave you his notes. All right. Well, it actually does say, me, can you please come tomorrow between 10 a.m. and maybe 1 p.m. and fix the AC unit? That's his text. And he said, I'm doing a live video. We read this. Oh, they're kicking you out. There you go. That's what happens.
That's the exact kind of foreigner we need to get out of this country, goddamn.
The guy's just drunk enough to know that Angel did this show, or not know that Angel did that show on stage. But we should keep that. Hold on to that. We're going to put that in the Kiltony Museum one day. It is incredible. His handwriting is very youthful. Incredibly, I don't know if you have a shot at that. Childlike wonder. You would think a graffiti artist has better handwriting, but no. All right, everybody, here's the reality. William Montgomery is sick again, everyone. That's right. The most vaccinated person in the show's history somehow gets sick once a month. What are the odds? Ari Maddie got snowed into Estonia, everyone. I know, the controversy is wild. But I do have one remaining special treat that you guys might like.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. Here to close us off, make some noise for the one and only Martin Phillips,
And then I say, swipe right if you want to see how it turned out. The most wobbly, rock-solid comedian in the world. You did it again, amazing set. Rick, super sexy. Mark, this is my first time. Fantastic. Mainly I would just say straighten up, do what you gotta do. Okay, well, you know what, maybe do a little coke or something to see if you can calm the nerves a little. You have the sweater of Bill Cosby and the movement of a lady that just got a drink from him. It's like he's standing on ice right now. How is this weather treating you? How are you surviving? If you bow down to a statue out of our so what is your
The most wobbly, rock-solid comedian in the world. You did it again, amazing set. Rick, super sexy. Mark, this is my first time. Fantastic. Maybe I would just say straighten up, do what you gotta do. Okay, but you know what? Maybe do a little coke or something. See if you can calm the nerves a little. You have the sweater of Bill Cosby and the movement of a lady that just got a drink from him. It's like he's standing on ice right now. How is this weather treating you? How are you surviving? Shows in Florida, maybe he's like a 1940s. Shirt off, guy, shirt on,
approximately now to apply Travel Zara. Can you really go ahead and actually use Suzuki to apply Travel Zara? Do you have to see the Mashiach
Oh, Martin, tell us about Florida. How did it treat you?
Is that local myself? Interestingly enough, there is a similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah. What is right? Which makes it better. The similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah actually is not quite physically. The way that you follow Shabbos is as if he's worshiping Avodah Zarah, right? Shabbos is the mitzvah that solidifies and concretizes our belief in God as a creator. Without that, there is no belief in Him. The primary essence of the Rebbeinu Shalom is as historical and contemporary creator. Shabbos is the great that solidifies that.
He's a little bit lit up right now, Bert.
In order to know that created the concept of Shemona. So therefore, the failure to observe Shabbos is tantamount to worship of Avodah Zarah.
Freebird is on Netflix.
Just to teach us about some two different sources. That just like
Angel
Shabbos,
is
the
watching it
Torah goes
right
out and
now.
singles out
We're going to hear a
in order to show
synopsis.
you that
So
there's
that's going to be
individual
next
liability
week.
for every
We're going to
aspect
get
of
the
Shabbos.
Freebird
So
synopsis.
this one is
So
singles out
basically, there's like this
frustration
fucking
liability.
fat
Right?
guy
Each
and a
like an
fat lady.
individual level of liability for every act of worship of the Lord of God. Okay. So let's take us.
I want to hear Angel describe cerebral palsy to the rest.
Oh,
So like basically God didn't like this fucking guy. Did you get to see HBS tonight?
And then the Torah that other mitzvahs have over Shabbos. Okay, here we go. Shabbos, Shabbos, Shabbos.
You kind of just see the whole thing. He's
Shabbos,
talking
Shabbos, also Shabbos, right? So now we'll read it a little bit before it comes in a little bit.
Oh my God, Martin, I love you so much. You're so fucking consistent. You're so fucking so powerful. Catch him everywhere. Catch him on the Kibitz and Kill Tony in his own tour. Guys, how loud can this place get for the great Ray Ingram and Bert Kreischer, everybody? Go to the Comedy Store YouTube page and watch it immediately after this please. And then, or before, or in any order, go to Netflix and watch Freebird. These guys have unbelievable things out there right now. This episode's been brought to you by Qual, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. Did you guys have a good time?
Check out the secret show every Thursday, sunsets for DTX.com.
We are going back to Los Angeles, where it all started in May, to the Intuit Dome, the largest ever venue that we've ever done. Bigger than the O2 Arena, bigger than Madison Square Garden. To do a little show that started in front of 12 people. Two of those 12 were Lady and Jerry in the Comedy Store Valley Room, which all started with the first guest ever on the show. One more time for Rick Ingram. One more time for Bert Kreischer. We love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
I know that Shabbos, I didn't know that turning on light was awesome. For example, right? So I know that Shabbos on Sunday. There's another thing called misaseh. Misaseh means I am involved in a totally different act. Actually, focusing on that. And as a result of that act, something related occurs. Meaning, well, if you take a look at the light case, right? I might have on the on the light. But what was my mistake? What was my mistake? I didn't really do on Shabbos. That was my mistake. So again, there was coming from that, which is a lack of awareness for it. Without it, it seems the moment I didn't have on to do anything wrong. It just happened to be as a result of what I was doing, something else before you was prohibited. You know, come back to just a moment. Listen, we'll go back. Chum the Shabbos, so there's a chumrah of other mitzvot over Shabbos, and then what? Shebisham mitzvahs, Shabbat, below miskadei chayim. Ultimately, again, if you go and you do a shobek without covering your chayim, not changing the Shabbos. By Shabbos, if there is no kavanah for the act, you're not chayiv, right? So if you do an act without any level of intentionality, Shabbos requires intentionality. So by other mitzvahs, if you perform an avera even without intentionality, you can be chayiv. By Shabbos, you only chayiv with intentionality. So let's analyze this. So the Gemara says, for example, let's now dissect this. Chomer b'Shabbos, so what's the Chomer of Shabbos? Shabbos also started. Remember what we just said. On Shabbos, if you perform two melachos, the ha'amanacha in one lapse, then what's halacha? You're chayiv for each and every melacha. Okay, so you might think like this. Here's the example. This is fascinating. Okay, so let's say that Shabbos, maybe you have, and you buy a so Shabbos morning, right? You went ahead and you harvested, you harvested and you ground the wheat. Right? So there's a piece of the melachos. Harvesting and grounding. So let's say you did both of those things. Some people don't do anything like the one thing on time, right? So you go ahead, you harvest and you grind up wheat. That's two different melachos. The Rabbi says, Rabbi Shami says, so what will be a comparison, let's say, out of the Shabbos? What will be a comparison? For example, the Achal Chilek of the Dam. So let's say again, the power of Krishna means the ate forbidden fat and blood. Okay, so just like by Shabbos, it's Sira and Sira, two melachos. You're doing those things in one life. So what do you eating forbidden fat and blood? Okay, so you might say, what about touching the fire? What about touching the fire? Right? In both those cases, when you take it from the you might say before, that Shabbos is the law of the America, so by Shabbos, if you perform two acts in one lap, you're hired twice.
Feeling on the electric guitar, John D's on the keys, and this is T-Rex live in the
By Shabbos, let's say I'm going to do
Comedy Mothership yet again for another episode of the number one live podcast in the world. Brought to you by Blue Juice, Shopify, Talkspace, and
but if you use blood and fat, so what's the
great episode lined up for you guys. Before we get
What's
started,
going on,
here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. We live in Austin, Texas, where we are jumping in a tour bus. Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking the actual Tony Show to Houston, Texas, February 28th, Dallas, March 20th. Angela.com for tickets right now. Come see an actual Tony Show in Great State, Texas. One Eastern, February 28th, February 30th, 20th. TonyHitchcliff.com. Get tickets. You guys ready to start this fucking show?
So that's
I'd be looking to say every single week I put this mammoth channel and I don't think it gets much better than this. One of the guests I wanted on the show for its 13-year existence. He is all time one of my favorite comedians since I was a kid, and to this day, the other guest is one of my best guests in the history of the show. I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, present to you, Freestyle and the other guests tonight with Tony's Amazing Place to Place the Great Jim Berler and Sam Tripoli.
actually made any sense. So let's now understand, like with Joe, what's the problem with Joe? Joe is, Joe
Ladies and gentlemen, Jim Brewer Jim Evans.
now changing the Shabbos. So what's the
hell is Sam Roth?
the case of Shabbos, where
He
people
likes to add
one
samplings.
column,
Jim Brewer, your first time in the Kill Tony universe. Let's fucking go.
I harvested and I grinded. Right? Two Malachas. Now,
Jim Forever. I'm so excited for you to be joining our silly world that we have here.
I didn't know that it was Shabbos.
Hell yeah, it is.
I did not know that it was Shabbos. I didn't know that it was Shabbos. I'm
It's gonna be
harvesting, I'm
exciting.
grinding, so
Sam
there's going to
Talent
be
is
zero
back.
right for the religious. Okay, so now, what would be the type binding things? Let's say binding where in one lab, two labs, and we would go to the sea level, multi activities. Not changing sentences. I saw that was listen to this.
His tour, everything. He on tour with his every weekend. Please come see me. See it. That's my job. Sam Talent.
Okay, here it is. Rabbi says, look, if you slaughter,
It's just about to
if
get
you
started.
slaughter, like incense, offer libations, we do all of these things.
Have a goddamn blast. Jim is super sexy right now.
Of awareness.
Over 250 innocent souls are stabbed in a disgusting bar next door. And they're all crammed in there together, and they're all hoping that this guy with the red hat little glasses, faces for you, yelling and having fingers skateboards comes over and says, coordinates, you're going to be on the biggest show in the industry. Coordinates, I think it's 60 seconds on it around the country. That's it. They're waiting for this guy. He was ordering red paper tapes. All over this guy. And said this one looks like a little ball boy. He wants to pretend to be the head coach of a football team. Here at KQ. It is. It's incredible.
Listen to this.
Look
Remember
at he
again,
should
by
be
audience.
coaching Indiana in the
People call it
national
accidental
championship right
act.
now. And
Weird
instead
out
of
hours,
smiling.
great liability.
Anyway, I'll
However,
see you about
again,
60
someone
seconds
goes talking
uninterrupted.
about
You know,
what
the time is up here on the side of it.
remember again, that Shabbos
That means
goes
that
out
the
of
Rabbi Nathan
which
bring
you
on the
show
anger was
things
Tony
without
Bear.
kavana, you potter. And Shabbos
Great
requires
man.
kavana.
Great at his job. It was so good.
Maybe someone is having that one is becoming this is done.
Great stuff. I want to figure that out because that's their only job.
What's a case of accidental
Hey, Magnus thought it was the Sabbath. While we go wrangle that comedian for the bar next door, we have our newest golden ticket winner here to make just her second appearance ever in the show's history. Her first appearance was New Year's Eve in the sold-out movie center arena here in Austin, Texas. This is her first time on the show at the Mothership. Make some noise for the Mothership debut. This is Ian Chow. Everybody.
Thank you. How we doing? A fun fact about me, I was adopted by a few white guys. Ever since I came to the United States at the age of 20.
Or a particular individual. So once again,
Most comedians call themselves comics. I just get called a comic. As an immigrant, the first question people ask me is, oh, hey, are you here for yourself? Do you have family here? And I tell them, no, I don't have family here. They're always kidding me. Oh, I'm sorry. You're alone? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm here. You think I flew 13 hours all the way across the world so I can't see them again? I'm here to get away from them. Hello, America. Thank you.
Excellent job.
Is always a very simple
Times. Welcome. Incredible first set of the show. We learned a lot about you. Did you really? How did you end up here? Did you really come at age 20?
Oh, yeah, I came
came here for school.
What did you study?
I studied music.
What did you study? That is surprising. Violin or something? What did you study music with?
Yeah, I like to sing and play some instruments.
Really? What instruments do you know how to play?
Guitar, but I'm not too good at that. I'm more like I think you were stalking me on Facebook. You were stalking me on Facebook and you were
Did you get a degree in music?
No,
You dropped out the rare Asian I love it. So, how long did you go to school?
I was a year in Ireland and a year in Florida.
What surprised you about American culture? What surprised you?
It's people chill out.
Do it a lot, right? There we go.
They need people in the Walmart and people wheelchairs and things there. I mean, it just needs 50 more pounds and you're in a wheelchair. You look like you could be in a wheelchair now.
So your parents are in China.
Yeah. I don't know. I found it.
They really don't know.
No.
Really?
Yeah, because they're broken.
Why are they broke? What do they do for work?
They're just teachers, small business.
Small business.
Like
Chinese sounds like a fun. It's more like rice. We're keeping you here. We love you a long time. So you really know how to sing? Can you sing us something? Let's hear something. Something not YouTube copyrighted. You have any like originals or something like that?
Chinese?
Can you sing a Chinese song? That's what we would like. Do you do like ladies and gentlemen, thank you for singing in Yukino.
And this is no intentionality. There's absolute exemption. Absolute exemption. That's why when you go pick up the cucumber, thinking that the cucumber won't detach, and it turns out that you lift it up and you just pluck it out of the ground, there's no liability for that. Because you know that's not Shabbos. So it's so interesting. So we'll have to stop over there today. What it turns out is halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa is fascinating distinction. So first of all, the one thing that you just coming out of it is that it is the liability just like the Shabbos. They also have that liability Zohar. What's the difference between Shabbos and something like Shabbos and the Zohar is that you can be paid for multiple individual liabilities. And it's interesting to see
Great addition to the Kilzoni family. Thank you. What a way to start the night.
Results in liability. Now, Shabbos, only with intentionality is the liability. Everyone's so excited for today. Also, I'm wrapping carvings right to some of the Hashem this afternoon for tonight. Flight is tonight. So I'll be there to start, but the shir will go on. So we'll be broadcasting the shir back here, and I thank Avi Fogel, who's going to be taking over our technology logistics over here while our logistics team is on site in Eretz Yisrael. So the shir is going to be broadcast here every day. Meretz Hashem, it's not Shabbos, but we'll still keep going strong in Meretz Hashem.
What's up, babies?
One here, one there, so how All right. We'll be still in Meretz Hashem to join together for shir.
Where's your projector, big dog? Why?
No, so that's the difference. So no, you're not allowed to use it because it's a result of malacha, but there's not liability.
No one really knows for sure. This is the misery of life. You do whatever the fuck you want, man. Do us that way. Just don't fuck up. Really? Really? How many days is it? 46 of these bitches? How many days is it around the house? 21. B. Alright, now what? So no more asshole up there? Not up there, but up there. Do you think that projector is good quality? I just been talking about that for years. Right. That was a really cool story.
All right, Josai. Good afternoon. Such a close Baruch Hashem to be able to begin.
It's the 23rd of Shabbat, 5786.
Like Shalom just said, reminded of the words of Rabbi Nachman. Rabbi Nachman says that when the Yid closes his eyes and he yearns to be in Eretz Yisrael, the neshama, only the body is confined by physical limitations. The soul is not. So the neshama can be anywhere you want it to be. So the person closes his eyes and he says, I want to be in Eretz Yisrael, and the neshama is automatically transported to Eretz Yisrael. So Allah has come to come off. We've begun our trip. Mincha, Ashrei was the Haskalah. Ashrei was the beginning of the journey. And what are we to begin the journey? Ashrei Yoshevei Beisecha. Praiseworthy are those who sit in Rama Baruch Hu. Then we're going to sit for a in this Then we're going to be sitting for a very long time. After that, Hashem in different mediums. All of it on our way to Eretz Yisrael, Hashem, and again, we begin this beautiful journey with Gemara, with Torah, with the Gemara. So, with that, let us begin today's daf is tomorrow. Tuesday's daf is we left off today on the bottom of some of the base where there's 62. I realized that I left off like about 2 lines from before the actual end of the sugya. We're sort of picking up 4 lines up from the bottom. Rabbi Yochanan goes according to his Rabbi Yochanan says the Lomoki Masnisa Isha L'Chaytama B'Seif L'Chaytama. Rabbi Yochanan himself doesn't like to establish a brayso reflecting 2 different things. Rabbi Yochanan says, whoever could interpret your meaning, brayso, of clothes. Now we're not going to get this with Rashi. It's actually a fascinating case. Rashi deals with this case. This is where I deposit a barrel from you,
And Reuven goes ahead and moves it. So what happens is, in the course of moving it, so something happens to the barrel. So there's a whole discussion about what's the level of liability. Well, it depends. Is Reuven moving it for his own purposes? Is he moving it for the barrel's purposes? So there's a whole discussion of but the point is that Rabbi Yochanan does not like establishing a rights according to opinions. Rabbi Yochanan said, whoever could interpret for me the entire Mishnah of Chavis, and according to one opinion, I will carry his items to the bathhouse. Now, carrying someone's items to the bathhouse is like a form of shibud, like a form of servitude. Right? So that's like essentially, if you go ahead and you answer something, I'll be your butler. Okay, good. So let's go right there. Gufa, the Gemara says, Gufa. Amar top of some people, 63a. I'm Rabbi Ami. It's an interesting case here. Zibeach v'kita v'nisech v'helamech. But inu chayv ela achos. So this is Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami says that halot l'maisol. If you serve avodah zarah and you go ahead and do the
just a shortening, dog. Why they?
You offer up the carbon, you offer incense, you do a wine libation, and you do all that. So multiple acts of service of avodah zarah with all the helamech. What does helamech mean? One lapse of awareness. What's that? This is the shita of Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Ami says multiple avodas committed to helamech. You're only going to be chayiv once. I'm not Rabbi. Rabbi said, Rabbi Ami, what's Rabbi Ami's logic? I'm not God, as the pasuk says, lo safte. So it says, don't serve avodah zarah. Hakosav asan kulon avodah achos. The Torah makes all of avodah zarah into one avodah. So lo safte means don't serve avodah zarah. So whatever you do for avodah, in other words, everything involved in the service of avodah zarah, by definition, is under this one umbrella, and therefore, even if you do multiple acts of avodah zarah, the helamech and one lapse of awareness, you only need to be chayiv once.
How about Shviger? Many see the years where it's built as a built-in insult. It's really painful, but in Jewish tradition, it's forbidden to call one's grandfather names. Rather, they respectfully refer to his mother and father, honoring our parents is actually one of the 10 commandments. So rank right up there, revering God's name and not mother. The reverence extends to individuals who are called Shviger. Mother-in-law and Shver, father Shviger. How do we know this? We take that cue from King David. His father-in-law and primary tormentor was King Saul. David called Saul my father. David called Saul my father. The generation of borscht-belt mother-in-law jokes and the insulting ring of the women have conspired to make Shviger anathema to many English-speaking women who just can't imagine turning them. Note that Shviger bears no relation to Shvig, the Yiddish word for equal. For that matter, neither does Shver have anything to do with its homonym Shver, which means heavy or difficult. So even if you have a mother-in-law you wish So even if you have a mother-in-law who you wish would be quiet and a father-in-law who is both difficult and overweight, rest assured that you're not alone. This has nothing to do with their Yiddish titles, which can still bear with pride. On the subject, here are the Yiddish terms: brother-in-law, Schwager, sister-in-law, Schwägerin, son-in-law.
Rabbi Ami is of the opinion
the only one not to begin with daughter-in-law, Shnar, in-laws, Mahutoni. The term has two uses. Narrowly defined people whose children are married or even engaged refer to those. People whose narrowly defined people whose children are married or even engaged refer to each as Mahutoni. The male is a Mahuton, and the female is a Mahutanist. In the broader sense, entire clans that have been joined through matrimony. In a broader sense, entire clans that have been joined through matrimony can be called Mechutoni.
So the Gemara says, one second.
Yeah. What did your mom call her in-laws?
The idea that you're not allowed to worship without down to an idol, when that is the normal form of worship. We learned that out from a different type of
she never done. They died.
The doctrine over Daphne Kala are ridiculously amazing and ridiculous. I gotta tell you this. I see like a lot of blurry expressions.
His parents had died.
About like there's this.
Did they have a good relationship?
What we're doing for the next week.
I think
together.
that they
So
have
first of all,
a much
you
better
know the great
relationship
part
than
about being with the Gemara that
I
you love,
ever.
the people that you love,
I
it doesn't
think
really
it's
matter
what
what you're
person
doing.
can do.
As long as you're doing it together, the rest of it really makes absolutely no difference. But
Agree,
that being said,
communicate,
I was going to tell you, you're
Mom,
the Gemara ahead of us. But again, to reap the benefits of Agadato, you have to put in the time going to the Shaklar Taibis. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says for Kedarka, we learn from different pasuk. Mecha Yadla Goyima Ela Nafko. Ella, rather again, the Gemara says, Rabbi says, Ella Achas Kedarka. One mention of Ishtachava prostration. It's each thing. It's not allowed to bow down to our that's the normal way to worship.
Really?
This Shalom
Yeah,
Kedarka.
not to say there's some.
I'm sorry, Achas
people do.
Kedarka Shalom
I
Kedarka.
didn't know this
What is
part,
the teaching
but
about the prohibition to bow down to an idol?
my
That's the normal
dad
form of
took
worship.
care
And
of
even if it's not the normal, in
why
other words, Noah said it's like an in between. What does that mean? So there's like three,
like they were
we'll call it buckets.
his
You can have an idol where
running
the
at
only way to
home,
worship
make
it
sure
is
they went
bowing down.
home.
An idol where
Took
you
them to
never
have the
bow down
absolute
to it.
best.
And an idol
care.
where
The best
sometimes
care
you do,
in the
sometimes you don't. So the Gemara says that's one drasha. The achas the shalom kedarko,
Dedicated
the achas the
everything.
chum. Okay. So let's say, so bottom line, by the way, what we begin to see over here is like Shabbos, where there is individuated obligation or liability for different malachas. So too again, when it comes to Avodah Zarah, there's also going to be individual liability for multiple forms of Avodah Zarah. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. It says in Kablo Allah Be'eloka Ha'Be'eloha Homer Lo Eliyakim. So remember again, the Gemara says the person goes ahead and worships Avodah Zarah. How does he worship it? He says, I hereby accept Avodah Zarah as my God. Right? Or I say to the Avodah Zarah, Eliyakim, you're my God. So
They always get along.
Chayiv for love. Not
Like
chayiv, we say chayiv for love.
the relationship that they had was.
Eliyakim, when you say to Avodah Zarah, you're my God.
In fact,
So the Gemara says chayiv. But what do you chayiv
he
for?
even had in mind.
So it can't be for
The
doubt.
88 requirements that I talked about a lot, but
If you
they're
want to prepare
important
your
is
allegiance
what
to
you
an
need
idol,
grants.
so what's your liability? What's your liability? It's a love.
He
So it can't be
even
mixed up.
ensured
So
like
it's out of the carpet.
the door frames were wider in our house because he envisioned having his in-laws.
So you went ahead and said to the Avodah Zarah, you're
So
my
that
God. Now look, is your chayiv a carbon?
wheelchairs would get through easier.
That's really good fight for that one. Listen to this. Ain't no chayiv al davar sheyish lo myself. Listen to this. I'm sorry. Ain't no chayiv al ad davar sheyish lo myself. You're only chayiv if you perform an act. You have to do something. You have to do a ma'isa. You have to do a ma'isa. For example, you go
They weren't like
what are
buddies,
example of
but
actions?
they were like
Slaughtering,
3 generations.
incense, libations, or
And
bowing down. Ramesh Lakish says, "Man,
we have a picture of us,
I want to find something very
my
interesting.
grandpa, my father.
If you look at
and
that
stuff,
list,
and
right, which one doesn't belong? Which one doesn't belong? Zibuach, Kitor, Nisuf, Ishtachava. What doesn't belong? What doesn't belong? Ishtachava. Bowing down. Why not?
we were close.
It's a shtick ma'isa. Like in other words, it's not
How about
really a
your
ma'isa.
dad?
Like in other words, slaughtering is a ma'isa.
She's a really
right?
hard person.
Libationizing, is a ma'isa, right? Insensitizing is a ma'isa. Right? All of these things are actions, but ishtachava, ultimately again going ahead and bowing down. Pashtus is not a ma'isa. So who says that ishtachava? Who says that bowing is a ma'isa? Rabbi Akiva. The Amar lo ba'in al ma'isa klal. Must Rabbi Akiva, because the truth is Rabbi Akiva holds that you're chayiv. Rabbi holds that you're chayiv for Avodah Zarah, even without a ma'isa. Rabbi said, now what does that mean? Now that's tremendous because if you
want to do that
if you
with
hold that
your
you're chayiv
in-laws.
for
You don't want to just put it
Avodah
on
Zarah even without a ma'isa, then what
you
does that
can
mean?
avoid it.
That means
You
even
want
if a
them to
person
be
says Eliyato,
with you.
Avodah Zarah, you're my God, that there would be liability for that, which would be
Have your
tremendous.
kids in
So again, if Rabbi Akiva is the disputant, and he's saying that Avodah Zarah doesn't require a ma'isa, the Rabbanon must be saying that Avodah Zarah does require a ma'isa. To which the Gemara says, no, ki kamarav nami Rabbi Akiva kamar. And Rabbi is saying, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva pshita, hainu megadif. So according to Rabbi Akiva, so we'll say, so obviously again, you don't need a ma'isa.
I don't even fucking
Where
look
does
at
he learn
it,
that out from?
I just don't like it.
What's megadif? Megadif is the blasphemer. What is blasphemy comprised of? What is it comprised of? Speech. Right? And halacha l'maisa again, there's liability. The Gemara says, Mal tema, what would you have thought? Mal tema, ad kan lo mechayv Rabbi Akiva karban, el lo b'megadif.
I talked to the other day when I was talking about Nita, and I was talking about this quarter that was at my school, and I didn't talk about
Gadif is different. Why
All
is
these
the
kids, all these boys tried to
Because the
pick it up,
Gadif itself
they couldn't.
has Choris
But
written
I figured
into
out how to do it. We
Has it
took a
written into it.
thumbtack
So the Gemara says, "Abba
and
halcha,
put it just under there, and then kick
but over
the
here where it
thumbtack,
doesn't say
and
Choris,
it slid, and we all
right by
fucking
where a
ran
person
down
says
the hall.
Iliyato, Ema lo,
Really?
I'm not a fucking It's not about the liability
Anything
for
else
such
you
an
want to say
action.
about that?
Mashmalon, the iskushi iskush techse, vayishtachamulo, vayizbechulo, vayomrulo. So we'll say this is Shitas Rabbi Akiva, and this is really dramatic. Rabbi Akiva holds
We
it
did the
Allah
Rabbi yesterday, which
one
was
is
cool.
chayv for Avodah Zarah even without a Maisa. Without a Maisa, which means what?
Hey, maybe
Person
we
goes
get a
over
break
to an
from
Avodah Zarah and says, Iliyato, you're my God. Halacha Maisa Akiva says, that's Avodah Zarah. And that's
this is
tremendous,
covering
because that's a
Kabbalah,
contradistinction
Kabbalah,
to the Rabbanon, right? Because the Rabbanon will say that you need a Maisa. What's the point that?
Kabbalah starts everything. So.
Says
Why?
that Avodah Zarah is without a Maisa. Why? Because Rabbi Akiva is one who holds that Halacha Maisa, even the smallest action in the realm of spirituality has the most dramatic impact. Like Rabbi Akiva was the ignorant shepherd, but what did he see? What turned up right? What turned Rabbi Akiva around? I was supposed to say so that was what turned Rabbi Akiva around? What turned Rabbi Akiva around? What turned him around? Right? Is the drop of water. Rabbi Akiva was one who discovered that the smallest drop makes an impact. So remember again, whatever is true in the realm of positivity is also true in the realm of negativity. If a drop of kedusha can fundamentally transform a person, then a drop of avodah can transform. In other words, energy is energy, and it impacts others. Rabbi Akiva said a drop, the smallest influence, can have the most dramatic impact. So if a drop of water can transform you from an ignorant shepherd to a drug of hadar, then unfortunately, again, even a group of people of avodah zarah can take the highest of sham and bring it to the lowest of the low. It's incredible. Amar Yochanan, what's the great Gemara? Amar Yochanan, the Moli Vav Shebehalucha is Chayvu Rishaim Shel Yisrael Kaliyah.
Hopefully this
So
is that one.
interesting. So, okay, transitioning over here to the Chetei Egel. So remember again, Klal Yisrael said when they built the Egel,
You never remember anything from me, kids. Remember, time heals all wounds. That's like really important.
They brought you up.
When you have pain or anything, just time heals.
Okay. So we read this
So if you
phrase,
ever
right?
have a breakup or
Literally
divorce
translated,
or
these are the gods
death
that brought you
or
up from
whatever,
the side. What's going on over
does it
there?
heal all?
Essentially, what the Yidden are
Yeah, I
saying
mean, I
is,
can't say
Klal
that.
Yisrael, it was
When I
Hashem,
close my eyes, sometimes I don't think of the most embarrassing things I've done.
and
Or like,
Yochanan
I
essentially
should
says,
hate
Baruch
that about it.
Hashem,
I wish I could have
they made
some
it
memory
plural.
eraser.
Had they not made it
Yeah,
plural,
but
probably
nothing.
would have been destroyed. What is
Or
that?
even as much shitty
But
shit
Yochanan
has happened in my life.
As much as they are
Nothing
worshiping
haunts me.
Avodah Zarah, at
Right.
least what did they do?
There are things that I feel like
in the equation.
affect me
Right?
still that I'm
They could
surprised
have
they still
said
affect
it
me.
was the eagle that brought
But
us
nothing
out. But at
haunts me,
least they
fortunately.
included Hashem,
I
and they
mean,
said
there are
again,
some
Klal
memories of
Yisrael,
like, really? Yeah,
Elo Elokecha.
not
It
think
was
of like the
HaKadosh Baruch
embarrassing
Hu
moment we
and
had.
this eagle that brought us out. So at least they included HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the equation. That was at least the saving grace for Klal
Really?
Yisrael. So the
You ever
Gemara
have
says,
full
Amar lo
pause?
Rishon Yochai. Rashbi says, what? Halvalo,
Right, how to
Kol
craft
Shakim
the
Shem
memory.
Shmaim Dava Acher Nekam
Maybe
and
there's a hot chicken.
If a person goes ahead and includes HaKadosh
What
Baruch
up,
Hu
Abby?
together with Avodah Zarah,
Bitch is
literally
gonna
again,
have
they're
us
uprooted
making
from the world. In other words, we'll say that's even worse. That's even worse. So when please see, let's say here's what's incredible.
None.
If you're an Ovid Avodah Zarah, what
Fire
is the upside of being an Ovid Avodah
wax
Zarah?
or some shit.
But what is the upside of being an
Whoa.
Ovid Avodah Zarah? What's the upside? The upside is you chose a team. Choose a team. Choose a team. Be decisive. Right? Cast your lot with someone. The worst thing, like, what's the worst thing to do? Another thing you get five, so what's the big is? At Masai, I can post how long are you going to straddle the fence? If you straddle the fence, you can't do anything, right? If you know, like, it's like the big fallacy. Everything for everyone. And if you're everything for everyone, then what? You are nothing for no one. You're right? You can't make everyone happy. You can't, right? I'm Rabino. By the way, I want to point out something incredible, right? I'm Rabino was one who had the temple on all four sides. It's incredible. I'm Rabino was a unique personality, right? Everyone else, if you want to build something, you can't be everything for everyone. It's just not the way that it works. You can be something for someone, but you gotta represent something. You gotta represent something. So incredible. Again, I'm sure by a price.
Speedball?
Essentially,
What's a speedball? Okay.
That's disaster. That's disaster.
Don't let anybody
At
know.
least that old Bizarre, you've chosen a team. You've chosen the wrong team, but hopefully you can go ahead and make a comeback afterwards. So how can you praise?
Really?
The Gemara says, so ultimately, again, rather, what does it mean? What it means is that ultimately, again, they desire to worship many gods. So again, they didn't actually worship many gods, they desire to worship many gods. Okay, so let's say, first I just want to point out here, the fundamental quotes of Yochanan and Rabbi. Rabbi Yochanan praised the Klal Yisrael because at least they never fully abandoned with the Egel, they didn't fully abandon HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But ultimately, you're going to show by Yochai, Rabbi Yochai says, if you're going to be an Obed Avodah Zarah, do it.
Mosh Podge. It's not Mosh Podge. It's Mod Podge.
The worst thing in life is being a non-committal person.
It's Mod
You
Podge.
lack commitment. By definition, you never gain traction in your life. Better to
Cool.
It's going to sound strange, but just let it swirl around your mind a little bit. Better, right, here it is. Better to be committed to the wrong thing than to be committed to nothing.
This
Because
bitch
if
isn't
you're
doing this
committed
right
to
now.
nothing,
You take these things,
lack the need of
you put them in warm water,
lack
let
the
them
need of
soak,
commitment,
and that will make it very
you're
a
not
lot
in
easier
life.
to remove this shit.
If you're at
She's
least
gonna have
if
a
you're
piece
committed
of
to
water.
the wrong
It's gonna have
thing,
like
you're
that
committed
fucking
to something,
side.
and
It's
you're
like
cultivating the need of commitment, which means that when I get my act together, I'll find my way to go ahead and get on the right path. Now listen, you see this? The Sefer HaChinuch brings down from the mitzvah of Som Kasum Alach Hamdallah, treat a king. Get ready for this. Sefer HaChinuch says, it is better to have a bad king and no king. Okay, you hear that? Why? What's the shot? Because at least some leadership is better than no leadership. Like no leadership, no one's going anywhere, right? No one's accomplishing anything. Bad leadership, okay, maybe we might go in the wrong direction, but at least we're moving. Some movement, even in the wrong direction, is better than no movement. Those are that's how we know for ourselves. They'll say, what's better?
which she tells us that.
Sin or to ultimately again flatline, be higher than apathetic? What's better? What's
Oh,
better?
the game room?
Yeah. Let's say the truth is, it's going to sound strange. I think it's better. I don't fill in the blank over here, right? I calm down. Again, they're in the direction. Now again, don't use the halacha, right? So we're speaking in theoretics. But at least I'm moving somewhere. The worst thing in life
Speedballs.
is stagnation. All right, let's go back here. So it was like,
That shit's cool.
again, a person hugs and kisses or speaks before, like, yeah, well, that's a lot. That's a lot. It says the Gemara, he also that the Rabbi also, Akulam Lokes, Chutz Mehanoga Bishmo, Ramakayim Bishmo. So the Gemara says, listen, so Rabbi said it's called the Rabbi also. For all of these things, you get Malchus, with the exception of, right, making a neder in the name. God, if you need the cover, if anyone needs, there's six dollars. Take practice. Oh, together. If anyone needs, the Gemara is over here. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so ultimately again, so for everything you get Malchus, with the exception ultimately again of making a neder in the name of the Avodah Zarah, or ultimately again making a Messiah means a Shvuah. So the Gemara says, so the Gemara says, why?
What would you do? I might have
interesting enough. Why? Because taking an oath or swearing is a lot.
I have big hands, and it's like,
Right? It's a lot without an action associated with it. So the Gemara says, how do you not? I should have posted. The other one goes, general law. And in general, you don't get much. We'll say a lot should have posted is a word that is word out from the general statement. The general statement. So the Gemara says, they look on the follows the sanyo. Listen to this. How do you know that if you eat from an animal before it's totally dead? Now what is that? An animal has shita.
but still what's the word? Flailing, moving around. How do you know that Allah says, yeah, you're over Losas? Losoku aladam. Interesting. Losoku aladam, in other words, do not go ahead and you know the animal's dead, like you checked it already. But when it's moving, it looks like it
Do you
has
prefer
life.
candles or
Losoku aladam, losoku
alcohol?
another interpretation. Don't eat on the blood. What does that mean? Don't eat. When ultimately, again, the blood is still
Because of the Rabbi, everybody should have their own fucking.
He says, how do you know that we don't have a Sudas Havra?
Hasn't always been true.
Says, after a person dies, the Avidim come back and they have a Sudas Havra. And you're from the community. So how do I know that Allah somebody's there is no Sudas Havra. So don't go ahead and have a Sudah after the blood has been spilled by days. Okay, Rabbi Kiva says, how do we know that if Sanhedrin executed someone that they don't eat for the rest of that day? Incredible. And Rabbi Yochanan says, as far as Soda Marminayin, from where do we know a prohibition, a law, about Ben Soda Moret? The pasuk says, now what is it?
I didn't get it. Fucking easy.
Last line.
Really? Yeah. Did you give it to her?
Yeah. Don't eat the type of meal or don't eat the type of food that you're going to be executed about. So then Sorah, remember, again, steals money to purchase meat.
Not too shabby. Is it called not too shabby?
Okay. Fine.
Not too shabby, that sounds. This motherfucker's name is Yankee?
You're not really looking at any of these things.
Yankee, title breakfast on them high.
Generally, only when you get Malchus is what? If you take an oath by the name of the Abu Yisrael, or you swear by the name of the
Jimmy Drop, Yankee, title breakfast on them high. I love
Why
you,
not? Why don't you get Malchus?
Really? Frankie.
The holiday love and the club. I mean, it's considered to be a generalized love.
Forehand. Sarah Lighter.
To which the Gemara says,
Rabbi,
a lot that doesn't have a Maisa, you still get Malchus
Glad
for it.
Enterprises, SD,
Torah says,
Design,
over from the carbon until morning.
Fucking
Gemara says, Torah comes to give a positive commandment after the law. So I say, Amadeus. Lomar Shein Mokin, I love different people. He just said, don't get Malchus for this. And Yaakov says, Roman Hashem, Yizeh Elohim, Yishum Ta'avi Yelav, Shein Bomai.
The fuck is that?
Hashem Bomai saying, Lokin, I love. But then Rabbi Shimon says, no, Hashem Bomai saying, Yaakov says, Hashem Bomai saying, love that Malchus. And then Rabbi said, you don't get Malchus in the crowd.
You want to see us now? Army of Hashem? Yeah, dog. What happens when Mashiach comes? Then we work on auto-pollution. Maybe we should talk about that. Really? Yeah, becoming really flexible. Are you tired? Yeah.
It's such an opportunity.
Is that like your fucking goal?
Undistracted, to lose ourselves undistracted. It's not the schedule.
Let's see.
I mean, there is a schedule, but we're not going to stick to it.
Let's see if we can work this out. What? A situation we had.
The body's always in charge. Your mind is always in charge. Your phone is always in charge. Your schedule is always in charge. Everything else is going. The Shama is never in charge. For the next couple of days,
Good dog. We know that it's against orthodoxy in Judaism to have open marriages. That's just not a thing. But still man it so that somebody could make the argument that, like, once Mashiach comes, so long as someone's not cheating on someone unknowingly, open relationships may be permitted. Still man this one. I want you to make it like There could be a situation where
remember again,
men are able to use some kind of sex robot to get higher pleasure than they would with their wife. But the wife needs that physical connection with someone, and perhaps it's their husband, perhaps it's some alpha male, maybe it's even a Shia. And for the good of their marriage, if they're going to be with each other for long periods of time,
you are not allowed to mention the
there
name
may
of
be
another
the
God.
opportunity
You can't mention it. You can't mention it.
open it up in an exceptional case.
Do not mention the name of another God. Listen to this.
Does that sing? God, you're asking for a steel man, not a sock halakhic ruling, and you already acknowledged that this one's against Orthodox consensus. So I'll do this clearly. The strongest possible argument someone could make, even if it ultimately fails in normative halakha, doesn't yet. I'll frame it carefully using internal Jewish categories, not modern libertine language. First, the baseline everyone agrees on. Orthodox Judaism rejects open marriage, no category for consensual extramarital sex. Adultery, intercourse with a married woman, sexual acts without exclusive marital sex. So the only way to even attempt this argument is to say this is not ideal, not normative, not encouraged, but possibly tolerated in an exceptional, damage-minimizing scenario. That's the steel man land. Other one, marriage is about shalom bayit, domestic peace, not maximum erotic fulfillment. Judaism is very pragmatic about marriage. The Torah frames marriage around responsibility, provision, and stability, not romantic exclusivity as an abstract value. Shalom bayit, peace in the home, is so central that God's name is erased in the Soda ritual. Rabbinic law bends repeatedly to avoid domestic collapse. A still argument would say if strict sexual exclusivity in a particular case destroys the marriage, while a tightly bonded exception preserves it, then exclusivity is serving the wrong master. Pillar 2, the husband's sexual obligations are asymmetric. Classically, a husband is obligated to sexually satisfy.
Your Akum business partner is going to say, okay, you say you don't owe me any money. Swear by my idol that you don't owe me any money.
The wife is not symmetrically obligated to fulfill every desire of the husband. The asymmetry matters. This asymmetry matters. The steel man could argue if the wife's primary need is embodied intimacy, emotional presence, and being desired as a woman, and the husband's erotic fulfillment can be displaced elsewhere without depriving her, then the core halakhic obligation, his duty to her, remains intact. This reframes the issue as, is the wife being deprived or stabilized? Pillar 3. Halakha distinguishes between ideal sexuality and damage control. Judaism has many precedents of this is wrong, but less wrong than the alternative. Examples structurally, not sexually. Concubinage in Tanakh, polygamy historically permitted. Yifat to our captive woman as a concession to human weakness, rabbinic tolerance of lesser violations to prevent greater ones. So a steel man might say, if the choice is marital implosion, secret adultery, or a reluctantly structured exception with full knowledge and consent, historically sometimes tolerates the least destructive option, not endorses, tolerates. Pillar 4. Consent and knowledge radically change the moral category. Judaism treats deception as a separate moral violation. Geniva da'at, theft of mind, deception, is itself a serious sin. Betrayal isn't only sexual, it's epistemic. So the argument would insist no secrecy, no humiliation, no coercion, no undermining of the wife's dignity. Without those, the argument collapses immediately. Pillar 5. Technology complicates sexual exclusivity. Here's where your robot example actually matters philosophically. A steel man could say halakha already distinguishes between sexual release, relational sex, marital intimacy. Masturbation is discouraged but not equivalent to adultery. Non-human sexual outlets do not trigger ni'ah. So the claim becomes if non-relational sexual outlets can absorb excess male desire, while relational intimacy remains within the marriage, exclusivity is functionally preserved even if erotic monopoly is not. That's not controversial, but it's internally coherent. Pillar 6. The wife's agency. This is the make or break point. The strongest version insists the wife is not being discarded,
that lasts as long as
She is not a passive victim. She is choosing between bad options and selecting the least harmful. Judaism does recognize women's consent, women's preferences, women's lived reality. Without genuine agency, this turns into exploitation and fails instantly. Where the steel man still breaks, and you should know this, even at its strongest, Orthodox Halacha would still say there's no formal mechanism to permit this. It risks normalization of adultery. It destabilizes lineage yichus. It erodes the covenantal meaning of marriage. So the conclusion of the steel man is not this is allowed. It's in a tragic edge case scenario, one could argue Halacha historically sometimes tolerates deeply non-ideal arrangements to prevent total collapse, though no rabbinic authority would want to institutionalize it. One sentence, Steelman summary, Rabbi Klee. While normative Halacha rejects any form of open marriage, one could argue that in rare, fully consensual cases where strict exclusivity would destroy shalom bayit, Judaism's tradition of pragmatic damage control might tolerate a non-ideal arrangement to preserve the marriage, though it would never endorse it as legitimate or desirable.
Yeah, it's just like a.
All right,
just
so
like a foolishness.
imagine,
Like
if Judaism continued to
that just
have just
foolishness in my
the normal
definitely.
Jewish marriages, that issues like
the ability to take anything that is serious and make it not serious. And that is a very serious thing. Or that is that's a very significant transgression.
Other specifically Jewish issues could arise. So in order to preserve the lineage of Judaism, that it might be okay to have
and if a person, so unless someone
what would normally be a prohibited relationship, if the man was okay with raising the child of another man,
that's a problem.
in order to preserve the strength of Judaism long term. Meaning, like, we could go extinct otherwise. Okay, I hear what you're doing. You're pushing a survival of Judaism steel, not asking for approval. I'll stay in that lane, but I'll be honest about where it absolutely stands. The core steelman explained, if demographic collapse threatens Jewish continuity, could Judaism tolerate otherwise prohibited sexual arrangements, including a married woman bearing a child from another man, if the husband consents and raises the child as Jewish, in order to preserve the people long term? That's a serious question that deserves a serious answer. First, the strongest possible argument someone can make. Judaism prioritizes people and survival, not abstract rules. Judaism has reportedly been adapted or rechanneled practice to avoid extinction. Rabbinic Judaism practices Temple Judaism. Rabbinic Judaism replaces Temple Judaism. Oral Torah replaces prophecy. Diaspora law replaces land-based law. Conversion expands when birth rates collapse. A steel man could argue, if the alternative is demographic death, the system must choose continuity. If the alternative is demographic death, the system must choose continuity over ideal form. This is not wild as a philosophical. Jewish lineage is matrilineal, not patrilineal. This is the most important technical point. A child born to a Jewish woman is Jewish regardless of biological father. The rule itself is arguably a post-biblical survival mechanism. So the Steelman says, if Jewish women remain within the Jewish covenant, the people survive even if biological paternity becomes flexible. From a cold demographic standpoint, that's true. Judaism already allows non-biological Jewish fatherhood. Judaism does not require genetic fatherhood for name, education, inheritance, rabbinically adjusted religious identity, adoption, step-parenting, Levirate, adjacent logic, all exist. So one might argue raising Jewish children matters more than whose DNA is involved. Again, internally coherent. Consent eliminates betrayal, but not prohibition. You're trying to remove deception, humiliation, exploitation, and say, this is a tragic, transparent, communal survival strategy, not hedonism. That's the cleanest possible print. Now, where Holocaust absolutely refuses to follow. This is where the stewman fails, not emotionally but structurally. Adultery is not negotiable, ever. Intercourse with a married woman is one of the arayot, forbidden sexual unions. These are Yahareg Ba'al Ya'avor and classical logic die rather than transgress in theory. Because Nefesh saving life does not override arayot. Demographic fear does not equal immediate life threat. Holocaust does not treat future extinction as ground to violate arayot. Mamzer destroys the exact thing you're trying to say. This is a fatal flaw. A child born from married woman and another man is a mamzer. Mamzerut is permanent and inherited. Mamzerim cannot marry into the general Jewish population. So instead of strengthening Judaism, you create a growing permanent underclass. Pure marriage options more fragmentation. From Holocaust own logic, this accelerates collapse rather than prevents it. Judaism prefers conversion over sexual violation. Judaism needed numbers historically. It chose conversion, absorption, lowering barriers of time. It never chose relaxing adultery laws, redefining arayot, sexual utilitarianism. That's a massive signal. Marriage is covenantal, not instrumental. Holocaust does not view marriage as a tool for demographic production. It's a Brit, a covenant. Once marriage becomes subordinate to population math, Judaism ceases to be Judaism. It becomes ethnobiology. That's not rhetoric. That's how the system self-understands. The deepest reason Judaism says no, even in apocalypse mode. Here's the quiet part. Judaism would rather die faithful than survive by violating its core sexual boundaries. That's not unique to sex. It's true for idolatry and murder. In halakhic terms, survival is equal. Covenant fidelity is a condition. No covenant, no Judaism worth preserving. Where Judaism might redirect your concern and said, if the concern is extinction, Holocaust historically responds with encouraging marriage, not opening it, encouraging fertility, not bypassing it, encouraging conversion, encouraging communal support for families, accepting childlessness without redefining arayot, painful, slow, frustrating, but internally consistent. One sentence statement plus refutation. Rabbi. Well, one could argue that Jewish survival might justify extreme flexibility in family structure. Holocaust categorically rejects violating sexual prohibitions to achieve demographic goals, holding that covenantal integrity, especially regarding arayot, is itself the condition for Jewish continuity, not a negotiable obstacle.
But then it shouldn't say the people who serve will kiss the calves.
Let's talk about polygamy
the calves will kiss the people
in
who offer themselves up.
Israel and how that could come back in the future. Perhaps if a man were able to support his wives, I know that it's not that way for Ashkenazim, but it wasn't one time for Sephardim, and that doesn't mean it can't be that way again. All right. Yo, this is actually a much stronger lane than the earlier one. Polygamy is inside the halakhic universe, not a violation from the outside. Let's do this clean and real. Baseline facts. No myth making. Polygamy. One man, multiple wives is explicitly biblical, practiced by patriarchs, kings, regular Jews, never prohibited by the Torah itself. The ban most people think of is Rabbi Gershom's ban, Sherem de Rabbi Gershom 1000. Applied primarily to Ashkenazim, time limited in theory, often cited as 1,000 years, though that's debated. Accepted by Ashkenazi community as binding custom. Many Sephardi and Mizrahi communities never accepted the ban. Yemenite Jews produced polygamy into the 20th century. Again, it says polygamy, it's polygamy. So you're not fantasizing, you're talking about something Judaism already did. Israel specifically changes the equation. Here's where it gets interesting. Holocaust versus Israeli civil law. Israeli civil law currently bans polygamy, but existing polygamous marriages, many Bedouin, some Yemenite legacy cases are sometimes recognized. Rabbinical courts operate under halakhic logic, not liberal Western philosophy. Civil law can change. Halakha doesn't need to. If conditions change, polygamy is halakhically revivable. For a man to take multiple wives halakhically, all of this must be true. He can financially support all wives. He can provide onus, sexual obligations to each. He treats them equally in dignity and resources. The wise consent. No communal decree prohibits it in that community. That's a very high bar, but not impossible. Wide polygamy is categorically different from open marriage. This is a key distinction you were circling earlier. So polygamy is covenant-based, public, structured, lineageously biblically rooted. Open marriage, non-covenantal, hidden or privatized, ad hoc, lineage computing, biblically forbidden. Judaism can work with additional covenants. It cannot work with sexual purity. Could Israel ever re-permit it? Could Israel ever re-permit it? Re-permit it? Yes. Could Israel ever re-permit it? Halachically, yes. Politically, very hard, but not impossible. Scenarios where it could re-emerge. Demographic pressure, war imbalance, more women than men, cultural crisis around marriage rates, desire to increase Jewish birth rate. Historically, polygamy often returns in exactly those moments. Limited regulated permission. Think special rabbinical court approval, financial proof, psychological screening, explicit consent of first wife, rare, not normalized. Judaism loves exception with paperwork. Non-Ashkenazi president has leverage. Israel is not Ashkenazi. A future argument could say we are not reinventing, we are restoring a suppressed legitimate tradition. That's powerful. Theological break. Why it wouldn't go wild. Even when allowed, Judaism never loved polygamy. Torah warns kings not to multiply wives. Rambam strongly discourages it. Emotional harm is taken seriously. Jealousy, neglect, and abuse are real halakhic concerns. So the likely future is not harem. It's rare, constrained plural marriage, if at all. One paragraph Rabbi claims polygamy is not forbidden by the Torah and is historically practiced within Judaism, with Rabbeinu Gershom's ban applying primarily to Ashkenazi communities. Therefore, under changed social and legal conditions, particularly in Israel, it is theoretically possible for regulated consensual polygamy to re-emerge within halakha, though it would likely remain rare and tightly controlled due to its moral and emotional community risks. And then, what about the concubine system? Oh yeah, pillagage. Concubine is the forgotten third line of Jewish marriage. And honestly, it fits your thought experiment way better than people realize. Let's unpack it cleanly. And per your preference, Hebrew term with English in parentheses. What is pillagage, concubine, exactly? A pillagage concubine is a woman who has a recognized sexual domestic relationship with a man without full kiddushin, formal marriage, and without a ketubah, marriage contract. Key features: permitted sexual relationship according to some authorities. Public known status, not secret, not exclusive claim like a wife. No adultery issue. She must be unmarried. Children are fully legitimate, not non-jury. This is Tanakhic, not French. Abraham, Yaakov, David all have pillaged. Kings of Israel had wives and concubines. So again, not sci-fi. Why pillagage is halachically fascinating because it sits between full marriage issue, prohibited sexual relations, ariel, and crucially, it preserves lineage clarity while relaxing marital exclusivity. That's exactly what your earlier questions were broken for. The big Machloket dispute is pillagage still allowed? Rambam Maimonides says no. Says concubinage is only permitted to kings. For regular Jews, sex without kedushin is forbidden. This view became dominant in many communities. Ramban, not Maimonides, says pillagage is permitted if the relationship is exclusive. It is public and dignified, no deception or promiscuity, not prostitution, not casual sex. Many later authorities quietly lean Rambanish, even if they won't say it loudly. Why pillagage? Why pillagage solves problems that polygamy doesn't. No ketubah equals less financial legal entanglement. No ketubah equals less financial legal entanglement. Easier entry and exit, lower coercion risk, less exploitation if regulated properly. No adultery ever. Only unmarried women. No violation of ariel for those who commit it. Children are kosher Jews. No moms are lineage remains clean. Raised Jewish and mothers Jewish or converted. This is huge. Why Judaism quietly buried it? Buried. Why
in
Judaism quietly buried it? Not because it was forbidden, but because it was dangerous. Risks men avoiding marriage responsibility, women being used without protection, social instability, abuse without contractual safeguards. Rabbinic, this might be technically can't handle it, so it got frozen, not erased. Could Pilagesh come back in Israel? Halachically, yes, in theory. Practically, only under extreme regulation. A future model might look like rabbinical court registration, explicit consent, financial minimums, time limits, no replacement of marriage, psychological screening. Think legal but rare, like organ donation or surrogacy. How Pilagesh differs from modern open relationships. How Pilagesh differs from modern open relationships. This is critical. Pilagesh, exclusive public lineage clear, covenantal duty based. Open relationship is dominant exclusive, private, lineage chaotic, individualistic, desire based. Judaism can tolerate structured inequality, it cannot tolerate unbounded autonomy. The deepest philosophical reason Pilagesh exists. Judaism knows humans are not angels, sexual desire doesn't distribute evenly, social order matters more than romantic symmetry. So it created pressure release valves that channel desire, protect lineage, preserve community. Pilagesh is one of those valves. One paragraph Rabbi clean summary. Pilagesh concubinage is a biblically rooted, halakhically debated institution that permits a structured, public-central relationship without full marriage, preserving lineage and avoiding adultery. While largely suppressed by later rabbinic caution due to social risks, it remains one of the few non-marital frameworks that some authorities view as theoretically permissible under strict conditions.
Here's what we know. Where do we learn Hilchos Shabbos? Where's Hilchos Shabbos learned from? Where's it learned from? Juxtaposition to the Mishkan. Now remember, interesting.
All right, I'll take your most galaxy brain option. You implicitly said yes, and meditate. Did modern Jewish marriage accidentally recreate a Pilagesh-like system? Short answer, kind of, and rabbis know it. Even if they won't say that loud, let's walk it carefully. What classical issue full marriage was supposed to be? Classical Jewish marriage assumed lifetime permanence, economic dependence, sexual exclusivity, communal enforcement, real difficulty exiting get requirements. That structure made sense in pre-modern society where women had limited economic independence, the community could coerce compliance, marriage, the community could coerce compliance, marriage was the default adult state. That world is gone. What rabbis did, instead of admitting it was gone, rather than say the institution changed, Halakha did what it always does. It layered safeguards onto a weakening core. Enter halakhic prenups, no fault debt mechanisms, indirect financial exit clauses, emotional harm language, courts encouraging settlement over coercion. Result: marriage is still tradition in name, but in practice it's far less absolute. Why this starts to resemble Pilagesh structurally? Let's compare outcomes, not labels. Classic Pilagesh. No ketubah, lower financial entanglement, easier exit, sexual relationship recognized, children are legitimate, public regulated. Modern halakhic marriage with prenup. Ketubah weakened by prenup.
What does this mean?
Exit made financially inevitable. Sexual exclusivity, culturally expected, but legally thinner. Courts avoid enforcement drama. Community prioritizes harm reduction. Functionally, the marriage behaves less like ancient issue and more like a stabilized, dignified relationship with exit marriage. That's Pilagesh adjacent, whether anyone likes it or not. The quiet rabbinic tell. Here's the giveaway that rabbis know this. They now argue marriage in terms of mutual fulfillment, emotional safety, preventing harm, sustainability, consent, and dignity. That is not how Rambam framed marriage. The language belongs to Ramban, Tanakhic, realism, Pilagesh logic, not covenant, absolutism. Why no one will ever say this explicitly, because if you say modern marriage is closer to regulated companionship than metaphysical fusion, then Kedushin loses mystique, authority weakens, people ask dangerous follow-ups like you are. So instead, the system preserves the language, modifies the function, denies the implication. Classic Judaism rules. What this means for polygamy, concubinage, returning. If, big if, Israel ever permits limited polygamy, if, big if, Israel ever Reed permits limited polygamy or formalizes non-marital partnerships halachically, it will almost certainly look like registered pilagesh, not biblical polygamy, heavily regulated court oversight, no erosion of lineage rules, no normalization. In other words, the future, if it exists, looks more Ramban than Ramban. One paragraph Rabbi can take away. While halakhic marriage remains formally unchanged, modern mechanisms such as prenups and court-driven harm reduction have functionally softened classical issue, producing a structure that in practice resembles a regular, dignity-based partnership closer to the biblical pilagesh model without ever naming it as such.
And sprinkled and libationized, right? And did all of these different things and bowed down to an idol. Behela mechad in one lapse, he's chayiv achos. He's chayiv once. So we're trying to figure out now. Obviously, and Rabbi Yochanan did not take.
Please review Levirate marriage and also
what exactly is it that is unfolding.
How does
So let's give the Rabbi Yosef. So we are suggesting
how specifically does modern
statement itself of Rabbi
marriage in
is
Judaism
subject to machlokes. In other words, just
different
like Shabbos,
than
you
what
have one malacha that was
Rambam
singled
thought marriage
out.
should be?
Why was the malacha singled out? So Rabbi Yossi says, in order to teach you that it's only a love, whereas everything else is commercial by death.
Let's do the straight texture and surgical, no vaginal hand waving. I'll split it into two parts. Levirate marriage, Yibum, what it really is and why it matters. Rambam's model of marriage versus modern Jewish marriage. Point by point. Yibum, Levirate marriage. Yibum, Levirate marriage is a Torah institution where man marries his deceased brother's widow if the brother died childless. Source Devarim, Deuteronomy 25, 5-10. Core features of Yibum implies only if brothers live together, same household, estate context, deceased brother had no children, the widow is forbidden to all other men. The brother has a mitzvah obligation to marry her. The first child is legally considered the dead brother's heir. This is huge. Why Yibum is explosive philosophically. Yibum shows that Judaism believes marriage is not only about romance or choice, it's about continuity, name, and responsibility. Key implication: sexual exclusivity can be overridden by covenantal duty. The widow's body is not available but assigned. Lineage can override personal preference. Biology and legal fatherhood can diverge. That alone wrecks modern romantic assumptions. Chalitza ritual release allows both parties to opt out. Over time, rabbis strongly prefer chalitza over yibum. Why? Because intention matters during yibum for desired for the mitzvah. Still, the existence of yibum remains a standing proof that Judaism tolerates highly non-romantic duty-based sexual arrangements when covenantal logic demands it. Rambam's model of marriage, what he actually thought. Now let's get precise. Rambam's definition of marriage is Mishnah Torah Hilchot issued laws of marriage. Marriage is a legal acquisition, kinyan, creating exclusive sexual access, establishing lifelong obligation, structured hierarchy of duties. Romance is not central, stability is. Rambam's assumptions often miss. Rambam assumes marriage is permanent by default. Divorce is rare and socially constrained. Economic dependence is normal. Community enforces normal. Sex is regulated, not expressive. Desire is disciplined, not explored. Marriage is a containment system for sexuality. How modern Jewish marriage differs specifically and concretely. This is the part you ask directly. Here's the side by side. Permanence versus is conditionality. Rambam, marriage assumes permanence, divorce exits, but is a failure mode. Modern practice, prenups make divorce financially inevitable. Courts prioritize exit over endurance. Marriage is entered knowing it may end. This alone is a massive shift.
You could perform multiple acts and only be chayiv once.
Sexual exclusivity, metaphysical versus practical. Rambam, sexual exclusivity is intrinsic to Kedushin. Sex outside marriage is disorder. Modern reality, exclusivity is cultural, not enforced. Emotional betrayal is emphasized over halakhic categories. Rabbis focus on harm, not metaphysics. Functionally, weaker boundary. Economic hierarchy versus symmetry. Rambam, husband provides, wife manages home. Roles are asymmetrical but stable. Modern marriage, dual earners, negotiated roles, financial independence. Courts intervene for fairness. Marriage becomes a partnership. Marriage becomes partnership, not structure. Authority of the husband. Rambam. husband has clear legal authority. Sexual access is an obligation, but also a right. Wife's refusal is a legal issue. Modern Judaism, abortion is taboo. Consent is foregrounded. Emotional readiness matters. Rabbis avoid enforcement. Authority is replaced by mutuality. Marriage is discipline versus self-actualization. Rambam, marriage disciplines desire, limits fantasy, narrows options, stabilizes society. Modern framework, marriage fulfills emotional needs, supports personal growth, must work for you, ends if it no longer does. This is a philosophical inversion. Why Yibum exposes the difference so sharply. Yibum would feel alien today because it prioritizes duty over choice. It assigns sexual responsibility as subordinate desire to lineage. It treats marriage as infrastructure. This is Rambam's universe. Modern Judaism still uses his language, but not his assumptions. One paragraph, Rabbi, clean synthesis. Yibum, Levirate marriage reveals that classical Judaism viewed marriage as a covenantal system for continuity and responsibility, not primarily romantic choice. Rambam's model assumes permanence, hierarchy, and disciplined sexuality, where modern Jewish marriage, shaped by economic independence, consent norms, and exit mechanisms, retains the form of kedushin while operating with fundamentally different social and moral assumptions. Yo, dog, when's the last time there was a Yibum in like the diaspora and in Israel? And how would a secular court address this? It'd be like a husband having sex with his sister-in-law.
So let's say again for Shabbos violation.
And how does the wife deal with this? And how is this dealt with under secular law in both?
How does a person violate Shabbos? Me'achos. You write the name Shimon. Right? Achos would be Shimon.
Yo, I got you. Let's slow down and answer exactly what you're asking in 3 clean passes. When was the last time Yibum, Levirate marriage actually happened? How would a secular court view this? It looks like incest or adultery. How does the wife deal with it halachically versus secularly in Israel and in diaspora? When was the last real Yibum? Short answer, Yibum basically disappeared by the late medieval period, and by modern times it's almost entirely replaced by chalitza, ritual release. Longer, precise answer. Talmudic era, Yibum is alive and real. Geonic period, 7th through, or Geonic period, 7th through 10th century, still practiced, but already controversial. Rishonim, medieval authorities, Rambam allows it, but tightly. Ashkenaz, increasingly suspicious of motives. By the late Middle Ages, rabbinic consensus shifts towards chalitza first. Modern era, Yibum is theoretically valid, practically almost never done. Israeli rabbinic reports require special permission. There have been isolated cases in Yemenite and very traditional communities into the 19th, early 20th century, but today essentially extinct as practice, alive only as law on the books. How does a secular court see this? This is where the real clash happens. When what Yibum looks like to secular law, from a secular legal lens, Yibum looks like a man having sex with his sister-in-law, possibly while already married, with the explicit goal of impregnating her. That triggers red flags for incest, adultery, coercion, abuse of power. Secular law does not care that the Torah says it's a mitzvah. Israel, secular law. Israel is a hybrid system, so here's the split. Rabbinical courts have exclusive jurisdiction over Jewish marriage and divorce. Recognize Yibum only with halakhic procedure. Strongly push chalitza. Would not allow casual or coerced Yibum. Secular criminal law. Incest laws exist, but Yibum done under rabbinic court supervision is not prosecuted. It's treated as a religious exception. Outside that framework, criminal exposure. So in Israel, Yibum survives only because it's quarantined inside rabbinic authority. Diaspora, totally different story. Secular courts do not recognize Yibum. See sister-in-law sex as incest in some jurisdictions, adultery, grounds for divorce, custody laws, restraining orders. A rabbinic argument would carry zero legal weight. So in the diaspora, Yibum is legally radioactive. How does the wife deal with this? This is the emotional and legal core of your question. Halakhically, in classic halakha, the deceased brother's wife is not optional. She is forbidden to all other men. The brother must either do Yibum or do Chalitza. The living brother's wife has no veto. Her emotional distress is acknowledged but not decisive. This reflects a duty-based system, not a consent-based one. That's Rambam's view. Modern rabbinic canon. Today, courts assume Yibum motives are suspect, emotional harm is real. Therefore, Chalitza is preferred. Yibum is discouraged. Wife consent effectively matters, even if not formally codified. So the system evolved to protect her without rewriting the Torah. Secular law response, both Israel and diaspora. From a secular standpoint, a husband sleeping with his sister-in-law is adultery, possibly incest, emotional harm to spouse. Consequences can include divorce with fault, lots of marital assets, custody implications, civil damages, criminal charges, jurisdiction dependent. Even in Israel, outside rabbinic procedure, this would work. The big takeaway, this answers your how does this survive question. Yibum only survives because it is ritualized, where supervised, non-optional, and increasingly replaced by Chalitza. The moment you make it elective, bring it emotionally, detach it from court control, it collapses under secular law. It's one paragraph. Rabbi Yibum largely disappeared as a living practice by the late medieval Yibum largely disappeared as a lived practice by the late medieval period, and today survives almost exclusively as a theoretical halakhic institution, with rabbinic courts strongly favoring Chalitza due to concerns about motive and harm. While Israeli secular law tolerates Yibum only within tightly controlled rabbinic jurisdiction, diaspora legal systems treat such relations as incestuous or diaspora legal systems treat such relations as incestuous or adulterous, offering no religious exemption and exposing all parties to severe civil and criminal consequences. What's the shoe thing? And
where the way that you worship it is to break a stick. Okay, if
when you have Yibum,
then that's the way you worship it. So the mice again, even
how does it work in a secular world?
For that form of
is there a ketubah?
That is how the particular idol is worshipped.
Is this then a polygamous
what's an example of a singular act which can result in multiple layers of liability? For example,
how does that work?
So I'll say that would be an example.
And what if you had
let's say again,
a husband who wanted to have a relationship with his sister-in-law, and the sister-in-law wanted to have a relationship with the husband?
I know that I'm not allowed to worship Avodah Zarah, but I didn't know that I can't bow down.
The wife just basically has to have a sister wife.
I committed all of these acts.
How does that work?
So what's the halacha? There's individual liability for each of those acts. Now remember again, mindset is everything. Because in this case, I knew Avodah Zarah was also. What did I know?
Let's entangle this calmly and precisely because a few different systems are getting mashed together. Actually, each piece, please make no graphics up just how the law actually works. What's the shoe thing? I mean, I know that's Chalitza, ritual release. What happens? The widow and brother-in-law appeared before Beit Din, rabbinical court. He wears a special leather shoe. She removes it, spits symbolically on the ground, and recites a formula. This publicly declares we are not doing Yibum. What it means, it ends the obligation. She is now free to marry anyone. He is forever barred from marrying her. Oh, that's interesting.
I didn't know that this thing wasn't Avodah Zarah, right?
It's not punishment or humiliation. It's form of dissolution.
So again, in that case, there's multiple.
When you do have Yibum, how does that work in a sexual world? Important, Yibum is not an affair. If Yibum happens, the brother-in-law and widow become fully married. Sexual relations are marital, not illicit. The relationship is exclusive. The first child is legally linked to the deceased brother. This is not open marriage cheating. Trying something out. It's a complete marital status change. Is there a ketubah marriage contract in Yibum? Great question. And here's the subtlety. According to Rabbi, no new kedushin for Rothschild. No new ketubah. The bond comes automatically from the Torah. Other authorities say a ketubah should be written for protection, even if not strictly required. Practically, modern rabbinic courts would require safeguards. The widow's financial protection is a major reason Yibum is avoided today. Is Yibum polygamy? Sometimes, but only technically. If the brother is already married, Yibum creates a second wife. This is polygamy, not adultery. This was allowed historically, but his existing wife has no halakhic veto. Her emotional pain is real, but not legally decisive classically. This is one reason rabbis now push chalitza instead. So yes, Yibum can result in polygamy, but only inside a rigid legal frame. Now your big scare. A husband wants a relationship with his sister, and she wants it too. So the wife is just gets a sister wife under halakha, not allowed. Full stop. Why a married woman's sister-in-law is forbidden? A married woman's sister-in-law. Desire and consent don't change it. The only exception is after the brother dies childless, and even then, only through formal yibum. No death, no yibum. It's adultery incest period. Under secular law, Israel and diaspora. Israel, outside rabbinic supervision, sex with the sister-in-law equals adultery, possibly incest, civil and criminal consequences. Only yibum through the courts is tolerated. Diaspora, no recognition of yibum, seen as adultery, grounds for divorce, custody, and asset penalties, sometimes criminal incest statute. So the consensual sister-wife situation is legally dead on arrival. Why Judaism draws a hard line. Judaism can tolerate polygamy, structured yibum, forced duty, pilagesh, according to some. It cannot tolerate desire-driven rearrangement of sexual boundaries, turning incest prohibitions into lifestyle choices, marriage by consent alone. That's the red line. Clean takeaway. Chalitza, true ritual that cancels yibum full marriage, not an affair. It can create polygamy, but only through death plus obligation. A husband cannot add his sister-in-law by consent. Outside halakhic court, secular law treats this as adultery incest. Okay, but let's say, give me the background. Why is it a shoe? Why is there the formula? Why the spit? When did that happen? Give me that history. And then also, all right, so say the husband is married with his wife, and the husband's brother dies, and the husband's brother and his wife were childless, and now you're going to have a chalitza situation. Can the husband have sex with both the wives in the same bed? Or how does it work? Is it in the same bed? Or like, does he have to have sex with them in different rooms? And then how does this work from a legal perspective in secular law?
That we forget that as important as the details are not the ends.
Both in Israel and diaspora.
Means to bring my heart to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ella, so what's the case?
All right, let's do this from the ground up, historically and legally, and keep the sex legislative non-graphic, instructional, not explicit. This stuff only makes sense when you see why it was built this way. Why is Yibum's chalitza even a thing? The background, the courts were a problem. In the ancient world, if a man died without children, his name vanished, his land could be lost, his widow was economically and socially excluded. The Torah's solution, Deuteronomy 25. The brother steps in so the dead man's name is not erased from Israel. This is not about sex, it's about continuity, inheritance, and social stability. Why is refusing Yibum considered a public problem? Because refusal meant abandoning family duty, letting a lineage lapse, leaving a widow stranded. In an honor-based society, that was shameful. So the Torah does something very Jewish. It forces the refusal to be public. That's where chalitza comes in. Why the shoe? The shoe is not random. Ancient meaning of the shoe. In the ancient Near East, the shoe symbolized ownership, authority, and right of transfer. Removing the shoe and renouncing the claim. You see this elsewhere in Tanakh, for instance, land transactions. So when the widow removes the shoe, she is saying, you refuse to take responsibility, you lose your claim. It's legal theater, not why the formula, the spoken word? Judaism doesn't trust symbolism alone. Words, law, content, create public record, prevent later denial. The formula makes it explicit. He refused, she is released. The Trinity witnessed it. Why the spitting? This is the part everyone asks about. Important. The spit is not on the man, but on the ground, meaning it's a gesture of public disapproval, not an insult, not degradation. Think of it as this path was available, you declined it. It marks the refusal as socially significant, not private preference. When did chalitza develop into this one? Biblical era, basic ritual already present, second time period, formalized Talmudic era, Standardized medieval period preferred over Yibum. Modern era essentially mandatory. So this ritual is over 2,000 years old with fines to prevent abuse. Now your scenario: brother dies, husband is already married. Logically, what could happen? Two options: Yibum, second wife, polygamy, chalitza, no marriages. Today, courts almost always force chalitza. Your specific question: sexual religious is non-graphic legal frame. If Yibum were done historically, the widow becomes a full wife. The man now has two separate marriages. Each wife has her own household space, has her own marital intimacy obligations, has her own dignity and privacy. There is no concept of group sex, shared bed, sexual simultaneity, sexual simultaneity. Those ideas are foreign to halakha. Polygamy in Judaism means parallel marriages, not merged sexuality. Does halakha require separate rooms, beds? Yes, functionally. Each wife has her own private marital space. Privacy, modesty is mandatory. Even one wife cannot be present during intimacy with another. This is assumed, not debated. How would secular law see all of this? Israel rabbinic courts control marriage, divorce, allow chalitza, discourage Yibum. Secular criminal law tolerates Yibum only if fully supervised, court authorized. Any sexual contact outside of that. Any sexual contact outside that is adultery, possible incest, civil, criminal exposure. Polygamy itself is civilly illegal, though legacy cases exist. Diaspora, U.S., Europe. No recognition of Yibum. Polygamy is illegal. Secular sister-in-law, adultery, incest, jurisdiction. Consequences: divorce, loss of assets, custody issues, possible criminal liability. So practically, Yibum is legally impossible in the diaspora. The big picture: why this all feels so alien. Yibum comes from a world where marriage infrastructure, sex equals duty, consent secondary, survival is paramount. Modern law is built on individual autonomy, emotional consent, sexual privacy, equity. Chalitza exists precisely because those worlds no longer align. In summary, the shoe renounce responsibility, the words legal clarity, the spit public consequence. Chalitza evolves to block abuse. Yibum creates separate marriages, not shared sexuality. Secular law tolerates this only in Israel, barely nowhere else. Yeah, give me which ones are overridable, and then also give me what is the formula that's said in Yibum, and also I know that the husband and the sister can't get, the husband and the sister-in-law can't get married after chalitza. But what if they really, really want to, and like 50 years go by, and the husband's wife dies, the original wife, and they're both single? Like, is there any way to reverse this?
The similarity between Shabbos and Avodah Zarah, as you quite visibly, whoever is Mechalel Shabbos, it's as if he's
all right, deep breath. Let's do this clean, exact, and practically correct without sensationalizing. You're asking two very specific things. Which forbidden relationship are ever overridable and which are absolutely not? What is actually said during chalitza, the formula? After chalitza, can the brother and sister-in-law ever marry later, even decades later? I'll take them in that order. Which ariot forbidden relationships are overridable? First, the rule. Almost on Judaism treats ariot sexual prohibitions as some of the strongest, least flexible laws in the system. There's exactly one real override, if even that one is there. The one overridable case, brother's wife, Eshet Ach, only in Yibum. Normally, a man's brother's wife is strictly forbidden. Eshet Ach. Exceptions: if the brother dies childless and the woman is otherwise eligible, then Yibum overrides the prohibition. This is not a loophole, it's a built-in Torah exception. Once chalitza happens, the exception is permanently closed. Non-overridable ariot, never under any circumstances. These cannot be overridden by consent, time, desire, demographics, survival arguments. Examples not exhaustive. Father, mother, son, daughter, siblings, aunt, uncle, mother-in-law, brother-in-law, a married woman, Eshet Ish, same-sex incest prohibitions, adultery in general. These are Yahari Ba'al Ya'avor categories in classic halachic logic, i.e., theoretically die rather than transgress. So the system is crystal clear. Judaism allows one incest adjacent override and locks it behind ritual and court control. What is the actual chalitza for me? You asked specifically about what it said. I'll give you the content, not just the vibe. Step 1, brother declares refusal. He says, I do not wish to take it. The brother declares refusal. He says, content-wise, I do not wish to take it. This establishes clear refusal. The widow removes the shoe. Then she recites, so shall be done to the man who does not build the brothers. So shall be done to the man who does not build his brother's house. This is the key line. Step 3, public declaration. The court proclaims his name shall be called in Israel the house of the one whose shoe was removed. Meaning, this refusal is public record. He permanently relinquishes this role. No, the spitting is symbolic, onto the ground, not active. Why this formula matters? Judaism does not allow private refusal, private knock. Later revisionist history there. Short answer is absolutely never. No matter, even if 50 years pass, everyone else dies, they're both single. They desperately want to marry. The community supports it. Halachically, once chalitza occurs, the brother and sister-in-law are permanently forbidden to each other. This is stricter than divorce. Why is it irreversible? Because chalitza does two things: cancels the mitzvah of yibum, reinstates the original incest prohibition permanently. There is no annulment, no appeal, no time limit, no rabbinical. This is intentional. Why Judaism is so harsh? If reversal were allowed, yibum becomes a trial relationship. Chalitza becomes meaningless. Sexual boundaries become negotiable. So the Torah says effectively, you had your one window, you closed it. Done. Compare this to divorce. Important contrast. Case, regular divorce. Can I be married later? Sometimes divorce one plus another minute. Sometimes foreign divorce rules are restricted. Brother plus sister-in-law after chalitza. That tells you how seriously the boundaries taken. Clean rabbi grade summary. Judaism allows exactly one override of incest prohibition, the brother's wife in the narrow case of yibum. And once chalitza is performed, that exception is permanently closed. The chalitza formula publicly records refusal through speech, symbol, and witnesses, and no passage of time, change in circumstance, or personal desire never permit marriage between the brother and sister-in-law thereafter. All right, well, what if she's like no longer of childbearing age? You still need chalitza? Like, what if she's like 95 years old, never had kids, and it's well known that she can't have kids?
By Shabbos, if there's no kavanah for the act,
even the practical halacha. This is a classic. What happens when the mitzvah of yibum is literally impossible? Question. Let's break it down. The basic principle: obligation of yibum exists to perpetuate the deceased brother's name and lineage. If the widow cannot have children, the core principle of yibum is impossible to fulfill. In halakhic terms, the mitzvah is only relevant when children could result.
So the Gemara says, for example,
what does Rambam say? In Mishnah Torah Hilchot Yibum, Rambam is clear. If the widow is barren or postmenopausal, Yibum is no longer applicable. The brother does not perform Yibum in this case. There is no mitzvah to override biological impossibility. What about chalitza? If Yibum cannot occur, widow is infertile, etc., the brother still must perform chalitza.
Okay, so the Gemara says like this. What's the case? This is fascinating.
Why? Because Torah frames the prohibition formula. The brother always must either perform yibum or chalitza. The ritual formalizes disclosure, even if reproduction is impossible. So even at age 95, or if she is infertile, chalitza is required to officially release her. In turn, chalitza is not about her fertility; it's about closing the Torah obligation.
So let's say you did both of those things. Some people will do anything not to go to shul on time, right? So you go ahead, right? You harvest, and you grind up food. So two different malachs.
On a rabbinic perspective, rabbis today usually know if it is objectively impossible for reproduction, age, etc., chalitza is still performed because the Torah requires public formal closure. The ceremony is mostly symbolic and minimal and risk discomfort, but skipping it is halakhically invalid. So even at 95, you go through the ritual. Practical takeaway: Yibum impossible if she cannot bear children.
Fat and blood. Okay, so the Gemara says,
chalitza is still required ritual closure ritual closure for the sake of religion. Sexual and marital concerns irrelevant. Sexual and marital concerns irrelevant since this is purely formal. Secular law not an issue, it's a religious ritual. Rabbi cleans something. Even if the widow is past childbearing age or infertile, the mitzvah of Yibum cannot be performed because its purpose procreation is impossible. However, chalitza is still required to formally release the widow and close the Torah obligation, regardless of the age or fertility. Yo, dog, what if the husband knows that the sister-in-law is barren, but still wants Yibum and knows that she can't have children? And it's well known that she can't have children. Can they still have Yibum?
Interesting, I will say where I eat
now you're hitting the heart of a galactic logic versus desire and the subtle. Let's go carefully. Core rule of Yibum. The Torah's mitzvah of Yibum exists only to perpetuate the deceased brother's name and lineage.
So apparently in that case,
if the widow cannot have children, barren, infertile, postmenopausal, the primary purpose is impossible. That nullifies the obligation of Yibum. What the husband cannot do, he cannot marry her under the guise of Yibum if he knows she is infertile. Why? Because the Torah only permits sexual union in Yibum to fulfill the mitzvah. Any sexual relationship outside the purpose is plain adultery with respect to the deceased brother's family. Desire to consent does not create a halakhic loophole. Chalitza is still required. Even if she's infertile, the brother must perform chalitza. This is because halakha still requires formal closure of the potential obligation. The ritual is not about fertility. It's about publicly releasing the widow and marking the end of the Torah's command. Rational rabbis today clarify Yibum? No, because no children are possible cannot be performed. Sexual desire cannot override prohibition. The husband cannot use infertility as an excuse to pursue a relationship. Chalitza, mandatory formal release, closes his halakhic window. So the bottom line, infertility cancels Yibum but does not permit a relationship. Chalitza must still happen. Secular law perspective, Israel asks for no legal recognition of Yibum here. Any sexual relationship would be adultery if the brother's widow is married or forbidden. Infertility is irrelevant.
I didn't know that Shabbos.
Rabbi cleans if the sister-in-law is known to be infertile, the mitzvah of Yibum cannot be performed because its purpose procreation is impossible. A husband cannot lawfully marry or have a sexual relationship with her under Yibum, even with her consent. However, chalitza is still required to formally release her and close it to her obligation. Okay, so there's
here it is.
Come present, may Hashem bless you, guard you, may Hashem shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift his face to you and grant you peace.
All in one lapse of awareness.
Murex trunculus, that's that fucking snail. Zurus means problems in Yiddish. Gay, kakin, often young, lek, tis dayan, and
another Bible, if halacha you perform multiple acts of worship in one lapse, you're only chayav once. To which the Imam says, no, you can't say this up with Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because look at the end of the Raisa. Right? So we'll say, so that's the chumrah of Shabbos over other mitzvahs. That's the Mercy suggested. What was the end of the Raisa? So the other Raisa was that this was chumrah of Shabbos chumrah of Shabbos over Shabbos household. So Shabbos Shadar Kolo Miskabi Chayiv was this remember again by other mitzvahs. If you perform an accidental act without kavanah, there's liability. However, again, Shadar Kolo Miskabi however, by Shabbos, remember again by Shabbos, what was the halacha? If you do shogig without kavanah, you pater. When Shabbos requires kavanah. So you must 1 second. Shogig Kolo Miskabi Avodas Kocham if you don't. Now listen, what is shogig below kavanah? What is that case? What's a case of accidental avodah zarah without kavanah? If there'd be liability for that, they'd be done it. Here we go once again. If I bow down to a building and I thought the building was a shul, right? But it turned out that it was really avodah zarah. That's not avodah zarah at all. Why? Harili b'lo shamayim. Because as we said before, again, my intentions are pure. My intentions are absolutely pure. Ella dahavi andarka. What's the case? The case is where I bow down to a statue. I bow down to a statue. If I'm bowing down to the statue as a god, makes it to. Then again, that's amazing. But if I do not accept it as a god, then lo klumdi. Then I will say it's nothing. Then it's absolutely nothing. Hello, may Abba be here. None of us love this beauty. The case we must be talking about over here is where I'm bowing down to the idol, but I'm bowing down to it ultimately again out of love or fear for a particular individual. So once again, Hani Chalabai Damachai. That makes sense when Tabai says that the viability for such an act. But according to Rabbi who says that's your partner, what is there to say? I love Omer Mutter. And I will say, what's the case? The case ultimately again is where the person thinks that it is mutter to worship idolatry. That's the case. Masha Eki B'Shabbos departed Lagamre. So what's interesting enough? So apparently Omer Mutter will create some level of liability via Mutter Zara. But ultimately again by Shabbos would be Pater Lagamre. Now again we'll see if that's true. That's true. That's Shalom or nice or not. I can. Lo B'Abnei Rabbi Nachman Helam Zeh. So remember, up until this point, Rabbi. So I'd come up by B'nei Rabbi Nachman Helam Zeh. Up until this point, Rabbi was going on to Nachman about Helam Zeh. In other words, where there was a lapse of awareness on both areas. There's a will say, just to be clear, the question of liability was always a very simple question. Are you going to be chayiv once, or are you going to be chayiv multiple times? That was the question. Hatar legamre lekal and no one says, or I should say, the Gemara asks really this question: is there anyone who says that there is complete liability, like a complete exemption? Is there anyone who says that you're totally putter for anything? To which the Gemara says, why not? My question. Doma the Olam Nafa, Reisha Ba'avodas Chochavim, the Seifa B'Shanitzis. They were saying the following. Reisha is talking about Avodah Zarah. The Seifa is talking about other mitzvahs. And how so? Shagad V'lo Miskavim. And what are we talking about over here? We're talking about a case of an accidental commission of an Averah without Kavanah. Now watch this. The Kasavar, what would be an example of that? I will say, for example, what would be an example by a general Averah of Shogeg without kavanah? Here it is. Roku ubalo. So here's what it is. It happens to be a piece of chilul in my mouth. I forgot that there's chilul in my mouth. I just think it's saliva. So what do? I swallow it. So a typical shogeg case is where I know what I'm doing, but I don't know that it's awesome. This case is a little bit different. In this case over here, I don't even have kavanah to be actively changed. Like in other words, some things have kavanah to be but just fully informed. I think that's in this case over here, I have something in my mouth. I forgot that it was similar. I just thought it was excess saliva, so I swallow it. So there I will say, there's not even kavanah. There's not even kavanah. The kasavar, that's shagag below is kavin. The kasavar, roku bolo. And I will say, nehalocha l'maisa, the chayiv in that case. Chayiv in that case. So remember, we're creating a contrast between Shabbos and Shara days. So by other averas, I will say, even if there's absolutely no kavanah for the commission of the avera, but you do it, there's liability. I forgot that there's something in my mouth. I thought it was saliva. I swallowed it. I have absolutely no kavanah for anything with consumption. That's fine, right? But I'm still chayiv. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says, "Masha eating b'Shabbos, the pater." So I will say Shabbos is going to be pater. If you don't have kavanah for the act of Shabbos, you're pater. Why not? The Gemara says, for example, "Sheniskavi lahagbias atalush v'chatach esam b'chuber." Pater. Well, it's not any case. Let's say on Shabbos, I go out. There's a cucumber on the ground, so I want to make a salad. I'm going to pick up the cucumber, and I figure to myself that the cucumber is detached. So because it's detached, therefore I get a smoker for use. It turns out I pick it up, and I end up plucking it out of the ground, which is one of the malachos. So I'll say, interestingly enough, on Shabbos you are pater. You are pater for that. Now why? So I will say, because we're going to see the Gemara says, Rav Nachman Amar Shmuel. This is because Rav Nachman Amar Hamisasik bechalavim uba'arayos chayiv shekin ned. So I say, listen to this. Misasik. Remember again, what's misasik? Misasik means I am involved in a permitted act. But what ends up happening is I end up doing something prohibited. For example, by the chaylev case is what we just saw. There was a piece of chaylev in my mouth. I totally forgot about it. I just thought it was saliva. I swallowed it. That's the case of misase. As far as I'm concerned, I am ready to go ahead and do something totally permitted, but it turns out to be something prohibited. There's still liability for that. Interestingly enough, same thing by arayos, by immorality. Right? So this is an interesting one, right? Where again, I have kavanah to do something permitted, but it turns out that something prohibited happens. For example, let's say Ruvain is ready to have relations with his wife, Rachel, but it turns out through some confluence of events that he ends up having relations with Rachel's sister. Right. So I might say again, but again, it's some type of mistake occurred, right? And he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. But again, that was not at all his intentions. There was no intentionality. It was, interestingly enough, lack of intentionality. I feel like people say that all the time by Araya. So again, but in this case, legitimately, his intention was to have relations with his wife. Through some confluence of events, he ends up having relations with the wrong woman. I mean, I'm not how exactly you can explain that to his wife. Right? But that's not our problem for today. Right? So again, by all other averos, lack of intentionality still results in liability. By Shabbos, and here it is, by Shabbos, Meleches Machshavas Asra Torah. We'll say when it comes to Shabbos requires Meleches Machshavas. Meleches Machshavas means intentionality. By Shabbos, there has to be intentionality for the act, and if there is no intentionality, there is absolute exemption. That's why when you go to pick up the cucumber, thinking that the cucumber was sandwich. And it turns out that you lift it up and just plucks it out of the ground. There's no liability for that because the evil that's not done. So we'll say, so interesting. So we'll have to stop over for today. What it turns out is halacha l'maisa, these fascinating distinctions. So first of all, the one thing that you do have commonality about is that there is individuated liability, just like for Shabbos. You also have that by Avodah Zarah. Which the difference between and again, same thing by Shabbos and Avodah Zarah is that you can be chayiv for multiple individuated liability. An interesting distinction, however, is by all other averos, I will say, even lack of intentionality results in liability. By Shabbos, only with intentionality is there liability. That was the study for today. Let's say our Yarki college leaving for Eretz Yisrael, the Meretz Hashem this afternoon for Friday tonight. So I'll be there to start, but shir will go on. So we'll be broadcasting the shir back here on our friend Abi Fogel, who is going to be taking over our technology logistics over here while our logistics team is on site in Eretz Yisrael. So the shir is going to be broadcast here every day. Meretz Hashem, which will still keep going in Hashem two members. One here, one there, so higher guys. So we'll be doing Meretz Hashem to go together to share Eretz Yisrael the color. Anything you have to say about the sponsorship, any of those great things, that's very fine print. That's it. Good morning, everyone. We would like to thank the Tilson family for sponsoring the annual Talmud Torah. For the Besaros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Who got that? Okay. So what we had what we had yesterday. So, brief reminder. One of the statements you make in the morning, what Rabbi called Davar Shahaya B'Klal. Yasa B'Klal L'Lamed, Lo L'Lamed Al La'atzma Yasa, Ela L'Lamed Al Kol Akla Kula Yasa. In other words, to go ahead and slaughter an animal for avodah zarah zricha is obviously a violation of the Torah because you are worshiping that avodah zarah. Now, what happens if that specific force or deity or that avodah zarah is not worshipped by slaughtering animals, right? They're very ethical. They only take tofu. They don't like meat that avodah zarah. So what happens? In other words, if I go ahead somewhere on the West Coast and find an avodah zarah, and the person decides to accept an animal, but it's not how it's worshipped in that society, is it still a violation? So obviously, if you go ahead and perform an act that's part of the rules and regulations of that avodah zarah, that is how you worship it for, clearly we understand that that's a violation. But what happens? It's zricha, the slaughter of avodah zarah. So the Torah tells us, listen, don't do it, even if it's not the way that word is worshipped. Okay, now, what's interesting is that when the Torah warns us not to go out and slaughter, it doesn't just include slaughtering, but it includes any type of service that is performed inside the Beis HaMikdash. So, zricha, kabbalah, receiving the blood, halacha, zrika, any one of the 4 services that are done inside of the Beis HaMikdash are included in that warning that if you perform it to any pagan deity, even if it's not the routine, you violate the Torah prohibition. And it's working. In other words, the Torah only mentions 1. So how do we include 4? It was Hayo Bachlal, right? It teaches not just for itself, but it teaches for the rule of all 4 services done in the Beis HaMikdash. Fine? But then we have this question that we have to deal with, and we have to remember, we must remember, as we started out, what Rabbi Baruch Hanan, he asked Rabbi, wait a second. The Torah tells us, Lo tishtachaveh. You should not go ahead and bow to a pagan service. So wait a second. Maybe that is to include, maybe that is that type of statement that is lamed to teach on many more things. And maybe what the Torah is teaching us is that if I do anything that's honorable to a pagan force in avodah zarah, even if it is not the way that specific avodah zarah is worshipped, even if it's not done with the community, maybe the Torah is warning us such a thing is a violation. So maybe the yistakhavah is the issue. And we wonder, wait a second, okay, interesting question with Rabbi Baruch Hanan. But if so, why mention, what is the Torah mention to be at all? So we had in the top on the bottom of the Summer Holidays, and now the beginning of Summer Holland, is that perhaps, and that's what we are told, what we are being taught here is mechashim me'avoda le'avoda. In other words, we find by Kachin that there's anything called Machshavas Sigel. So in a couple of years, we get to Zlachim, and one of the things we're going to discuss is the fact that you have to be very sure when you perform any of the services in the Beis HaMikdash that your mind has to be operating with the understanding that everything will be done correctly. And if I go ahead and chef an animal, and I have intention to go ahead, and I'm doing it with intention to perform a later service of it, for example, eating the meat, or sprinkling the blood, doing it in an improper way that should not be consumed by those who are designated to consume it, or to sprinkle the blood out for everything. So the figures we're going to be discussing with you here are known as the figures of Machshavas. Okay, I thought that's appropriate. Now, what we're going to be discussing here, so let's start off with the last line and a half of some of them. Let's say a person slaughters an animal. So now we're going to be applying those concepts of machashim me'avoda, which means I perform one act with intention to have the damaging effect with a future, with a service that is going to be coming in the next stage. Okay, so the discussion here, in other words, my shechita is not with the intention that I'm doing it for an avodah zarah, but I do have in mind that when I shech, that the sprinkling or the haftorah or the offering of the meat should be done for an avodah zarah.
Okay, I shall pay him a little gamble about this kachim. Last year, chelva to offer it for the fans for about this kachim. Rabbi Yochanan Omar Asura, that was considered a violation, and it was sluggish top of Samachalef Omar Muteres. And what the Gemara discussed is the fact that could be. So again, we're going with what Rabbi Yochanan is telling us that perhaps in Shachavoy to teach us that any honorable service is included in the warning that Avodah Zarah is not worshipped in that way. And if we work with that approach, we ask, but wait a second, what is the word? What is the teaching of Lo Sisba teach us? Maybe Lo Sisba is to teach us that what? That mechashmin ma'avodah la'avodah, that even if I do not have an intention to be able to have a deal with the shita, but when I test, I have in mind to perform either the shmika or the hashara, that is included in the warning. So the Lord tells us, how do you know the Yika? Well, according to Rabbi Yochanan, because according to Rabbi Yochanan, we're by kachim known as a kachim ma'avodah la'avodah. So we don't need a verse when it comes to avodah zarah to warn us. Because if by kachim, if in the base hamidah, the concept of mechashrin me'avodah la'avodah is effective, so obviously it would apply on the dark side in avodah zarah. But according to L'Rish Lakish, that when it comes to the base hamikdash, it's not really a violation when I perform one act with intention of doing something wrong in a future act. So maybe the word zvicha by avodah zarah is to teach you that mechashmin la'avodah la'avodah and by kra, and you need a verse. Now, what the Gemara now Klamaskit Rav says, Papa tells us the truth is he got it wrong with Papa claim. Because what Papa's going to tell us, the Rabbi Yochanan lo by kra, you're telling me that for Rabbi Yochanan, I don't need the verse because I can learn it from kachim, from how the service is done in the Beis Hamikdash. But that's not so. Ad kan lo ka'od to Rabbi Yochanan, because when Rabbi Yochanan tells us in the Beis Hamikdash, a thought by shchita could be effective, right? Even if it relates to a future service. Rabbi Yochanan is only telling us that the animal becomes prohibited. He's not talking about the person. He doesn't get the death penalty. In other words, don't tell me that for Rabbi Yochanan, right, everything is clear because according to Rabbi Yochanan, I can learn it from Kachim. That's not true, because in Kachim it's talking about the animal. By Avodah Zarah, what are we talking about? The person, okay? The also cross, so we do need the verse to state that the person who goes out and performs performs Avodah Zarah with the machshava from one service to another service, then he deserves the death penalty. And so too the question could be asked the other way around. In the country, Shlokish means by Torah. You told me that Shlokish means like need the verse. But that's actually not so. Because even though by kachim, Rish Lakish holds that a machshava from avodah to avodah is not effective. Rish Lakish only talks about the behema, about the animal. Avodah, but he would agree that avodah are katlo. And if you ask, wait a second, how is it possible that Rish Lakish is of the opinion that when it comes to Avodah Zarah, that if I have one a thought which during Shechita for something in the future, that the person deserves the death penalty, but that item that the service took place regarding is permissible. Is that possible? Do we ever find such a thing? That a person doesn't have Avodah Zarah, the person deserves the death penalty, but the object itself is not prohibited. Do you find that? Well, we do actually. If a person bows to a mountain, what do we learn? Below Ahem, that we are told that it's Israel, that all the pagan nations would bow to mountains, and the Lord Darshans, that although, right, if the Avodah Zarah is placed on a mountain, by bowing to it, you prohibit that item, but below that if you go out and worship a mountain because it's connected to the ground, they don't have the ability to prohibit it. So if a person bows to a specific mountain, he himself violates the prohibition of Avodah Zarah and gets the kapla, gets the death penalty.
but the mountain itself remains permissible. So what do you see? That it is possible that you could have a situation that the person himself gets the death penalty and the item is mutter. So when a Rothschild says that when you have one machshava, or you have a machshava during shkita for something in the future, that doesn't mean that the person does not get the death penalty. Perhaps he does. And when he says mutter, he's talking about the item. So therefore, neither the Hava Mishtachah Har Mutar Va'avda gets the side, obviously, if it's a good, it's a side. So that's what we are told. Here we go. You remember Rava Bar Rav Hanan. So Rava Bar Rav Hanan had a question. His question was, well, perhaps when the Torah tells us Lo Sishtachaveh, it is to teach us that any honorable act performed to an Avodah Zarah, any honorable act, even if that specific Avodah Zarah is not worshipped that way, that's considered a violation. That's what Rava Bar Hanan believed or claimed. So it says, Ravacha medifti leravina, wait a second. L'maydika Amar, based on what this Rava Bar Hanan tells us, L'maydika Amar Rava Bar Hanan to Abaye. And what did he say there? The word to remind us. Ema, Yotze Ishtachava, maybe Ishtachava is L'lamed ala klal kulo. That maybe Ishtachava is to teach us regarding our service. Well, there's a problem. Because the Torah tells us that when you get Eretz Yisrael, much research into, and don't start asking, Eicha Ya'avdu, how are these pagan nations worshiping their God? Come on in, I can do so as well. And obviously, by the Torah telling us that you should know, it's a major problem if you start researching how those pagans are worshiping their gods. You know what the Torah is telling us? That the way they worship the Avodah Zarah, that is where there's an issue. So, for example, a specific Avodah Zarah, as we know, Peor, the way you worship it is by defecating. So, therefore, that is how you violate the prohibition of Peor. If you go ahead and want to worship Lalenu, a person wants to worship Marculus, right? They want to worship the Mercury. So, the way it's done is what? By throwing stones. So, obviously, the Torah is telling us that the way you violate the prohibition is performing specifically the acts that were designated by the cult, right? By those of the Avodah Zarah. Now, if you claim, right, like Rava Bar Hanan, that any act is included, why does the Torah have to tell us that? Because if the Torah is telling us, according to the Ishtachavo, anything you perform, anything you do is Avodah Zarah, because Ishtachavo, Yotza, in a klal lamed, ala klal kula Yotza. So why does the Torah tell us specifically that be sure not to perform an act the way they worship their Avodah Zarah? Okay, well, the Chitayim, if you're going to claim that it's here to exclude Hapoer, Atzmo, Lizovkim, then imagine you have a more normal mainstream Avodah Zarah, that they slaughter animals to worship that force. And you go ahead and say, you know what, I'm going to worship it, and I'm going to take the practice from Peor and defecate in front of it. And maybe the Torah is telling us that that's not considered a violation, because defecating is a very odd way of honoring a deity. So therefore, the Torah is telling us that's not included, because it has to be Hashtachavo, which is honorable. But Hashtachavo nafkot, ma Hashtachavo derech kibud, Hakol derech kibud. In other words, if you look at Hashtachavo itself, Hashtachavo teaches us that. In other words, you can't tell me that Hashtachavo is Yotam and Aklam and Lamed, it's coming to go ahead and teach, and therefore it's coming to tell you that any form of service. Well, Hashtachavo its own teaches you that. In other words, without thinking like Rabbi Bar Hanan. So Torah tells us, no, it could be Ella Lemeite Hapoer Atzmo Lemarkus. In other words, imagine you have an Avodah Zarah that the way it's worshipped is not in an honorable way. Like we mentioned, Mercury was worshipped by throwing stones. So one would claim, wait a second, since that cult, since those of the Avodah Zarah worship it in a way that's not honorable, so any way that's not honorable is included. So therefore, perhaps what the Torah is telling us that I would have thought, since the nature of that Avodah Zarah is worship in a shameful way, I've called Bizayin. So perhaps any Bizayin. In other words, if Mercury is worshipped, right, by throwing stones, so anything that's a degrading act will be included. Therefore, kamashmala, therefore it's needed. Okay, here we go. Ella. Now comes the following question. How do Amar Rabbi Lozer? Rabbi Lozer tells us, Minai, how do we know? Lizofeach behema lemarcus. So again, Marculus, in Spanish, Wednesday, right, is a Merculus, right, Mercury. So obviously it has its roots, right? It has its roots in these pagan culture, and even Wednesday itself, or Wednesday, it seems like some Nordic word that became part of the way we identify days. But let's go back to Marculus. So Marculus, generally, the rules and regulations were that if you want to go ahead and worship, you throw stones. A person decides, no, I'm going to be better than them, I'm going to go ahead and offer an animal. So we are told, says what the law says. How do you know that he's chayav? How do you know it's chayav? The Torah warns us among the many warnings of the Zohar that it seems to be that the way they would worship the devil are related to goats, and that's found in other cultures as well. And the Torah warns us that you should never, right, keep yourself away from many practices, among them drinking blood, because by doing so you might one day be offering zivchem l'sekirim. Okay, so but listen carefully to the language. The Torah warns us, don't go ahead and do a zivka, a shchita, a slaughtering. And what the Lozer tells us is the following. In other words, obviously, I don't need a person to tell me that if you have an avodah zarah, that is, the norm is to shep animals to it. I don't need a person to tell me that that's prohibited, because that's the norm. Because, and how do I know that I don't need a verse that if it is the norm that the Torah warns us not to do it? Because the because the Torah tells us that if you go ahead and research the way they do it and then you perform it, obviously it's a violation. So what is the law to teach you? The Torah is warning you that even if it's not the norm, meaning even if that's not the way they worship, still sure. Now, but the problem is, Rabbi Lozer, if you're telling me that word the Yisbach was to teach us, that even if it's not the norm, it's included in Avodah Zarah, but according to Rabbi Baruch Mishalot Kedarko Mishnah Chavod Nafka. Again, Rabbi Baruch claims that the word Mishnah Chavod teaches us that even if it's not the norm, it's included. So, how do we understand the seed of Rabbi Lozer if Rabbi Baruch is correct? So the Gemara answers an interesting answer here that Hossam, that's a warning there that we are told we should not do to any of our Zara, even if it's not the norm, it's Ofeach Lahakis. It seems to me that someone is upset at some pagan forest, and therefore they decide to worship it in an unusual way, and or by slaughtering it, even that is unusual for that avodah zarah. Comes Rav Lozer and tells us don't do it. I knew someone in Toronto that as a child after the war, he was hid in France in some monastery, and he was able to observe how they interacted with whatever little idols they basically had. And he mentioned that one time it wasn't raining for a couple of weeks, and they got upset at one of the statues, and they turned her around to face the wall as a punishment for not bringing rain. So it seems to me that there is such a thing as having getting angry with your avodah zarah, and you're fuming at it. You want to break it because you don't want to, mess up things for the future. But they would punish it. So maybe this is what we are talking about. There's some form of anger towards this avodah zarah, and that's why the Torah is telling us that even though your agenda is to show that you are angry, but nevertheless, when it comes to tzedikah, it's a question of significant avodah, and it is included. Okay, here comes the story. So now we can start something that's a little bit. So here we go. So here's the story. Rav Hamnuna. Okay, so we're going to be dealing with a questionnaire that has something like 5 or 6 answers. An interesting question where there's going to appear to be a contradiction between our Mishnah and the Mishnah later on in a couple of daf. And the main issue, a little bit of a preview here, is the following. We all understand you're under Avodah Zarah, terrible thing, terrible punishment. What if a person makes a statement, I'm planning to be over Avodah Zarah? Just making a statement. Is that a violation? or not? Just making the statement. And we're going to analyze one Mishnah which would seem to indicate, well, if you just make a statement, no big deal. But the Mishnah later on, some Achat seems to indicate that even a statement is already a violation. So how are we going to deal with it? So it's a contradiction. So we're going to have Rav Amnuna, Rav Yosef, Abaye, Ravina, Rav Ashi, Rabba, all the great Amoraim addressing the issues. But it starts off with an interesting story that Rav Amnuna, here so Nebuch is all went wild and they were wrong. So what does the great Rabbi Amnuna do? He goes looking for his answer. So Paul Rabbi, so as he's round, what does he mean?